Seeing this scene, everyone watching couldn't help but be horrified, whispering to each other in dismay. The Imperial Gate, the leader of the 7 families, actually collectively admitted defeat to a new family. This was something that had never happened in the 1,000 years since the founding of the nation. Even when dealing with the royal family, the Imperial Gate had always been very cool. How could they have ever been so humiliated? Ignoring everyone's reactions, Zhuo Fan nodded in satisfaction, saying triumphantly, "Now that you can say these words, the leader of the 8 families will no longer be you Imperial Gate, but our Luo family." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately snapped his fingers, leading Li Jingtian and the others back. Everyone watching this scene revealed expressions of reverence. The Imperial Gate had now been humiliated to this extent by the Luo family. Truly a once-in-a-millennium event. An honored guest of the Flower Rain Tower looked at Chu Bijun, exclaiming in surprise, "Elder Chu? Is that our ally?" Chu Bijun nodded slightly, saying happily, "That's right, we bet right this time. My Flower Rain Tower has hope of revival." The honored guest was overjoyed, saying excitedly, Chu Bijun smiled and nodded, "That's right, this time it's like betting on the right horse." Meanwhile, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion and Sword Marquise Manor are also grinning from ear to ear. They're allies, you see, so the stronger the Luko family gets, the safer they are. On the other side, Zhuge Chengfeng and the Yin-Yang duo are standing on a high tower, secretly observing everything. He couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that this kid was hiding so many secrets in the Lukeo family? Only taking them out now? He's seriously keeping a low profile. Frowning slightly, the white-haired old guy looked grave. How can this brat's strength improve so fast? It's really unexpected. It reminds me of someone, you mean? The black-haired old guy's eyelids twitched, revealing a hint of fear. The undefeated brat, Ji San Tong, that freak. Nodding slightly, the white-haired old guy sighed. That's right. Aside from that kid, I've never seen anyone in the heavenly profound realm casually catch a blow from a peak divine illumination expert. Only that kid's monstrous strength could do that. But now, haha, Zhuo Fan is even scarier than that Ji San Tong. Before they could continue, Zhu Chengfeng burst out laughing, interrupting them in a profound tone. Ji San Tong, at the end of the day, is just a musclehead. Just use a little trick, and you can catch him. Isn't he stuck in the royal capital for 300 years because of a single sentence from the sage? He's still a kid at heart. But this Zhuo Fan is a true cunning fox. It's harder than ascending to heaven to trick or use him. If he had Ji San Tong's strength, who in Tianyu could stand against him? The yin-yang duo were taken aback, exchanging confused glances before falling into deep thought. The white-haired old guy frowned again and said, "Prime Minister, didn't you say everything here was arranged by the Emperor? It's meant to cause conflict between the Emperor-worshipping sect and the Lu Shou family." The two almost fought just now. Zhuo Fan is even more aggressive, killing 2 Emperor-worshipping sect elders. Isn't that falling for the trap? It seems to me that if Leng Wucheng hadn't held back, the 2 families might have really started a war. Haha, you only see the surface, not the power struggle between the 3 parties. Zhuge Chengfeng's mouth twitched, and he shook his head and laughed. The stage is set by the Emperor, but he doesn't care how the play is performed. Zhuo Fan and Leng Wucheng are both unparalleled geniuses. How could they not understand this? So neither side wants to start a war for the Emperor to reap the benefits. He paused for a moment, then said deeply, "But on this point, Zhuo Fan has grasped Leng Wucheng's bottom line. However, because of the 100 Schools tournament, Zhuo Fan's unconventional actions have made Leng Wucheng unable to grasp his pattern. Therefore, he's fallen into a disadvantage, and Zhuo Fan is leading him by the nose in everything. In fact, if he just forced it a little, Zhuo Fan wouldn't be willing to risk it with him. But as a result, with the 3 parties opposing each other, the royal family clarified the Luo family's strength, winning half a point. The Luo family used this to suppress the emperor-worshipping sect, gaining the reputation of an imperial family, also winning half a point. Only the emperor-worshipping sect failed to suppress a family, instead losing all face, suffering a crushing defeat. Haha! As soon as he finished speaking, the yin-yang duo were immediately shocked. Their eyes widened. If that's the case, is Zhuo Fan now a combination of Leng Wucheng and Ji San Tong? Such a person is too scary. We must eliminate him before he grows stronger, Prime Minister. Such a dangerous person should be dealt with early, to avoid ruining your grand plan. The black-haired old man frowned involuntarily, hurriedly said to Zhuo Yifan, "While this kid's strength hasn't reached a heaven-defying level, we too still have ways to deal with him. Please, Prime Minister, send us to eliminate this kid, to remove a great hidden danger." Slowly waving his hand, Zhuo Yifan smiled faintly and shook his head. "Don't rush. He's not an enemy now. He's even considered our helper. If we eliminate him now, someone will be very happy. Doing a lot of work for no benefit and making clothes for others isn't my style, Zhuo Yifan." I can see through this old man's thoughts a little now. The 8 great families, the Millennium Secret Order, so everything was already destined. Haha, let's go. The conferring ceremony should begin. With that said, he lifted his foot and slowly walked down the city tower. The yin-yang duo exchanged a glance, nodded, and followed him down to the gate of the royal capital. Looking at the proud back of the man, whose eyes didn't even spare her a glance, Yongning cursed angrily. "What's so great about a divine tool? Isn't he just a steward of a secular family?" At this time, the crown prince stepped forward and reprimanded her. "Yongning, he's not an ordinary steward. The Luvo family in his hands is truly on par with the emperor-worshipping sect. So in the future, when you meet people from the Luvo family, don't be rude." Yongning turned her head away unhappily. The second prince also came to her side at this time, glanced at the people of the Luka family, and said, "This Luka family really can't be underestimated, especially that head steward, Zhuo Fan. He's someone worth befriending." Hearing these words, the crown prince couldn't help but warn, "Second brother, don't forget the royal family's band. You, mind your own business." The second prince rolled his eyes, snorted coldly, and left. The crown prince narrowed his eyes at the person in front, a trace of killing intent flashing, but it was quickly concealed. Finally, he turned to Yongning and asked, "Almost forgot, Yongning, why did you run out here?" Crawled through a dog hole, her face flushed involuntarily. Yongning lowered her head, her aura stagnating. "The crown prince is too angry, Yongning." Senior brother Yu Wentong, seeing that he wanted to scold her, laughed and smoothed things over. "Ha ha, big brother, calm down. Imperial sister is just being playful for a moment. However, when the 9 gates open later, let her follow us, and we'll take her back." Hearing these words, Yongning happily smiled and joked, "Third brother, you're the best. Although you look like a pig's head, your brain is smarter than a pig." But as soon as these words came out, Yu Wentong's smile disappeared, and he coldly looked at Yu Wenbo. "Big brother, I think it's better to send her to father's place and confine her for a year or half a year. Handsome best senior brother, even more handsome than that Zhuo Fan." Yongning was instantly terrified, and hurriedly flattered Yu Wentong. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but laugh, shaking their heads helplessly, their eyes showing a hint of indulgence. Just then, a sharp voice rang out from inside the city gate. "Open the city gate!" Along with the shout, all the city gates instantly opened, revealing the scenery of the mysterious royal capital. The 8 great families, divided into 8 gates, slowly entered. The crown prince and the others took Yongning and entered the grand main gate in the center, stepping into the royal capital. Zhuo Fan swept his gaze around, nodding secretly in his heart. Thousands of household guards, and a defensive array. Speaking of the accumulation of thousands of years, no family can compare to the royal family. Finally, everyone crossed 8 golden water bridges. After about half an hour, they finally arrived at the magnificent grand hall. There, second of the 4 pillars, the imposing and awe-inspiring Dugu Zantian was already standing with his moon-slaying saber. On the left side was Prime Minister Zhuo Yifan, the head of the 4 pillars. The two guarded the imperial throne on the left and right, glancing down at the position of the Luo family, and then looking at Zhuo Fan. Dugu Zantian took a deep breath, his eyes calm and indifferent. Zhuo Yifan, on the other hand, stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. "His Majesty has arrived." After a moment, the sharp voice rang out again, and a figure in imperial robes immediately appeared before everyone. The 8 families under the emperor's command. The conferring ceremony is officially about to begin. Seeing the old emperor enter, The people of the families below immediately knelt down and saluted. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The old emperor slightly twitched his lips, waved his hand, and smiled. "Everyone understands why I, Zhao Ba, have come here today. Indeed, my predecessors of Tianyu are blessing us. Within the empire, another clan has emerged that can take on great responsibilities, and I need you all to witness this event. For thousands of years, my Tianyu Empire has relied on the 7 great families to help stabilize the country. Therefore, they have been known as the 7 imperial families, bringing a millennium of stability. However, over the millennia, the royal family has never dared to forget its duty, constantly seeking talents to benefit the world. Therefore, we have the 100 Schools Tournament, hoping that a family in the world will rise up and prosper together with the magnificent Tianyu. But this has not happened this year. Fortunately, heaven has shown mercy. And finally, in my lifetime, I have found a new family to entrust with the task of building prosperity together with the existing 7 families. This is my good fortune, the good fortune of the nation, the good fortune of the people." Hearing these words from the old emperor, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but sneer disdainfully, curling his lips. He doesn't believe it himself, and he wants others to believe it? It's clearly just lip service. No one takes it seriously. Regardless of everyone's reactions, truly, you are the heroic young talents of my Tianyu, a role model for the world. Today, I bestow upon the Luo family the title of the 8th Imperial Family, granting them the 100 cities of Fenglin City as their territory. Luo Yunhai is hereby appointed the Prince of Changping, and a special manor will be established for him in the imperial capital. As soon as these words were spoken, Luo Yunhai raised his head in fear, his eyes full of shock, and exclaimed loudly, "Bestowed a princedom!" The great families also froze in place, looking at the emperor in disbelief. Only Zhuo Fan, Zhuge Changfeng, and Leng Wuchang understood the old emperor's intentions. This old emperor is truly cunning. This is clearly meant to make the Lukao family the true opponent of the emperor-worshipping sect, using them to weaken the emperor-worshipping sect. The emperor-worshipping sect won't easily fall for the emperor's provocation, forming a triangular opposition. However, Zhuo Fan didn't care. Even if the cunning emperor wants to use them as a spearhead, it's still within their plan, so it's not a problem. However, those 100 cities are a good resource for cultivation. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan secretly laughed. It's like fat delivered to the cat's mouth. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward." Luo Yunhai bowed his head, wanting to retreat. The old emperor nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Luo Yunshang and said indifferently, "Miss Luo Yunshang, step forward to receive the reward." Luo Yunshang froze, hesitating for a moment. If a reward was to be given, Luo Yunhai could represent them. She didn't expect to be called by name too. However, the emperor's order could not be defied, so she had to step forward with doubts. They knelt and paid respects. "Your Majesty." "Long live the emperor. Long live, long live the eldest daughter of the Luo family." Luo Yunshang is dignified, virtuous, and of strong character. When the family was in trouble, she managed through countless difficulties, cared for her younger brother, and single-handedly supported the family. She is truly a role model for the daughters of Tianyu. Today, I adopt you as my adopted daughter. Confer upon you the title of Princess Yongjian, hoping you can become good sisters with my only daughter, Yongzheng, and protect Tianyu for eternal peace. Dumbfounded, Luo Yunshang turned to look at the 3 princes, and Yongzheng, who were also staring at her in astonishment. The emperor's words were placing Luo Yunshang on par with royalty, something no one had expected. Luo Yunshang exclaimed in fear. "Ah, Your Majesty, am I reaching too high?" Luo Yunshang intended to refuse, but the old emperor raised an eyebrow in anger. "This is a decree." Her heart skipped a beat, and Luo Yunshang had no choice but to accept, sighing, "Then I am reaching too high." The 2 Luo siblings exchanged glances, cold sweat beading on their faces. This was their first time meeting the emperor, so being intimidated was only natural. However, they breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the conferment was finally over. But just then, another sharp voice rang out. "Luo family's chief steward, Zhuo Fan, step forward to receive your reward." Everyone couldn't help but flinch. Why are they even rewarding the steward? Now Zhuo Fan wasn't sure either, but he stepped forward without hesitation, though he stood upright, not kneeling like the others. Seeing this, a shrill voice shouted, "How dare you! You dare not kneel before His Majesty!" Zhuo Fan raised his head and looked back, only to see the eunuch beside the emperor yelling, his face turning cold as he said indifferently, "You're the one who's being audacious. His Majesty hasn't said anything. Yet you, a lowly servant, dare to speak up. Are you greater than the emperor?" The eunuch was startled, and hurriedly waved his hands to explain, "No, no, your Majesty. Step back." The old emperor waved his hand, then turned to Zhuo Fan and said, "So, Zhuo Fan, why aren't you kneeling?" Zhuo Fan shrugged nonchalantly and said calmly, "My legs aren't good. I can't kneel. Surely your Majesty wouldn't force a chief steward of a family that will build a prosperous era with your Majesty, would you?" Zhuo Fan smirked coldly. He had just said that they were a virtuous family that would build a prosperous era together, and if he made things difficult for him over such a small matter, then he would be a foolish ruler who shamed his ancestors. Thinking of this, he smiled smugly, certain that he wouldn't make him kneel. But Luo Yunxiang looked at him with worried urgency. "Zhuo Fan, you should just kneel. He is the Son of Heaven, after all." Before she could finish, the old emperor spoke from above. "Well said. Worthy of being Zhuo Fan, the Luko family's chief steward. His reputation precedes him. Very well. Step forward to receive your reward." Lu family's chief steward Zhuo Fan is exceptionally loyal and brave, and his talent is unmatched. He didn't abandon the family during its time of trouble, but diligently helped. He is truly a national talent. Therefore, I hereby bestow upon Luo family's chief steward the title of the #1 steward under heaven, with authority over internal civil affairs and external command of the 3 armies. Wherever he goes, it is as if I myself have arrived. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. Was the old emperor clearly trying to give Zhuo Fan power second only to the emperor himself? But doing so would definitely make him a target for everyone. Dugu Zantian also looked at the old emperor worriedly, confused and not understanding. "Does your Majesty intend to hand over the kingdom to someone else?" Gei Changfeng, on the other hand, smirked evilly. It seems the old man is getting impatient. He wants to quickly push the Monkey King out to wreak havoc, not caring about the big picture, and bestowing a purple gold robe. The old emperor waved his hand and said calmly. Following his shout, 2 eunuchs came out, carrying a wooden tray, on which lay a purple robe embroidered with gold thread. Putting the robe on, one could see a golden dragon embroidered on it, but half a claw was not revealed. In addition, 6 golden characters were embroidered on it. The #1 steward under heaven. Lang Wuchang looked at the 6 golden characters on the robe and couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. The title of the #1 steward under heaven should have been his. He was not convinced. He was completely unconvinced. He had already lost to Zhuge Changfeng. How could he accept losing to a mere upstart? He couldn't swallow this anger, and his eyes couldn't help but twitch. The crown prince thought for a moment, and hurriedly stepped forward, kowtowing and saying, "Reporting to Father Emperor, this is not in accordance with etiquette. Please withdraw your decree." Following the crown prince's words, the guards behind him immediately knelt down and shouted, "Please withdraw your decree, your Majesty. Please withdraw your decree." "This is a decree." Glancing coldly at everyone, the emperor said calmly. But his words left no room for rebuttal. The crown prince's face immediately turned ugly. The number of dragon claws on Father Emperor's robe should symbolize status and position, and only half a claw was missing to become a 5-clawed golden dragon, the supreme symbol of the Son of Heaven. Such ambiguous clothing was absolutely forbidden in the past, even considered taboo, but now it was being given to Zhuo Fan. This meant that his status was now second only to the emperor, above the 7 families and even the princes. Even he, the crown prince, couldn't compare. He completely didn't understand what his father emperor wanted to do. The people from Yuming Valley couldn't stop gritting their teeth in anger. Now that Zhuo Fan had this supreme power, he would be even more arrogant in the future. Who could still provoke him? 2 more hours passed, and the great conferment ceremony was finally completed. The old emperor immediately spoke. "The great conferment ceremony is officially over. All families, leave the imperial city." Everyone received the order and immediately bowed and withdrew. their respect for the Luo family increasing in their hearts. But as the Luo family prepared to leave, the old emperor called out to stop Zhuo Fan. "You, come with me." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan took a deep breath, signaled the people of the Luo family to return first, and nodded slightly, before following behind the old emperor. After a short while, the two arrived at the imperial garden, inside the Liang pavilion. The emperor first sat down in his chair, waved his hand casually, and said, "This is where I play chess with Mr. Sima. Here, there is no distinction between sovereign and subject. Please sit, there is no need to be reserved." Frowning slightly, Zhuo Fan coldly sat down, nonchalantly taking the food on the table and eating it first. The guards beside them couldn't help but twitch their faces and gasp in cold air at this sight. This person was too presumptuous, but the old emperor didn't care, smiling as he looked at Zhuo Fan and said, "Zhuo Fan, I have long heard of your great name, but this is the first time we've met, isn't it? The first time I heard your name was from my third son. At that time, he said that the Luo family had a capable and astute steward, telling me not to worry. I didn't think much of it and just wanted to slowly nurture this new family. As for your personal abilities, I didn't take them to heart either, thinking you were just taking care of household matters and keeping things in order. After all, your vision is limited, so you can't be of great use, can you?" Nodding slightly, Zhuo Fan declined to comment, remaining silent. That's right, even if he lived with Yi Wei, he would probably underestimate the Luo family and this Zhuo Fan at first. Relaxing his vigilance, the old emperor couldn't help but laugh and continue. "But then, in Qingming City, the matter of you killing Yu Kui surprised me. At that time, the only thought in my head was, how could the third star of Tianyu Yuming Valley, who was at least an expert, die in the hands of an unknown youth? It was from that moment that I began to pay attention to you. I'm afraid that besides me, there were many others who were interested in you, weren't there?" Zhuo Fan was startled. Remembering the events of that year, he couldn't help but feel surprised himself. Originally, he intended to remain low-key and gradually develop his strength to avoid being targeted by the strong, but then the Zhui Ningxiang incident happened, and he had no choice but to stand up and face everything, leading to Yuming Valley's imperial manhunt later on, disrupting all the steps. Thinking about it that way, it seemed that he wasn't as calm as he thought, and was quite impulsive at times. But I actually liked this kind of impulsiveness, considering it a kind of stubbornness in him, feeling a little pleased. As if understanding the thoughts in his heart, the old emperor tilted his head back and chuckled softly. "You don't need to be sad about that imperfection, I understand. Someone as tolerant as you would definitely not be content with being predestined. Gold will always shine. Grit can never cover up the glitter of diamonds, even if you don't want it. This kind of thing will happen very quickly. It's just that the light of this gold bar is a little too dazzling. It's about to blind these old eyes of mine." "Ha ha!" Looking up at the sky and laughing loudly, the emperor continued. "Then my weak heart had just settled down a bit when the news came out that you wreaked havoc in Huayu Tower and killed the elders of the 3 major families. This time, it scared me half to death. I wanted to support the Luteo family to balance the power of all sides, but you almost ruined my efforts. That time, I wondered if I should give up on you." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan stood up and bowed slightly, saying, "Oh, Zhuo Fan is truly sorry. I didn't expect that my recklessness would almost waste your majesty's efforts." How shameless! Zhao Cheng squinted at the old emperor, not expecting that this time he'd been summoned just to hear this nonsense, which sounded suspiciously like he was airing his grievances. If this was an attempt to provoke him, then next, he wanted to see what tricks the emperor had up his sleeve. The old emperor glanced at him, waving his hand with a laugh. "Haha, it's all water under the bridge anyway. Besides, it was from that point on that I realized Huangjie was right. You really are exceptionally capable. If you weren't, how could an incompetent like you cause such a huge stir?" So at that moment, I made a bold decision and hastily dispatched the lone old marshal to reinforce Wind Spirit City. "Does your majesty show favor to the Luko family? This humble Zhao Fan is immensely grateful." Zhao Fan hurriedly bowed respectfully, shaking his head slowly. The old emperor laughed mysteriously. "No, I didn't do it for the Luko family, but to protect you." Aya, Zhao Fan was so shocked and flattered that he dared not accept it. The emperor exaggeratedly patted Zhao Fan on the shoulder. The old emperor generously praised, "Haha, there's nothing you wouldn't dare accept. You have the ability, and I'm very pleased. Besides, it proved that my decision to send 1,000,000 troops to protect you was right. You've never disappointed me." Zhuo Yifan kept his head bowed and remained silent. His eyes slightly narrowed. The old emperor stared intently at him, finally getting to the point. "Zhuo Fan, the real reason I invited you here is to discuss another matter. Please, Your Majesty, give your instructions," Zhuo Fan said with his head bowed. The old emperor pondered for a moment, looking deeply at him. "What do you think of the position of Prime Minister for you?" Zhuo Fan shuddered, his heart filled with shock, and he looked at the emperor with suspicion, saying, "Your Majesty, doesn't the empire already have Prime Minister Zhuge to worry about things?" The old emperor's eyes flashed with a deep light, and he laughed enigmatically. "Ha ha! Among the 3 supreme stars empires, the state devils are only good at behind-the-scenes scheming. They can't handle the outside world. Lang Wuqing is talented, but narrow-minded, lacking in magnanimity. Prime Minister Zhuge is the most suitable person, and he's been in office for over 10 years, always doing well, but he's getting old. Surely you wouldn't want me to leave behind a bunch of old geezers blocking the path of my descendants after I'm gone. I wouldn't want that, and neither would my descendants." Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan finally understood that the old emperor wanted to pave the way for his sons. However, Zhuo Fan remained silent, waiting for him to continue, staring intently at him. The old emperor slowly continued. "Zhuo Fan, I've been watching you all the way here. Your abilities don't fall short of Ge Changfeng, and may even surpass him. I believe that in the future, you'll become a more outstanding leader of the 4 pillars than he is. Prime Minister's supreme virtue benefits all under heaven. I bestowed upon you the title of #1 Grand Butler under heaven, precisely so that you could help me manage this country well." Speaking so sincerely, yet not mentioning a word about his inner thoughts, wasn't he afraid Zhuo Fan would seize his kingdom? After all, Zhuo Fan was the chosen one of heaven. He smiled mischievously, and if the emperor wouldn't say it, Zhuo Fan would say it for him. Thinking of this, he raised his head to look at the old emperor, speaking deeply. "But Your Majesty, you must know that I possess the dragon's soul. Wouldn't keeping me in the court cause conflict with the royal family?" As soon as he finished speaking, the old emperor suddenly burst out laughing, saying, "The imperial veins dragon soul are merely for the protection of my heavenly empire's thousands of miles of land, bringing favorable weather and peace to the nation. If not, why would we let the emperor gate guard Dragon City? Aren't we afraid they'd seize the dragon soul for themselves and usurp our kingdom? Besides, isn't Huangfu Qingtian also a dragon soul possessor? Didn't the so-called chosen one of heaven still die by your hand? Ha! Destiny has always been in one's own hands. If future generations are unfilial, arrogant, extravagant, and lecherous, how can they protect my heavenly you and ensure lasting peace? If future generations work hard and focus on the well-being of the people, then heavenly you will naturally have peace and prosperity, and the common people will be well fed. Therefore, the notion of destiny is truly illusory. If I believed I could just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, why would I bother so much? You're right, aren't you?" Involuntarily frowning, Zhuo Fan nodded slightly. What the old fox said made sense, making it hard not to believe him. Whether the old emperor believed it or not was another matter. Zhuo Fan slightly cupped his fist and said, "Your Majesty, allow me to consider it. Very well, think carefully before acting, but I sincerely hope that you can be loyal to the empire and live up to the title of #1 Grand Butler under heaven that I bestowed upon you." Gently nodding, the old emperor smiled, saying, "Still as sincere as ever." Zhuo Fan gave a cold laugh in his mind. What an actor. If his words today are false, he shouldn't be an emperor. He should be an actor. The two chatted for a while, and Zhuo Fan bowed, saying, "I shall take my leave." The old emperor watched his figure gradually retreat, revealing a sinister smile. Just then, a whooshing sound echoed, and 2 old figures appeared, none other than the Dragon Guard captains Fang Chubai and Sima Hui. The two saluted the old emperor, and Sima Hui took the lead in saying, "Reporting to Your Majesty, the princess has returned safely. That Yongning really doesn't give me a moment's peace." If Zhuo Fan hadn't appeared in time, a major incident would have occurred to that girl. Sighing, The old emperor revealed a hint of relief on his face, showing how much he doted on Yongning. Feng Shubai also sighed, shaking his head helplessly. I didn't expect that Zhuo Fan would make me see him in a new light after only a few days. His strength is probably already beyond ours. These two little monsters aren't just little monsters. He is indeed a Gei Chengfeng in the peak of divine illumination stage. Being both a master of literary and martial arts is truly too dangerous. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the old emperor coughed involuntarily. Sima Hui and Feng Shubai hurriedly exclaimed, "Your Majesty!" The old emperor waved his hand, ordering, "Bring paper and ink." The guards nearby bowed and accepted the order, eventually bringing a piece of paper to the old emperor. Written on it were 3 names: Crown Prince Yuan Bo, Second Prince Yuan Yong, and Third Prince Yuan Tong. Sighing slightly as he looked at these 3 names, the old emperor's eyes showed some complexity, and he finally said indifferently, "Tell me what happened outside just now, especially the reactions of the 3 of them." Yes. Feng Shubai nodded and recounted the events to the old emperor in detail. After pondering for a long time, he picked up a vermilion brush and crossed out the crown prince's name. The old emperor murmured, "The eldest is of stable character, skilled in dealing with people, follows ancestral teachings, and has the qualities of a wise ruler. Many listen to him. Being too stubborn and uncompromising will surely lead to trouble. 2. The second is brave and good at making friends, acts decisively, and has ambition, but his personality is rash and impulsive. Associating with enemies will sooner or later make him cannon fodder. HMPH. The second is not capable of great things." Finally, he paused before the third prince's name, hesitated for a moment, and wrote a question mark beside it, stopping his brush. "Your Majesty, this is—" Feng Shubai was stunned, not understanding, and slowly shook his head. The old emperor said indifferently, "I know you lean towards the third, but my 3 sons still need observation for some time to come, especially the third. I don't quite understand him. If I painstakingly pave the way for them, and end up with an unfilial son who wastes the empire, then I won't be able to die in peace." Sighing softly, the old emperor's eyes were filled with sadness. What he hoped for now was that even one of his 3 sons had half the scheming of Zhuo Fan. Then he could pass on the throne peacefully. On the other hand, at a grand building with the 4 characters Changping Prince Manor on the plaque, a crowd of people gathered in front like a bustling fair, constantly murmuring, "Today I must join the Luo family sect. Even nobodies want to climb high. They think they're worthy of joining the Luo family." Zhao Cheng, having just returned, was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene, and finally shouted helplessly, "Clear out of the way for me." Hearing the shout, everyone looked back in surprise, only to see Zhuo Fan standing grimly behind them, shouting excitedly, It's the #1 Grand Butler under heaven, Butler Zhao." Hearing this, everyone immediately cleared a path. Zhuo Fan immediately lifted his foot and strode straight into the manor, and the people behind him kept shouting, "Butler Zhao, accept us! Our family will definitely be loyal to you and will never have divided loyalties. Butler Zhao, don't listen to him. Accept me. Our family is a top-tier family. When it comes to combat power, we're still top-notch." Zhao Fan lost his patience and quickly used his displacement technique, instantly arriving beside the banner leader, coldly telling them to stop. The banner leader nodded, grinning. "Don't worry, no one will be able to sneak in." Zhuo Fan went all the way to the main hall, where Luo Yunshang and Luo Yunhai, as well as some allies from Hidden Dragon Pavilion, Sword Marquee Manor, and Flower Rain Tower, were already present. As soon as she saw Zhuo Fan, Luo Yunshang hurried over, smiling, "Zhuo Fan, you're back! Everyone's been waiting for you for so long." Zhuo Fan gave a faint smile, non-committal, and entered the main hall, cupping his fist to the heads of the families, saying, Sorry. It's mostly because that old fart talks too much. If not, we would have been back sooner. Why would we keep you guys waiting so long?" Everyone's faces couldn't help but twitch. In this world, the only one who dares to call the Emperor of Tianyu an old fart and say he talks too much is probably this fearless butler Zhuo. Luo Yunchang spoke up with a slightly unnatural tone. "Can you be a little more careful with your words in the future? Who talks about the Emperor like that? Do you not want to live anymore?" "What? Are you afraid the Long Sect Master and them will go and tattle? Zhuo Fan blinked at Long Yifei and the others with a teasing smile. Hearing this, Long Yifei hurriedly waved his hand, making his stance clear. Of course not. Brother Zhuo is joking, we wouldn't take it seriously. Glancing at them, Zhuo Fan burst into laughter. Actually, there's not much to be careful about with my words, but I'm not stupid either. I know what to say and what not to say. The reason I dared to tease the Emperor in front of you just now is because I'm confident you won't rat me out. Just like what I told you back then, you'd help me for 10 years, and afterwards, the Luo family would become your biggest backer. It hasn't even been 10 years yet, but the Luo family is already the only family capable of standing up to the Emperor Wang's sect. If the Luo family falls, do you think you'd have a chance to survive? So now, I'm very confident that you won't betray me. I believe in you the most, right? Zhuo Fan suddenly laughed loudly. With a hint of hidden meaning, Long Yifei and the others nodded incessantly, but they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Once Zhuo Fan had the corresponding strength, that kingly aura was truly more terrifying than Huangpu Tianyuan and Leng Wuchang. Seeming to understand their thoughts, Zhuo Fan chuckled softly and waved his hand, saying, "Everyone doesn't need to be so nervous. We are old friends who have been through thick and thin together. The Luo family won't do anything ungrateful. You guys are different from the Emperor Wang's sect. Following behind us, you'll definitely be safe. You don't have to worry that we'll turn against you after we become powerful." "Oh right, where's Master Chu?" As if trying to ease the atmosphere, or perhaps genuinely wanting to know, Zhuo Fan asked, but as soon as the words left his mouth, Chu Bingjun and the others froze in an instant, their expressions a little unnatural, and they stammered without saying a word. Seeing their expressions, Zhuo Fan frowned, his heart unconsciously tightening. What's going on? Could something have happened? Chu Bingjun hurriedly waved her hand, forcing a smile. "Ha ha, Butler Zhuo, don't worry. Qing Cheng, she's just in seclusion again. It's nothing." Narrowing his eyes slightly, Zhuo Fan stared intently at Chu Bingjun's unnaturalness, his heart sinking. Seclusion. The 100 Schools tournament is over. Now is the most important time for the 8 families competition. What kind of seclusion would she be in as the head of the building? Moreover, Chu Bingjun's unnatural expression betrayed them. At this point, he was sure that something must have happened to her. Thinking of this, a sudden anxiety and fear rose in his heart. He was about to ask more questions, but before he could, a squad leader came in from outside, shouting loudly, "Your Highness the Crown Prince! His Highness the Third Prince has arrived!" As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but jump in shock. Long Yifei and the others exchanged glances, their hearts filled with confusion. What is the Crown Prince doing here? Lan Hai Mi Ying twitched. Remembering the Crown Prince he had met at the gates of the Imperial City, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This person gave him the feeling of being extremely scheming from the first meeting, the type of sly fox who watches the fire from the other side of the river. But this time, he was actively being nice to them, wanting to get closer. It goes without saying that there must be hidden intentions. I'll observe first, and then decide. Everyone, Chu Bingjun, pondered for a while, and Xi Xiaofeng then tactfully said to Zhuo Fan, "Butler Zhuo, His Highness the Crown Prince has personally come to visit the Lukal family. There must be something secret to discuss. It's inconvenient for us to be here, so we'll excuse ourselves for now." Nodding slightly, Zhuo Fan cupped his fist and smiled. "Palace Master Xi is very thoughtful, please." It wasn't long after everyone left that a hearty laugh rang out from outside. "Ha ha, my imperial brother, imperial sister, your humble abode is really lively. People outside the door are almost squeezed out, even your brother can't get in." Following this, 2 figures, accompanied by several attendants, slowly entered. It was Crown Prince Yuan Bo and Third Prince Yuan Tong. Zhuo Fan glanced at the Crown Prince in front of him and sneered in his heart. This kid really knows how to cozy up. He's exactly like the Fatso real brothers. Their personalities are the same. In contrast to Zhuo Fan's cold attitude, Luo Yunchang pulled Luo Yunhai to bow to Yuan Bo. "Your Highness the Crown Prince has arrived without a proper welcome. Please forgive us." The Crown Prince paid no attention to this, and said without blaming, "Of course not, Imperial brother and Imperial sister. From now on, everyone is family. Don't be so distant, just call me Big Brother." Seeing how amiable he was, Luo Yunhai couldn't help but smile and sigh. The Crown Prince is truly a humble person, well-educated, and so approachable. Unfortunately, Luo Yunhai thought wrong. The kind of person who always smiles and is friendly to others on the surface is sometimes the most dangerous kind. Don't judge this kind of person by appearances, otherwise you won't know when you've been sold by him. The Crown Prince walked up to Zhuo Fan and bowed respectfully, saying, "Oh, Butler Zhuo, today you've been bestowed the title of the #1 butler in the world, leading all important matters of Tianyu, below 1 person and above 10,000. Eternal glory, it's truly cause for celebration. I'm late with my congratulations, please forgive me." "Yeah, I know. Come earlier next time." Zhuo Fan didn't care about this person's status, and his expression was still as cold as ever. Nodding indifferently, as soon as he said this, Yuan Tong almost burst out laughing. But out of consideration for the Crown Prince's face, he still held it in and jumped out to scold. "Zhuo Fan, are you getting cocky? My big brother is being nice to congratulate you. What kind of attitude is this? Do you believe that I, big brother? Don't stop me. Today, I must teach this kid a lesson. Vent my anger for you. Believe what you say? You want to fight?" Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of wickedness, and then he transformed his right arm into an earth dragon claw, putting it in front of Yuan Tong to scare him. Seeing this, Yuan Tong broke out in a cold sweat, fearfully retreated, and forced a smile. The Crown Prince on the side saw them joking around and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder his youngest brother became sworn brothers with Zhuo Fan. One only knows how to act high and mighty, and the other wants to put on a show, but doesn't have the strength, and still tries to act cool, even dragging him along to put on a show. However, even though he thought this in his heart, he also understood that no matter how much Zhuo Fan was putting on a show, he wasn't someone he could offend right now. Finally, he let out a loud laugh and stepped forward to mediate. "Lao San Shou, I sincerely apologize just now. Surely Butler Zhuo was just speaking his mind. Don't argue anymore." Having been given a way out, Yuan Tong waved his sleeves and said casually, "HMPH, for big brother's sake, I'll spare you this time, if there's a next time. HMPH, HMPH. Zhuo Fan was non-committal. Coldly snorting, he ignored the Crown Prince and everyone else, talked for a long time, and finally clapped his hands. "Someone, bring the gifts here!" Along with his shout, someone came forward carrying a wooden box. Inside were many treasures, and also a sparkling object. Zhuo Fan saw the wooden box and exclaimed in surprise, "This is..." The Crown Prince didn't hesitate, and explained, "The wings of the Lan Hai mimeograph. The wings of the Hai Jin mimeograph butterfly, a level 1 spirit beast." As soon as these words came out, everyone was immediately shocked. The Hai Shin mimeograph butterfly is good at using divine arts and has the effect of bewitching. Even experts with upper-level primordial spirit strength will be bewitched, eating the primordial spirit to death. It can also launch attacks targeting the primordial spirit and can be said to be the nightmare of divine illumination experts, or even those in higher realms. Zhuo Fan squinted his eyes at the treasure, unable to help but sigh. This Tianyu imperial family is indeed rich in wealth. With the accumulated wealth of Tianyu for thousands of years, a crown prince can take out such a valuable gift, truly cannot be underestimated. The Crown Prince looked at Zhuo Fan's bright eyes, nodded with satisfaction, and smiled. "Butler Zhuo, I know that you once had a pair of thunder wings, but they were unfortunately destroyed in the 100 Schools tournament. Today, I am specially presenting this humble gift. I hope you won't dislike it. There is no reward for accepting it. The Crown Prince has gifted such a large gift today. I don't know what he needs to instruct. Speak!" Lightly smiling, Zhuo Fan didn't believe that good things would fall from the sky, and said calmly, shaking his head slowly. The corners of the Crown Prince's mouth curled up slightly, and he said with a mysterious smile, "Butler Zhuo is a contemporary hero, and the Luo family is a talented asset of the empire. In the future, I only want to join hands with you to stabilize the country and pacify the people. There are truly no other requests." Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan snorted. Isn't he just asking him and the Luo family to help him? Still speaking so discreetly, What a waste of energy. But he remained silent, wanting to see what other tricks he wanted to play. Yuan Tong on the side also nodded in agreement. Big brother has good intentions. You should accept it. Why do you have so many thoughts? Isn't it just asking you to put in effort for Tianyu? What's so excessive about that? Shouldn't the Lumayo family, as a member of Tianyu, do this? Glancing at Yuan Tong, Zhuo Fan squinted his eyes slightly, smiled wickedly, and nodded as if agreeing. This fatso seems to be advising the crown prince, but he's actually telling the Lumayo family to disengage, not to be bound by the crown prince's conditions. After all, putting in effort for Tianyu is not the same as putting in effort for the crown prince alone. The distance between these is very different. So this fatso is the real master of political scheming. I just don't know if the crown prince next to him can smell the strange scent in this. The crown prince's gift can be considered to be given away for nothing. Everyone chatted for a long time, and finally the crown prince slowly stood up and said to everyone, I had a very enjoyable conversation with Butler Zhuo today, so we'll take our leave first. Zhuo Fan also happily sent him out the door, smiling. Walk slowly, I won't see you off, I'll only send away the recently deceased. Zhuo Fan sneered. This crown prince didn't realize he had been sold, and was still taking those empty promises to stabilize Tianyu to heart. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and sneer. He's really an idiot, but it doesn't matter, who knows who this empire will belong to in the future anyway. On this side, not long after Yuan Tong and the others left the residence, the crown prince suddenly cupped his fist towards Yuan Tong and said, Third brother, thank you for accompanying me here this time. Otherwise, with the arrogance of that butler, even I, as the crown prince, would find it difficult to get close to him. Yuan Tong slowly waved his hand, laughing nonchalantly. What are you saying, big brother? We are real brothers, of course. We have to help each other with everything. But big brother, don't you usually oppose us associating with the Yunxia family? Why this time? Sighing helplessly, the crown prince shook his head and said, Do you think I'm willing to go against my father's wishes and associate with the Yunxia family? It's just that our father is old, and his ability to handle government affairs has been declining year after year. Moreover, the Luo family and the Emperor Wang sect are like fire and water, easily causing turmoil in Tianyu, making our father worry. As a son, I should share my father's burdens, so I'm trying to build a relationship with the Luo family. At critical moments, I can also mediate the conflicts between the two sides and return a peaceful and prosperous Tianyu. Ah, Big Brother is truly exerting all his strength for the country, for the people, and for Father. I really admire you. Yuan Tong cupped his fist, with a look of admiration on his face. Big Brother, in the future, if you have anything you need to instruct, I will definitely die without regret. Do it properly. And also consider it sharing your burdens, exerting my meager strength for Tianyu and Father. Praising and nodding, the crown prince patted his shoulder and said, Third brother, I'm very happy that you have this intention. If second bro had even half the brains of little bro, I think the three of us could really pull off the brothers working together thing. Seriously, we'd be unstoppable. Too bad those two older brothers are dense. Sooner or later, second bro will understand our suffering. Yuan Tong grabbed the crown prince's hand, saying firmly, I hope so. The crown prince awkwardly opened his mouth, nodded slightly, and finally, seeing that the weather was fine, said to Yuan Tong, All right, third bro, I need to get back to the imperial city to help Father Emperor handle official documents. Let's say goodbye here. Yuan Tong quickly clasped his fist in salute and nodded. Okay, big bro. You've worked hard. Farewell. With that, he led his team in another direction and departed. Once Yuan Tong's figure had disappeared from sight, the smile on Yuan Bo's face vanished, replaced by a hint of disdain. He pulled out a handkerchief from his robes, wiping the hand that Yuan Tong had touched, and muttered with disgust. That fatso is so long-winded. Truly disgusting. Not long after parting ways, the crown prince went straight to a dark, narrow alley. Deeper inside, 3 figures were already waiting for him. The crown prince bowed respectfully upon seeing them. This humble prince brings greetings. The 3 figures were none other than Zhuge Changfeng, with the yin-yang duo behind him. The corner of Zhuge Changfeng's mouth lifted slightly, and he chuckled softly. Your Highness, judging by your triumphant expression, Things must have gone very smoothly, right? Quite smoothly. But that Zhuo Fan's attitude is too arrogant. It makes my heart full of anger with no place to vent. With a cold snort, the Crown Prince said with a gloomy face. Unable to help but laugh, Gi Changfeng refused to comment, shaking his head. Your Highness, please be patient. This Zhuo Fan has been complacent since birth and has never tasted defeat. Even Lang Wucheng was played by him, causing him to lose all face. It is normal for him to be arrogant. Talented people are all like this. Slightly shaking his head, the Crown Prince said in disbelief. But someone so arrogant, can he really take over your position and become Prime Minister in the future? Zhu Chengfeng nodded calmly, confidently asserting, the #1 steward in the world. You personally heard the Emperor decree it. What is a steward of the world, if not the Prime Minister? His Majesty is paving the way for you, seeking talent to support the new Emperor in the future. Although Zhuo Fan acts ostentatiously, unlike this old man, he has one thing in common. He's more than capable of handling the position of Prime Minister. I understand the Prime Minister's words, the Crown Prince said, taking a deep breath. The Crown Prince nodded calmly, but his brows remained furrowed, and he said miserably, but I really can't stand Zhuo Fan's temper. Just thinking about having to work with him every day after I inherit the throne makes me furious. Gazing at him mockingly, Zhu Changfeng burst out laughing again. Your Highness doesn't need to worry about this. Perhaps you may not have this opportunity. His body shook unconsciously. The Crown Prince looked at him in surprise and said in shock, What do you mean by this? Shaking his head and smiling slightly. Zhu Chengfeng's eyes flashed with light, and he said calmly, It's just my old minister's speculation about His Majesty. Ha ha. Emperors usually leave the grace they bestow on others for the new king, but this time His Majesty did not reserve the power to promote important ministers, but instead chose the Prime Minister first. Do you know why not? His eyes narrowed slightly. The Crown Prince shook his head blankly, his face full of surprise. Seeing this, Zhu Chengfeng revealed a look of contempt and continued. Establishing a courtier before determining the monarch only has one possibility, and that is that among your 3 brothers, His Majesty has not yet decided who will inherit the throne. Your Highness is regarded as the Crown Prince, but you really have no advantage in the struggle for the throne. Ha ha, how? How could it be? Trembling all over, the Crown Prince couldn't help but take 2 steps back, his face covered in cold sweat. Now do you understand why I advised you to get close to Zhuo Fan? Use the courtier to determine the emperor. If the 3 of you brothers are all close in ability, then see who can cooperate well with this future prime minister, and that person will sit on the throne. Now the intention of this future prime minister decides the fate of who can become the future king. Of course, if your highness can't cooperate with Zhuo Fan, then give up the throne. With a slight upturn of his mouth, Zhu Changfeng looked at the crown prince, who was still in shock, and laughed. In fact, it's good to be a carefree prince, isn't it? Before he could finish speaking, the crown prince quickly waved his hand and shouted, Prime Minister Zhuge, thank you for your guidance. I understand your meaning. I know what to do in the future. After saying that, he left with his men, his soul lost. Even his back was soaked in cold sweat. Squinting his eyes and watching the figure disappear, Zhu Changfeng nodded in satisfaction. At this time, the old man with black hair next to him came close to him and asked in confusion, Prime Minister, do you really intend to help this crown prince seize the throne? Help him? HMPH. A light flashed in his eyes. Zhu Changfeng snorted coldly. This old man has no interest in making wedding clothes for others. The old man raised the Luo family so high just to break the balance of the triangle, sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and the fishermen will benefit. But how can this old man let him get his wish? Now I am pulling the royal family into this classification so that he cannot sit and watch anymore. Moreover, it is not difficult for a veteran like him to see through the crown prince's intentions. Zhuo Fan nodded in agreement, but he was not too anxious. After all, the Luo family has come to this point now, and is in control. As long as they respond to all changes with constancy, no one can do anything to them. Suddenly, at this moment, Commander Pang rushed over and said loudly, Steward Zhuo, someone has sent an invitation. Zhuo Fan glanced over. took the letter in his hand, and raised his head to check it. He saw that the first one was sent by the second prince, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Just sent off a crown prince, now another second prince comes. Zhu Bijun frowned tightly and looked at Zhuo Fan and advised, "This second prince is ambitious. He usually likes to associate with the major families, but no one cared about him before. But now it seems that he has been associating with the underworld valley. He must be accumulating strength to fight for the throne." Steward Zhuo, it's best not to get involved in royal affairs to avoid setting fire to yourself. Yeah, I'm not afraid of setting fire to myself. It's just, what is this second bro asking me to go see him? Even the crown prince had to personally pay his respects to me. Scornfully curling his lip, Zhuo Fan immediately turned the invitation into dust. Seeing his action, everyone immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This steward Zhuo is really stubborn, making a decision directly for this kind of reason. Just then, he opened the second invitation, which read the 4 words, Great High Priest, Zhuo Fan, squinted at the 4 words, this is the third person in the 4 pillars, the demigod Yun Xuanqi. Unexpectedly, he didn't have time to visit this mysterious family that had been standing in Tianyu for thousands of years, but the object came to him instead. The Yun family is the most mysterious family in thousands of years. When Tianyu was founded, a family with strange abilities would produce a bloodline of gods every generation, destined to break the country's fortune. Their eyes are the heaven and earth, and they can see the traces of fate that ordinary people cannot. And this person is also named the High Priest by the emperors of each generation. The current Great High Priest is the 7th generation head of the Yuan family, with the title of demigod Yun Xuanqi. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but murmur in doubt. I heard that Yun Xuanqi never asks about worldly affairs. Why did he suddenly come looking for me? Zhu Bijun looked at the invitation intently. Her eyes lit up and she smiled, saying, Steward Zhuo is a master. If he personally invites you, there must be something important he wants to point out to you. You can go. Zhuo Fan frowned slightly, giving Zhu Bijun a strange look. While looking at everyone, Dan Mo nodded and said in surprise, You respect Yun Xuanqi so much, is he really that credible? Long Yifei smiled and nodded, speaking with a face full of worship. Of course, Yun Xuanqi can be regarded as a variable in Tianyu, whether it is the emperor, Zhuge Changfeng, Du Jiyu Chantian, or the head of the Yuxia 7 families. Anyone who is confused will come to him for advice, and he will also give guidance. Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but sneer. Isn't this a Zhenghu warlock who confuses the public with heresy? The reason why such a generation produced heroic figures in a prosperous world killed warlocks was originally because the world was peaceful and stable, but a fortune teller said casually, Who is going to be the emperor and is not doing counter-revolutionary work in the empire? It is clear that the forbidden area of the imperial family, but the emperor has raised them for thousands of years, which is really strange. Seeing his doubtful expression, the family heads couldn't help but look at each other, laughed, and the corners of their mouths raised slightly. Shi Zhaofeng said calmly, I also visited him before, and hearing your words has really opened my eyes a lot. Zhuo Fan thought carefully, considered the words, but shook his head helplessly and laughed. Jianghu warlocks who confuse the public still have contact with various families. Perhaps a single sentence can shake the foundation of the country, and the emperor can still keep such a person. Haha, Steward Zhuo doesn't know. This Yun family has always been very clean. Their interactions with various families are all about receiving guests, and they don't have deep relationships with any families. They also don't get involved in court disputes, so they're super neutral. For the past 1,000 years, no family head has ever stepped past the Thunder Pool. That's what the royal family likes most about them. Plus, the Yun family is different from other wandering fortune tellers. Every ritual sacrifice, they follow this family motto. The great Dao has 10,000 paths. Destiny is fickle. A blink is 10,000 changes. But man can conquer heaven. Long Yifei laughed heartily and stroked his beard, explaining. Zhuo Fan's eyelids twitched slightly, and he suddenly chuckled. Isn't that just saying nothing? In the end, it still depends on yourself. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and burst out laughing. Exactly, that's the principle. So, what he says is just someone else's way, just showing people a path. Whether you succeed in the end depends on yourself. That's what's so brilliant about the Yun family. Zhuo Fan held the invitation in his hand, trembling slightly. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. After pondering for a long time, Zhuo Fan decided to bid farewell to everyone and headed towards the Grand Diviner's manor. Not long after, he arrived at the gate of a mansion, above which hung a plaque with the majestic words, Grand Diviner's Manor. He nodded slightly and went to knock on the door. After a short while, the heavy door opened. A young boy looked at Zhuo Fan respectfully and said, "May I ask who you are, sir? What brings you here?" "I'm a merchant from out of town. I heard that the Grand Diviner knows about the mandate of heaven and fortune-telling, so I've come to visit and ask for guidance." Zhuo Fan looked at the young boy, who didn't know his identity but still had such proper manners, and couldn't help but want to investigate a bit. But as soon as the young boy heard this, he frowned and bowed apologetically. "Please forgive us, sir. Our fourth master has had distinguished guests visiting for the past 3 days, so we can't entertain you. Please come back in 3 days, and I'll save a spot for you." Zhuo Fan frowned slightly and thought, the Yun family is in such a high position, yet they're so close to the people. Even a child knows such politeness. It seems the Yun family can be considered a family that truly wins people over with virtue, unlike those worldly fortune-tellers. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan roughly ruffled the young boy's hair and laughed loudly, taking out the invitation. "Ha, little guy, I won't tease you anymore. Actually, I was invited. Here's the invitation." The young boy's eyes lit up when he saw the invitation. He bowed again and said, "So you're His Majesty's appointed #1 butler, Master Zhuo. We didn't welcome you from afar. Please forgive us. Our family head has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me in." With that, the young boy led the way. Zhuo Fan smiled faintly and followed behind him. After a short while, the two passed through several small buildings and stopped in front of a tall structure. Zhuo Fan looked up to examine it. This ancient tower was dozens of zhang tall, quite high. The young boy once again bowed slightly and laughed. "This is the stargazing tower of our ritual hall. Now our master is in the meeting room. Please wait a moment. I'll go notify him." Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, stood still, and watched the young boy leave. After a minute, Zhuo Fan was starting to feel a little annoyed when a shout entered his ears. Frowning slightly, Zhuo Fan thought this voice sounded familiar and walked towards the voice. In a short while, he arrived at a slightly ajar room, where the boy knelt before the door, his head bowed and not daring to speak, for fear of disturbing the head of the family. Zhuo Fan finally decided to wait here, and when the boy saw him, he was startled and whispered, "Master Zhuo!" But Zhuo Fan quickly made a silent gesture so that he would not speak anymore. He stealthily entered and peeked through the crack in the door, wanting to see who Yun Xuanji was meeting. But as soon as he saw them, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but sneer. "So it's Huangfu Tianyuan and Leng Wuchang." At this moment, Huangfu Tianyuan was enraged and roared like thunder. "Grand Diviner, you've always been accurate with your divine predictions of the mandate of heaven, but why is it so different this time?" "That's right. This old man can only admire you, but I can't condone this mistake. 20 years ago, we came here to seek your guidance, and you said that the eldest son of my sect had the countenance of an emperor, a sign of ushering in an era of prosperity." Leng Wuchang clasped his hands and sighed, but now he nodded slowly. "Yun Xuanji didn't give us a wide net, so what does he want?" Huangfu Tianyuan complained bitterly. After pondering for a while, Yun Xuanji spoke indifferently. "These 3 tribulations are heavenly secrets that shouldn't be revealed, but since he's already dead, it doesn't matter. These 3 tribulations are the tribulation of the mandate of heaven, the tribulation of father and son, and the tribulation of sin." "Then which tribulation does Zhuo Fan fall into?" Leng Wuchang asked urgently, slowly shaking his head. Yun Xuanji still maintained a cold expression as he spoke. "He's not in any of these." "Then you said my son had 3 tribulations. Isn't that a 4th tribulation now? And it's even a tribulation that takes his life." Huangfu Tianyuan snorted angrily and shouted. But Yun Xuanji remained calm and indifferent. "The mandate of heaven is fickle, but there are traces to follow. There are 3,000 great paths in life, and countless destinies to take, but your son's tragic death was an accident." "An accident? Really?" Hearing this, Zhu Fan almost laughed out loud. He could now confirm that this Yun Xuanji was just a quack fortune-teller. Huangfu Qingqian, a dignified peak heaven profound expert, his death was an accident. Was Yun Xuanji trying to smash the sign of his own Grand Diviner's manor? Huangfu Tianyuan's face twitched uncontrollably. Huangfu Tianyuan clenched his fists tightly, wanting to rush up and hit someone. But he still held back and shouted, "Grand Diviner, didn't you always say that there are no accidents in life, that destiny is predetermined and everything is fate? Even if there are deviations, they're just branches in fate that one wanders into? The heavenly Tao is fickle, the mandate of heaven changes, and all things in the world cannot escape the control of fate. Like the 8 gates of heaven and earth, cultivation, life, death, du, jing, surprise, open and close. You enter the gate of life, and you live. Enter the gate of cultivation, and you stagnate and become confused. Enter the gate of Jing, and your future is bright." But to be able to move within the 8 gates, you cannot escape the flow of fate. However, all things that last have an index. Yun Xuanji took a deep breath and spoke of profound and inexplicable mysteries. Isn't that frowning? And saying, "In the end, some people will not be controlled by the mandate of heaven." His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Huangfu Tianyuan clearly wanted to say something, but Leng Wuchang quickly stepped forward and said, "Are you saying that Zhuo Fan is not controlled by the mandate of heaven?" Huangfu Tianyuan was stunned and looked at Leng Wuchang, a little confused. What was he talking about? Not being controlled by the mandate of heaven, what did that mean? But Yun Xuanji didn't want to say more, and after a long silence he sighed and spoke indifferently. "That's all I have to say. You two should take care of yourselves. I won't see you out." Huangfu Tianyuan's aura stagnated, and he felt like he was going crazy. This old man actually wanted to kick them out, and before he could act, Leng Wuchang quickly stepped forward to stop him, and bowed respectfully to Yun Xuanji. "Thank you for your guidance, Grand Diviner. I understand. Farewell. I'll come to visit another day." "Leng Wuchang, are we just going to leave like this? I don't understand anything," Huangfu Tianyuan shouted, his face full of doubt. Leng Wuchang waved his hand to persuade him. "Sect leader, let's go. The Grand Diviner has already given us very clear instructions. Zhuo Fan is an anomaly, neither an enemy nor a friend, with no connection to us." Huangfu Tianyuan widened his eyes and looked at Leng Wuchang strangely, not understanding. Leng Wuchang smiled bitterly and dragged him out. "I'll explain this to you when we get back." As soon as they opened the door, Leng Wuchang and Huangfu Tianyuan, who were about to leave, ran into Zhuo Fan standing opposite them, and they were shocked. "Zhuo Fan, why are you here?" "Oh, what a coincidence, haha." Zhuo Fan smirked and said provocatively, "You guys came to the Grand Diviner for guidance, and we just happen to be enemies who are asking the same person. Isn't that a bit strange?" "HMPH, childish." Leng Wuchang narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "The ritual hall never participates in disputes between forces, nor does it offer schemes to one side. It only gives guidance to people in the world to dispel doubts in their destinies. Moreover, we both understand the situation now, Ulvid. Although the Luo family is rising, it's at the forefront of the storm. If you dare to move against us, it will only cause both sides to suffer, and others will benefit. Surely someone as intelligent as you and I wouldn't do something so brainless, right?" Giving him a sidelong glance, Zhuo Fan nodded slightly and said, "That's right, Humph. If you understood this point, why did you back down outside the Imperial City earlier?" Leng Wuqing's body trembled involuntarily. Leng Wuqing's eyelids twitched slightly. His hands clenched into fists, recalling how Zhuo Fan had made him look so foolish. It could be said that this was the greatest humiliation in his life. "Haha, Mr. Leng, although you knew I wouldn't attack, you were still afraid of me. There's only one reason." With a faint laugh, Zhuo Fan pointed to his heart as he said disdainfully, "What you lack compared to me is right here. You don't have my domineering spirit. In the end, you can only be a strategist, unable to accomplish great things." "Ha ha!" Zhuo Fan's mocking laughter echoed in Leng Wuqing's ears, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, his eyes turning bloodshot. Clearly, Zhuo Fan was blatantly humiliating him, but he had no way to retaliate and could only endure it. Thinking this, he gritted his teeth and looked at Huangfu Tianyuan, then lifted his foot and left. "Sect leader, let's go!" Watching the backs of the two gradually disappear, Zhuo Fan revealed a triumphant smile, instead turning to look at the terrified child who had fallen to the ground, laughing loudly and saying, "Oh dear kid, you've seen the most evil side of human nature. But being able to force someone to death with just a few words, making them terrified in an instant, isn't that super cool?" The child stared blankly at Zhuo Fan, saying nothing. At this moment, the great chief priest finally slowly opened his eyes, looked toward Zhuo Fan outside the door, and said, "Steward Zhuo, please don't corrupt the disciples of our clan. Please come in." Shrugging indifferently, Zhuo Fan chuckled as he looked at the child, smiled softly, then lifted his foot and stepped inside, carelessly sitting down in a chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, and saying calmly, "I wonder what the great chief priest has invited me here for." He stared intently at him, probing. After a long while, Yun Xuanzhe nodded slightly. "Indeed, just as I thought, Steward Zhuo is indeed no ordinary person." Bullshit. If this old man were ordinary, how could I have achieved my current position? Why would you personally send me an invitation? Scornfully snorting, Zhuo Fan stood up, wanting to leave. "If you don't have anything new that can fool this old man, then I'll take my leave. As for the so-called mystical theories you mentioned earlier, sorry, I don't believe them, and I don't understand them either. Don't waste your breath." However, he had not yet left when Yun Xuanzhe's words shocked him, stopping him in his tracks. "You should have died long ago." Zhuo Fan's body couldn't help but stiffen, his eyes filled with horror. This was a secret deep within his heart. How could this old man see through it with just one look? Could it be that the legends were true? That each generation's head of the Yin family truly possessed a pair of eyes that could see through people's destinies? Even the sages of the Holy Domain, even the emperor-level experts, might not necessarily be able to cultivate such divine abilities. Could there really be someone in this world who controlled fate? How could the Fan family have such a strange family in its service? He was now certain that these people were a branch of the Holy Clan. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan almost gritted his teeth, his expression somewhat solemn as he said, "Just who in the world are you? Where did you come from?" His brows furrowed slightly. Yun Xuanzhe looked at Zhuo Fan, his face full of incomprehension, slowly saying, "Steward Zhuo, I don't know what you are talking about. The Yun clan has always lived in seclusion in the mountains and forests, only being invited out of the mountains by the founding emperor of Tianyu during the 9 wars to serve him." Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but feel doubtful. How could a family with such strange abilities have such ordinary origins? Or had it been too long, and they had even forgotten their own origins? Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan turned around with a smile, then awkwardly returned to his seat, saying with a serious face, "Great Chief Priest, I was rude earlier. Please forgive me. Where were we just now?" "Oh dear, it's been a long time since I've had such a pleasant conversation with someone, ha." His skin couldn't help but twitch slightly. Yun Xuanzhe couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Steward Zhuo, it's true that seeing is believing. Your shameless appearance, able to be both soft and hard, has a bit of my style back then." HMPH. Great Chief Priest, are you mocking me or laughing at yourself? Involuntarily stunned, Zhuo Fan said awkwardly, laughing and waving his hand. The great chief priest sighed and said, "Who hasn't been young before? It's just that at this age, in this position, the things we think about are different from before. So I want to chat with Steward Zhuo and put in some effort for the world." Looking intently at Yun Xuanzhe, Zhuo Fan listened quietly. Yun Xuanzhe at this time, having some vicissitudes of life, continued to say, "Human destiny is related to heaven and earth. Although there are many choices, generally it cannot escape the restraint of heaven and earth. I always believed this before, and relied on the eyes left by my ancestors to point out a relatively easy path for the world. But something happened 8 years ago that shattered everything I had believed in since childhood." His brows furrowed involuntarily. Zhuo Fan looked at Yun Xuanzhe's sighing and lamenting appearance, pondered for a moment, and murmured, "Who in the world is not born to stumble? Aha. You think I was struck by that incident, lost confidence, and was disappointed?" "Perhaps a little, but more than that was surprise. I always thought that all life in this world was nothing more than a toy of heaven and earth, and in the end could not escape the laws of heaven and earth." Seeing clearly and looking at it lightly, The Yun family existed in the world before, had always been indifferent in handling affairs, not fighting for power and profit. But from that time, I realized that everything in the world was nothing more than inevitable. Heaven and earth lock us in this cage, but leave us a window. It's just that we haven't found it yet. Yun Xuanzhe took a deep breath, mumbling, "It seems that Steward Zhuo is not interested in the heavenly mandate theoretical, so I will speak more plainly." Blinking confusedly, Zhuo Fan touched his nose, grumbling in his heart, "What does this old man want to talk about?" Seeming to see through the thoughts in his heart, Yun Xuanzhe silently smiled, saying calmly, 8 years ago, the matter of you killing Yu Giki and Ming Cheng was actually an act of going against the heavens and changing fate. Although his destiny was difficult, he should not have died so early." His eyes slightly condensed, Zhuo Fan's heart tightened. The matter of 8 years ago was indeed considered the first time he made a name for himself in Tianyu. But as for going against the heavens and changing fate, could it be that his killing people was related to his own destiny? Understanding the doubts in his heart, Yun Xuanzhe smiled lightly, continuing to say, "In fact, everyone's destiny is related to the heavenly palace, and everyone's destiny is secretly linked to each other. Because everyone's decisions are different, the path they take also has some variations. But that Yongyieki at that time really had no path that led to death. Even if there was a path to death, it would be 20 years later, when the empire was shaking. So when the news of his death came, I was immediately stunned. Observing the celestial phenomena, I discovered that a person who should not have lived again lived, and stirred up the strings of fate of the starry sky. And he himself had already jumped out of fate, wantonly disrupting it. Wherever he went, everyone's fate underwent changes. The strong became weak, the weak became strong, truly like a mischief king, making the great situation of Tianyu a mess. "Oh, great chief priest, are you saying that the mischief king you're talking about is me?" Zhuo Fan touched his nose, blinking innocently. Chuckling lightly, Yun Xuanzhe grinned and said, "Ha ha, what do you think? Along this path, how many people's fates have you caused to undergo unbelievable changes? The Luko family, a third-rate family that was about to perish several times in your hands, not only survived and was reborn, but also quickly rose to the top, reaching the leading position among the 8 great families today. The Su family of Qingming City. Without you, Yu Giki would not have died, and they would not have joined the Sword Marquise mansion. The third miss of the Shu family would have also followed her arranged fate, and died in the hands of Netherworld Valley. The Flower Rain Tower, which should have been the first family swallowed by the Emperor Gate, and then the Emperor Gate would have quickly expanded its power, ultimately leading to a great war in the world. But because of you, the Flower Rain Tower survived, and was reborn, and the Emperor Gate's conquest was blocked, and they were even suppressed by you. Oh, can't this be said to be fate at work?" Zhuo Fan frowned, prevaricating, gently stroking his chin. Yun Xuanzhe smiled and said, "Perhaps, but these eyes of mine truly do not see any traces of fate surrounding you. Perhaps you are a person between life and death. You have long escaped the restraints of fate." His heart involuntarily trembled. Zhuo Fan didn't believe it on the outside, but in his heart he already believed it. 8 or 9 parts. This old man was right about one point, which was that he was a person standing between life and death. If an expert above the illusory transformation realm, even if their body was destroyed, their soul could still seize a body and be reborn. That's true. But it's not reincarnation because you were never truly dead. But he was different. The demonic lord Zhuo Fan's soul was completely destroyed and considered truly dead. Zhuo Fan, the Luo family's servant, wasn't even a cultivator. He was killed by you and also died. Being able to rely on the secret techniques in the 9 Serenity records to combine the 2 people into one. Becoming a monster walking between life and death. Escaping the laws of heaven and earth could also be understood. After all, the 2 of them separated are considered dead, and combined are considered alive. Steward Zhuo, I don't know how you did it, but please believe me. Your appearance will bring about extreme changes to the fate of everyone. Taking a deep breath, Yun Xuanzhe hesitated for a while. Finally his pupils condensed, and he opened his mouth. Originally, I didn't intend to make this matter public, but because I trust you, I'm telling you this secret. In fact, the Emperor Gate's eldest son, Huangpu Qingtian, who was killed by you, truly had the aura of an emperor. If he hadn't met you, an outsider to fate, he really had the possibility of becoming the new emperor here. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but be startled, blinking incredulously. Thought Huangpu Qingtian was just narcissistic, but now even the high priest is saying the same. With a bitter laugh, Yun Xuanji helplessly shook his head and sighed. I've seen Huangpu Qingtian's destiny, and he really has the potential to become a king. But Tang Tianming has too many variables. Even the worst destiny has a way out, and even the best destiny has a fatal flaw. That's why I said back then that he must go through 3 tribulations to ascend. The first tribulation is the tribulation of destiny. A king is born with the aura of a dragon. It's not without reason that Huangpu Qingtian obtained the dragon soul at a young age. He's considered to have passed this tribulation. Zhuo Fan nodded, understanding that Huangpu Qingtian, as a child who could absorb a dragon soul and even cultivate dragon claws, was indeed blessed by destiny. Otherwise, the second tribulation, the father-son tribulation, wouldn't make sense. If Huangpu Qingtian wants to seize power, he must snatch it from his father's hands. Fratricide is inevitable. As long as he can be ruthless enough to abandon his family and seize the throne, he will take another step on the path to kingship. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan sneered. With that kid's personality, he can definitely do it. He's already that heartless. Killing his father and seizing power is entirely possible. But this final tribulation is the most important. The tribulation of self-reflection. Huangpu Qingtian is inherently arrogant and looks down on everyone. That's his biggest flaw. If he can reflect on himself and use talents like Liang Xian, he would truly have the qualities of a king. In 20 years, the emperor gate he leads could rival the royal family. In 40 years, he could rule Tianyu. Ha! Impossible. With that kid's level of arrogance, how could he ever reflect on himself? With a scornful smile, Zhuo Fan mocked. He'll never pass this final tribulation. Looks like the Emperor Gate failing to conquer the world isn't a big deal for me. Slowly shaking his head, Yun Xuanji sighed. You'll change, just like Steward Zhuo. From what I know, you've become much more mellow in recent years. If Huangpu Qingtian were still alive, he might actually pass the tribulation of self-reflection. But, unfortunately, he met someone outside of destiny like you. After a moment of lamentation, Yun Xuanji sighed. Steward Zhuo, you've told me all this. What exactly do you want me to do? Bring fortune to the people. Yun Xuanji suddenly stood up. To Zhuo Fan's surprise, he knelt down and earnestly pleaded. I know the profundity of destiny, and that fate cannot be reversed. Even if forced, it will only circle back to its original trajectory. Therefore I pity the suffering of the people but feel powerless to help. Now that I know Steward Zhuo has the power to defy and change fate, I am overjoyed. At this moment forces are scattered everywhere, and a great war is about to erupt, making it the most dangerous time for Tianyu. I only hope that Steward Zhuo can minimize the conflict, to prevent the suffering of the people, and ensure their peace. All right. Before he could finish, Zhuo Fan waved his hand with a cold laugh. High Priest, you're confused. Have you ever seen a devil saving the world? After a long silence, Yun Xuanji looked up at Zhuo Fan and finally said, You are indeed a devil. But that was before. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan sneered, It's the same now, and in the future, the same. Zhuo Fan spoke with absolute certainty, leaving no room for Yun Xuanji to question. Yun Xuanji was silent for a moment before finally sighing. Then, if you have escaped the arrangement of fate, why walk the old path? Although I don't know your true identity, your actions are not the immature schemes of a young man. You must be a powerful cultivator who seized a body and was reborn. If that's the case, being forced to start over again must be the result of facing certain death. But have you ever considered that you have the chance to start over again and escape the cycle of fate? Isn't that a chance to temper yourself? Zhuo Fan's body trembled slightly as he looked deeply at Yun Xuanji, his heart pounding. That's right. Unlike his previous life, when he cultivated alone in the Saint Realm, in these less than 10 years, he has met many people, experienced various emotions, and gained a strange understanding. This is something he never had before. Perhaps this rebirth is truly a chance for him to start over, to elevate his state of mind, and break through to the demonic emperor realm. Perhaps his death that year was actually a blessing in disguise. Thinking this, the corner of Zhuo Fan's mouth twitched into an evil smile as he said, "Speak. What's in it for me?" The corners of Yun Xuanji's mouth twitched slightly. Hearing this, he took it as agreement and was willing to pay any price. He happily said, "Steward Zhuo wants to defy fate and bring fortune to the people. This is a great act of benevolence. From now on, my Yun family is willing to follow Steward Zhuo and obey your orders." Duan Tianji is indeed wise, taking precautions against Steward Zhuo acting recklessly and causing the world to suffer even more. Zhuo Fan's eyes lit up. He was secretly delighted that the third of the 4 pillars of state was now completely under his control, which was a great help, but he had to carefully consider the potential consequences. Before he could do so, Yun Xuanji spoke again. "Steward Zhuo, the Yun family has always been neutral. I shouldn't be saying this, but I'm making an exception for the sake of the people. Yesterday, I looked at the sky and calculated that the Luko family has risen again. But there are 4 powerful forces that can break the Luko family's momentum." 4 forces? Zhuo Fan frowned and urgently asked. First, the Emperor Gate's dragon vein. Second, the Imperial Capital's royal family's coiling dragon. Third, the Imperial Prime Minister Jia Chongfeng's hidden dragon. Speaking of this, Yun Xuanji narrowed his eyes and sighed. These 2 are also what I'm most worried about. They are the forces that can bring about the most suffering. The Kuyun Rong, the evil dragon vein. Zhuo Fan's eyes couldn't help but constrict. Startled, Zhuo Fan asked, "The Kuyun Rong, who are tens of thousands of miles away, what do the power struggles in the imperial capital have to do with them? Are they planning to take the opportunity to attack? But that shouldn't involve the Lugo family. It should be Dugu Zantian who goes to meet them." "Alas, I'm not sure. After all, I'm not in the court and don't know much about the struggles for power. I'm just looking at the overall situation. These 4 major forces are very likely to target the Lugo family together." Slowly shaking his head, Yun Xuanji sighed, lost in thought with a puzzled look in his eyes. Zhuo Fan couldn't figure out the hidden meaning in his words. Could someone be secretly colluding with the Kuyun Rong? Otherwise, how could a foreign power join the internal strife of Tianyu? Fortunately, he met Yun Xuanji today and was given guidance. Otherwise, he would never have expected the opposition to play so deep. Thinking this, he gratefully said, "Thank you for your guidance, Elder Yun. I'll go back and prepare immediately. I'll definitely not let the foreign invaders harm our Tianyu and cause suffering." Haha. It's truly gratifying that Steward Zhuo understands and is willing to take on this responsibility. But before you go, I have a gift for you. With a faint smile, Yun Xuanji looked at the young attendant kneeling outside the door and waved his hand, saying, "Xiao Dongzi, call Shuang Zhi over here." "Yes." The attendant nodded and stood up to leave. Zhuo Fan looked at Yun Xuanji strangely, wondering what this old fox was up to. But he didn't have to wait long before a woman entered, her melodious voice reaching his ears. "Grandpa, you called for me." Startled, he turned his head and saw a young girl with bright, clear eyes, fair skin, and a dimple. She was incredibly adorable. This girl gave him a familiar feeling, similar to Xue Ningxiang. She looked 7 parts like Xue Ningxiang, and was even more beautiful by several parts. But the 2 shared one thing in common. They were both lively and pure, like snow on the plateau, untainted by any impurities. "Shuang Kanzhi, come here." Yun Xuanji lovingly beckoned her over, then looked at Zhuo Fan and introduced her. "This is my granddaughter, Yun Xuang." Zhuo Fan nodded slightly and said with a faint smile, "Hello, I'm the steward of the Lu Biao family, Zhuo Fan." "Greetings, sir." Yun Xuang smiled and greeted him. Yun Xuanji nodded with satisfaction as he watched the 2 interact harmoniously. Finally, he said, "Steward Zhuo, starting today, Shuang Zhi will be your maid and follow you to serve you." "What?" Zhuo Fan took a deep breath, his eyes wide with shock. Grandpa, Yun Xuang, looked at Yun Xuanji with determination, a hint of grievance on her face. Zhuo Fan also waved his hand fiercely and coldly said, "High Priest, if you're willing to help my Luo family, I'm already endlessly grateful. There's no need for such a disgusting decision. Does Zhuo Mo Wao look like a lecher who would do such a thing as bully women? especially on his ally's family. Yun Xuanji just laughed. Shaking his head with a chuckle, Yun Xuanji calmly said, "To be honest, my granddaughter, like me, has a pair of divine eyes that can see through destiny and has long been regarded as the 8th-generation heir to the Yun family. People call her Holy Maiden Yun Shuang. I'm letting her follow you at all times to prevent you from doing something that would bring disaster to the world. After all, you lost your mind once during the 100 Schools contest. You caused the Lu Ko family, which could have hidden for a few more years, to reap the benefits, to enter this battle early, forcing the people of the world to face war sooner. Whether it's for the Lu Ko family or the overall situation of the world, this is a huge mistake." Embarrassment involuntarily appeared on his face. Zhuo Fan touched his nose and didn't refute. What he had done to Huangpu Qingtian was indeed a bit reckless and not what a wise person should do. But some things, even if you know they're wrong, you still have to do them to the end. If he were given the chance to do it again, he would still kill that kid again. He wouldn't be satisfied if that kid didn't die. Yun Shuang carefully stared at Zhuo Fan as she listened to this. Her eyes suddenly turned black, and a dazzling light bloomed. After a long while, she exclaimed in surprise, "It's him. He's not surrounded by fate. Could he be the person you're always talking about? The extraordinary person who has escaped the shackles of fate?" "That's right, it's him, the great steward of the Luo family." Zhuo Fan chuckled, and Yun Xuanji looked at Yun Shuang with some helplessness and said, "Shuangshi, don't blame Grandpa for being ruthless. There's no choice. To save the people of the world, we can only rely on this person to defy fate." "But this guy is ruthless and cruel, not the benevolent type. He's totally capable of poisoning the world, so your grandpa hopes you can guide him onto the right path and save the common people." Cough, cough, cough. "High Priest, it's not that I'm blaming you, but is it really okay for you to scold me like that in front of me?" Coughing unconsciously, Zhuo Fan was speechless. Yun Xuanji waved his hand indifferently and laughed. "Ha ha, Butler Zhuo has always considered himself a villain. What's a few words? Just take it as a compliment." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan chuckled and joked, "High Priest, now I know why you said my shamelessness has the style of your younger days. No way, no way." Butler Zhuo almost made Divine Calculator vomit blood outside the door just now. "I definitely couldn't do that." Indeed, the younger generation surpasses the older, better, with each passing generation. Seeing this scene, Yun Yang couldn't help but smile. No longer as sorrowful as before, Yun Xuanji patted her head affectionately, looked at Zhuo Fan and said, "Butler Zhuo, I'm entrusting Changer to you from now on. This girl is also useful to you. She won't become a burden. Please, by all means, don't abandon her. I can't remind you all the time, but she can. She has her uses." Frowning in thought, Zhuo Fan felt that the old man's words seemed to have some hidden meaning, but he didn't ask much and nodded in agreement. As a result, Yun Xuanji escorted the two to the door. Watching them leave, Yun Cheng was reluctant to go. Her eyes were red. However, Zhuo Fan showed no pity for the fairer sex, dragging her away regardless. However, they didn't notice. Soon after they disappeared, in an alley next to the high priest's residence, a pair of sinister eyes watched everything. After a moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed, went to his side, and whispered a few words. That person nodded slightly and coldly grunted. "Humph, the old geezer doesn't want his life. He's been neutral for over 100 years, and he still made an exception." As soon as he finished speaking, the black shadow turned and disappeared, leaving only the sky above the high priest's mansion instantly gloomy, as if a storm was about to break. Back in the high priest's room, Yun Xuanji quietly looked at the sky. His face was much heavier at this time. He sighed and muttered twice, "For the sake of the common people, what is the glory and disgrace of one clan?" "Ha ha, Changer. I'll call you that from now on. You don't mind, do you?" On the way back, Zhuo Fan and Yun Cheng walked side by side, but one side smiled evilly, and the other cowered in fear. Seeing her like this, Zhuo Fan laughed loudly. "Miss Changer, no need to be afraid. Your grandpa gifted you to me to help me accomplish great things. To put it bluntly, we're on the same side, and once this matter is over, you can naturally return to the high priest's residence. Moreover, we haven't interacted for long. You probably don't understand me yet, but as long as you follow me for a long time, You will definitely find out that following this old man will definitely let you eat and dress well. Yun Chang glanced at him secretly, and finally covered her mouth and laughed. After pondering for a long time, she finally opened her mouth softly. Butler Zhuo, before, my grandpa told me that you were a bad person, and told me to guide you to be good, but I think you are so wicked, non-committal. Shaking his head, Zhuo Fan looked at this naive girl, and laughed secretly in his heart. That's why he said she didn't understand him. Suddenly, at this moment, a gust of wind rushed in, and bursts of mist suddenly appeared. Zhuo Fan couldn't help being surprised, and exclaimed, "Not good. There's poison gas, Miss Changer. Quickly hold your breath and condense your qi." However, before Zhuo Fan could protect Yun Chang behind him, a weird laugh rang out. Zhuo Fan raised his eyebrows, suddenly feeling dizzy. He understood in his heart that this was a knockout gas. Immediately afterwards, with a thump, he fell to the ground, directly passing out. "Butler Zhuo!" Yun Chang heard the movement, startled, shouted loudly, but the knockout gas immediately invaded her, and a second later her eyes darkened, and she also fell to the ground unconscious. At this time, 3 figures flew over. In the middle was an old face. The old man waved his hands slightly, collected the knockout gas into his sleeves, and looked at the 2 unconscious people lying on the ground, laughing triumphantly. "Ha ha, the #1 butler in the world, Zhuo Fan. I thought he was so powerful. He's just so. I just used a little trick and caught him." The 2 people beside him saw this, bowed and flattered. "Old ancestor Huang Mei's poison is invincible in the world. Even Medicine King Hall and the Imperial 7 families can't compare." "Humph. What is Medicine King Hall? How can they compare with me?" Thinking back then, Medicine King Hall asked me to cooperate, spit. When I competed with them in poison, every one of them failed. They really only have a false reputation. Old ancestor Huang Mei curled his lips in disdain, looked at the 2 people on the ground, and said, "Second prince, I only want Zhuo Fan. What about this girl?" Reporting to old ancestor, I heard that Zhuo Fan has always been arrogant and indifferent, and doesn't have many close people. This girl can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. She must be a close person. Take her along. She will definitely be useful to His Highness the Prince. A person beside him bowed and reported. Old ancestor Huang Mei nodded slightly, and then waved his sleeves, taking the 2 away. The other 2 also hurriedly followed, and in an instant there was no one left here. However, the easy victory made old ancestor Huang Mei relax his vigilance, and he didn't notice a figure lurking nearby, cowering and seeing everything. Looking again, this person was the page boy who followed beside Princess Yongning that day. The page boy waited for the people to leave, and then hurriedly ran towards the imperial city, anxiously muttering, "It's over! It's over! Something big happened! I have to quickly report to the princess." At the same time, in the princess's bedroom, a round TTU appeared there. His forehead was covered with sweat, panting and shouting, Yongning, quickly! Come out! Third brother is not good." Before he finished speaking, he couldn't bear it anymore, and fell in front of the bedroom door, roaring, "Why is the imperial city so big? Except for my royal father, no one can sit in a sedan. You have to walk. It's really inhumane, and this is discrimination against fat people." At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Princess Yongning looked at him and sneered. "Then why did you run into the imperial city? Isn't it better in your royal mansion?" Fatty turned his head to look at her, speechless. He muttered, "Do you think I'm willing to run to this ghostly place? Really, no matter what big or small matter, my royal father always tells this fatty to go do it." Eldest brother, His Highness the Crown Prince, is sitting in the imperial city processing documents. Second brother manages the imperial city guards, patrolling every day. Only an unloved blockhead like me, maybe even my royal father, doesn't love me. Whenever there is something that needs to be done outside, he tells me to go, wishing he could chase me to the ends of the earth, so Yongning won't come back. Yongning walked to him, gently patted his head to comfort him. Third brother, you've really worked hard to live to such a great age. Fatty's mouth couldn't help twitching. He knocked her arm away, and said lightly, "It's related to the last time you secretly ran out, and my royal father punished you." Hearing these words, Yongling shouted in panic, "What? My royal father knows?" Fatty said indifferently, "The emperor's decree, Yongning went out of the palace without permission, especially forbidden to stay in her room for a year to see the effect, no rewards. As soon as these words came out, Yongning exclaimed in panic, "Ah, 1 year!" At this moment there was a sudden urgent shout from outside. "Not good, princess. Something happened." At this moment, Yongning's face was about to cry, showing a disdainful look, and said, "What big thing can be bigger than me being confined for a year? By the way, didn't I tell you to invite Changer to read my face? Why didn't she come?" The young page boy reported anxiously, "She can't come anymore." That Changer and Zhuo Fan were caught by an old man after being drugged with knockout gas. As soon as these words came out, the two immediately shouted in panic, "What? Who did it?" After pondering for a while, the young page boy opened his mouth. "I heard them say it seems to be the second prince." Fatty and Yongning were shocked and shouted in fear, "What?" Yongning snorted angrily and scolded loudly. "This second brother is really too much. As a prince, he actually did something like kidnapping, and even kidnapped the saintess of the high priest's residence and the butler of the imperial family. Liu Zhu, now you follow me to see the emperor. This princess wants to accuse him." After saying that, she dragged Liu Zhu towards the emperor's study. But then she saw Fatty with a look of panic and hurriedly walked out of the palace. Yongning was stunned and asked, "Hey, third brother, where are you going? Shouldn't we go and report to my royal father first?" "Reporting to my royal father, everything will be too late." Fatty bit his lip slightly and shouted hurriedly, "What's too late?" Yongning didn't understand, with a very doubtful expression. "If second brother kidnapped them, then they won't be in trouble for a while. Don't worry." Fatty's face was full of cold sweat. He hurriedly ran away and kept muttering in his mouth, "I'm not worried about something happening to Zhuo Fan. I'm worried about something happening to second brother. It's better to provoke King Yama than to provoke Butler Zhuo." Proverbs passed down from the 100 schools of thought are not a joke. Did that old second brother get his head kicked by a donkey? He actually dared to attack that ferocious beast. Let's go too. Yongning felt that something was wrong. After thinking for a while, she also brought Liu Zhu and hurriedly followed. On the other hand, on the training grounds of the second prince's mansion, a sound of tearing wind rang out, and a burst of yellow smoke streaked across the sky, followed by the appearance of several figures. It was old ancestor Huang Mei's group. As soon as they landed on the ground, old ancestor Huang Mei waved his hand, and the two unconscious Zhuo Fan fell to the ground. Wu Wenyang had been waiting there for ages. Seeing the task completed, he laughed loudly and said, "As expected of old Huang Mei, you leave no grass growing where you go. You even managed to capture that Zhuo Fan, the guy giving the seventh family such headaches. This little prince is impressed. So impressed, haha." Old Huang Mei scoffed dismissively. "What are you talking about, your highness, that Zhuo Fan? He's no different from all those other overhyped nobodies, all bark and no bite. This old man didn't even have to use my real skills to nab him. Sometimes I think the second prince overpaid me for this gig." Wu Wenyang was feeling generous, waving his hand and laughing. "Ha ha, elder, you're too polite. It's not that Zhuo Fan is weak. It's just that your methods are so masterful they make it seem easy. Rest assured, the 10 grade -8 spirit pills I promised you, you'll get every single one." Walking over to the fallen figure, Wu Wenyang flipped Zhuo Fan over and sneered triumphantly. "So this is the #1 grand butler in the world? Turns out you're nothing special. Daring to blow off this little prince's invitation? You just wouldn't take the easy way, would you? HMPH, HMPH. But then, as he turned Yunchang over, his jaw dropped. "Wait a sec," he exclaimed in shock. "Elder, this is Holy Maiden Yunchang." Old Huang Mei's lip twitched in suspicion. "So, can't capture this girl?" Shaking his head slightly, Wu Wenyang praised, "No, elder, you did great. This prince will add another merit to your record and reward you with 2 more grade -8 spirit pills." Stunned, speechless, old Huang Mei just stood there for a moment before bursting into joyful laughter. "Ha ha ha, well then, many thanks for the prince's reward." Wu Wenyang gave Yun Chang a thoughtful look, then turned to old Huang Mei. "Elder, I was wondering, can you wake this girl up? I have some questions for her." "Easy peasy," he said without hesitation, taking a small porcelain bottle from his robes and handing it over. Old Huang Mei boasted proudly, This is my exclusive hypnotic drug, the 1,000-year slumber. Without my special antidote, she won't be waking up anytime soon. Heh, even a divine transformation expert couldn't withstand it, Wu Wenyang chuckled, taking the bottle and opening it near Yun Chang's nose. Shortly after, she slowly opened her eyes, looking around dazedly. As soon as she saw Wu Wenyang, she exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, second prince!" A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Wu Wenyang put a finger to his lips, motioning for silence, and looked at her, saying, "Don't be afraid, miss. You're currently a guest in this prince's manor. You're perfectly safe." Yun Chang stared at him warily, her body trembling in fear. She then looked over to Zhuo Fan, lying on the ground. She frantically shoved him, shouting, "Butler Zhuo, wake up, wake up!" But no matter how hard she pushed, it was no use. He remained in a deep sleep, not moving an inch. Seeing this, old Huang Mei couldn't help but laugh loudly, boasting, "Little girl, don't waste your energy. Without my antidote, that kid ain't waking up." Yun Chang bit her lip lightly, looking at the group of people with growing unease, and sneered inwardly. Wu Wenyang spoke calmly. "Miss Yun Chang, I've long heard of your reputation as a holy maiden. It's just that due to the rules of the Tissy court and other factors, I couldn't just drop by and ask after you. But who knew that today you'd coincidentally be a guest at this prince's manor? It truly fills me with honor." "Your Highness might feel honored. But what guest? You clearly kidnapped me." Involuntarily, a glare gathered in her eyes. Yun Chang huffed angrily. Hearing this, Wu Wenyang burst into laughter. "Kidnapped, invited, whatever. The point is, you're in this prince's manor now, so you're my guest, and should act accordingly. But there's something I've been wondering for a long time, and I'd like to ask for your guidance. I hope you won't mind." "What is it?" Yun Chang asked suspiciously, her eyes involuntarily lighting up. Wu Wenyang seemed to sense a glimmer of hope, and said to her sincerely, "I've heard that you, like the High Priestess, possess a pair of eyes that sees the mandate of heaven, that you can see through people's destinies. I was wondering if you could take a look at me. Does this prince possess the countenance of an emperor?" "Absolutely not." Before he could even finish speaking, Yun Chang shook her head stubbornly, declaring firmly, "The Yun family has ancestral teachings. Remain neutral for generations. Don't ask about worldly affairs. Only heal the living. Analyzing the destinies of kings and emperors is taboo. The Yun family's teachings forbid it. I can't read your fortune." His expression darkening, Wu Wenyang gave a cold laugh and said, "Oh, how noble of you to uphold the Yun family's ancestral teachings. But how is it that I heard the High Priestess once analyze the destiny of Huangpu Qingtian of the Emperor Dragon Clan 20 years ago? How can it be the same?" Frowning involuntarily, Yun Cheng explained, "Huangpu Qingtian wasn't an adult then, not yet a fully formed emperor's destiny." "But you're already past that age. If fate truly has a dragon's countenance now, wouldn't that be revealing heavenly secrets and leading to untold suffering?" Hearing this, Wu Wenyang became agitated. "So that means if you were to reveal the countenance of an emperor now, I could definitely ascend to the throne." Thinking of this, he looked at Yun Chang with feverish eyes and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly use those divine eyes of yours and tell me whether this prince can ascend to the great seat." Shaking her head decisively, Yun Chang declared firmly, "Didn't I already say, Anez? I absolutely cannot." Before she could even refuse, Wu Wenyang grabbed a grade 5 spirit weapon sword in his hand and pointed it directly at the unconscious Zhuo Fan, shouting maniacally, "I heard you two are very close. Quickly read my fortune, or I'll take his life." Just then, someone hurried over to him, trying to dissuade him. "Your Highness, please reconsider. He's the #1 Grand Butler in the world, albeit unofficially appointed by His Majesty. If something happens, it'll be difficult to explain." Wu Wenyang turned his head fiercely to glare at him, cursing angrily. "Monkey! If this prince can ascend to the great seat, what is a #1 Grand Butler? Hurry up and read my fortune, or this prince will really kill him." Looking back at Yun Cheng, his eyes were bloodshot as he threatened, "Isn't your Yun family dedicated to saving the living? Are you saying you won't even cherish a life right in front of you?" Yun Chang involuntarily fell into a difficult situation. She couldn't violate her ancestral teachings, but she also couldn't stand by and watch someone die. She didn't know what to choose. Turning her head to look at the still unconscious Zhuo Fan, the words Yun Xuanji said still echoed in her ears. Zhuo Fan is an extraordinary person who can defy fate. You absolutely cannot let anything happen to him. After a long period of contemplation, she finally nodded slightly, saying seriously, "Okay, I agree to your request." Hearing these words, Wu Wenyang was overjoyed. He sheathed his sword, straightened his clothes, and said with a smile, Then the holy maiden may begin." Giving a faint nod, Yun Cheng closed her eyes slightly. When she opened them, her eyes were pitch black, only the pupils were pure black. Inside, there were specks of starlight flickering, like dazzling stars filling the sky. After Yun Cheng recovered, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Holy maiden!" Wu Wenyang cried out excitedly when he saw her open her eyes. Yun Cheng nodded indifferently and said softly, "Luckily, you don't have the countenance of an emperor, and I didn't violate my ancestral teachings. It's truly fortunate in misfortune." As soon as these words came out, Wu Wenyang's face immediately turned ugly. Holy maiden," he said unwillingly. "Could you have misread it? Do you need to take another look? I've studied with my grandfather since I was young. I won't misread it." Yun Cheng frowned and said firmly, "You truly don't have the countenance of an emperor. Don't waste your energy. But I still have a word of advice for you. The path you're on now is extremely dangerous. You might end up in eternal damnation. You should stop now. Maybe you can still live a peaceful life otherwise." Involuntarily shouting loudly, Wu Wenyang couldn't accept it, and cursed madly. "Otherwise what, you damned con artist? Dare to say this prince doesn't have the countenance of an emperor, this prince will kill you." Suddenly a light flashed in his hand, and the sword reappeared in his hand, slashing towards Yun Cheng. Down, Yun Cheng couldn't help but scream loudly, cowering in fear. But just at that moment, before the sword could strike Yun Cheng, a clang sound rang out. A mighty dragon claw had firmly grasped the sword in its hand, and in an instant, the sword shattered. At the same time, an evil laugh rang out. "He, you stupid fool. Even if you really had the countenance of an emperor, the moment you kidnapped yours truly, you were already guaranteed to never sit on that throne." Zhuo Fan. Wu Wenyang's lips trembled as he looked at the person in front of him. Backing away, Zhuo Fan stood calmly in front of Yun Cheng, glancing at everyone and sneering. "Daring to send people to capture me when it's not even your turn yet. You've got some real guts." Seeing that he was unharmed, Yun Cheng was overjoyed. Butler Zhuo, you're all right, Zhuo Fan gave Yun Cheng a triumphant smile, pretending to be nonchalant. Hey, of course. In this world it's only this old man who bullies others. How can I let others plot against me? You won't regret following me." Yun Cheng couldn't help but nod. Giggling secretly, her cheeks flushed. She lowered her head and looked at him teasingly, feeling relieved. Only old Huang Mei looked at everything with a look of horror, unable to believe it. "How is this possible? Without my antidote? How did you dissolve my 1,000-year slumber? Don't bother using poison on me, because even if it was extremely toxic, it wouldn't be able to do anything to me. I got to where I am today. And even the 7 noble houses can't do anything to me, so how could I be easily brought down by a nobody like you? Pretending to be unconscious earlier, it's to check out who had the audacity to strike against me." His eyes narrowed slightly. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "Turns out it's a dumbass like you. But there's one thing I don't get. How did someone as cunning as your old man spawn such a brainless, brave but useless son with zero emperor vibes? You're probably adopted and not a real prince." Yun Xuan couldn't help but giggle, raising her jade hand to cover her mouth, chuckling softly. Hearing this, Yu Wenyang's face darkened instantly, gritting his teeth in anger. "You dare call him a bastard?" Yu Wenyang roared in fury, pointing at Zhuo Fan and yelling, "Old ancestor Huang Mei, what are you standing there for? Aren't you going to capture this arrogant fool for me?" Old ancestor Huang Mei, who had been holding back for so long, finally couldn't take it anymore. He waved his sleeves, and golden smoke surged ferociously towards Zhuo Fan, booming, "You little brat, you think you're all that? Today, this old man will show you the might of old ancestor Huang Mei." Yun Xuan flinched slightly, quickly hiding behind Zhuo Fan, curling her lips in disdain. Zhuo Fan's eyes turned icy, and black energy surged from his entire body. Heavenly demon transformation art. In an instant, the black energy enveloped the golden smoke, transforming into a tornado-like vortex, swirling around, and finally thinning out, completely sucked into the black energy. He snorted coldly in his heart. Zhuo Fan retracted the black energy, his eyes flashing with an icy glint. Old ancestor Huang Mei stammered in shock. How? How is this possible? Where's my 1,000-year intoxication? Zhuo Fan stared at him calmly, uttering indifferently, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I ate it! A tremor ran through old ancestor Huang Mei. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He never expected this guy to be even more terrifying than the rumors suggested. His strongest paralyzing mist was useless against him. How could he possibly fight? A body cultivator like him going toe-to-toe with a poison master like him? Wasn't that just asking for it? Thinking this, he turned to Yuan Yong, cupping his fist shamelessly. Second Prince, we'll meet again someday. Don't forget you still owe this old man 12 spirit pills. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and fled outwards. Seeing this, Yuan Yong stomped his feet in frustration, yelling, Old ancestor Huang Mei! Ignoring Yuan Yong's angry curses, old ancestor Huang Mei was determined to escape, flashing a shameless smile. See you around. But before he could get far, Zhuo Fan seized him with a punch, sending him crashing headfirst into the ground. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Zhuo Fan sneered, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. You dare attack me and think you can run? Old ancestor Huang Mei trembled in fear, raising his hands to block. Steward Zhuo, spare me. It was all the second prince who ordered me to do it. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhuo Fan struck him down without hesitation, sneering at him. I'm not an idiot. Do I need you to tell me that? He's the main culprit, and you're the accomplice. You dare offend me, and no one's getting away? Old ancestor Huang Mei never expected Zhuo Fan to be so ruthless and sinister, to the point of chasing him to the very end. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have taken the job. All for a few spirit pills from the second prince. Seeing Zhuo Fan's body surge with black energy again, his dense, murderous intent causing his aura to stagnate, old ancestor Huang Mei paled in fright, quickly begging for mercy. Wait, Steward Zhuo! Please don't kill me, I beg you. Spare my life. I'll be your slave. I'll repay you. That's right. Didn't the Lubo family just rise up again? You must be short of manpower. This old man has the strength of the 8th level of the Radiant Stage, and I'm willing to join the Lubo family as your servant. I swear to follow you to the death. Hearing this, the black energy around Zhuo Fan's body seemed to slow down a bit. Zhuo Fan seemed to be contemplating, but he quickly chuckled and shook his head. The black energy quickly surged up again, violently and crazily, and he coldly said, The 8th level of the Radiant Stage sounds not bad, but too bad you're not up to par. The elders of the Lupo family would never submit at the expense of their lives. As soon as he finished speaking, the black energy around his body suddenly erupted, instantly devouring old ancestor Huang Mei. His body quickly withered and finally vanished. Not even bones remained. Everyone who saw this scene trembled in fear, staring at him in horror. The second prince had long been so frightened that his legs went limp, and he collapsed on the ground, looking utterly pathetic. Even the Radiant Stage and Heaven Profound Stage experts were frightened by him and didn't dare to resist. Yuan Yang couldn't help but blink a few times, stuttering, Steward Zhuo, I know I was wrong this time. I won't dare to do it again. Please spare me. Zhuo Fan stared at him calmly, flashing an evil smile. If you dare to do it again, do you believe your death will be 10,000 times more miserable than that old man Huang Mei's? For the sake of your old man, I won't pursue this matter this time. Hearing this, Yuan Yang was overjoyed, breathing a sigh of relief, finally safe. But very quickly, Zhuo Fan sent a punch down, leveling the prince's mansion to the ground. This punch created a huge boom, and everything shattered in an instant. The second prince and his people didn't know what was happening and were buried underground by the sandstorm. Inside the imperial city, the old emperor and Sima Hui were playing chess in the back garden. Hearing the bombing sound, they stood up anxiously, nervously exclaiming, What's going on? What happened again? A guard quickly approached, bowing to report. Reporting to your majesty, the specifics are unclear, but judging from the looks of it, the commotion came from the second prince's mansion. The emperor's face darkened instantly, angrily yelling, That second son of mine! What trouble has he caused again? Quick, investigate! The guard acknowledged and hurried away, while Sima Hui stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before cupping his fist. Your Majesty, the commotion just now was not light. I fear that something big has really happened to the second prince. Let this old man go take a look, his eyes narrowing slightly. The emperor thought for a moment, then sighed and waved his hand. Understanding his meaning, Sima Hui bowed and saluted, and immediately flew towards the second prince's mansion. At the same time, at the prime minister's mansion, a black shadow suddenly appeared beside Zhuge Changfeng, whispering softly. Then, he unexpectedly felt the earthquake, couldn't help but stunned and sneered. Truly new to the world, doesn't know fear. That little monster, even this old man doesn't want to confront him. This silly is goading him. Ha ha, crawl just to crawl. An idiot, he must be getting a beating this time. Zhuge Changfeng took a deep breath, closed his eyes slightly, a profound smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, at the headquarters of the Nether Valley in the capital, Yuan Shan and a group of elders were gathered in a small room. Sensing the tremor, they remained calm. Has he finally made his move? Finally got messed? This kid has too many ideas. Can we continue to cooperate? Yuan Shan sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Yuan Shan of course knew that the second prince wanted to rope in Zhuo Fan to assist him, but with the second prince's arrogance, how could he let Zhuo Fan work for him? Yuan Shan had warned him earlier not to act rashly, but unfortunately he didn't listen, and now he's getting messed, so it's his own fault. There's no other way. Everything now depends on the Emperor Dragon Gate. To shoot a person, shoot the horse first, follow him. We will certainly be targeted as the first cannon fodder. Among the three princes, the eldest prince has the deepest machinations and is untrustworthy. The third prince is a playboy, and only this second prince can be utilized. It's really out of options that we chose him, Yuan Shan sighed, his expression grave. Now we can only straddle two boats for the time being. Involuntarily sighing, Yuan Shan couldn't help but lament how the path of their Nether Valley had become so blurry, where the chance of winning was not high, and at any time they could face eternal damnation. Inside the second prince's mansion, Zhuo Fan continuously attacked the second prince, who was now covered in wounds and constantly bleeding. Zhuo Fan sneered. Zhuo Fan grabbed Yuan Yang, flashing an evil smile. You want to be the emperor, huh? Now I'll strip you naked and beat you in the middle of the capital's busiest street, humiliating you in every way. No prince in the world, after being humiliated like that, can still become the emperor. Because his face is gone, and he can't represent the succession of the country unless he's the only heir left. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly wanting to teach him a lesson. But hearing this, Yuan Yang was shocked, stammering. Please don't. I beg you, please don't humiliate me. Otherwise, forget about being the emperor. I won't even be a prince. Yun Shuang watched in fear as Zhuo Fan beat the people of Yuan Yang, cold sweat dripping from her forehead. She finally understood what her grandfather had said. This Zhuo Fan is not just evil, but a great villain. Be careful, or he'll become a giant evil, harming all living things. Brothers, for my sake, let my second brother go. At this moment, a silly laugh suddenly rang out. Zhuo Fan's eyes narrowed, turning to look at the newcomer, sneering, Ha ha, fatty, you're really loyal to your brothers, but you should know my temper. This second brother of yours is really useless. He dared to capture me. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Fan waved his hand again, continuing to beat Yuan Yang until his face was covered in blood, then laughed, I have to tie him up and parade him through the streets. Otherwise some inferior people will be doing this stupid thing again. Yuan Tong nodded repeatedly, embarrassed and saying, Perhaps what you say is right. There are indeed too many people in this world who don't know what's good for them and need to be taught a lesson. But after all, he is my second brother. How about you give me some face? Yeah, you beat up our second brother like this, and even leveled the prince's mansion. Chuan Di should definitely report this. Princess Yongning pouted, glaring fiercely at Zhuo Fan as she spoke. Yuan Tong was startled, glancing at Yongning. This little rascal isn't on her second brother's side? Could it be she's got a thing for Zhuo Fan? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Girls are really hard to keep around. Once they're old enough, they start siding with outsiders. Raising his eyes to glance at Yuan Tong and Yong Ning, Zhuo Fan laughed loudly. Haha, alright, I'll give you guys face and let this brat go, but remember this, you two each owe me a favor, and you'll have to pay it back sooner or later. We only have one second brother who owes you food. How did you both owe one? Yuan Tong, hearing this, immediately stopped him to ask, his eyes flickering. Zhuo Fan chuckled. Who told you both to beg? Of course each of you owes one. When I need something later, you'll definitely have to repay this favor. Yuan Tong secretly sighed upon hearing this. What a greedy bastard. Helplessly, he nodded in agreement. Zhuo Fan laughed loudly, waving his hand and tossing Yuan Yong aside. Walking over to Yun Shuang, looking towards Yuan Tong and saying, in that case, I won't haggle over this matter anymore. I'll come looking for you guys later when I need something. See ya. But before he could leave, Yongning hurriedly ran to Yun Shuang's side, tugging at her and saying, Shuangxie and I are good sisters. It's been so long since we've seen each other. I want to catch up. Moreover, Shuangxie has been frightened. She must be very scared. As her sister, I definitely have to be by her side at this time. Yongning, I'm really okay, Yun Shuang, was stunned, wanting to explain, but Yongning covered her mouth, preventing her from speaking, then looked towards Yuan Tong again, smiling and saying, Third brother, you go back first. Don't worry about me. Seeing this scene, Yuan Tong immediately understood her intentions, seriously saying, Yongning, don't be silly. How could your third brother not know your little thoughts? But even if you follow Yun Shuang to the TC of the imperial court, father will have people send you back. Before Yongning could reply, Zhuo Fan interrupted. Oh, fatty, there's one thing you're wrong about. Miss Yun Shuang wants to come with me to the Lu Pao family in the Changping Prince's mansion, not the TC. As soon as these words came out, the two of them immediately exclaimed in shock. What? Yun Shuang, seeing the expressions of the two, explained everything clearly. After everything was clear, Yun Tong nodded slightly and said, Oh, so that's how it is. Miss Yun has the heart to save all living beings. I admire you. But I can't help but mention one thing. This guy isn't just leaning towards evil, but he's the head of evil, full of sins, unforgivable. Aya, how did it turn into full of sins? Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes, lightly saying. Yuan Tong disdainfully curled his lips, shrugging his shoulders and saying, What does it matter? Anyway, don't bother about things like reputation. That's true, Zhuo Fan pondered for a while, casually nodding. At this moment, Yongning spoke up again. Then I have to stay with Shuangxie even more, to prevent her from being led astray by someone. Seeing that she was still determined to go, Yuan Tong didn't stop her anymore, sighing and saying, Do whatever you like anyway. When father blames you, I won't take the blame for you. Yongding was happy upon hearing this. She was playful by nature, and never wanted to be locked up in the palace. Moreover, she had just been released from house arrest this time, so she was even more delighted. Zhuo Fan didn't mind. It was just one more person. It wouldn't affect much. Moreover, she was a princess. He might be able to use her to do a lot of things later, so he just let her follow. As for that second son, he doesn't have the bearing of an emperor. If I eliminate the other successors, wouldn't he become the rightful heir? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Fatty, even if I cut off his temptation, it's already too late. He's already buried the seed of seizing power by force in his heart. Thinking of this, he bid farewell to Yuan Tong. Then Zhuo is leaving now. The two of us won't see you off, Yuan Tong nodded. Watching the three of them leave, glancing at Yuan Yong on the side, Yuan Tong couldn't help but sigh, a flash of incomprehension flickering in his eyes. Not long after, Zhuo Fan brought the two women back. The Lu Hou family of the Changping Prince's mansion saw Lu Hou Yunshang coming out to greet them, and he introduced the two. Eldest Miss, this is Princess Yongning, you've met her before. This is Yun Shuang from the Grand Tizi Mansion. Arrange for the two of them to stay first. I need to go into seclusion for 3 days. You two, please follow me. Luo Yunshang nodded, taking the two away. Only halfway there, Luo Yunshang suddenly looked towards Yun Shuang and said, Miss Shuangxie, I heard you can see fate. Startled, Yun Shuang nodded slightly. Luo Yunshang pondered for a while, her cheeks suddenly turning red, shyly saying, Then can Miss Schwanger see romantic connections? I can also see that. Yun Shuang was slightly startled, but quickly reacted, happily saying. After she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly turned black. When she recovered, she was a little dazed. Luo Yunshang's romantic connection should have arrived long ago, but it wasn't very good, and was cut off halfway. She was a little confused, but according to her family's intentions, this matter was probably related to defying fate. Thinking of this, she said a little apologetically, I'm sorry, I can't see your romantic connection. Why? Luo Yunsheng exclaimed in surprise, sighing softly. Yun Shuang smiled calmly. Your romantic connection should have arrived 8 years ago. Because Steward Zhuo is outside of fate, defying the natural order, it's determined that he cut off your romantic connection at that time. Also means that he cut off my romantic relationship. He must be responsible for me. Her eyes couldn't help but light up. Luo Yunsheng happily said. Then that's good. Thank you, Miss Yun Shuang. Yun Shuang didn't understand very well, but after thinking about it, she nodded slightly. Seems like he should take some responsibility. Luo Yunsheng smiled joyfully. Leading the two away, Yun Shuang still didn't understand what was happening. Yang Ning had already grabbed her arm from the side, eagerly saying, Shuang'er, what about me? What about me? On the other hand, inside a dark dungeon, a figure was hung on a cross, covered in wounds, nearly dying. Looking closely, it was Grand Tisi Yun Xuanji, and surrounding him were people wearing black robes covering their faces. Grand Tisi, you've crossed the line, Yun Xuanji. Hearing this, weakly chuckled. My Yun family has protected all living beings. We've never crossed the line. It's you who has crossed the line. What have you said about this to others? Including Zhuo Fan. A cold voice of the black-robed man came from inside. Yun Xuanji's eyelids trembled slightly, slowly shaking his head. This matter is too dangerous. It shouldn't be announced to everyone. This old man doesn't do things that harm people. Very good. As soon as the voice fell, a chain immediately pierced through Yun Xuanji's heart. He couldn't help but cry out, completely losing his vitality. Haha, if the information hasn't been leaked yet, then this game can continue. At this time, a sinister laughter rang out again. On the other hand, inside a stone chamber of the Changping prince's mansion, Zhuo Fan set up a body-refining formation. After that, he took out the Azure Sea Phantom Shadow Wings and admired it for a while, revealing a satisfied smile, muttering, As expected of His Highness the Crown Prince, he really has a lot of treasures. But only this one makes me the most satisfied. I have to refine my body again. But, compared to refining the killing arm last time, this is really a small matter. Gently stroking the Azure Sea Phantom Shadow Wings, Zhuo Fan chuckled triumphantly, then made a hand seal and sat inside the formation, beginning to refine his body. In an instant, lightning surged, and electric light swirled around. The blue wings of light slowly melted, instantly being annihilated in the great formation. Zhuo Fan inside was also constantly trembling. However, after refining the Kitlin arm before, refining a pair of wings of a 7th grade spirit beast now was no longer a problem. Just like that, he quietly sat inside the great formation, gently closing his eyes, completely ignoring the movements outside, not moving for 3 consecutive days, allowing the great formation to break down his body, then reassembling it perfectly as before. Slowly opening his eyes, Zhuo Fan stood up, flicking his back. A pair of radiant azure phantom shadows suddenly opened, radiating charm and gloom. Lightly waving, the entire secret chamber suddenly gusted with wind, and at the same time, azure light and shadow filled the surroundings, enveloping his entire body inside. This time, with Zhuo Fan reaching the 3rd level of the profound heaven realm and possessing the wings of a 7th grade spirit beast, his speed suddenly skyrocketed. The light around him became a natural defense, making it hard for anyone to get close. It's truly a divine skill with both offense and defense, allowing him to advance and retreat freely. However, before he could even step out of the secret chamber, his right pupil suddenly throbbed in pain. Immediately after, a sudden ripple emanated, and a golden glow abruptly appeared. The third stage of the empty bright divine eye. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but be excitedly overjoyed. It's because the divine abilities of these two have similar functions. Who would have thought that refining the Azure Sea Phantom Shift this time would lead to resonance, creating a miracle? With this, even when facing experts in the soul transformation realm, he'd have the power to fight. Thinking of this, his blood couldn't help but boil, and he couldn't help but step outside, shouting loudly, "Who wants to fight me?" But the moment he stepped out of the cave entrance, a graceful figure appeared before him. "Steward Zhuo, all evil stems from ferocity. You shouldn't be so impatient." Zhuo Fan was stunned, turning his head to look. Luo Fenchang had somehow appeared here. He raised an eyebrow and suspiciously asked, "How did you know I was coming out of seclusion? Perhaps your divine eyes can see through it, but they can't see people. I've been waiting here for 3 days, just waiting for you to come out." Luo Fenchang gave a faint smile, like a pure fairy handing a towel to Zhuo Fan. "Applying this in the morning can reduce your fatigue and give you a good mood for the whole day." "Oh, thanks. Wait a minute. What are you doing?" Zhuo Fan asked, stunned, as he accepted the towel. Luo Fenchang gave a beautiful smile and calmly said, "I am your maidservant. Of course, I must serve you at all times. I must also guide you towards good, so I must ensure your mood is comfortable to avoid causing evil deeds in moments of agitation. Also, I've prepared this for you." With that, Luo Fenchang took out a small book, smiling brightly at Zhuo Fan, and said, "People at birth are inherently good. This is to persuade people to be good. You should read it more." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan immediately flew into a rage, snatched the book from her hand, and threw it away, shouting incessantly, "Read my ass! I've roamed the world for so many years. Do I need a little brat like you to teach me how to be a person?" "Miss Fenchang, I brought you here not to serve me or guide me towards good. I told you to observe the celestial phenomena and investigate my luck. Only when I know the movements of the major powers can I roughly guess what they want to do. Your divine secrets combined with my wisdom, and we can control the entire situation. This is what you should be doing. So tell me, what changes have occurred in the world lately?" Luo Fenchang had always been sheltered by Yun Xuanji in the Grand Priest Manor. She had never seen such viciousness. This loud shout frightened her, making her tremble all over. Hearing his question, she could only carefully and hesitantly say, "I haven't looked at it." Zhuo Fan's eyes widened, and he angrily said, "You are someone who wants to save all living beings. Only a righteous heart can save people. Therefore, before you repent, I won't look at the secrets of heaven again." "Well, you're useless then. You can scram back." Saying that, he grabbed her hand, wanting to take her back to the Grand Priest Manor. Just at that moment, Luo Yuncheng and Yang Ning happily walked over, and saw Luo Fenchang looking aggrieved and standing timidly beside him. They hurriedly ran over and pulled Luo Fenchang away. Luo Yuncheng looked at him and questioned, "Zhuo Fan, what are you doing? Did Steward Changer do something to offend you? Look how you've scared her." Yang Ning also looked angry and scolded him. "That's right. Changer is usually friendly and helpful, fulfilling every request, and treats you the best. You should apologize to Changer, or I'll report to Father and have you beaten." Seeing one person after another speaking up in her defense, Zhuo Fan sneered. "These 3 women have only known each other for a short time, and they've already formed a group, united against outsiders. Are women all so idle, with nothing to do, gathering in groups of 3 or 5, just getting in my way?" Thinking of this, a cold glint appeared in his eyes, and he coldly looked at Yang Ning, saying, "Princess, you said you want to protect her and have me beaten. Then, may I ask, has the second prince's matter been resolved?" "Of course it has, but it was all thanks to my third brother pleading for you and saying it was all the second brother's fault that father didn't pursue the matter, otherwise you'd have something to answer for." Yang Ning proudly raised her head and spoke triumphantly. Zhuo Fan secretly laughed in his heart, but remained non-committal. Mu's plea wasn't for him, but to give the emperor a step down. How could the emperor ruin his grand plan for a mere second prince? After pondering for a long while, Zhuo Fan looked at Luo Fenchang again and earnestly said, "Miss Changer, when your grandfather handed you over to me, he said a lot, but I only remember one sentence. You are useful." If you can't help me, then what reason do I have to keep you by my side? And if all you're going to be is a nagging housekeeper, then the Luko family already has one. Hearing these words, Luo Yuncheng unconsciously blushed. She assumed that the female housekeeper he was referring to was her, but what one person said unintentionally, another heard intentionally. What he was trying to say was that she was idle, with nothing to do, and kept interfering with his plans. Zhuo Fan didn't pay attention to Luo Yuncheng's expression. He intently looked at Luo Fencheng, waiting for her to give an answer. After a long time, Luo Fencheng gritted her teeth and escaped from Yang Ning and Luo Yuncheng's grasp, running away. Seeing this, Yang Ning anxiously called out, "Changer, don't go!" On the contrary, Zhuo Fan sighed helplessly, shook his head, and completely understood her decision. But this way was also good. After all, the Yun family had always been neutral, so there was no need to worry that this saintess would immerse herself in the ambitions of other forces. Luo Fencheng ran away crying, but she hadn't run far when she suddenly bumped into something and fell to the ground. When she finally saw clearly, she saw a small child crying in fear. She exclaimed in surprise, "Zhao Dongzi, why are you here?" As soon as Zhao Dongzi saw her, he cried even louder, kneeling on the ground and sadly saying, "Sister Changer, something terrible has happened. Grandpa has been killed." As soon as these words came out, Luo Fencheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Even the three of Zhuo Fan were no less shocked. Yun Xuanji, the Grand Priest, ranked third among the 4 pillars of semi-deities, had been killed. Who would be so bold as to lay a hand on him in the imperial capital? Still, Zhuo Fan reacted quickly. He immediately took the lead and left, issuing an order. "Call Old Lai and the others. We'll go and see what's going on." Soon, everyone arrived at the priest manor and went straight to Yun Xuanji's room. Pushing open the door, the scene inside shocked them. Yun Xuanji was sitting peacefully in the main seat, but his entire body was covered in blood. It was clear that he had been tortured, and his eyes had been gouged out. There was no aura around him. It was clear that he was dead. Seeing this scene, Luo Fencheng wailed and ran over to hug Yun Xuanji's corpse tightly. Grandpa, only Zhuo Fan, coldly observed everything, turning his head to look at Li Jingtian's group, and calmly said, "What do you all think about this matter?" Li Jingtian pondered for a while, finally heavily saying, "The Yun family has been rooted in Tianyu for thousands of years, always remaining neutral and respected. Moreover, they hold the 3rd position among the 4 pillars, beneath one person and above tens of thousands. I really don't understand who would dare to touch him at this time. This old man was tortured into this state before his death, but everything around him is normal." Qiu Yanhai pointed to the wounds on Yun Xuanji's body and strongly asserted, "It's very clear that after he was taken away, killed, he was brought back, and both of his eyes were gouged out. Could it be because of the divine eye that could see through the secrets of heaven of the Yun family?" Now, narrowing his eyes in contemplation, Zhuo Fan said his conjecture, "If it was really because of those eyes, the Yun family would have been captured countless times over the past 1,000 years. Why would they act at this time?" It's likely that Yun Xuanji's death has another reason, but since the person is already dead, they conveniently studied his eyes. Involuntarily recalling their conversation that day, he felt that his tone had been somewhat strange, entrusting his granddaughter to him, even more like entrusting an orphan before death. If that's the case, perhaps he had already foreseen his misfortune, and that's why he acted that way. After listening to them exchange ideas for a while, Luo Yuncheng still hadn't heard anything useful about the death of Luo Fencheng's grandfather. Anxiously, she asked, "You're all old hands. You've been discussing for so long, but is there any conclusion? Who exactly killed Fencheng's grandfather?" Zhuo Fan indifferently shrugged his shoulders and coldly said, "The imperial capital is currently a mixed bag of dragons and fish. Who knows who killed him? Yun Xuanji gifted Fencheng to me before, now I understand. It seems that he had already foreseen his death and intentionally entrusted her to me, and I haven't even repaid the favor." As he finished speaking, Luo Fencheng was already sobbing, tearfully opening her mouth. "It's all my fault. I thought Grandpa could see the mandate of heaven, so I never looked at it for him. If I had discovered this earlier," gently shaking his head and patting her shoulder in comfort, Zhuo Fan earnestly said, You don't need to blame yourself. Your grandfather probably knew that this would happen, so he intentionally did it. Sacrificing oneself for righteousness is pretty much what the Grand High Priest did, knowing he was walking into his own death. That's the kind of big-picture thinking Zhuo Fan admired, so I'll keep my promise and take good care of your Yun family people. Then, he turned to Luko Yunchang and asked, "What do you think, young miss?" "Of course." Luko Yunchang nodded without hesitation. With her personality, there's no reason for her to refuse to take in a girl like Yunchang. Thinking about what Yunchang had said to Zhuo Fan, she felt a little ashamed. He doesn't mind taking her in like that. He must not be a bad person. It was she who was narrow-minded and thought badly of others. Thinking of this, she looked at Zhuo Fan and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Butler Zhuo. I always thought you were a terrible person, but you're actually not bad. Thank you this time." "Ha ha, you're the first person to say I'm not bad." Laughing loudly, Zhuo Fan spoke again. "Now the imperial capital is really too chaotic. The Yun family is without a leader, and it's very likely to become cannon fodder for the fighting forces. So I suggest moving the Yun family to the Lufan's family's Blackwind Mountain and taking good care of them there. What do you think?" Luo Yunchang thought so too, but after thinking for a while, she said with some worry, "Of course that's fine, but the Yun family has several thousand people to move. I'm afraid we have to get His Majesty's consent. Don't worry. Have you forgotten who I am?" With a smug smile, Zhuo Fan took out the cloak that the emperor had bestowed from his ring, and instructed Li Jingtian, "Old Li, take this cloak of mine and quickly evacuate all the people of the Yun family from here. You guys will follow and protect them along the way, and after leaving the imperial capital, find someone to report everything here to the imperial city." Yes. Taking the cloak in his hand, Li Jingtian accepted the order, but he still didn't understand something in his heart, and whispered into Zhuo Fan's ear, "Butler Zhuo, since when did you start doing charity? This is not your style. Could it be that you have taken a fancy to someone else's little girl?" "Get lost, I'm not that perverted." Zhuo Fan glared fiercely and snorted coldly, then lifted his foot and left. On the way out, he kept using his spiritual sense to communicate with Li Jingtian. If you don't think far ahead, there will be immediate worries. The Yun family has a high priest in every generation who can see through all the celestial secrets. Taking advantage of their isolation, it's the most appropriate time to take them as our own force. How come you can't even see this? Li Jingtian was stunned when he heard this, and kept sighing. Butler Zhuo is brilliant, really brilliant. This is a case of, the previous generation plants the tree, and the later generation enjoys the shade. Damn! Zhuo Fan smiled coldly and said coldly, "This is them firing the first shot, and we're robbing them of their food supply from behind. If the mastermind behind this knows what he's doing, but ends up benefiting us, he'll probably be pissed to death." Butler Zhuo, do you know who's behind this? Li Jingtian was startled, and asked with a stunned and doubtful expression. Zhuo Fan's eyes revealed a profound look, and he smiled slyly. "Shh, don't say it, don't say it. Only if we don't say it can this game be played." Thus, Li Jingtian, following Zhuo Fan's instructions, took the people of the Yun family out of the imperial city and returned to Blackwind Mountain. With Zhuo Fan's cloak, Li Jingtian left smoothly all the way. At the same time, in the palace, the emperor was being reported by Sima Hui about the events of Yun Xuanji. The emperor exclaimed in surprise, "What? The Grand High Priest is dead." "The Grand High Priest, my pillar, his merit is in the nation, and his benefit is in the ages. How could the two of them just leave like that? Who will share my worries and point out the right path for me in the future?" Seeing his pain, Dugu Zantian cupped his fist solemnly and said, "Your Majesty, please reduce your grief. The death of the Grand High Priest has moved the foundation of the nation, and the urgent matter now is to find the murderer and stabilize the court." Sima Hui also spoke to persuade him. "Your Majesty, take care of yourself. Old Marshal Dugu is right. Investigating the murderer is the most important thing now." A heavyweight minister of the empire, the Grand High Priest who ranked third among the four pillars, was actually assassinated in his mansion. Truly a disgrace to the empire. It must have been done by one of those forces. Your Majesty should summon them to investigate thoroughly. That's right. These rebellious officials and traitors are usually lawless and unbridled, and I can tolerate them, But this time they dare to touch the important ministers who protect the country. It's really too much. Narrowing his eyes slightly, the emperor shouted fiercely. Dugu Zantian took the order, sealed off the city gates, and no one was allowed to enter or leave at will. He led the crowd, the elders of the imperial 8 families, and the remaining family members of the Yun family, to come here. I want to interrogate them one by one. Yes, Dugu Zantian, cupping his fist to receive the order, and left fiercely. Immediately afterwards, the imperial capital was suddenly like a shattered battle, with soldiers galloping everywhere, making the streets as busy as chickens flying and dogs running. The city gates were tightly closed, ready to welcome the enemy. Zhuo Fan quietly stayed with everyone in the small courtyard of the Yun family, guarding the corpse, listening to the commotion, and couldn't help but smile wickedly. This sound is quite shocking, HMPH. Afraid the world isn't chaotic enough. Yang Ning snorted coldly and pouted. Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, and didn't hide his smile as he said, "That's right, I am indeed someone who is afraid the world isn't chaotic enough. Otherwise, where would I get my way of profiting from speculation? But now it's good, it's finally chaotic. This situation is no longer a pool of stagnant water." On the other hand, in the mansion of the Emperor Dragon Gate, Huangpu Tianyuan, along with Leng Wuchang and other elders, sat peacefully in the main hall. After a while, the main door was violently opened, and the heavenly marshal 4 tigers, led by Dugu Lin in heavy armor, strode in front of everyone, raised his hand and cupped his fist, saying, "Sect leader Huangpu, His Majesty has an order. Please come to the main hall of the imperial city to speak." What's all the commotion about again? Gently raising his eyes, Huangpu Tianyuan's expression was calm, and he spoke indifferently, pondering for a while. Dugu Lin said coldly, "Grand High Priest of Heavenly Marshal Yun Xuanji was assassinated and passed away. His Majesty is urgently investigating." What? The Grand High Priest is dead? Huangpu Tianyuan's eyes couldn't help but constrict, and he shouted in surprise. Even Leng Wuchang couldn't help but be startled, his eyes revealing disbelief. At the same time, the news of the Grand High Priest Yun Xuanji being assassinated by others spread to all the families. Everyone had the same reaction, with a kind of shock, followed by full of doubts. This is the imperial capital. Who would be so bold as to touch the Grand High Priest? Before long, following the emperor's order, all the people of the 8 families gathered in the main hall. The emperor sat solemnly on the dragon throne, his cold eyes lightly sweeping over the people below. At this moment, the dignified emperor spoke and said angrily, "Now all of you on the court are either high-ranking officials and nobles, or famous and powerful clans, all of whom are people with heaven-reaching connections. Yet you dare to attack the Grand High Priest of Heavenly Marshal, truly lawless and provoking the Empire. Now that the Grand High Priest is dead, I don't know what you all think. Reporting to your Majesty, in this old minister's opinion, although the High Priest's residence rarely has guards, the Grand High Priest is, after all, a peak, heavenly profound expert. Those who want to harm him are probably not ordinary people, especially those who can quietly lead him away for torture, and then bring him back. The power of this person is great, and may be a top-ranking clan of the Empire." As soon as the emperor finished speaking, Dugu Zantian stepped forward and bowed to report, but his eyes were sharp and occasionally looked to the left. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Leng Wuchang glanced at him and snorted coldly. "Old Marshal Dugu's words are so meaningful. Could it be that you are implying that this matter is related to our imperial 8 families? But have you forgotten? Among the strongest forces in Heavenly Marshal, besides our 8 families, there are also your 4 pillars, especially the 2 ranked at the top." "What did you say?" His eyes unconsciously widened, and Dugu Zantian shouted, "Leng Wuchang, are you suspecting this old man?" HMPH, this old man has always been upright and straightforward, doing things with integrity. The Grand High Priest had an encounter with this old man in the past. How could this old man do such a thing that is not as good as a beast? Smiling and shaking his head, Leng Wuchang spoke indifferently. "Old Marshal, don't be angry. I don't mean to target you. I just want to ask you to broaden the scope of the investigation. Don't just limit it to us, so that the real murderer will escape. Free from the law, Your Majesty. This old man guarantees it in the name of the Dugu army. The matter of the Grand High Priest has nothing to do with this old man. And as for who the murderer is, this old man knows it himself. And this old man will definitely catch him. Dugu Zantian snorted angrily and raised his head proudly. Lang Wuchang shrugged his shoulders, declined to comment, shook his head and laughed, but with great contempt. This old man is good at fighting on the battlefield, but when it comes to the struggle for power and strategy, he is simple-minded. You dare to kill the Grand High Priest? How could you let him find out any clues? Is it just using this matter as an opportunity to drag so many people into it, gathering together to break the current stalemate? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Zhuo Fan, who was still standing there calmly. It seemed that there was an invisible hand behind the scenes, manipulating things, making people feel uneasy. The emperor quietly watched everyone's reactions and spoke indifferently. The case of the Grand High Priest is indeed not something that ordinary people can do, but we can't suspect the powerful clans here because of this. Then, Holy Maiden, I ask you, who was the last person the Grand High Priest met? Her body unconsciously stagnated for a moment. Yun Cheng pondered and thought, raising her eyes to look at Zhuo Fan, and seeing him nod, she honestly said, "Reporting to your majesty, it was the Grand Butler of the Luo family, Zhuo Fan." As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath, looking at Zhuo Fan with suspicion, and there was whispering below. According to what Dugu Zantian said earlier, the high priest died at the hands of a master, and Zhuo Fan was fully capable of doing it. Could it be that this troublemaker really stirred up a storm in the imperial capital? Not afraid of heaven, not afraid of earth, a demon king who kills anyone he disagrees with? Could it be that he had an argument with the Grand High Priest and suddenly killed him? The emperor turned his gaze to Zhuo Fan and said coldly, "Zhuo Fan, is it you? What is it me?" Zhao Fan frowned slightly, not at all displeased, and chuckled. "If His Majesty asks who was the last person to see the Grand Tutor, yeah, that'd probably be me. But if you're saying the last person to see him is the killer, then absolutely not me." "Smooth talker, how do you prove yourself?" the emperor said coldly, his eyelids twitching slightly. Zhao Fan scoffed and nonchalantly shrugged, saying indifferently, "I have plenty of witnesses. I was on good terms with the Grand Tutor before he went, and I even brought along the girl, Yun Chang. She was with me the whole time, so she's my first witness. After that, there's the second prince. It was him." Before he could even finish, the emperor hastily waved his hand, cutting him off. All right. I believe this has nothing to do with you." The emperor angrily glared at Zhao Fan, who was using his second son to shut him up. With Zhao Fan's cunning, the imperial family might get dragged into this muddy water, losing the initiative. How would they ever clear their name? After glaring at Zhao Fan for a long time, the emperor coldly chuckled and nodded slightly. "Steward Zhao is wise and brave, and his intentions are honest. He wouldn't do such a dirty deed." Zhao Fan abruptly nodded, smiling calmly and peacefully. Ji Chengfeng and Ling Wuchang smiled secretly as well. Now that they couldn't drag the Lu Jiao family down, the emperor was turning his attention to the emperor-worshipping sect. The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and said to Zhao Fan, "But Zhao Fan, were there others at the Grand Tutor's residence when you arrived?" Zhao Fan nodded slightly, honestly replying, "Of course." The emperor-worshipping sect's sect leader, Huangfu Tianyuan, and Mr. Leng were guests there. It seemed like they were arguing loudly. After they finished arguing, they wanted to leave. As soon as he said that, Huangfu Tianyuan and Leng Wuchang's expressions instantly darkened. They were innocent. But they didn't trust this cunning little brat Zhao Fan to not drag them down. Just then, Zhao Fan spoke profoundly once again. But unexpectedly, after they went out the door, they ran into me, and we argued for a bit. But these things are not important anymore. The emperor waved his hand and laughed coldly. But Gai Chongfeng's eyes darted around, and he chuckled secretly, before suddenly stepping forward and saying, "No, Your Majesty, this point is very important. The emperor-worshipping sect's suspicions can be cleared. Your Majesty, please think about it." At that time, sect leader Huangfu was furious and didn't know anyone was outside. It was the best time to make a move on the Grand Tutor. If they didn't act even then it can only prove that they never thought about killing the Grand Tutor. So they aren't the killer. Zhuo Fan frowned slightly and nodded subtly, his face full of innocence. Ge Changfeng stared intently at Zhuo Fan, unable to help but burst out laughing. The emperor's face was getting darker and darker. He could not find a weakness on the Luto family, nor could he touch the emperor-worshipping sect. Now, these two guys were here, messing up the plan. Really pissed him off. But he did not show it on his face, swept his eyes to everyone, and reluctantly ordered everyone to wait in the palace for orders, and not to leave the city. At the end of the court, everyone accepted the order and immediately left the hall, so they dispersed. After leaving the city, Zhuo Yifan sauntered over. Leng Wucheng left Huangfu Tianyuan, catching up with Zhuo Fan's pace, holding the fist and saying, "Steward Zhuo." Zhuo Fan slightly paused, turned his head and looked at Luo Yunhai and the others. "You guys go back first." Everyone nodded slightly. Knowing that he still had something to do, they left consciously. When everyone had left, Leng Wucheng said, "Although we are enemies, but at that time I really thank you." Understand his meaning. Zhuo Fan twitched his mouth and smiled, rejecting the opinion, said, "Now we are enemies, and we must coexist. What I did at that time was not for you guys." "I understand this, but still, thanks Steward Zhuo for helping from the side." Yet not waiting for Leng Wucheng to bow down once again, a loud laughing sound passed over. "Ha ha! Since when did the two of you get along so well?" The two people turned their heads to look back, and had seen Ge Changfeng, not knowing since when he had walked over. On his mouth was still hanging a clear smile. Leng Wucheng hurriedly bowed to hold the fist and said, "Oh, so it's Prime Minister Ge Changfeng? At that time also must thank the Prime Minister for helping us out." "Not at all. It's Steward Zhuo who led us well." Slowly waving his hand out, Ge Changfeng laughed and said, "As soon as Steward Zhuo opened his mouth, I heard that he had the intention to help the emperor-worshipping sect you guys to get away. In fact, he was helping the Lubuno family, or else His Majesty's disposition would be swept away." Right? The emperor used the death of the Grand Tutor as an opportunity to summon all of the family, but only to find a reason to settle the Luo family and the emperor-worshipping sect. It would be best if he could settle both families together. Although the strength of the two families is strong, but really doing the murder of the Grand Tutor, the eyes will be squinting. Zhuo Fan coldly analyzed. "Even if our Luo family escaped at that time, but only if the emperor-worshipping sect was doing the murder of the Grand Tutor, then the emperor can still let the Luo family be responsible for killing the emperor-worshipping sect, so that the two sides will be injured. Then the emperor can take the opportunity to use the entire forces of the court to besiege and kill the two families. At that time, the title of the #1 steward under the heavens that the emperor had given me would truly be of use. After all, you cannot only have the name without contributing to the imperial court." Haha, Steward Zhuo is really far-sighted. He understands the situation of the world with one look. I admire him, I admire him. Ge Changfeng could not help but praise him. Leng Wucheng also nodded in admiration. "With the talent of the three of us, if we really join forces, the world would be invincible, and the emperor would not be able to do anything to us. It's a pity. There's nothing to regret. In writing, there is no #1. In martial arts, there is no #2. If there is no opponent for a long time, wouldn't it be very boring?" Zhuo Fan smiled slightly with his eyebrows wrinkled. Ge Changfeng and Leng Wucheng listened and nodded with a laugh, although they all have binding interests, but they are still enemies. However, in their hearts, they secretly admire each other, and they naturally have a tacit understanding when facing the court's conspiracy, which makes them feel happy. Gently stroking his beard, Ge Changfeng suddenly said, "That's right. Who do you guys say killed the Grand Tutor in the end?" In his eyes, a light twinkled. Zhuo Fan smiled and profoundly said, "Do I need to say? From the moment I heard the emperor asked after I went to the Grand Tutor's mansion, who else was there, it was all clear. This imperial capital is still the territory of the imperial family in the end." Ge Changfeng and Leng Wucheng nodded slightly after listening, and suddenly their hearts were as clear as a mirror, and they pondered for a long time. Ge Changfeng's eyes revealed a deep light, and he said, "Commanding the Ghost Shadow Guards, the 4 pillars of the Ghost King, directly under the Emperor's command. Maybe they are around us now too." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan seemed to be deep in thought. I have heard about the title of the 4 pillars of the Ghost King long ago. They go and come without a trace, like a ghost that is like a shadow. They are impossible to guard against. But except for the emperor, I am afraid that no one has seen his true appearance. At this time, Yun Chang hurried over from behind, and on her face was still constantly panicking and shouting, "Steward Zhuo, Xiao Dongzi, they are in danger. Please quickly go and save them." Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan widened his eyes in shock. He had already ordered Li Jingtian to take everyone from the Yun family back to Blackwind Mountain. How could she have known this news? As if understanding his thoughts, Yun Chang hurriedly said, "I can feel it." Ge Changfeng nodded slightly, believing her, and said, "The Holy Maiden can discover the heavenly secrets. Her intuition has never been false before." Zhuo Fan understood in his heart, took a deep breath, and said, "All right, I will go out of the imperial capital to see, the 2 of you, please help me escort Miss Chang back to the Luo family to take care of her." Ge Changfeng and Leng Wuchang both smiled lightly and nodded in agreement. But Leng Wuchang thought of something and frowned, saying, "Now that the gates of the imperial capital are sealed, all the families cannot enter or leave. Doesn't Steward Zhuo want to rush out? Ha ha, you really have a good nature. I'm not so stupid as to let the emperor find my weakness." Unable to help but laugh out loud, Zhuo Fan turned around, and he disappeared in a flash. "He's gone." Leng Wuchang was startled and praised, saying, "This Zhuo Fan is indeed a strange person. His methods are ghostly and varied. With his divine power, even if he can get out of the city, who can touch his shadow?" "Ha ha. That's really the case. If not, then how could you have suffered losses in his hands continuously?" Nodding indifferently, Ji Changfeng took the opportunity to ridicule him. Leng Wuchang listened, and his face flushed red with anger, but he could not say anything. Together with Ji Changfeng, they fulfilled their promise to take Yun Chang back. Before long, the 3 people had arrived in front of the gates of the Lunyo family. Yun turned his head to look at the 2 people, Ge Changfeng, and saluted and said, "Thank you both for taking care of me on the road. Chang pays her respects here." The 2 people also hurriedly returned the salute, but Leng Wuchang suddenly asked, "Miss Yun Chang, I wonder what your plans are for the funeral of the Grand Tutor." Yun Chang's face suddenly darkened, and she indifferently said, "Oh, thank you, Your Majesty, for understanding. He will be buried with a state funeral." Letting out a breath, Leng Wuchang sighed and said, "According to reason, it should be like this, only, looking at the enemy putting on a show at the funeral, can the Grand Tutor rest in peace under the 9 springs?" His body could not help but tremble. Yun Chang looked at Leng Wuchang in disbelief, and was shocked, saying, "What, Mr. Leng, what did you just say? Did I say anything?" "I'm sorry, I just said it out of emotion for a moment. Please treat it as if you didn't hear anything." Leng Wuchang was slightly startled, pretending to be silly, and said. Yun Chang subconsciously frowned, and hurriedly said, "How can that be? I clearly heard you say enemy just now. Could it be that you know the murderer who killed my grandfather? Please tell me, can you?" Yun Chang was emotionally excited. Her eyes were already red, and she held Leng Wuchang's hand tightly and didn't let go. Leng Wuchang clearly felt the strong intensity of this handshake, glanced at her once, and then pushed her hand away, and sighed, shook his head. "I'm sorry, this old man doesn't know anything. Just ask Butler Zhuo about it." With that, he shook his head and left. Zhuge Changfeng glanced at the 2 of them, chuckled to himself, and hastily bowed his farewells. Only Yun Chang stood there dumbfounded, muttering in surprise, "Tell me to ask Butler Zhuo. Could it be he knew who killed Dad a long time ago?" Zhuge Changfeng couldn't help but speed up, walking beside Leng Wuchang. He shook his head and chuckled. "Master Leng, that's not fair. Zhuo Fan was secretly helping you in the royal court, yet you're causing him trouble as soon as you get back? Given the current relationship between the Yun family and the Luo family, if this blows up, the Luo family won't escape unscathed." Leng Wuchang didn't care, nonchalantly saying, "Ha ha, Prime Minister Zhuge, you're mistaken. Didn't Zhuo Fan say it himself earlier? We're just looking out for each other, but at the end of the day, we're still rivals. If we were somewhere else, that kid might be even more ruthless than I am. Besides, this murky water needs someone to stir it up, but none of us want to be the leading bird. Now that someone's messing with the situation, we can all spread our wings." "Right. Zhuge Chengfeng stroked his beard, remaining silent. His eyes flickered, and he gave another inscrutable smile. No one could guess what he was thinking. Meanwhile, outside the imperial capital, a massive force of several thousand troops was heading towards Fenglin City. Li Jingtian and the married couple Zhuo Yifan were protecting their safety. Their journey had been relatively smooth, but just then, they felt a faint wind carrying voices. The three of them secretly looked down from above. Well, someone finally came. Li Jingtian scanned the newcomers, coldly smiling. Although these guys are only at the heavenly profound realm, they're definitely not ordinary. We have to be extra careful when we strike later. Zhui Qingjian scoffed, confidently saying, HMPH, even if they're weird, they're still just at the heavenly profound realm. I don't believe there's another freak like Zhuo Fan in this world. With that, Zhui Qingjian and Zhuo Yifan immediately dove down. The black-clad figures saw the two of them and couldn't help but slow their pace, their faces serious. Everyone, be careful, it's the Luo family's dual sovereigns of water and fire. Zhui Qingjian landed and immediately charged forward, laughing loudly. It's your grandma. At the same time, a sharp ice bone flashed fiercely in her hand, rushing out. A loud explosion rang out, and several heavenly profound realm experts were instantly frozen in place, unable to move. Then the ice bone shattered, and their bodies broke into pieces. Seeing this, the black-clad figures couldn't help but flinch, hurriedly retreating. Zhu Qingjian triumphantly laughed. I told you. Heavenly profound realm is nothing. Can't even take a hit. Zhuo Yifan also laughed loudly, immediately flattering his wife. Wife, you have such discerning eyes. You could tell at a glance that they were just putting on a show. Unlike old man Lai, who's being so cautious, his guts aren't even as big as a woman's. With that, he waved his hand, and a fire dragon immediately flew out, causing another series of explosions, turning dozens of black-clad figures into dust. Zhui Qingjian covered her mouth and giggled, her laughter like tinkling silver bells. But unlike the self-satisfied Zhuo Yifan, Li Jingtian gloomily looked at the black-clad figures below, and based on the feeling the black-clad people had left, he knew that they would definitely not be so easily eliminated. Thinking of this, he gazed intently downwards, carefully observing everything. As if in response to his worries, the black-clad figures, seeing their comrades being taken out, didn't show any worry on their faces. Then, to everyone's shock, including Li Jingtian, the people Zhui Qingjian had smashed to pieces began to move again. Accompanied by waves of evil aura, a strange black energy gradually gathered, forming the shape of a person, also holding a moon scimitar in his hand. Like the dead resurrected, he gave a very creepy laugh. Ha! The Luo family's dual sovereigns of water and fire are nothing more than this. Zhuo Yifan and Zhui Qingjian were both shocked by the scene. Zhuo Yifan exclaimed, They were blown to pieces and can still merge back together? That's freaky. Zhui Qingjian, still unwilling to admit defeat, fiercely charged out, yelling, A bunch of heavenly profound realm guys dare to mock this old lady? There's no way I'll stand for that. As soon as she finished speaking, ice and fire immediately shot out, attacking the black-clad figures. But the result was the same as before. Their attacks passed right through them without causing any damage, and the black-clad figures were already close, their moon scimitars emitting a blue light, forcing them to retreat. They suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Under the siege, they didn't pay attention, and their clothes were sliced apart. This scared both of them into a cold sweat. Zhui Qingjian looked at Li Jingtian and shouted, Old man Leo, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and help! Li Jingtian, who had been observing everything, suddenly had an idea, roaring, They don't have physical bodies. Use your primordial spirit attacks. These words immediately woke them up, and their eyes lit up. They immediately unleashed their primordial spirit attacks, but to their surprise, the black-clad figures were only blown back a few meters, and still didn't suffer any damage. Zhui Qingjian narrowed her eyes, looking at the black-clad figures with a bit of solemnity, slowly saying, Our primordial spirit strikes from the 8th level of divine transformation can only push them back. None of them are stunned. This is unbelievable. Just then, the leader of the black-clad figures suddenly shouted, Form the formation! Following his shout, the black-clad figures all laughed wickedly, gathering together and swirling in the sky. Then, streams of black energy wrapped around and connected them together, forming a large rhythmic net floating in the air, while a powerful primordial spirit gradually gathered. Seeing this, Lin Jingtian couldn't help but be shocked, biting his lip and grimly shouting, "Combined attack formation technique?" The black-clad figures heard this, and couldn't help but laugh even louder, filled with smugness. That's right. This is a strengthened primordial spirit combined attack formation technique aimed at you, divine transformation experts. Prepare to die. As soon as he finished speaking, the black shadows cried out and suddenly rushed towards Zhu Yanhai and Shui Qingjian with a sinister grin. A bone-chilling pressure descended, causing their aura to stagnate slightly. They were immediately frightened and didn't dare to be as careless as before, quickly retreating. They simultaneously used their primordial spirit attacks, but they were completely useless. The primordial spirit attacks were like a tide meeting an ocean when they encountered the combined black-clad figures. They were instantly blasted away. The two of them panicked, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads, and shouted repeatedly, "What the hell is this thing? It's so weird. Even primordial spirit attacks are deflected." Seeing this, Zhu Yanhai solemnly looked at Shui Qingjian, saying, "Use the life and death technique? Pure energy is completely useless against these things." Shui Qingjian shook her head, thinking it was useless. While they were in a dilemma, not knowing what to do, a black shadow flashed, and Li Jingtian instantly appeared in front of Zhu Yanhai and Shui Qingjian, his eyes fixed on the black-clad figures. "Old man Ling, what are you doing?" Zhu Yanhai asked, in surprised confusion. A grin stretched across his face, and a glint of profound depth flickered in Li Jingtian's eyes. "Ha, do you even need to ask? Of course I'm going to shut those arrogant mouths. 3 ultimate demon-slaying arts, the third move, Nether Dragon's ghostly wail." With a sudden shout, Li Jingtian shook the heavens with its sound. The illusion of a nether dragon suddenly burst out, baring its fangs and claws, fierce as if to bite everything into pieces. The black shadows could not quite see what was happening. The illusion of the nether dragon had already struck the people in front of them. With a single strike, the entire mountain shook violently. The black shadows who were in the middle of setting up their formations were smashed into pieces. Before they had time to figure out what had happened, their eyes darkened. Within an instant they lost consciousness, fell to the ground, and gradually turned into a cloud of black smoke. With one simple move, 10 black shadows vanished without a trace, their souls scattered. Seeing this, a voice cried out in panic, "It's a martial skill aimed at the primordial spirit. Everyone, be careful." Their hearts trembling, the black-clad figures immediately retreated in fear, looking at Li Jingtian with dread, slightly tilting their heads. Li Jingtian laughed loudly, looking at the black-clad figures and saying, "Anyone else?" Hearing this, the black-clad figures exchanged glances, remaining silent. Their bodies involuntarily retreated. Shui Qingjian couldn't help but pout, saying, "Old man Lian, you actually had this move. You even know martial skills that attack the primordial spirit. Why don't you ever use them normally?" Li Jingtian touched his nose and suddenly laughed. "What's up, jealous of me? As soon as I entered the Lu Biao family, Butler Zhuo taught me a unique martial skill. You could say it's like poison needs an antidote. I've been jealous of your life and death art for a long time, but I just couldn't figure out how to learn it, right? This Yulong Ghost Chant is a sonic martial skill aimed at the primordial spirit, but it belongs to body refining techniques. You two specialize in the fusion of water and fire. Body refining techniques aren't really your thing, right?" The two nodded after hearing this, feeling it made sense, and calmed down. Shui Qingjian glanced at the man in black and said indifferently, "Old man Li, you can deal with them now. The two of us will back you up. Let's make this quick and clean, no problem." Li Jingtian laughed loudly and suddenly walked forward. The men in black heard this and retreated in fear, full of dread. But before he could even make a move, a cold shout fell from the sky. "HMPH, ignorant juniors, you've only grasped a few tricks, don't get too cocky." Li Jingtian's eyes couldn't help but shrink. His aura stagnated unconsciously. This person's pressure was too strong, not on the same level as those guys in black at all. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to hesitate, gathering black energy in his palm and shouting to block. Devil Shattering 3 styles, second style, Ghost Dragon Claw. At the same time, a splitting scream rang out. Li Jingtian struck down with his claw, but he couldn't block the other person's shackles. Then, with a boom, They slammed into the ground. Shui Qingjian and Xu Yanhai screamed in fear when they saw this scene. Old Man Li. When the dust settled, everyone saw that Li Jingtian had been struck in the chest by the shackles, kneeling on the ground with difficulty, a trace of fresh blood remaining on his lips. The black-clothed men who saw this person immediately knelt down and saluted. "Commander, we apologize. We still haven't caught them." Slowly waving his hand, the commander didn't even glance at them, saying indifferently, "The enemy this time is indeed difficult. Exceeding your ability to deal with them, I don't blame you for making this old man take action." With that, he flicked his wrist, retracting the shackles, looked at Li Jingtian, and nodded in admiration. "Junior, you're not bad. Still able to breathe after one move from this old man. You are rare indeed, HMPH. Shameless boasting." Li Jingtian sneered. Li Jingtian raised his head and shouted, "Your strength is indeed overbearing, but you shouldn't have broken through the transformation realm yet. If we're both at the peak of divine illumination, wanting to take down this old man in one move, I'm afraid you won't find anyone like that in this entire world." That's what he said, but in his heart, Li Jingtian was extremely wary. He had just blocked those shackles with his life. If there had been the slightest mistake, he wouldn't have been able to keep his life. Non-committal, shaking his head and smiling slightly, the black-clothed commander spoke calmly. "Junior, are you really unaware or just trying to avoid the truth? Even if the cultivation is the same, people don't have the same talent, and the strength is as different as heaven and earth. Huangfu Qingtian was like that before, and now I guess Grand Butler Zhuo is the same, right? Tresk Tisk, just the third layer of the heaven profound realm, can easily block a powerful move. Two peak divine illumination experts with such strength remind this old man of an old acquaintance. If possible, this old man would also like to personally experience the ultimate move of your Zhuo butler." Hearing this, the three of Li Jingtian couldn't help but glance at each other, looking at him intently, not daring to be disrespectful. Just then, the black-clothed commander spoke again. "All right, this matter has nothing to do with your Luo family. This old man doesn't want to declare war on the Luo family so early. Now the three of you leave, and this old man will take the people of the Yun family away." "Bullshit. If we let you take them away so easily, where will this old lady put her face in the future?" As soon as she finished speaking, Shui Qingjian shouted and rushed towards the black-clothed commander. In the blink of an eye, water and fire energy combined together, attacking him together. The scorching force pierced straight through his chest, shooting straight into the sky, then expanding continuously, gradually enveloping the person in a dazzling white light. From beginning to end, the person could not move at all, and then turned into fine powder. Shui Qingjian and her husband, Qiu Yanhai, seeing this scene, immediately smiled faintly in delight. But when they looked at the men in black, Shui Qingjian and Shui Yanhai were a little puzzled. Why didn't his subordinates have any reaction? They were strangely calm. Sure enough, just as Shui Qingjian made her move, a soft laugh reached everyone's ears. "Ha ha! The martial arts of the Lu Hao family are indeed eye-opening. Even this old man has never seen them before. No wonder so many experts rely on it. But this old trick, if it were this old man in the past, would probably still have some effect. But now, along with it, streams of black energy were born, condensing into a human form, transforming into the black-clothed commander from before." He chuckled and said, "This old man is now half human, half devil. That move can't hurt me in the slightest." Li Jingtian and the others instantly recoiled. What exactly is this thing? The life and death art didn't do anything to him. At this moment, the black-clothed commander swung the shackles again, and Shui Qingjian and Qiu Yanhai were sent flying, constantly spitting out fresh blood. I advised you just now, but you were the ones who sought death. You were the ones who attacked first, so don't blame this old man." Coldly glancing at the two, the black-clothed commander launched the shackles again. Li Jingtian was a little nervous and rushed forward, black energy swirling around his body, shouting loudly, "Devil shattering, 3 styles, first style, devil dragon soaring to the heavens." Following that, a black dragon image circled his body, colliding with the shackles, creating a loud bang. Shui Qingjian and Qiu Yanhai saw this scene, thinking that Li Jingtian had succeeded, and praised, "Old Lai is awesome." But as soon as she finished speaking, the dragon image around Li Jingtian shattered in an instant, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. However, he still stood tall, protecting Shui Qingjian and Xu Yanhai behind him. Swallowing the mouthful of blood, Li Jingtian said with difficulty, "You too, this old man. This old man can only help you this far." The black-clothed commander saw this scene, and a hint of anger suddenly rose, saying viciously, "You guys are really good brothers. Tiangang and Sun, if you want to save them, then die in their place." As soon as he finished speaking, the shackles struck towards Li Jingtian again. Shui Qingjian and Xu Yanhai screamed in fear. Old man Li, he bit his lip fiercely. He never thought that he, a dignified Tiangang and Sun, would die like this, not even knowing who his opponent was. But at this moment, there was no other way. He could only silently wait for death. But at this moment, a strange laugh rang out from behind. "Black Ghost, have you ever been betrayed by your brothers before? Look how great the brotherhood is in our Lukao family." At the same time, the shackles suddenly turned around from the opposite side, attacking the black-clothed commander, startling him into stammering, not daring to be careless. The black-clothed commander hurriedly waved his hand to block. But he didn't expect the shackles to have such great power. He couldn't keep up with the speed and, in the blink of an eye, hit his chest, causing an explosion. In an instant, everyone was stunned. At this time, the voice of the newcomer was heard again. "Old Lai, why are you in such a miserable state? What the heck is this thing?" After the dust settled, all they saw was a white-haired dude standing there, all cold and aloof, with a freaky red glow coming from his right arm. His eyes were giving off some seriously sinister vibes as he stared at everyone. Turns out it was the Luo family's head butler, Zhuo Fan. Li Jingtian, seeing who it was, let out a sigh of relief and called out, "Zhuo Butler, this guy's super weird, you gotta be careful. He can switch between being solid and a ghost, so normal martial arts won't work on him. Only dealing with his nascent soul will do the trick." "Heh, is that so?" A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he gave the guy a quick once-over before bursting out laughing like he understood everything. He casually said, "Old Lai, you've done enough. Leave the rest to me." With that, Zhuo Fan strode forward, a wicked grin spreading across his face. The black-clad commander also slowly approached, the chains in his hands clinking like the sound of death. In that moment, everyone felt a surge of tension, their eyes glued to the two of them. Suddenly, a black-clothed figure shouted, "The commander won't lose! The commander is invincible! Commander! Commander!" Zhuo Fan's lips curled slightly, carefully sizing up the guy in front of him, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. "Looks like that little girl's intuition was pretty spot on. You guys actually sent a powerhouse like you here. I thought sending old Ling to escort them would be foolproof. Turns out you guys still don't want the Yun family to fall into someone else's hands. The Yun family is super important to everyone, so of course you can't let the Lukuo family hog it all." The black-clad commander shot Zhuo Fan a cold glare, then waved his trembling hand and said, "Your weird power reminds this old man of an old rival." Zhuo Fan's eyes twinkled, seemingly guessing who he was talking about, and he couldn't help but sneer, "Heh, we'll see who wins or loses. If you lose, you're toast." Hearing this, the black-clad commander couldn't help but shudder, angrily retorting, "Arrogant brat, I did lose back then, but you think you could beat me? Dream on." With that, he swung his chains at Zhuo Fan's left hand, but Zhuo Fan wasn't scared at all, standing there calmly with a faint smile. "Old fox knows my right hand is strong, so he's going for the left, huh?" Just as the chains were about to hit him, his left hand suddenly transformed into a dragon claw, snatching the chains right out of the air. The black-clad commander was taken aback, shouting in shock, "Earth Dragon Claw!" Zhuo Fan chuckled, then yanked the chains towards him with a burst of strength. "Come here, you old fart!" "What?" the black-clad commander exclaimed in surprise. Before he could react, Zhuo Fan, without another word, flung the chains away with all his might, and the black-clad commander went flying with them, crashing heavily into the ground with a loud boom. A huge crater instantly appeared before everyone. Zhuo Fan grinned triumphantly, the Yun family overjoyed, while the black-clad figures nervously shouted for their commander. Before they could even finish, a stream of black smoke shot out of the crater and hurtled towards Zhuo Yifan. Li Jingtian couldn't help but shout anxiously, "Butler Zhuo, be careful. That thing can only be attacked with nascent soul power." "I know, duh. A wicked smile bloomed on Zhuo Fan's face as he suddenly formed a hand seal. He bellowed, "Demonic tribulation 3 absolutes. Third form, Nether Ghost Dragon's Howl. Thunderblast the heavens." Following his shout, a dragon roar echoed. But it was a bit different from Li Jingtian's dragon shadow. It was mixed with purple lightning. That purple lightning was from the void divine eye of Zhuo Fan. He practiced it non-stop, and now there was a lot to spare. At this moment, Zhuo Fan used a soundwave attack on the nascent soul, along with the boost of the purple lighting. It became an ultimate soul-crushing and bone-breaking method. The eyes of the black-clad commander grew wide in horror as he screamed, "What is this?" In an instant, the purple lightning surged, slamming into the black-clad commander, causing him to feel an unbearable pain in his head, his whole body crackling with electricity. It felt like he was about to explode. A heart-wrenching scream filled the air, and the black smoke flailed around like a headless fly. When it finally stopped, the black-clad commander was kneeling weakly on the ground, gasping for breath. Zhuo Fan looked at the black-clad commander, a smug grin on his face. "Hey, Black Ghost, now do you know whether I or your old rival is stronger? In this world, there is always a solution to every problem. Don't think you can become this freakish, not quite human, not quite ghost thing, and I can't do anything about it? HMPH, what are you... I only have a spirit ghost in my palm. What are you showing off?" "What? How did you know?" The black-clad commander's eyelids twitched as he looked at Zhuo Fan in disbelief. This is a secret technique lost for 500 years. How can you... I'm just that knowledgeable. Zhuo Fan proudly raised his head, smugly saying, "If you had achieved the transformation void realm, I might not be able to fight you head-on. But against something without a physical body, I've got tons of ways to kill you. Showing off in front of me, and you even dare to attack my people. Don't even dream of getting back alive." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Fan's face twisted into a sinister grin. The pupil in his right eye suddenly flashed with golden light, and he roared, "Void Divine Eye, third layer, nullify!" As soon as his words fell, a bizarre ripple spread out. The black-clad commander and the other black-clad figures had no idea what was happening, feeling like the whole world was distorting, heaven and earth spinning. In the blink of an eye, the scene before them changed, everything turning a pale white, with no one in sight. It was like they had been transported to a strange dimension, and their eyes couldn't help but shrink in fear. The black-clad commander screamed in terror, "This is the null array!" "How could you? When did you set it up?" "Hey, you don't need to know that," Zhuo Fan chuckled, his figure slowly appearing behind him, a sinister smile plastered on his face. "Black Ghost, turning yourself into a nether spirit ghost is basically cutting off your own escape route." Sure, the spirit ghost can switch between being solid and a ghost, half person, half ghost, making it hard to catch, but at the same time, without a physical body, the nascent soul has nowhere to hide, making it super easy to be wiped out completely. The black-clad commander quickly dodged away from Zhuo Fan, staring at him in shock, but in that very moment, Zhuo Fan reappeared behind him, grinning wickedly. His eyes wide with horror, the black-clad commander muttered, "Since when?" Ignoring his question. A sword had already appeared in Zhuo Fan's hand, slashing down with a savage strike. "Furthermore, your nascent soul can feel it hundreds times than a normal people. This is an advantage, and also could be the biggest disadvantage while suffering." A heart-wrenching scream echoed, and the black-clad commander was covered in cold sweat, kneeling, trembling on the ground, the gaze to Zhuo Fan even more frightened. "Once again, go." Another small ringing sound on the hand of Zhuo Fan again showed a sword to stab. The black-clad commander in the eyes shrink, quickly shake the body to escape, but at this time a violent ache flashes in his head. Can't help but once again roar. Turn head to look at the rear. However, Zhuo Fan long ago no longer be present at there, left only the sword to be inserted on his back. "Ha, you don't need to run. Anyway, the escape also useless." A lip sneering, Zhuo Fan showed a devil smile. "Originally the person already discovered this exactly illusion, I already said. The sensation lightly more than the normal person hundreds of times. The weakness also is exactly this. But in this illusion, who does the work and leaves no trace will be even more weak. Moreover, the time in this passing is very slow. Don't think that I cut you 2 knives, but
but outside afraid still does not attain one moment.
Haha, everything in the illusion is fake, but only the pain is real. The moment you can't take it anymore is when your soul scatters and dissipates. So what we have is time. Enjoy it. With that, Zhuo Fan's eyes suddenly focused, flashing a fierce glint. He slightly moved his hand, instantly plunging the sharp blade into the black-clad leader's chest, causing him to wail miserably. This was the illusion, his turf. He was like a god here. No matter how terrifying the black-clad leader was outside, once inside the illusion, he could only be at Zhuo Fan's mercy, enduring torture without any means of resistance. Hearing the screams from outside, everyone was immediately stunned. Li Jingtian couldn't help but exclaim, "Our steward Zhuo is actually this awesome, just one look," and they're stunned.
Shui Qingjian also nodded in agreement, clicking her tongue in admiration. That little monster, we couldn't catch up to him even riding horses. At this moment, Li Jingtian suddenly found it difficult to admit something. Zhuo Fan needed them to protect him before,
but he didn't know when this kid had surpassed them so much, basically not the same realm anymore. But at this time, Zhuo Fan was struggling to hold on, but the singing girls could withstand the illusion inside the illusion, fiercely biting his lip.
If this illusion continues, it will consume a lot of primordial spirit energy. Being stabbed by him 3,600 times in the illusion, and still not dead.
Just then, another scream came from inside. The black-clad leader had been beaten like a snake, lying on the ground. Then the black gas dissipated, leaving nothing inside. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but sneer. Looks like it's almost time. These spirit ghosts are reaching their limit.
As Zhuo Fan predicted, the black-clad figures fell one by one. The restraints outside also quickly dissolved, and the black gas flew out, dissipating into the air. Consider it as souls scattered and dissipated. Zhuo Fan watched everything, breathing a sigh of relief, but he didn't stop. In the end, 100 black-clad figures vanished into the air, leaving only the black-clad leader hugging his head, screaming, gritting his teeth, and persevering. Zhuo Fan sneered, his forehead already covered in sweat, but he still used the void to surround the black-clad leader. Almost there, almost killed him. Zhuo Fan chuckled inwardly, gritting his teeth to persevere. But just then, suddenly a sharp sound tore through the air, and a small stone shot toward Zhuo Fan's face. But he didn't panic. Catching the stone with his hand, he snorted coldly. Not bad strength. Seizing the opportunity, the black-clad leader lifted his feet and rushed out. Seeing this scene, Li Jingtian startled and shouted, "Not good, Steward Zhuo. That guy broke out, I know." Involuntarily condensing in his eyes, the right pupil immediately shone brightly. Zhuo Fan shouted, "Void clarity divine eye second stage, void shatter." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave rang out, turning into a pillar of light, heading towards the black-clad leader. He was startled and hurriedly dodged, but the void shatter trembled through, causing him to feel a burst of pain in the heart and lungs. He gritted his teeth fiercely. The black-clad leader cursed inwardly. "Even though I dodged, the aftershock still made me feel pain in the gut. Just who is this kid, with so many magical powers?" Just as he said, "He's more terrifying than that old opponent." Zhuo Fan failed in one move, and his eyes suddenly widened, wanting to use it again. The black-clad leader was frightened and turned into black smoke, rushing towards the Yun family's people. Fearing that it would involve the Yun family's people, Zhuo Fan stopped the movements in his hand, as if he found a way to survive. The black-clad leader couldn't help but give a faint smile, grabbed a child, and flew away to save his life. The young man panicked, crying for help. Zhuo Fan raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Black Ghost, let that person go for me. The Yun family is under the protection of my Luo family." HMPH, do you think I'm stupid? If I let him go, wouldn't I be torn apart by you? Couldn't help but snort coldly. The black-clad leader flew away with that person, turned his head and shouted, "Zhuo Fan, this time I lost in your hands. But it's not over yet. Mountains and rivers meet. We will meet again later. Damn it." Zhuo Fan looked at the person leaving, angrily scolded loudly. Li Jingtian came to him, sighed, and said, "Steward Zhuo, it's just one person who was caught. Don't need to blame yourself too much. Blame yourself."
Li Jingtian hadn't finished speaking, Zhuo Fan snorted.
A waste can't awaken the blood after grown up. It is nothing great to be taken away. We have to win people's hearts. And later we must show some pain in front of the Yun family, blame ourselves, which is also regarded as respecting them, so that the Yun family will be more willing to surrender to us.
Hearing this, Li Jingtian chuckled. It's worthy of being Steward Zhu. He hasn't changed a bit, and the interests in his heart are always so clear. Immediately afterwards, Zhuo Fan rushed towards the Yun family's people, showing a look of self-blame. But the Yun family's people thought he was sincere, and a burst of gratitude arose in their hearts. Seeing this scene, Li Jingtian couldn't help shaking his head and chuckling, comforting the Yun family a few words. Zhuo Fan then took out a bottle of healing pills and gave it to Li Jingtian. Not long after, the three finally stabilized their injuries, and Zhuo Fan was not in a hurry to leave, deciding to wait here for a while. At this moment, Li Jingtian suddenly asked Zhuo Fan suspiciously, "Steward Zhuo, you just said they are spirit ghosts. What are they?" A gleam flashed in his eyes. Zhuo Fan despised his lips. "A group of poor people, but if you don't get to the end, no one wants to become a spirit ghost. Several people must know that cultivators can only merge the soul when they cultivate to the transformation void realm. The soul travels outside the sky. Even if the body breaks, it can be seized and reborn." Hearing this, the three couldn't help but nod slightly. Of course they knew this. Li Jingtian was still suspicious, and asked again, "But if you haven't reached the transformation void realm, but the body is dead, is it difficult to accommodate the soul?" "If it is like this, the soul exists for a very short time, at most 100 days. It will die." Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, and said profoundly, "It is true to say that, but there is still a secret technique, which can make masters who have not yet reached the transformation void realm travel outside the sky, and can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth without the body. That is the spirit ghost."
The three of them flashed in their eyes, carefully listened to the expression of Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan smiled softly, and continued to explain.
The literal meaning, spirit ghost, the ghost of the spirit world. When a person dies and becomes a spirit ghost, it is difficult to increase the primordial spirit, and a half-man, half-ghost wandering in the world is no different from a walking corpse. So if it is not a person with deep hatred, even if they die, they do not want to become such a puppet. Moreover, in order to maintain the spiritual domain, the spirit ghost must absorb a certain amount of primordial spirit every month, which is indeed a kind of evil secret technique. So if they meet people in my demonic path, it doesn't matter. But if they meet people in the right path, facing those people, they can only run away. After all, killing this kind of evil thing is also considered a part of their merit, which is useful for their cultivation of the mind. Why not do it? The three blinked their eyes a few times, as if they understood a little more. However, Shui Qingjian still curiously said, "But that's not right, Steward Zhuo. You said that only people with great aspirations who have not completed it can become spirit ghosts. But this time, we have encountered there will not be so many people in this world who know this secret technique, and there is still a knot in their hearts before they die. Right? Ha ha. It is created, not natural." Couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Zhuo Fan laughed evilly. It seems that the other party is also preparing a secret realm, so they forcibly transform the cultivator into a spirit ghost, so there has never been a master of the transformation void realm. There are not many martial arts to deal with the primordial spirit like this. It is really difficult to deal with, but it is also good. It is very difficult to refine a spirit ghost. If you are a little careless, it will be completely unsuccessful. By the way, Elder Lai, you should know that old Pang used the demonic fiend arts to train those little ghosts, right? The success rate is much lower than that matter. Haha. Inadvertently startled, Li Jingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed. The elimination rate, it is difficult for one person to survive out of 100 people. Isn't it equivalent to destroying his 100,000 troops today? It seems to be able to see his thoughts. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but smile faintly. So that's why I said, everyone don't need to worry. How many people like this will the other party have? Aha. But Steward Zhuo, you can deal with them. Of course you don't take them seriously, but we have no way to deal with them at all. You have to teach again. Seeing his indifferent appearance, Shui Qingjian couldn't help but softly spoke, glanced at her, Zhuo Fan waved his hand indifferently and said with a smile, "It's okay. Spirit ghosts are divided into 3 levels. Elementary spirit bodies, like ordinary vengeful spirits. A thought is to destroy them. The middle and high-level spirit bodies will have armor and weapons, which can block some primordial spirit attacks, just like the black-clad figures just now. Although everyone cannot defeat them in an instant, it is very easy to seriously injure them. Refining the spirit ghost to the highest level, like the black ghost, is the most difficult to deal with. You have to change your martial arts. But there are very few masters like him. I am afraid that only he and I are. I have injured him just now, and he will not appear again in a short time. Everyone don't need to worry." The 3 understood. After hearing this person is still too lazy to teach them. Thinking this, Shui Qingjian hurriedly pulled on him, acting all cutesy. "Butler Zhuo, better safe than sorry. Those 2 old geezers are fine, but my sister is so proud and noble. What if she ran into some scoundrel and got her face ruined? Who would compensate us then? If you think teaching now would reveal your secret techniques, then my sister will knock on your door tonight to chat, okay? In the dead of night, you can teach her however you want." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan's lips twitched uncontrollably. He muttered, "Auntie Shu, you're getting on in years. Please have some self-respect." Luo Fenchang just laughed it off. Hey, Butler Zhuo, don't be so polite. We're all family here. This old man doesn't mind." Chu Yanhai chimed in with a grin. Li Jingtian, not wanting to be outdone by Chu Yanhai's shamelessness, decisively ripped open his shirt and declared, "This old man also doesn't mind seeing that." Zhuo Fan hastily waved his hands, sighing, all right, I'm afraid of you guys, okay? I'll teach you a move. Especially for dealing with Shuan-grade origin soul martial techniques, the god-slaying finger. Meanwhile, after escaping Zhuo Fan's pursuit, the black-robed leader ran all the way until he reached a rushing waterfall. He gently moved a small stone, and the waterfall split in 2, opening a path for him. He slowly entered. Someone was already waiting for him deep inside. Waiting inside a curtain, the black-robed leader casually threw the person on the ground. Then, he bowed down on his knees towards the curtain and sighed. This subordinate failed in his mission, and is willing to accept punishment. What? Failed? A dignified voice filled with surprise came from behind the curtain. To think that even you, personally taking action, would result in failure, and you even got injured. What a joke. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed past. Without waiting for the person behind the curtain to come out, he forced a pill into the black-robed leader's mouth. After a moment, his breathing gradually stabilized, and he spoke towards the curtain. "Please rest assured, Senior. He's not in critical condition, only heavily injured. He just needs some time to recover." "What? Heavily injured?" The person behind the curtain completely disbelieved it, exclaiming in shock. Even Ji Yu Santong shouldn't have that kind of ability. Who could be capable of injuring him to that extent right now? The black-robed leader pondered for a moment, then sighed. "It was Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan. Does he have that kind of skill?" The person behind the curtain exclaimed in disbelief. "Not only does he have it, I actually lost to him this time." With a wry smile, the black-robed leader shook his head and said, "That kid is no simple character. I thought my secret technique, lost 500 years ago, would be unrecognizable to anyone. But he saw right through it and even toyed with me. If I hadn't grabbed someone from the Yun family as a shield afterwards, Ji Yu Santong is all brawn and no brains. But Zhuo Fan has the strength of Ji Yu Santong and the brains of Zhu Liang. I can't find any weaknesses. This is the first time I've faced such an opponent." The person next to him nodded in agreement. "Senior is right. It's hard to imagine unless you see Zhuo Fan in action. No matter what move Senior used, he countered it perfectly. In the end, I don't know what secret technique he used to restrain Senior. It seemed like he wanted to take Senior's life. Knowing that I couldn't win, I didn't dare to step forward and could only cause some chaos. Luckily, Senior was able to escape. It was really lucky. So it was you who helped me. I was wondering why he was distracted and gave me an opening to escape. This favor I will definitely repay." Slightly startled, the black-robed leader quickly clasped his fist to thank him. After pondering for a moment, the person behind the curtain spoke again. What about the others? The black-robed leader's expression darkened, and he sighed. They're all dead. They were killed, but not by Zhuo Fan. Narrowing his eyes, the black-robed leader gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "That guy is really cunning. He killed them all without saying a word. He's really saving me some trouble, haha. He's not saving you trouble, he's telling us that. He doesn't want to show his hand yet and is telling us not to bother him." The person behind the curtain chuckled softly and said coldly. The two people listening were a little stunned, not understanding.
The person behind the curtain continued, "Zhuo Fan is so cunning. If he didn't want to consider the consequences, he wouldn't have killed them all.
If he originally wanted to kill everyone, then he could prove that these people were useless to him, knowing who we are, and not just wanting to get to it yet." The person behind the curtain took a few steps out, and the person standing behind was Emperor Tianyu. Hearing the emperor's words, the two people below exclaimed in surprise, "What?"
After pondering for a moment, the emperor spoke again. "Not only he,
I'm sure that after the great sacrificial priest died, both Ge Changfeng and Leng Wuchang were so cunning that they would quickly suspect us. But they are still trying to maintain a balance, not wanting to turn against each other and let others benefit. Otherwise, why would Farron and the Emperor Gate, who have always been at odds with each other, help each other today? Obviously, they are afraid that I will take this opportunity to eliminate them." Sure enough, is this what Farron is about? I didn't see that he was such a cunning person, able to be flexible. Even my previous opponents put aside their old grievances and joined forces to defend. He is someone who can do great things. The emperor laughed loudly, but there was a very strong, murderous intent in his smile. The man in black at this time also took off his disguise, who was the dragon guard Sima Hui. Glancing at the emperor, Sima Hui reported, "Your Majesty, now that Zhuo Fan wants to bring the Yun family to Fengyun City, what should we do? All the ghost shadow guards are dead, and the senior is seriously injured. We can't do anything for a short time. The three masters of the Luo family plus Zhuo Fan. I don't know who can resist them anymore."
"This is what makes me angry," angrily waving his sleeves, the emperor said with a gloomy expression. "I just don't understand why the old man Yun Xuanji is having an affair with the Luo family. How can he change his neutral position for thousands of years and follow Zhuo Fan?"
I think I have been tolerant enough. Even if that old man once said that Huangfu Qingtian had the destiny of an emperor, I never blamed him, because I know that the destiny of an emperor is 3 parts heaven, 3 parts human. I am the true dragon son of heaven, and Huangfu Qingtian really has no chance to fight me. But now he is leading his people to rely on Zhuo Fan. Who is Zhuo Fan? After his death, the first thing he did was to take the people of his clan from me. He is basically a selfish person who never thought of anyone to handle his funeral. How dare he trust someone like this? Cough, cough, cough. The emperor coughed violently before he finished speaking.
Seeing this, the black-robed leader worriedly said, "Your Majesty." The emperor gently waved his hand and wiped the blood from his mouth. The emperor said slowly, "I am fine. I will definitely leave offspring. This stable Tianyu Jiangshan, Ghost King, you are one of the 4 pillars, the person I trust most, and the most mysterious existence in the world. Almost everyone who has ever met you is now dead. Zhuo Fan is the exception." It seems that this destiny cannot be fully believed, but it cannot be disbelieved either. That kid is probably your nemesis, so you should avoid him in the future. "But Your Majesty," the Ghost King said anxiously and unwillingly. Before he could finish speaking, the emperor slowly waved his hand and sighed. "Zhuo Fan has a sinister mind, and his strength is so strong that it is unpredictable. If he cannot become the eye of the storm in the war above and below Tianyu, who can deal with him? Okay, listen to my arrangements. In the past, I just wanted to raise tigers and wild beasts to bite each other and help me consolidate my country.
But who knew that I would raise a dragon that even I cannot control, Zhuo Fan? You have really become a serious change to me by becoming a combination of Ji Yu Santong and Zhu Ge Changfeng." The emperor sighed, turned around, and a deep light flashed in his eyes. The expressions of Sima Hui and the Ghost King immediately became solemn and extremely ugly. A well-rounded person like Zhuo Fan really makes people feel like they've been bitten by a dog and can't do anything about it.
After pondering for a long time, the emperor showed a sad face, then glanced at the Yun people that the Ghost King had captured and murmured, "Take out one eye and see if it is suitable."
Yes. The Ghost King nodded. A light flashed in his hand, and a bloodied eyeball appeared. At this moment the man slowly woke up, startled to see the three people, and shouted, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Of course, to give you a chance to become the next high priest.
The Ghost King sneered. "I tolerate it." With that, he pressed the man to the ground, smashed one of the man's eyes fiercely, and then used his power to fuse the other eye. A tragic scream rang out. Blood continued to flow like water, and then the new eye began to gradually vibrate and take shape. The emperor and Sima Hui were overjoyed when they saw this scene. But before long, the man let out a tragic cry, his whole body convulsed, and then he died. Sure enough, he was still backlashed by that divine eye. As if he had expected the result, the emperor still sighed a little unwillingly. Yun Chuanji can break the secrets of heaven, and others cannot do it. It's okay to be backlashed. Even the people in his clan with the same bloodline are encountering this situation. It seems that even the people of the Yun family will find it difficult to accept this benefit before the bloodline is awakened. Zhao Cheng nodded faintly. Then Sima Hui sighed, advising, "Your Majesty, please take your time. This is reasonable. If everyone could use it, would the Yun family still be safe after 1,000 years? They'd probably be at each other's throats, fighting over the divine eyes, and become enemies long ago." The emperor pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. "You're not wrong. But with things as they are, the only one who can break the will of heaven is the Yun family's saintess, Yun Cheng. But now she's in the Luo family's hands. Your Majesty, rest assured, you are the true dragon son of heaven. Even if that girl is from the Yun family, she will fall into your hands, sooner or later." Sima Hui bowed slightly, reassuring him. Light flashed in the emperor's eyes. Still somewhat doubtful, he stroked his beard and nodded. "Let's hope so." Meanwhile, after leaving Li Jingtian, Zhuo Fan returned straight to the Luta family in the Changping prince's manor. Looking at the surroundings, it seems like no one has taken this opportunity to cause trouble these past few days. Maintaining this balance for now, where no one wants to break it, is the safest time for everyone. Butler Zhuo. Suddenly, a shout came from behind Zhuo Fan, causing him to frown involuntarily. He turned to look, only to see Yun Chang walking over seriously. Noticing something was off with her, he asked suspiciously, "Miss Yun Chang, is something the matter?" Biting her lip slightly, Yun Chang seemed hesitant, but finally persisted. "Butler Zhuo, do you know who killed my father? Do you?" His heart skipped a beat. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes at her. "How would I know? Who told you that?" "You don't need to worry about who told me. Just tell me if you know or not." A determined glint flashed in Yun Chang's eyes as she said firmly. However, Zhuo Fan seemed to have guessed who it was, and burst out laughing. "Ha ha! I knew it! Those two old geezers are playing me. They don't want to be the early bird, so they want me, the old wolf, to take the fall, huh?" "Fine, you want to play it that way, huh?" Zhuo Fan pondered. If he refuses to answer now, Yun Chang will definitely leave everyone, and might even jump ship to the emperor-worshipping sect or the prime minister's mansion. If he tells her, then the Luso family will be the first to clash with the court, becoming the bad guys who break the balance. Talk about a dilemma. Maybe I can deflect. "Butler Zhuo, you really do know, don't you?" Seeing his expression, Yun Chang hurriedly pressed him. "Then quickly tell me. Why should I tell you?" Before she could finish, Zhuo Fan said coldly, "Right now the Yun family is being targeted, and it's me who's protecting you guys. That means you owe me, not the other way around." "Why should I answer everything you ask, HMPH? Ridiculous." Yun Chang couldn't help but become anxious. Quickly blocking his path, her face showing a pleading expression. "Then what do you want in order to tell me the truth? You really want to know?" Zhuo Fan chuckled softly, looking at her indifferently. Yun Chang stared at him resolutely, nodding decisively. "I really want to know. Then it depends on your performance. If you can't become my woman, why should I tell you the whole truth?" Her body trembled involuntarily. Yun Chang's cheeks flushed slightly, looking at Zhuo Fan in disbelief, biting her lip hard, her eyes filled with tears. "I didn't expect Butler Zhuo to be this kind of person, taking advantage of someone's misfortune.
Zhuo Fan smiled evilly. That's right, I was never a good person to begin with. It's not just taking advantage of misfortune. I'm good at kicking people when they're down, and adding insult to injury. So, will you agree to my condition?
Yun Chang's body trembled non-stop, her hands clenched tightly.
Finally, she said hesitantly, Butler Zhuo, let me think about it. No problem, take all the time you need. As long as you're not in a hurry, I'm not in a hurry either. Zhuo Fan shrugged indifferently. Speaking calmly, Yun Chang glanced at him, said nothing more, turned around and left angrily.
He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Wasn't he just asking her to help him see if Deng Taixin could be his strategist? Was it that difficult? Thinking of this, he sighed involuntarily. It seems she's still determined to make him a better person before she helps him. That's impossible. If he becomes a good person, what kind of devil emperor would he be? Thinking this, he lifted his foot and headed towards the main hall, wanting to teach Luo Yunhai a lesson. Big bro Zhuo Yuxiong is back. Luo Yunhai saw him and called out happily. Before Zhuo Fan could speak, Yongning raised her eyebrows and said, Zhuo Fan, you're finally back. The Luo family is so busy, and I came all the way to help you guys, yet you weren't even here.
Aren't you going to quickly thank this princess for my great kindness in drawing my sword to help you? His face couldn't help but twitch. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and said coldly, Why is this brat here at the Luo family? Hearing this, Yongning scolded angrily. How dare you, Zhuo Fan, calling this princess a brat?
Zhuo Fan didn't care. What was she showing off for? Was she crazy?
Not even glancing at her, he said indifferently. Shouldn't the princess be under house arrest by the emperor?
Seeing his expression, Yongning's anger deepened. Her eyes widened as she shouted, How disrespectful! Do you not want your head anymore?
Luo Wenchang shook her head helplessly and quickly mediated. Yongning, little sister, don't be angry. Zhuo Fan's personality doesn't respond to either soft or hard tactics. He just doesn't want to see you again later, that's all. How can that be? Otherwise, why would I come all the way to the Luo family? Yongning frowned involuntarily, but realizing she had let something slip, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly changed her tone stubbornly. I mean, this princess, am magnanimous. How could I be as petty as him? Luo Yunchang understood Yongning princess's meaning upon hearing this, and couldn't help but sigh. Even this little girl is like this. That little demon, how does he attract so many bees and butterflies wherever he goes?
Zhuo Fan didn't pay any attention to how the two women in front of him were acting. He wanted them to get lost for a bit, to avoid bothering him. Thinking of this, he looked coldly at Yongning, saying maliciously, Yongning princess didn't sneak out through a dog hole, did she? How is that possible? This princess came out of the palace gate openly and legitimately this time. Proudly raising my head, Yongning said nonchalantly, There are 3 more months until Father's 100th birthday, so I was specially approved by Father to go out and prepare gifts for him. Moreover, fearing that you would be pressed for time and not prepare well, I even came to help you prepare. See how good I am to you.
Yongning's face was full of smiles, looking at Zhuo Fan as if wanting his praise. However, Zhuo Fan felt she was annoying him to death, and snorted coldly, saying coldly, What does it have to do with me? With that, he turned and left, not wanting to listen to her nonsense at all. Seeing this, Yongning shouted loudly, then looked at Luo Yunchang with a grievance.
Yunchang, older sister, what kind of servants do you usually teach? They don't respect anyone.
Luo Yunchang smiled awkwardly and spoke to smooth things over. Ha ha, princess, little sister, please forgive him. He's just hopeless. Don't pay any attention to him. However, in her heart she was secretly pleased. The sooner this Yongning princess gives up, the fewer competitors she has. It's a pity that even without these surrounding bees and butterflies, it wouldn't be her turn to get involved with Zhuo Fan. She was just deluding herself. Luo Yunhai swept his gaze over the two women in front of him and understood their intentions in his heart. He couldn't help but mock. To remember Butler Zhuo, can you guys be like butterflies and follow him all day long? As soon as these words came out, the faces of the two women, Luo Yunchang and Yongning, couldn't help but flush red, but on the surface, they still refused to admit it, shouting loudly, Ha! Who said I'm a butterfly? Yeah. Who said I follow him around all day long? Am I a butterfly following behind him, all right? Shaking his head helplessly. Women, women dare to follow, but dare not admit it. Too lazy to argue with them, Luo Yunhai turned around and ran away. Just now, Big Bro Zhuo definitely came to find me. Now I'll go find him. As soon as he left, the two women blushed with embarrassment, glancing at each other. But in their hearts, they were extremely envious of Luo Yunhai. After all, he could look for Zhuo Fan any time. They have to find a reason to meet him, and also have to face his cold tone. It's too timid to even try to find him.
Meanwhile, Luo Yunhai, after leaving the room, headed straight for the Imperial Garden. Zhuo Fan had been waiting for him there. Seeing him arrive, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but grin and say, "Not bad, you're sharper than before. You already knew I needed to find you."
Of course. How could I not be telepathically connected after hanging around Zhuo Dage for so long? Ha. Luo Yunhai scratched his nose, chuckled, and nodded slightly. Zhuo Fan waved his hand and said, "All right, then let me see how much you've improved." His eyes narrowed, and Luo Yunhai's fighting spirit ignited. He immediately charged at Zhuo Fan. Each punch landed with explosive force. Zhuo Fan parried while instructing, "Fighting isn't about brute force. You have to use your brain to find openings. If there's an opening, go for it. If there isn't, create one. Attack their weaknesses, avoid their strengths, strike unexpectedly, and set traps every step of the way."
He kept at him for a long time, until Luo Yunhai couldn't take it anymore. Gasping for breath, he collapsed on the ground, looked up at Zhuo Fan, and shouted,
"Zhuo Dage, you've got too much free time. You've been training me all day." Looking up at the sky, Zhuo Fan sighed and said, "A fraction of these 3 years has passed.
This muddy water has already been stirred up, and it won't be easy to have such peaceful, leisurely days like this again." Zhuo Fan shook his head, patted Luo Yunhai's shoulder, and then headed towards his room.
Luo Yunhai watched his departing figure, seemingly aware of the issue, quickly got up, and ran towards Luo Yunchang's room. Zhuo Fan went straight to his room, but as soon as he opened the door, he sensed a strange aura. He warily called out, "Who's there?" But the closer he got, the clearer the person in the blanket became. He looked at the person in front of him in surprise. "Xiang Neller, girl, what are you doing? Why are you in my bed, and in this state?" At this moment, the person in his bed was Yun Xiang, and she was extremely embarrassed. She was only wearing a small bib, revealing her smooth, fair skin. Her face was flushed with embarrassment, and her eyes were filled with tears, but she looked even more alluring. If anyone saw this scene, the first thing they would think is that Zhuo Fan had humiliated Yun Xiang. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. Yun Xiang sat on the bed, struggling to cover half of her body with the blanket, her words filled with hatred. "You beast! Isn't this what you wanted? I only hope that after getting my body, you'll keep your promise. When did I tell you to do this?" Zhuo Fan asked back, full of confusion. As a result, Yun Xiang was furious when she heard this and cursed. "Zhuo Fan, are you humiliating me? You said it yourself. You told me to become your woman. Now you're denying it. What do you mean by this?" Hearing this,
Zhuo Fan understood and quickly waved his hand to explain. "What are you talking about? Me wanting you to be my woman? That's not what I meant."
"Actually, I just wanted you to help me read the heavens and act as my strategist. And don't talk about some principle of wanting me to be good."
"That's all." Lei Wai had just finished speaking.
Yun Xiang exclaimed in disbelief. "What did you say?" So she had misunderstood him. He didn't mean anything, and it was her who was narrow-minded and thinking the worst of others. Thinking of this, she unconsciously lowered her head in shame, too embarrassed to speak. Seeing this, Zhuo Fan knew she understood, sighed, went to her side to cover her with a blanket, and hurriedly urged, "So hurry up and get dressed, you're blinding me."
He had never cared about these silly things, and hadn't experienced them in either of his lives, nor did he want to experience them now. What he wanted was strength and a great career. Suddenly having someone offer themselves at his door scared him half to death. Just then, the door suddenly opened. The weight of Tai. Luo Yunhai was the first to step in, laughing loudly. "Brother Zhuo, my sister and I just asked Commander Peng, and heard that today is your birthday, so I prepared." But as soon as he looked up and saw the scene in the room, he was frightened and quickly turned around to close the door, looking back at the group behind him. Embarrassed?
Oh, brother Zhuo has arrangements. Let's not bother him. What do you mean not bother? What the heck is going on with Zhuo Fan?
Luo Yunchang ignored him and pushed the door open again, her eyes widening in shock at the scene in the room.
Who is she? Where did she come from?
Zhuo Fan shrugged indifferently, not wanting to explain, and casually shooed people away.
Hey, can you guys go out first? How can we go out? Butler Zhuo caught in the act. What a sight to behold, it must be recorded. A mischievous ghost, never one to miss out on drama, shouted with a weird grin, but as soon as he finished speaking, the ferocious ghost smacked him, entering and scolding, Sam Shi, what do you mean, caught in the act? Butler Zhuo is a rich, single man, a desirable male companion. Can't he find a partner? The other three ghosts nodded in agreement. Zhuo Fan watched the four jokers. One sentence after another, his face darkened, and he glared fiercely.
These four guys were just making more and more of a ruckus,
but besides them, there was still someone mocking.
The annoying Princess Yongning rushed forward, taking the initiative to block the woman's face with her mouth, excitedly saying, "Let this princess see who you are, to see if you're worthy of our grand butler Zhuo." As soon as her cotton foot moved, the woman's face appeared. Yongning couldn't help but look back in surprise. It was actually Yun Cheng. Everyone who saw her face was shocked into silence. Zhuo Fan, getting more and more annoyed, didn't say much, and immediately teleported Yun Cheng away. With a flick of his body, the two of them appeared on an empty space, looking at the dark, starry sky. A moment later, Yun Cheng, having changed her clothes, slowly walked over. Zhuo Fan didn't look at her, not paying any attention to what had happened before, calmly looking up at the sky, and casually said, "Same thing as before. Help me unconditionally, and we're a group, you're my person. Your grandpa's business is my business. Otherwise, you and the people of the Yun family can go back to Fenglin City and take refuge. I'll consider that I've done my best for your grandpa. Don't interfere with things here in the future."
As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Cheng suddenly exclaimed in horror, "The evil dragon is coming!" Narrowing his eyes in thought, Zhuo Fan remembered what Yun Xuanji had said that day. Looking at Yun Cheng, he asked, "You mean the Quanrong are about to act?" Suddenly seeming to realize something, Zhuo Fan smiled and nodded. "Very good. From now on, you are officially my person." Yun Cheng also smiled, meaning that, like he said, she agreed to work for him.
Early the next morning, inside the main hall of the imperial city, the solemn emperor sat on his dragon throne. Below, the ministers stood on either side, bowing respectfully. Civil official Zhuge Changfeng stood at the head, military official Duji Yu Zantian in honor, all together saluting the emperor. "Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live! Any reports to make? Or is court dismissed?" The old eunuch next to the emperor stepped forward and looked at everyone, saying,
As soon as he finished speaking, Duji Yu Zantian waved his sleeves and took the lead, stepping out and bowing.
"The case of Grand Priest Yun Xuanji's assassination. This old minister has racked his brains for more than 10 days, but still has no clue. I beg your majesty to allow me to increase the number of investigators and conduct stricter checks on the aristocratic families in the capital." "Approved," the emperor said expressionlessly, coldly.
"Your subject obeys." Duji Yu Zantian bowed and accepted the order. Zhuge Changfeng glanced at Duji Yu Zantian and couldn't help but sigh. This old marshal is indeed wholeheartedly devoted to serving the country, without any personal calculations. This person is too honest, unaware of the undercurrents in the court, and keeps clinging to this matter. Even if he is more dedicated, going in the wrong direction is a waste of effort.
Slightly pursing his lips, Zhuge Changfeng took a step forward, smiling faintly, said, "Reporting to your majesty, your subject also has something to report.
For the past 10 or so days, the gates of the capital have been closed. The common people are frightened. Every household is fearful. I beg your majesty to understand the plight of the people and lift the ban on the capital." Humph. The truth of the Grand Priest's case has not yet come to light. How can we easily open the city gates like this? Prime Minister, you are so impatient. Could it be that this matter is related to you?
But before Zhuge Changfeng could finish speaking, Du Jiyu Zantian coldly laughed. The emperor coldly looked at Zhuge Changfeng, silently waiting for him to explain, quietly smiling and shaking his head. Zhuge Changfeng said with a cold expression, "Although the case of the Grand Priest is important, the face of the nation is equally important. Even if your Majesty does not care about the people living in peace and prosperity, you should also pay attention to the rumors from foreign countries."
Reporting to your Majesty, the Emperor of the Quanrong nation knows that your Majesty's 100th birthday is approaching. Special Envoy Duan has arrived in advance to offer congratulations. Please allow him to enter. Your Majesty, what? As soon as he heard this, the Emperor exclaimed in surprise. Du Jiyu Zantian also shouted in horror. The Quanrong have actually sent a special envoy. Slightly raising his eyebrows, Zhuge Changfeng nodded calmly. That's right, this is a diplomatic ambassador. If we let the special envoy come to the capital, and they see the city gates closed, and the people unable to enter and leave freely, I'm afraid we will be laughed at. The old emperor, sitting on the dragon throne, trembled with anger upon hearing these words, and gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. That dog always targets him. If he agreed, wouldn't he become a foolish ruler who only thought about his own face and didn't care about the people? His wolfish ambitions are so obvious, doing things in secret that he doesn't notice. Du Jiyu Zantian heard these words and hurriedly cupped his fist, saying, Your Majesty, Quanrong and my Tianyu have had endless feuds for many years. This time they sent a special envoy. I'm afraid there is something going on, especially now that the empire is in disarray. It is even more unsuitable for outside forces to enter. I beg your Majesty to firmly reject their request, and not bring a snake into our bosom. The old marshal's words are wrong. Precisely because the two countries have not been at peace, this is the best opportunity to create friendly relations between the two countries. Slowly shaking his head, Zhuge Changfeng smiled again and reported, Moreover, people have good intentions to congratulate, and you refuse to let them stand outside the door? It is truly a loss of face for our Tianyu, and makes the Quanrong look down on us. This matter concerns your Majesty's face and the prestige of Tianyu. How can the old marshal be so cautious? As soon as Zhuge Changfeng finished speaking, two ministers from both sides suddenly stood out, bowing their heads and shouting loudly, Prime Minister is right, your subject agrees. The Prime Minister is right. Please, your Majesty, approve. With this person, there will be others. In just a moment, all the ministers in the court knelt down and reported in unison. We agree. The emperor looked at this scene, secretly furious. The Minister of War, the Central Secretariat, all these ministers are traitors and villains, and dare to stand on Zhuge Changfeng's side to pressure him. Similarly, Du Jiyu Zantian's face was also extremely grave. The civil and military officials in the court actually listened to Zhuge Changfeng. The emperor's power, except for with his close officials, was nothing. This was truly worrying. Zhuge Changfeng stroked his beard, raised his head and arrogantly looked at the emperor, smiling and said, Your Majesty, this concerns the ambassador of a country. Your subject is loyal to the country, please. Your Majesty, make a decision immediately, so that this old man can quickly reply to the Emperor of Quanrong. HMPH. Prime Minister, what are you in such a hurry for? If you are so worried about the Quanrong, anyone who didn't know better would think you were the Prime Minister over there. The Emperor coldly laughed, mocking Zhuge Changfeng. As soon as these words came out, the ministers below immediately broke out in cold sweats. The Emperor was implying that the Prime Minister was guilty of treason. Such remarks were unfounded. How could he joke about it? Could it be that the Emperor was so angry that he was talking nonsense? Zhuge Changfeng didn't mind, like flowing clouds in water, calmly saying, Your Majesty is joking. Your subject receives the emoluments of Tianyu, and of course must wholeheartedly serve the country. Therefore everything I do is for the sake of the country. I hope your Majesty understands. I understand the Prime Minister's painstaking efforts. Of course I understand. Almost gnashing his teeth, the Emperor coldly laughed, and finally fiercely threw the memorial to the old eunuch beside him, shouting loudly, Follow the Prime Minister's memorial. Allow the Quanrong Special Envoy to enter Tianyu. Open the capital gates. The case of the Grand Priest will be discussed after my birthday. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers in the court bowed and saluted. The Emperor again coldly laughed at them, tightly clenching his fists.
A bunch of traitors and villains. At the same time, inside the Grand Priest's mansion, above the star observation tower, a golden compass lay in the highest position, emitting a profound light, with strange energy constantly surrounding it, turning into a sky full of stars. It's operating on its own. Zhuo Fan and Yun Cheng saw this scene, their eyes shining brightly, filled with surprise.
Zhuo Fan's eyes condensed with admiration, and he said,
"This is the 8th grade spiritual weapon passed down from generation to generation of the Yun family."
The Tongtian compass slowly nodded. Yun Cheng solemnly said, "That's right, this Tongtian compass is connected to the heavens and the earth, and can see the trend of the world."
The other day I observed the movement of the stars, and I only vaguely sensed that the evil dragons were gathering here. It was all so general, but only through this heaven-gazing instrument can I clearly see the direction of the forces intertwined with the fate of the clans. So that's how it is. Nodding slightly, Zhuo Fan looked intently at her and said solemnly, "Miss Yun, please observe here. I'll stand guard for you." Yun Shuang covered her mouth and chuckled, giving him a sidelong glance.
"This place is originally Yun family's. Why do you need to stand guard?"
"Acting like we're thieves or something." "That makes sense, but now the eyes and ears of the clans are mixed up, so I'll protect you." Zhuo Fan scratched his head awkwardly and went outside to guard the door. Yun Shuang was momentarily stunned. This guy isn't so bad after all. At least he doesn't treat the people around him badly. Otherwise, why would those people take the initiative to celebrate his birthday?
Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered what happened the day before. Her face suddenly flushed red, and she shyly covered her face. Last night she threw herself into his arms, like giving him a birthday present. It's really too embarrassing. Thinking of this, she hurriedly shook her head to calm herself down when Kalau spoke up.
"All right, let's start." Yun Shuang's eyes suddenly turned black as she focused on the heaven-gazing instrument. In an instant, the starry sky turned into 4 giant dragon heads. The Tianyu war was chaotic, biting each other. The more Yun Shuang looked, the more frightened she became, her face full of horror. She had seen this with Yun Xuanji before, and it was the same. Tianyu was full of death and destruction. However, the final winner is not clear, and it can only be confirmed that after this battle, the people will be in dire straits and suffer heavy casualties.
Finally, a burst of vibration sounded, and the heaven-gazing instrument stopped immediately. The starry sky also disappeared. Sensing this, Zhuo Fan ran over curiously. Is it over?" But he saw Yun Shuang with tears in her eyes and a shocked expression. "Hey, Shuang Seer, what's wrong?" You can cry just from watching the heavenly phenomenon. But Yun Shuang suddenly grabbed his hand, her face sincere. "Butler Zhuo, I beg you. You can ignore your grandpa's affairs, but please be sure to stop this catastrophe. Only you can change the fate of Tianyu, save the people of Tianyu from their suffering." Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan glanced at her and nodded slightly. "I'll do my best, but what?" Hearing that he had agreed, Yun Shuang smiled through her tears, but Zhuo Fan said very seriously, "Zhuo Fan, I separate public and private matters, and I always put private matters first. You are my person, and I will definitely help you solve your problems. As for other things, I can only do them conveniently. Don't force it." Yun Shuang was startled and didn't understand very well, looking at him blankly. Zhuo Fan laughed and declined to comment. "This is my style, you'll understand later. Now tell me, what did you see?" Hearing this, Yun Shuang reacted. Her face instantly sank, and she said ugly, "This time the evil dragons are here to deal with the Luo family." "What did you say?" Frowning involuntarily, Zhuo Fan asked doubtfully. "The Luo family has just risen, and has never had any dealings with the Khitan, so why are they targeting the Luo family?" Seeming to see through his thoughts, Yun Shuang frowned and sighed. "I just saw on luck, the momentum of the evil dragons is fierce and powerful, but it has the effect of increasing luck. But the luck of the other 3 families is stronger, only the Luo family is getting weaker and weaker. This time the Khitan are here. The Luo family will probably be the most disadvantaged. How could this be? The other 3 families have all increased." His brows furrowed, Zhuo Fan paced back and forth, unable to figure it out. "Seriously, even if those 2 forces increase, it's forgivable. These evil dragons should be here to deal with the great Jia Empire. How can they suppress the Luo family? It's really weird." Yun Shuang nodded slightly when she heard this. According to common sense,
The first opponent of the Khitan should be the Tianyu imperial family, the power of the great Xia Empire. But judging from the astronomical phenomena, it is not like that at all, and I don't understand it either. Yun Xuanji once said that fate has a door of death and a door of life. But people have different decisions, stepping into different thresholds. If what Yun Xuang said is true, it seems that the other three families have arranged something to make the evil dragons target the Luo family. But what reason can make the Khitan kingdom target a small force like the Luo family? Zhuo Fan couldn't figure it out at all, squinting at Yun Xuang.
Zhuo Fan asked,
"What will happen to the luck of my Luo family in the future?" Slowly shaking her head, Yun Xuang sighed and said, "I don't know. The Lucero family is guided by you, and you are not under the control of the heavenly destiny, so I can only see the current trend and the near future, and I can't see the future." Sighing and holding his head, Zhuo Fan fell into deep thought. The so-called knowing yourself and knowing your enemy can win 100 battles, but fate is unknown, and I don't know what to do to adjust the arrangement. It seems that being outside of fate is not necessarily a good thing. The most important thing now is to clarify the plans of the three families. Such an abnormal astronomical phenomenon can appear, and it must be brewing a big conspiracy in it. If it is not solved immediately, I am afraid that people will be framed. As soon as he thought of this, Zhuo Fan's heart sank. He turned his head and looked at Yun Xuang for a while and finally smiled and said, "Okay, let's go back. This time I'm lucky to have you. Otherwise it would be difficult for me to find out this strangeness. That I'm just for my grandpa and the common people in the world."
With a smile, Yun Xuang and butler Zhuo left the Yun family and returned to the Luo family's mansion. Just at the same time, in a high building nearby, two black shadows watched the two evil people leave, falling into a burst of depression. "Our ghost shadow monitoring team has never been so aggrieved."
A black shadow coldly snorted, dissatisfied, and said, "So far away, can't see, can't hear, what's the use? Okay, who told us to monitor Zhuo Fan? If we get close, I'm afraid it will be easily discovered by him."
The remaining black shadow heard it and sighed helplessly.
Let's go to the Situ mansion to see what they are doing and what clues they have left." HMPH, our dignified ghost shadow team, is about to become people picking up scraps behind people. The black shadow couldn't help but complain, but also obeyed, turning into black smoke and entering the Great Sacrifices mansion. In the following days, Zhuo Fan considered the changes in the situation on one hand and met with allies on the other hand, and the ghost shadow team did not find out.
It just made him a little strange. Every time he asked about Qing Cheng's situation, they would stammer and hide something, which was very suspicious. Obviously, his previous guess was correct. Something must have happened to Qing Cheng, but unfortunately the situation is chaotic and dangerous. He didn't have time to find out, so he had to put it aside for the time being. And the appearance of the Khitan, will such astronomical phenomena appear and become the fourth force to suppress the Luoco family? Thinking of this, he took out a jade product from his body and threw it towards Fenglin City and ran away. He had to let Li Jingtian and the others arrange it in advance so that the Luto family would have overwhelming power. 3 months later, outside the imperial city, a powerful army with an overwhelming momentum was slowly entering inside. Unexpectedly, this team was all spirit beasts, and every move created tremors on the ground. This is the special envoy of the Khitan. Zhuo Fan, come out and watch the excitement." Early one morning, a young-looking scholar ran excitedly to the Luo family and shouted loudly. Zhuo Fan was discussing matters with the two Luo sisters, and there was nothing to say when he saw the people coming. This person is none other than Princess Yongning, disguised as a man, who escaped from the imperial city. I don't know how idle she is. She comes to the Lucero family every 2 or 3 days. At first, the reason was to find Lu Qiao Yunshang's siblings, but in the end, it turned into finding Zhuo Fan. I'm annoyed to death Zhuo Fan was too lazy to deal with her, shrugged indifferently, and said coldly, "Princess, what trick do you want to play again? I don't have time for you. Find Yunhai and the eldest lady to go with you." Knowing that he didn't want to see her, Yongning snorted angrily, and finally raised her head and said, "This is a big event that is rare in 100 years.
This princess is kind enough to invite you to watch the excitement together. Don't be ungrateful." Watch the excitement, you can have fun by yourself. Zhuo Fan pouted contemptuously, declined to comment, and turned to leave.
Zhuo Fan!
Yong Qining shouted angrily, and then hurriedly stopped him and said,
The Khitan special envoy has arrived and is about to enter the city. This is a foreign style that is hard to come by. You will regret it if you miss it. And as soon as he heard this, Zhuo Fan stopped in surprise. The Khitan have arrived? Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate. In an instant, he disappeared in front of everyone. Wait for me! Yang Ning shouted immediately when she saw this scene.
Luo Yunsheng glanced at Luo Yunhai, nodded slightly, and said, Let's go too. After finishing speaking, the group followed Zhuo Fan and ran all the way to the bustling streets in the imperial city. On the way, Zhuo Fan kept thinking, the Khitan have really arrived. He wanted to see how big this new force was, and how much of a threat it would pose to the Luo family. The four of Zhuo Fan walked on the street, wanting to watch the excitement. At this moment, a loud shout rang out, Brother Zhuo! This way! Zhuo Fan looked up and saw Long Xingyun standing on a high platform, waving and smiling at him. Beside him were also Shi Tiansheng and other disciples, nodding slightly.
Zhuo Fan took the three people into the purple building. As soon as Long Xingyun saw him, he led him to a place where he could see the entire scene below. He smiled and said, Brother Zhuo, today the entire floor is occupied by the disciples of the world, just to see this Khitan guest. Shi Tiansheng's face was cold. He held the sword tightly in his hand. I just don't know how many masters are inside. Zhuo Fan and Long Xingyun looked at each other, shook their heads, and smiled bitterly, as expected of a martial idiot. Right then, Zhuo Fan glanced sideways, spotting Yan Fu trying to avoid eye contact. He sighed, Yan Fu, you're here for the show, and didn't invite me. I was just about to head downstairs. Called out like that, Yan Fu jumped, forcing a sheepish grin. Steward Zhuo, I was just passing by, but before he could finish, a melodious voice cut in. Yan Fu, the masters have arrived. Get the seats ready. Shui Dan Dan, with the Qinghua and Mudan Pavilion lords in tow, arrived. Spotting Zhuo Fan, her cheeks flushed, and she blurted, Zhuo Fan. Long Xingyun saw his chance and chimed in with a sly grin. Brother Zhuo, they've been acquainted for ages. You've just been too busy with work to notice, haha. What? Zhuo Fan stared at Yan Fu and Shui Dan Dan, shocked.
Just then, the Mudan Pavilion lord chimed in, glaring haughtily at Zhuo Fan. What's the matter, Zhuo Fan? Just because you don't want our Dan Dan, you want to keep her single forever? How overbearing, haha, nicely done. Much to everyone's surprise, Zhuo Fan clapped Yan Fu on the shoulder,
bursting into laughter and mentally sighing in relief. Finally got rid of that burden, so happy. The Mudan Pavilion lord snapped, Hey, Zhuo Fan, what's that supposed to mean? You have absolutely no lingering feelings for my Dan Dan. So heartless. Zhuo Fan ignored her, not even giving her a second glance, and started to walk away.
So noisy, the Qinghua Pavilion lord sighed. If he was hung up on Dan Dan, you'd scold him for not letting go. If he isn't, you still scold him. What do you even want him to do? HMPH, whatever. The Mudan Pavilion lord sputtered, lost for words. She turned to Yan Fu and demanded, Yan Fu, get over here. Yan Fu glanced at Zhuo Fan for permission, but Zhuo Fan just waved him away. Go, get over to your future mother-in-law, and keep quiet.
The Mudan Pavilion lord roared, glaring daggers at Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan just shrugged it off and went to the railing to observe the scene below. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed as a line of ferocious beasts marched in. The city folk went wild. They're here! Look, it's spirit beasts. All 5th grade. Awesome.
Zhuo Fan grinned. Finally here. The Shi Long's border squad.
At the head were 5 men and 1 woman, each mounted on a 5th grade spirit beast.
Their imposing presence and powerful aura made everyone keep their distance.
The woman was particularly stunning, different from the women of Tianyu. She exuded a seductive charm, the kind that men find irresistible. Long Xingyun swallowed hard and nodded appreciatively. Didn't know the Quanrong had beauties like this. Shi Tiansheng stepped forward, but unlike Long Xingyun, his eyes burned with battle intent. Heard the Quanrong are famous for taming spirit beasts. I want to see how strong their beast-human synergy really is. Long Xingyun quickly stopped him. Hey, This is a friendly exchange, no fighting.
Especially no fighting with the beauty. After a closer look, Zhuo Fan frowned in confusion. 3 heaven seers, 3 spirit illumination experts, and 1,000 elite knights at Bone Forging Realm, plus 1,000 third-grade spirit beasts and 6 fifth-grade ones. Is this really enough to threaten the Luo clan?
Zhuo Fan.
What are you looking at? Yongning asked, curious. You keep staring and sighing. What's so strange? Zhuo Fan muttered. Something strange. Yongning frowned. Strange? What's strange?
HMPH. If it was obvious, I wouldn't call it strange. If I knew what was strange, I wouldn't need to stare, you dits. Zhuo Fan huffed. Yongning's face turned red. Zhuo Fan just ignored her and continued scanning the scene below. Suddenly, an angry roar shook the ground. The Quanrong envoys halted. A child ran out from under a spirit beast, cowering in fear on the ground.
An old man rushed out, scooped up the child, and bowed to the envoys. Forgive us, the child is ignorant, and bumped into you, lords. I'll take him away. It's fine, the only woman in the envoy chuckled.
But before she could finish, a burly man sneered. Are the people of Tianyu this undisciplined? I am a general of the Quanrong Empire. Bumping into me is an insult to the Quanrong. Can you bear the consequences if war breaks out? Zhuo Fan scoffed. Please, if war was that easy, it would have happened ages ago. The noble families nodded in agreement, knowing the man was just trying to intimidate the commoners. Just as they thought, the old man's knees buckled, and he knelt, begging, Spare us, sir. It's all my fault. Please don't make a fuss. The burly man sneered,
and the woman glared at him, scolding. Chalahan, don't cause trouble.
Heh, don't worry, miss. Just messing with these Tianyu lowlifes. Won't affect the big picture. Chalahan waved it off and said to the old man, I can let it go. I'm a generous guy,
but my mount is a bit temperamental. It has a habit of crushing anything that bumps into it. It gets annoyed otherwise, which affects my mood. So, what should we do?
The old man was terrified. Was he supposed to hand the child over to the beast? How could he? The woman snapped, Chalahan, let it go. Don't push it. Hee, miss. It's just a game. No harm done. Chalahan ignored her
and continued staring at the old man, waiting for him to deliver the child to the beast. The spirit beast bared its fangs, its eyes filled with killing intent. The child burst into tears. Zhuge Tianxiang's eyes blazed with anger, and he reached for his sword. How dare they act like this in Tianyu?
Rampaging around like they own the place. Long Xingyun quickly stopped him. Brother Xie, they're invited guests. Even the court isn't getting involved. Why make trouble? Yongxing scoffed. A family like yours, serving the empire, afraid of trouble. I never saw you avoid trouble before. What a coward, Zhuo Fan. Teach them a lesson.
You want to go? Go ahead, I'm too lazy. Zhuo Fan waved it off. You're the one talking? But these kinds of things happen all the time. Did anyone ever say anything about it before?
Xiao Dan, weren't you a bully before? I was just being immature back then. Why bring it up? Xiao Dan blushed and mumbled. Zhuo Fan was just trying to make a point.
And Yanfu. You're no saint either, right? Yanfu shrugged. Used to wander around with my master, but things have been dull since I joined the Lulumao family.
Zhuo Fan snapped his fingers and turned to Yongning. See? Our princess. They're all rotten to the core. You want these rotten people to deal with other rotten people? You're thinking too much. The princess was speechless with rage. If you won't go, I will. Just then, a woman's voice rang out. You're honored guests of the Quanrong, but guests are still guests. You can't just act like you own the place. Everyone turned to see Yunshang, who had somehow gotten there, standing in front of the grandfather and grandson,
glaring at the envoys. Quanrong. Yongning screamed. It's Xiang Yer. We have to save her. Zhuo Fan's expression turned serious. So annoying. What's a weak little girl like her doing acting tough? Her Heaven Seer stage cultivation is nothing to a 5th grade spirit beast. What's she trying to prove? Well, other people's business is their business, but Yun Chang is kinda under my protection now, so I can't just leave her hanging. Guess I'll sigh and head over. Plus, this is a good chance to see what the Quanrong are really made of.
Chala Khan took one look at the little chick and just snorted, full of contempt. Little girl, you got a death wish. You dare stick your nose in the Quanrong delegation's business? Didn't your emperor teach you how to treat guests? If you know you're a guest, then act like one. Does this world even have a guest as rude as you?
Yun Chang shot back, not backing down. Chala Khan glared, then grinned, all teeth. Heh. Even if the guest should follow the host, we gotta see if the host is up to it. Today, I'm making these two grandpa and grandson a feast for my pets. No one can save them. I said stop. As soon as the words left his lips, the spirit beast roared and lunged at the two. Yun Chang saw this and threw out a palm strike. Halt. But Chala Khan just scoffed, curling his lip. Suddenly, his entire body exploded with power. Yun Chang's palm slammed into an invisible wall, and she was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Chala Khan cackled, eyes full of scorn. Hey, a little immortal profound realm brat dares to interfere in such petty matters. Who gave you the guts?
With that, the spirit beast opened its maw again, ready to devour the two. The girl couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "Chala Khan, stop messing around!"
Stop! Yun Chang was freaking out. Seeing the spirit beast about to swallow the two whole, her heart was on fire, tears welling up. No. But it was too late. Chala Khan seemed to have gone completely berserk. The spirit beast's eyes were bloodshot. The onlookers just sighed and shook their heads, helpless. But just then, something unexpected happened. The spirit beast, lunging forward, hadn't even gotten a bite when a fiery red arm blocked it. Chala Khan saw this and cried out in shock. What the pa?
Meanwhile, the Bai Jing of Tianyu looked up at the figure, and his expression froze.
He exclaimed, "It's him. It's that guy, Zhuo Fan. This beast is no match for one-eyed fiend." In this moment, seeing him ignited a flicker of hope. If this guy made a move, anything was possible.
On the other hand, the Quanrong side was shocked. No way. He stopped Chala Khan's 5th grade spirit beast with just one hand. Does Tianyu have someone this strong? Shi Tianshang watched from above, looking a little ticked, and muttered, "Didn't this hypocrite say he wouldn't get involved? And yet he's the first to jump in. Hehe, isn't that perfect? Only he can handle this kind of trouble." Long Xinyun chuckled, waving his hand casually. The others nodded in agreement.
Only a demon like Zhuo Fan can deal with a Quanrong delegation like this.
Ignoring the stunned looks, Zhuo Yifan glanced at the two and growled. I said, "How long do you want me to hold it back?" Huh?
The old man snapped out of it. Quickly understanding, he grabbed his grandson and ran, thanking Zhuo Fan profusely. "Thank you for saving us, Steward Zhuo. This old man will never forget your kindness."
Chala Khan was furious at the sight, and the spirit beast roared, trying to break free from Zhuo Fan's grip. But no matter what it did, it couldn't escape Zhuo Fan's demonic grip. Chala Khan's anger grew, and he glared at Zhuo Fan, yelling,
"Damn you, you dare block me, Zhuo Fan." Didn't even acknowledge him. He patted the spirit beast's head and whispered, "Sleepy time, kitty." The silence that followed was even more shocking. Before the 5th grade spirit beast could even process what was happening, it crashed to the ground, completely unconscious. Chala Khan leaped into the air, glaring at Zhuo Fan in rage and disbelief. How is this possible? He knocked out a 5th grade spirit beast with one hand. The Quanrong delegation was stunned, their eyes widening as they looked at Zhuo Yifan.
The Bai Xing of Tianyu, on the other hand, cheered wildly. "Hooray! Awesome! Steward Zhuo is mighty! Steward Zhuo is the best! Steward Zhuo! Steward Zhuo! Steward Zhuo!" The Quanrong delegation looked around in horror, then turned their terrified gaze back to Zhuo Fan. This guy is just a steward, and he has this kind of power? Just what is the deal with this Tianyu force? How come we've never heard of them before?
And it seems like he's really famous. Almost everyone knows him. Damn it, what are the intelligence guys doing? We have no clue. A damn steward, and you didn't even utter a peep about him. A sweet voice suddenly cut through the crowd. Yong Ning, dragging Yanfu along, rushed through the crowd and apologized to Zhuo Fan. Sorry, Steward Zhuo. "We were a little delayed buying things. Please don't blame us. Even though we're just insignificant servants and soldiers in their eyes, we did our best. Who knew someone would cause trouble today?" Hearing this, Zhuo Fan glanced at her, a little confused. But then she winked mischievously, and he understood. He chuckled softly. "So that's it. Not bad, princess. Your acting skills are pretty good."
The Quanrong delegation looked at each other in even more horror, faces filled with disbelief. Could it be that these two are just servants and slaves? They glanced at the two.
The core members of the delegation's morale sank by half. To actually use heavenly profound experts as servants and slaves, then just what level of existences were their elders? He couldn't help but glance backward. One person cursed. Huliansai. Damn it! What kind of intelligence work are you doing? The guy called Huliansai was also shocked and cursed under his breath. Screw me, how was I supposed to know that Tianyu had such a powerful family all of a sudden? Are they showing off their power? But looking at Zhuo Fan, he didn't think so. A third-level heavenly profound expert knocked out a fifth-grade spirit beast. This guy's power was too terrifying. Even Chala Khan would have a hard time dealing with him.
For a moment, everyone looked at Zhuo Fan, filled with fear.
Since you know you're late, hurry up and go. If you delay young master and make him angry, you can't take the responsibility. Yongning tugged slightly on Zhuo Fan's hand, gesturing toward the crowd. Yongning decisively played along with him for a while. Just then, a young master clasped his fist and said, "Just now, my subordinate, Lu Meng, offended you. Please forgive us."
But Zhuo Fan didn't even bother to acknowledge him, not even a glance. He just stared at Yun Chang and the others, coldly saying, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go buy things." Chala Khan's eyes flashed with anger, his hands clenched into fists, his eyes filled with killing intent as he stared at Zhuo Fan. Princess Yongling chuckled in her heart, as if afraid the situation wasn't chaotic enough, pointed at the Quanrong delegation, deliberately saying, "Steward Zhuo, they're blocking the road, how can we go shopping?" Frowning slightly, Zhuo Fan glanced at Yongling and saw that her eyes were full of mischief and understanding. Her thoughts were correct. He could wait a little. With a chuckle, Zhuo Fan glanced at the Quanrong crowd, coldly saying, "Listen up, you guys. The main roads of the Imperial City are for people to walk on, not for livestock to trample on. You four-legged beasts better get out of my way. You're blocking my path." "What did you say?"
The young Quanrong man, hearing these words, gritted his teeth and angrily cursed. Tuoba Liufeng watched from the high-rise. Everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Long Xingyun acted like he was watching a show, and said, "There's a good show to watch." But Quanrong's strength lies in taming beasts. Being partners with spirit beasts, asking them to abandon their spirit beasts, would be like asking them to abandon their martial strength and dignity. They would definitely not agree. Every time Zhuo Fan takes action, he would provoke the other side first, and let them make the first move before he did anything. The final result, of course, is that I beat people up. And there's a reason for others not to say anything. Chala Khan, full of anger, glared at Zhuo Fan and cursed, "You bastard, you dare touch my ride." Having said that, he was about to make a move. But that young dude slowly stepped forward to stop him, saying calmly, "Kuyunrong soldiers, my beasts are always by my side. I only know how to advance, not retreat. If you got the skills, then try making these spirit beasts retreat." As soon as he said that, everyone couldn't help but flinch slightly, secretly praising him in their hearts. Zhuo Fan was also a bit stunned, staring intently at that young dude, a wicked smile spreading across his lips. That young man is not simple.
Long Xingyun's eyes flashed, sighing. Just who in the world is this guy? He handles everything so calmly, experienced, both cultured and martial. Truly rare. Luo Yunhai, hearing this, also nodded in agreement. That guy's got to be a genius from a military family. That heroic spirit tempered on the battlefield is something normal people wouldn't have. Ha ha, little bro, your eyes are pretty good. Just then, a soft laugh suddenly reached everyone's ears. Turning their heads, they saw the heavenly martial four tigers slowly walking over. Zhu Yifan burst out laughing. "I was wondering why we were waiting so long for the special envoy outside the Imperial City.
Turns out this little punk was holding them up."
I don't even know how old he is, but he argues with everyone. Heavenly Marshal's #1 provocateur title is well-deserved. Haha, second bro, you can't say it like that. This time, it wasn't our Zhuo Fan who started it. Hearing this, Luo Yunchang frowned slightly and looked at Du Yifang, explaining with a slight nod. Du Yifang chuckled, "Little sis, you're really defending your own." But I wasn't saying it's Butler Zhuo's fault either. We kinda expected them to try and flex on us, since we've been fighting the Kuyunrong for years.
We all got beef.
This time their envoy came. They were definitely going to try and show off right from the start. We were prepared for it. It's just, We didn't expect you guys to start arguing with them here, which saved us a lot of trouble. Hearing this, the Luo siblings couldn't help but exchange glances, realizing that these guys were so confident because they wanted to give a preemptive strike at the Imperial City gates, but they ran into Zhuo Fan first, which was really unfortunate. Thinking of this, Luo Yunhai suddenly spoke. "Oh yeah, big bro, do you guys know that young leader?"
Du Jiufeng frowned slightly, sighed, and nodded.
"Yeah, unfortunately, old rival. He's the only son of Tuoba Tieshan,
the Grand Marshal of the Kuyunrong Army. Tuoba Liu Feng. What? He's the young marshal. Luo Yunhai was shocked in disbelief. Seeing him nod slightly, Du Jiufeng stared intently below, his face a bit solemn. This Tuoba Liu Feng is super smart, incredibly brave, and he's a master of strategy.
Even though he's still young, he's already famous in the army. The four of us have fought him on the battlefield a few times, but we always ended up on the losing side. Rumor has it he's going to replace his dad and become the next Grand Marshal." Hearing this, Luo Yunhai narrowed his eyes at the young dude. Eventually, his eyes lit up and he asked, "What about the others?" Du Jiufeng took a deep breath and said flatly,
"Under the Grand Marshal of the Kuyunrong Army are the 8 Great Wolf Guards, fierce, battle-hardened, and invincible. This time, 3 of them came with the envoy."
Pointing to the guy Zhuo Fan had just messed with, he said, "The second fierce wolf guard of the 8, Chalahan. He was born with incredible strength, rumored to be able to tame level 5 spirit beasts. Pretty tough to deal with." Pointing to a tall, thin man, Du Jiufeng continued, "The hidden wolf guard, Hu Lian Sai. He's in charge of intelligence gathering and military reconnaissance during battles. He's super cunning. You might not normally pay attention to him, but he's always watching you. His intelligence team is also top-notch." Luo Yunhai nodded slightly. Du Jiufeng then pointed to a person with only half his face showing, and the famous archer of the Kuyunrong, Shooting Heaven Wolf.
Ranked 3rd among the 8 wolf guards, Sabie.
His Town Heaven bow and Piercing Cloud arrows are both grade 6 spirit weapons. He never misses, specializes in shooting the heads off enemy generals. Even marshals have been injured by him. He's definitely an opponent to watch out for. As soon as these words came out, Luo Yunhai exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Even a marshal-level expert?" Before he could finish, Du Jiufeng nodded, his face solemn as he sighed.
"Each of the 8 wolf guards is incredibly fierce. All are top experts.
Spirit illumination realm and above. Fighting them on the battlefield is no joke." Everyone shuddered slightly as they heard this, nodding seriously. If it weren't for the Heavenly Marshal 4 Tigers' years of battlefield experience, they probably wouldn't have known any of this. So the other side was this. Strong, Luo Yunhai's face was grim as he glanced at the old man with white hair, asking, "Big bro, who's that?"
Du Jiufeng looked over in the direction he was pointing and murmured, "The Kuyunrong's national preceptor, Han Timo, equivalent to the Prime Minister of Heavenly Martials Zhuge Changfeng."
So does that mean all the big shots on their side were sent? Everyone was shocked, their faces full of confusion as they asked, "If he's so important, how could they let him come to Heavenly Marshal so easily and risk it? Aren't they afraid we'll imprison him?" Before Du Jiufeng could answer, Du Jiulin beside him waved his fan, a hint of sadness on his face. "The Kuyunrong are not like us. Even though we have the so-called 4 pillars supporting the world, everyone has their own agenda. Like me and Zhuge Changfeng, no one trusts anyone. That's why the border conflicts never stop after so many years. I heard Zhuge Changfeng had long wanted to negotiate with the Kuyunrong, but don't know who to implement. Do you know why I am not afraid of being sold out by the old marshal?" Everyone here was not stupid, and spoke together. Du Jiulin smiled bitterly and nodded slightly. "Although I am not such a person, it is a very difficult thing for the Prime Minister to fully believe me. But the Kuyunrong are not like that. For example, this time, Tuoba Tishan dared to let his son take the 3 spirit guards with him, because the national preceptor Hantai Mo was watching over him, and Hantai Mo came because at the same time they entered, Tuoba Tishan had gathered 500,000 troops to protect the border, If there is any danger to the mission, their 500,000 troops will go south and attack Heavenly Marsh.
The two countries will immediately break out into a great war. This is corresponding to their position. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Look at how united they are, and look at us. It's no wonder Heavenly Marshal is in such chaos.
After pondering for a long time, Long Xingyun suddenly pointed to a girl in the Kuyunrong's special envoy group. A wicked smile blossomed. So, Brother Du Jiyu, what about that beauty? As soon as this was said, everyone looked at him, sighing helplessly. That horndog. Beneath the surface of the street, Zhuo Fan coldly looked at the other side. He naturally understood that this young man thought that the Kuyunrong had beast-controlling techniques that no one else had, so he wanted to show off here. How ridiculous, thinking of this. Zhuo Yifan smiled wickedly and said, I'm letting you retreat on your own, saving your face. Is it really necessary for me, Zhuo Fan, to make a move?
Ha ha, if you can, feel free. Tuoba. Liu Feng heard this, smirked lightly, eyes with Zhuo Shenglong, looking at Zhuo Fan provocatively, grinning mischievously. Zhuo Fan suddenly rose in imposing aura, blue flames flashing in his eyes. Sweeping his eyes across the spirit beast army, he roared, Scram! At the same time, an invisible pressure instantly swept across all the spirit beasts, causing them to tremble in fear. In everyone's horrified eyes, the spirit beasts looked up to the sky, suddenly letting out loud roars. Then, they rushed towards the city gates in a frenzy. All the spirit beasts, as if they had encountered something terrifying, were completely frenzied, only knowing how to run. The cavalry didn't even have time to react before they were knocked to the ground by the spirit beast army, trampled until their bones were broken, moaning continuously.
Tuoba Liu Feng, seeing this scene, shouted in shock and horror, What's going on? Don't run! Turn back! But no matter how much he shouted, the spirit beasts did not listen to his orders, only running madly. With no other choice, he had to fly into the sky to avoid the disaster. Amazing! Tuoba saw the whole herd of spirit beasts running in terror out of the city. In the blink of an eye, they were driven out of the capital, and the Kuyunrong's group couldn't stand it. They fell awkwardly on the ground, being trampled by the spirit beasts, mouths constantly vomiting fresh blood. On the contrary, Long Xingyun's group seemed to have guessed that this scene would happen, and only smiled triumphantly, because in the 100 schools of thought, they had seen him push back more than 10,000 blood alligators, with just a glare. It could be said that in front of Zhuo Fan, these spirit beasts were trash, and had no threat at all. The Kuyunrong members, led by Tuoba Liu Feng, only 6 people managed to survive the spirit beast riot at this moment, and they were full of fear. Looking at Zhuo Fan, Tuoba Liu Feng looked at the woman next to him, asking in shock, Lian Shock, you're the best at beast language, what the heck is going on here? Her lips drooped slightly, and she seemed to not know at all. But after the smoke cleared, she got closer to that man, her eyes shrinking slightly, as she cried out in shock. It's him! Zhuo Fan looked back at the shout, and was a little surprised in his heart, so it was her. He didn't expect that she would also be one of the special envoys of the Kuyunrong. Before the Kuyunrong mission entered the city, they only paid attention to their strength. But they didn't carefully observe the appearance of this girl. Tuoba Lianher looked at Zhuo Fan with a solemn expression. The memories of that day at Beast King Mountain were still haunting her mind at this moment. But she met him here again today. Just who is he? Why did he appear in the capital and become a butler of some family? As a result, their eyes met, falling into silence, both of them full of doubt. How could she have known that this girl was actually from the Kuyanyang? But why did she show up at the 100 Schools tournament that day? Could this be related to the Kuyanyang Kingdom's real purpose for coming here? Zhao Fan's eyes narrowed, his mind racing. But while he was still contemplating the big picture, Yun Cheng, who was watching from above, assumed he was just being a flirtatious butterfly, and gnashed her teeth in anger. That little devil! He actually knows another girl! Sigh, looks like this beauty is Zhao Fan's type too, so I won't compete. Long Xingyun, seeing this scene, put his hands behind his head and sighed helplessly. Back to the situation below. Tuoba Liu Feng, seeing his younger sister staring intently at that guy, asked with some surprise, Lianier, do you two know each other? Slightly nodding, Tuoba Lianier whispered to him, Big brother, that's the extraordinary person I told you about. As soon as she finished speaking,
Tuo Liu Feng exclaimed in shock. What? He then fell into silence.
To think there's someone in this world who can make my beast army fear?
If that's the case, this guy is too dangerous. We absolutely can't let him live. Thinking of this, a thick killing intent suddenly emanated from his body.
Sensing the murderous aura radiating from him, Du Yifan became a little nervous, exclaiming, "This is bad. Tuo Liu Feng is usually so calm. Why is he suddenly releasing such killing intent?"
Long Xingyun, who was nearby, didn't pay attention to this, indifferently curling his lips. So what, are they that powerful? Besides, they're just courting death if they mess with Zhuo Fan. What's there to worry about? I'm just afraid they'll go looking for trouble. At this moment, Du Yifan said something that surprised everyone. Don't you guys understand Zhuo Fan's personality? If you provoke him? Who knows what will happen to those guys? If something happens to them, what about the 500,000 troops waiting at Tuoba Tishan's border? Everyone was slightly startled.
That's right, that makes sense.
After the 100 Schools tournament, they understood one thing. Even if you anger King Yama, you shouldn't mess with the devil Zhuo Fan.
Otherwise, no one will know how you'll die or what method of death you'll suffer. Zhuo Fan, sensing Tuo Liu Feng's icy gaze, wasn't afraid at all, but rather a bit delighted. Excellent! He was waiting for them to make a move, or how else would he be able to probe them? Thinking of this, he raised an eyebrow, provoking them with his expression. What's wrong? Tuo Liu Feng's eyelids twitched slightly, and he coldly glanced at Zhuo Fan, whispering to those beside him, "Damn Chalahan, prepare the eagle formation. We have to kill him." The big burly guys nodded slightly upon hearing this. Chalahan, in particular, revealed an excited look in his eyes, unable to wait. However, Zhuo Fan wasn't afraid at all, still standing there calmly, smirking mockingly, waiting for them to make their move. At this moment, the national preceptor Han Tiema felt a bit uneasy, looking at Tuo Liu Feng and saying, "Liu Feng, this guy isn't simple. His background is also unclear. We're making a move so casually, I'm afraid it's too reckless. No matter who he is, he's still a threat. We have to eliminate him early. Otherwise, my Kuyun Yung's beast army will be crippled on the battlefield." Tuo Liu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he firmly said, "It's rare that we have this small conflict with him, but there couldn't be a better opportunity to eliminate him. When that time comes, even if we meet the Tianyu Emperor, even if he knows he comes from some prestigious family, it'll be because he courted death himself, and we accidentally killing him won't be wrong at all." Frowning unconsciously as he looked at Zhuo Fan, Han Tiema could only silently nod, but his unease deepened. From the first time he saw this young man, he felt the same way he did the first time he met Zhuge Changfeng, sighing helplessly, lamenting Tianyu. Truly, talented people emerge in waves.
"Attack!" Tuo Liu Feng shouted loudly, immediately forming a formation and rushing towards Zhuo Fan. At the same time, 6 other people stepped forward, and longbows suddenly appeared in their hands. Knocking arrows, they shot at Zhuo Fan in unison. However, Zhuo Fan didn't care, coldly smiling and lightly waving his right arm, a hint of disdain rising at the corners of his lips. "Stop!" But just at this moment, a majestic voice rang out, followed by a familiar figure suddenly appearing in front of everyone, holding a long saber in his hand, directly pointing it at the people behind, shouting at Tuo Liu Feng, "Han Tiema, what do you think you're doing?" Their bodies suddenly stiffened. Chalahan stopped immediately, looking at the person in front of him with a solemn expression. Tuo Liu Feng also frowned slightly, unwillingly saying, "Stop." Then he cupped his fist in salute to Du Yu Zantian, Old Marshal Du Yu, long time no see. Du Yu Zantian nodded slightly in response. Indeed, long time no see. Zhuo Fan, on the other hand, felt a bit disappointed. This old man came to spoil the fun again. He couldn't probe the other party's strength further. But this time wasn't bad either. He still learned a little more about this force. Suddenly, at this moment, Tuo Lianhe spoke gently.
"Old Marshal Du Yu, why are the people of Tianyu so rude? Today, we represent the Emperor of Kuyun Yong to offer birthday greetings to His Majesty of your esteemed nation, yet your people scared away our riding beasts and even injured my soldiers. Is this how one treats guests?"
She thought that with Dunji Yuzantian's position, as long as she complained, Zhuo Fan would definitely be punished. She would settle both old and new scores with him.
Sadly, Dunji Yuzantian, hearing these words, looked at Zhuo Fan standing there indifferently, then looked at the Kuyun young people, sighing and saying, "National Preceptor Tuoba Liu Feng, this old man sees that you are guests from afar, and kindly reminds you, no matter what grudges you have, let this matter end here, let bygones be bygones, you can't afford to provoke this guy." As soon as these words came out, the Kuyun young people were shocked. From what?
Listening to Dunji Yuzantian's tone, this guy's status seemed to be even higher than his, and even he didn't dare to touch him. What exactly was going on? They were becoming increasingly confused about this guy's identity.
Tuoba Lianhair glanced at Zhuo Fan in surprise, then asked Dunji Yuzantian, "Marshal Dunji Yu, just who is he? It seems that you're also very wary of him."
He sighed deeply. Dunji Yuzantian laughed wryly. "This old man isn't wary, it's just that this kid is very troublesome. A thorny head you can't mess with. Last time, the second prince provoked him, and he directly leveled the royal mansion. You guys are people from Kuyun Chung. This old man is really worried that you'll do something reckless that will cause the two countries to go to war. That wouldn't be good. You think I'm telling you to stop for his sake? This old man is saving you guys." As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts were shocked, and they looked at Zhuo Fan with even more fear. In Dunji Yuzantian's words, there were two key pieces of information. First, this guy's power in Tianyu was heaven-defying. He didn't even put the princes in his eyes, nor did he care about the emperor's face.
Second, Zhuo Fan's strength was unmatched. It wouldn't be advantageous, even if the six of them attacked together. On the contrary, it would be easy to suffer losses and cause disputes between the two countries. Such a powerful figure, yet there were no rumors of him before. "All right, this old man will escort you into the imperial city, remember? Keep your distance from that kid." In the future, Dunji Yuzantian looked at the Kuyun young people and instructed them,
finally turning to Zhuo Fan and saying, "Kid, no matter what happens between you, give this old man some face today. After all, they're guests." Glancing at him, Zhuo Fan nodded slightly and said, "All right, I will definitely give old Marshal face.
But please pass a message to them. This is my territory. They better open their eyes wide when they walk around in the future. Let's go." Then he led Yun Chuang and the others away, leaving the Kuyun Yun people dumbfounded and trembling with anger. They originally wanted to show off their power today, to make a preemptive strike, but instead they were tricked by this kid, and their dignity was completely lost. The showy Long Xingyun, who was high above, couldn't help but give a thumbs up in admiration.
"Hanging out with Brother Zhao, you really get face."
Dunji Yufeng
laughed wryly and sighed. It's fortunate that adoptive father arrived in time, otherwise, something big would have happened. With a lawless demonic dragon like that, those newly arrived Kuyun young hungry wolves would have been overturned. Dunji Yuzantian chuckled and shook his head, then led the Kuyun young people away with bellies full of anger. Only at this moment were they no longer arrogant, but instead had ashen faces, trudging along awkwardly. On the other hand, outside the imperial city gate, Prime Minister Zhu Changfeng led the civil and military officials to welcome the special envoy delegation of Kuyun Young. But they waited for a long time before seeing anyone arrive. Moreover, they were walking, limping, looking extremely embarrassed, and the skin on his face couldn't help but twitch. The Minister of War beside him looked at Zhu Changfeng and asked doubtfully, "They've arrived? Is this the envoy from Kuyun Young? Why do they look like defeated soldiers just after being beaten?" Seeming to have guessed the reason, Zhu Changfeng chuckled and shook his head. This old man already guessed the outcome. They got defeated. Probably ran into Tianyu's biggest headache. When the newcomers heard this, all the civil and military officials were a bit stunned, then shook their heads, chuckling inwardly.
Seriously, out of all people to provoke, they just had to provoke that demon.
These newcomers really don't know what's good for them. Meanwhile, Zhu Changfeng stepped forward to exchange a few pleasantries, then led the Quanzhong delegation into the imperial city, waiting until dusk.
After the banquet ended, the Quanzhong delegation was arranged to rest at the guest house.
Late at night, a cute figure slipped past the guards, entered a dark room, knocked twice lightly, and whispered, "Big brother, I'm here." Right after, the door creaked open, and the person quickly slipped inside. Looking up, it was Tuoba Lianer, and inside the room, someone was already standing. Inside, there were 6 people. 5 were from Quanrong, led by Tuoba Liufeng, and 1 person had their body hidden under a robe, their form obscured. Seeing the stranger, Tuoba Liuanquire suspiciously asked, "Big brother? Who is he?" A corner of his mouth curled up as Tuoba Liufeng chuckled softly. At this moment, the person slowly raised their head and emitted a familiar voice.
"Ha ha, Miss Lianer. This old man was just drinking and chatting with you during the day, and you don't recognize me tonight." Involuntarily gasping, Tuoba Lianer exclaimed in shock. You're Zhu Ge Changfeng. Lianer, don't be so surprised." A profound glint flashed in Prime Minister Zhu Ge's eyes. Tuoba Liufeng chuckled lightly. "He's one of us. Why are you shaking in your boots?" Tuoba Lianer cried out in alarm. Tuoba Lianer carefully stared at Zhu Ge Changfeng for a moment, still unable to believe this truth. He's one of Tianyu's 4 pillars, yet he's their person. As if seeing through her thoughts, Zhu Ge Changfeng chuckled softly and said indifferently, "Miss Lianer, this old man, your esteemed national preceptor, and even your nation's emperor, have been secretly in contact for decades now, so you don't need to doubt." Tuoba Lianer couldn't help but flinch slightly, blinking her eyes as she looked at her brother. Only when she saw Tuoba Liufeng nod did she believe it. "No wonder you already had a plan for this trip. So Prime Minister Zhu Ge is our inside man, the super trustworthy person you told me about, huh?" Tuoba Liufeng gave a strange smile, declining to comment, finally turning serious and addressing Zhu Ge Changfeng. "Grand Prime Minister, will our operation proceed according to the old plan? But why do I feel like Tianyu's situation has changed drastically?" Zhu Changfeng chuckled softly and nodded, saying indifferently, "Ha ha! Young Wolf is indeed sharp. It's true that things have changed a lot in recent years, so our plan has also shifted a bit. But rest assured, this change in circumstances is actually better for us. Nothing has gone wrong." "How can you be so certain?" Kantai Ma said calmly, his eyebrows furrowed, a confident smile on his lips. Zhu Ge Changfeng leisurely began. "Our original plan was to use the Emperor's centennial birthday banquet as an opportunity to lead Quanrong experts into the imperial capital under the guise of offering congratulations. When Marshal Tuoba rebelled to divert Duguzantian's attention, the Emperor's Gate would seize the opportunity to attack the other 6 houses and lead the rebellion. With the Emperor busy suppressing the outside forces, there would be no one left inside.
At that time, we'd cooperate to assassinate the Emperor, giving us at least a 90% chance of success. And once the Emperor fell, even if Duguzantian was a battle-hardened old marshal, without rear support, his army would still suffer a crushing defeat. Then, the Quanrong army could advance rapidly, taking Tianyu's territory as easily as flipping a hand. What's more, the most crucial part was that all these events would happen simultaneously, with swift action. By the time the 3 guardian sects discovered it, it would probably be too late. We'd just give them a bit of benefit, and they'd naturally not interfere. Then, Tianyu's dominion would be ours to carve up. That's right, the original plan was indeed like that, but what's the variable now?
Kantai Ma nodded slightly as he asked. Zhu Ge Changfeng chuckled softly, a profound glint flashing in his eyes. "This variable is something no one could have anticipated before. Tianyu is no longer governed by 7 houses, but 8 houses, and now, both internally and externally, it has 3 very balanced pillars. The Emperor's Gate is restrained, and it's not as easy for them to start something." "How can that be?" Tuoba Liufeng couldn't help but frown, exclaiming in a hurry. Zhu Ge Changfeng glanced at him, smiled faintly, and continued, "Actually, you all met this 8th family today, the Luo family, led by their head butler, Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan is the one who blocked our way today." Tuoba Liufeng's gaze instantly sharpened, finally flashing with killing intent as he coldly stated, "This person cannot be kept alive for long. If they're obstructing our entire plan, then we'll just lend the Emperor's Gate a hand to completely eradicate them. Young Master Tuoba, please think carefully about what you just said." Zhu Changfeng coldly scoffed in disdain. If Zhuo Fan was so easy to eliminate, he'd have been dead ages ago. How would he still be alive today? To be honest, it's not that this old man looks down on you all. It's just that if you were to move against Zhuo Fan right now, I'm afraid the Tuoba side would be completely. Just then, everyone's eyes couldn't help but contract, their expressions changing drastically as they stared at Zhuge Changfeng in disbelief. Tuoba Lianhair, even more unconvinced, cried out, "Prime Minister Zhuge, you're being too alarmist. I've met this Zhuo Fan before. While he's strong, he's not invincible. I think with Charahan and Jibil's strength, anyone could easily bring him to his death. If those two team up, he'll die instantly." Hearing this, Charahan and Jibil proudly raised their heads, but Zhuge Changfeng scornfully curled his lips, coldly laughing. "Ha, Miss Lianer, when did you meet him? And what was his cultivation at that time?" "Probably about a year ago, at the bone-tempering realm," Tuoba Lianer mused, saying, "Now he's at heavenly profound third layer. He seems to have progressed quickly, but it's nothing that terrifying." Zhuge Changfeng burst into laughter, shaking his head and sighing helplessly. As the saying goes, if you don't see someone for a few days, you should look at them with new eyes, let alone a monster like Zhuo Fan after a whole year. Don't just look at him being at heavenly profound third layer right now, but for divine illumination experts like yourselves to deal with him, this old man can only say it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You'd just be inviting disaster upon yourselves. Hearing this, Charahan and Zibil couldn't help but roar in anger together. What did you just say? Zhuge Changfeng paid them no mind, his expression unconsciously sinking. As I said, Tianyu is currently in a stalemate. The power of the various sects is balanced, seemingly stable, but it's like a tide. Once broken, Tianyu will descend into chaos that will be hard to recover from. At that time, our operation will be even smoother, and the best candidate to stir up this chaotic situation is none other than that fearless Zhuo Fan. Therefore, you absolutely must not touch him, understand? Hearing the commanding tone in his words, everyone immediately flared up and shouted loudly, "We, the warriors of Quanzhong, are not your subordinates." Only National Preceptor Khan Tima pondered for a while, finally nodding and saying, "All right, you understand the situation here best. We will all follow Grand Prime Minister's arrangements," Charahan unwillingly cried out, National Preceptor. However, no one paid him any attention. Zhuge Changfeng, satisfied, nodded, pulled his cloak tighter, and finally turned to leave. Only after Zhuge Changfeng had completely left the area did Charahan angrily look at the National Preceptor and Tuoba Liufeng, saying, "National Preceptor, young master, do we really have to listen to that old fox's arrangements? There's no other way. We don't know this place well. It's best not to act rashly." Khan Tiama sighed lightly, then glanced at Hu Liansai and instructed, "Hidden Wolfguard, I'll give you 3 days. Grasp all the recent major events in Tianyu and the distribution of forces relationships. Don't miss anything." Hearing this, Hu Liansai's expression became serious. He then nodded in acknowledgement and disappeared into the dark night. Meanwhile, on the other side, a black shadow suddenly flashed past and knelt before the emperor. Sensing the arrival, the emperor spoke coldly. The person nodded and bowed, reporting. "Reporting to your majesty, news from their side has arrived. The entire Quanzhong delegation has entered the guest house. Tonight, Grand Prime Minister has already made contact with them." The emperor's body involuntarily stiffened, then he finally smirked and laughed loudly. "Ha, they've finally started their move. The pieces are almost set. This game of chess should end now." At the same time, in the sacrificial priest's residence, on the Gao Yunsong platform, within the Tongtian Dial, carefully observing Zhuo Fan, guarding the entrance, a sudden tremor erupted, and the Tongtian Dial stopped. Yun Shuang fell to the ground, panting, her face weary. Zhuo Yifan, seeing this, anxiously asked, "What's wrong, Shuangye? Has the celestial phenomenon changed?" Yun Shuang slowly shook her head, her expression grim. "Not only is there no coiled dragon force, there's even more. There's a flying dragon force, in the heavens." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but be astonished. A flying dragon in the heavens primarily signifies the Supreme Emperor, the idea of unifying the world. Conversely, with Quanzhong entering, it allows Huang Tuo to rise up. Could it be? Zhuo Yifan's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had thought of something. Yun Shuang glanced at Zhuo Fan pleadingly and said, "Butler Zhuo, today I observed the celestial phenomena,
and the chaotic situation of the world is becoming clearer. The suffering of the common people has become an unchangeable situation. I beg you to defy fate and save the people of the world from suffering. Your Yun family is really strange.
Can you put aside your own grievances and meddle in other people's business? Staring at Yun Shuang's eyes, Zhuo Fan burst out laughing again. But don't worry, you are my person. Your wishes, I will help you fulfill them.
Not for the sake of the world's people. Yun Shuang hurriedly shook her head, trying to explain. Zhuo Fan waved his hand and laughed, teasing, I'll say it again, I don't have the power to manage the world's people, but for you, I will do it. Choose for yourself.
Then, for me. Her cheeks flushed red. Yun Shuang shyly lowered her head and said.
Zhuo Fan laughed loudly, sighed, and his eyes darted around in thought.
It seems that all these people have come to deal with the Luzhou family. 3 days later, at the post station of the Quanrong territory, Hu Lianchai returned after scouting, his expression somewhat grave. He went to Toba Liu Feng, bowed and saluted. Young master Toba Liu Feng glanced at him and asked, Hu Lianchai, what's the situation in Tianyu? Hu Lianchai's expression became serious, and he solemnly nodded, cupping his fists. Reporting to young master, everything has been thoroughly investigated. The situation in Tianyu is indeed, as we knew, completely changed, and all of this comes from that Zhuo Fan who is blocking our path. This person is indeed not simple.
Toba Liu Feng frowned even more, looking at him intently, signaling him to continue. After pondering for a while, as if his emotions were too agitated, he didn't know how to speak. Hu Lianchai remained silent for a long time, finally taking a deep breath, and said almost word by word,
According to my investigation, it turns out that this 8th-ranked family was just a 3rd-rate family 8 years ago, little known.
But under the leadership of this butler Zhuo, it has continued to develop until now. He is truly resourceful and unparalleled in the world. Hu Lianchai explained almost everything about the Luto family, from the night of their clan's extermination to becoming one of the 8 great families. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this, looking at him in disbelief. Chatlahan completely disbelieved these words, shouting loudly in front of Hu Lianchai, Is your information wrong? How could this happen? Is he that strong? He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Hu Lianchai smiled wryly. Do you think I want to believe this kind of mythical story? I'm not an idiot, but this Zhuo Fan story, everyone in the streets and alleys of the imperial capital knows. Even a 3-year-old child can recite it, making it impossible not to believe. Han Taimo stroked his beard and looked at Toba Liu Feng, saying, No wonder Ge Changfeng stopped us from taking action against him. It seems that he is really dangerous. We better not provoke him casually for now. Toba Liu Feng narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and nodded with a sigh. If we can't eliminate this person, he will be a serious trouble for our Quanrong. But with our manpower, it is indeed very difficult to do so at present. If he is really as formidable as the rumors say, emphasizing the importance of the big picture, Toba Liu Feng seemed unwilling, but there's nothing he can do. However, everyone, including Chalahan, was unconvinced by their young marshal. After pondering for a long time, Toba Liu Feng calmly ordered, All right, now that we have a clear understanding of the situation in Tianyu, let's wait quietly for the emperor to summon us. Hu Lianchai, continue to scout and report any minor changes immediately. The rest of you, dismiss. Yes. Hu Lianchai bowed and took his leave, and everyone quickly left. Just as he left the room, Hu Lianchai wanted to disappear again without anyone noticing, but just as he was about to leave, a sweet voice called out,
Hu Lianchai, wait, startled. Hu Lianchai turned his head and saw Tuba Lian Jesphir, accompanied by Cha Lahan and Zibi, approaching. He immediately cupped his fists and bowed, Miss, are you looking for me?
Hu Lianchai, your concealment skills are rare in the world. Can you take us out for a trip? Leon Freyr's eyes sparkled, looking at him with hope. Hu Lianchai was startled, looking at her warily, and frowned. Miss, what are you?
Before she could answer, Cha Lahan shouted loudly, his face ferocious, Ha ha, I won't hide anything from you, old man. We want to go out and eliminate that arrogant little brat. Hearing these words, Hu Lianchai's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly stopped them. What?
Absolutely not.
Don't mention how formidable that brat is in the rumors. It's not certain that you can do anything to him. Just the fact that he holds such an important position in the overall situation, we still don't know. If we act without asking for instructions from the national preceptor and young master and affect the overall situation, we can't bear the responsibility. If that's the case, we absolutely dare not take you out.
Hearing these words, the three pondered for a moment and nodded slightly, but they didn't give up.
Tuba Lianier continued. All right then. We won't kill him. Just teach him a lesson, Hulian Chai, you heard it just now. This is the first time Big Brother doesn't have confidence in your 8 wolf guards. If you don't prove yourselves, this will be your shame, even the lifelong shame of the Quanrong warriors.
But if that brat is really as formidable as the rumors say, Hulian Chai still didn't agree, hesitating. But before he could finish his words, Tuba Lianer hurriedly waved her hand to interrupt him. Rumors are usually exaggerated. How can there be such an extraordinary master in the world? A third-level heaven-profound realm easily withstanding the attacks of 2 peak divine illumination cultivators. Is that still a human? Chao Lahan has had divine strength since birth, living in the deep mountains before the age of 20, often accompanied by spirit beasts. If you were human, could you do that? Do you think there will be such strange things happening in the world? Smiling and shaking his head, Chalahan simply didn't believe the young lady's words. It's not that Chalahan is bragging. When it comes to strength, I haven't met a worthy opponent yet. Even so, it was only when I broke through to the divine illumination realm that I could block a peak divine illumination body cultivator. The two of them were evenly matched. So what you said earlier about that brat, I don't believe it. It's really far-fetched. That's right, I've met that brat before, although he has improved a lot.
But he can't possibly be that powerful.
This time, we're going to expose his ridiculous claims and show the bravery of the Quanrong warriors. Tuba Lianer frowned and said arrogantly, Moreover, that brat bullied me at Beast King Mountain before and stole my things. You all know this. Shouldn't you regain face for me? Can we Quanrong people be bullied so easily? Hearing these words, Hulian Chai pondered for a moment and nodded slightly.
As a result, he nodded in agreement. All right, miss, I'll take you out. His eyes couldn't help but light up. Tuba Lianer and the others looked at each other excitedly. Tuba Lianer was even more smug. HMPH, wait for me, Zhuo Fan. At this moment, in the back garden of the Chengping prince's mansion, the Luo family, Zhuo Fan, sat in the gazebo deep in thought, with 4 or 5 small stones arranged in front of him.
He stared intently at the stones on the table, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Butler Zhuo, what are you thinking about?
At this moment, Yun Shuang came from somewhere, asking gently.
When she saw the stones on the table, she understood and nodded.
So that's how it is. Butler Zhuo is thinking about the situation. Now, after thinking for a while, holding a small stone in his hand, Zhuo Fan slowly said, Currently, the 4 great forces, plus the Quanrong, form a circle of mutual restraint, but no one wants to continue this stalemate. We still have to find an idiot to be the eye of the storm and break it. But if you become the eye of the storm, you will definitely be torn apart by other forces. Who do you think should do it? Yun Shuang shook her head confused, completely not understanding what he was saying, seemingly just asking casually, not expecting an answer. Zhuo Fan spoke again. Originally, I never thought like this. But judging from Changer's celestial phenomena, it seems that each side has its own forces with ulterior motives. The only consensus they have is that they want me to be the eye of the storm. This is already destiny, and it is also the wish of the people. I'm afraid it will be difficult to change. Hearing these words, Yun Shuang's heart suddenly sank, a trace of disappointment appearing on her face. As if understanding her thoughts, Zhuo Fan comforted her. Don't worry. If I can turn heaven's will towards me, then I will have a way to defy it. They want me to become the target of everyone's criticism. Consider me the second Jiyu Santong.
It's just that this time,
Jiyu Santong will not be defeated so easily. With that, Zhuo Fan smiled profoundly. No one could see through what he was thinking. Just then, Princess Yongning ran over from afar,
shouting excitedly towards the 2 people in the pavilion. Changzhe, Zhuo Fan. To celebrate Father's 100th birthday, there will be a lantern festival tonight. Let's go together. Shaking his head coldly, Zhuo Fan turned and left, saying indifferently, "Not interested." Hearing these words, Yang Ning looked at him in surprise, but at this moment Yun Shuang hesitantly spoke up. "If the two of us enter the capital in this chaotic situation without Zhuo Fan, I'm afraid." Before she could finish, Zhuo Fan stopped in his tracks, gritting his teeth in resignation. All right, you're my important protection target. I won't leave your side for even an inch." As soon as he agreed, the two women cheered happily. And so, the three of them leisurely strolled towards the bustling lantern festival in the city at night. Tonight's lantern festival is exceptionally lively, with dazzling lanterns hanging everywhere, and the shimmering scenery all around is irresistible, making people exclaim in admiration, "Wow, this is totally awesome." Amidst the bustling crowd, there was a rather peculiar sight. 3 beautiful women walking in front, accompanied by a white-haired man. Everyone following behind couldn't help but admire them. This was the legendary romantic affair at the Lantern Festival. Others only brought one beauty, but he had 3. Feeling the strange gazes directed at him, Zhuo Fan looked at the 3 women in front and sighed, wondering if he'd hit his head on a rock to agree to bring 2 women like Yang Ning here and even have a 3-way date. Luo Yunshang even insisted on coming along. 3 women together are annoyingly chatty, and he didn't want to be with them at all. If he wasn't afraid that someone would kidnap a strategist like Yan Shuang, he would be crazy to go out with them. Suddenly, a whooshing sound pierced the air, and a powerful pressure fiercely struck towards Zhuo Fan. Sensing the danger, he immediately pushed the 3 people in front of him away, catching them off guard and causing them to fall to the ground. Rubbing their reddened noses, Yang Ning shouted in confusion, "Zhuo Fan, what do you think you're doing?" But Zhuo Fan paid no attention to her, focusing his gaze on the newcomer, his eyes narrowing involuntarily. Just then, a sharp voice rang out. "You little punk, aren't you rumored to have invincible divine power? Then try out this one strike of mine." Immediately afterward, a large finger suddenly struck, but Zhuo Fan didn't panic. The Qilin arm on his hand revealed a crimson glow as he calmly braced himself. A deafening crash erupted, and Zhuo Fan was instantly slammed down by that massive finger. The entire street was affected by the aftermath of the shockwave, and the lanterns were pulverized. Yun Shuang and the others were instantly stopped and blown away by the rolling shockwave, spitting out mouthfuls of fresh blood. By the time they reacted, a large pit had appeared ahead, and the person holding the heavy hammer stood proudly there. Zhuo Fan seemed to be pinned underneath it. Seeing this scene, the 3 women cried out in alarm. "Zhuo Fan!" Chalahan was smug, arrogantly curling his lips into a wide smile. "So, this brat isn't as strong as the rumors say? He got smashed to pieces with just 1 strike from me. If I'd known earlier, I would have only used 30% of my strength." Chalahan. At this moment, a beautiful figure darted over, walked to Chalahan's side, and stared deeply at the scene below, anxiously saying, "Weren't we just supposed to teach him a lesson? Why did you kill him? How are we going to explain this to Big Brother when we get back?" Shrugging indifferently, Chalahan remained impassive and smiled. "Who told this kid to be so weak? If I had known he was this weak, as a normal profound heaven cultivator, I would have only used 1% of my strength. How could we have had this outcome? HMPH, this is all his own fault for being too confident. Regardless of whether he asked for it or not, we're in big trouble for taking action this time. Our plan," Tuobelian Carrier slapped her forehead and said anxiously. But before she could continue, a cold voice reached everyone's ears. "What plan do you have?" Startled, they looked back and saw the hammer trembling slightly before a series of rumbling sounds echoed as it was lifted off the ground. Chalahan, seeing this scene, was shocked, stammering, "TH. This power." Zhuo Fan raised the iron hammer in his hand, arrogantly curling his lips as he looked towards Tuoba Lianher and the others, saying evilly, "Tell me about it." A look of fear flashed across Tuoba Lianher's face, and she pointed at Zhuo Fan, trembling as she said, "He's not dead, not even a scratch, Chalahan. Quickly increase your strength and pin him down, miss. I'm adding more strength right now." Fiercely biting his lips, Chalahan fiercely gnawed his teeth, increasing his strength. But no matter what he did, the hammer remained unmoving. Seeing this scene, Tuoba Lianher was shocked
and looked at Zhuo Fan in disbelief. Could it be that the rumors are true? This man's divine power is indeed much stronger than Chalahan's? Glancing at them, Zhuo Yifan smiled and muttered, "Looks like it's quite inconvenient for us to talk like this. Then let's get rid of this big hammer." A flash of coldness in his eyes, Zhuo Fan suddenly squeezed tightly. Immediately afterward, a loud explosion erupted, and the iron hammer instantly shattered into pieces.
Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in shock. That's the Kim-breaking heavenly hammer, a 5th grade spirit weapon. This guy actually crushed it with his bare flesh and blood. Is he even human? At this moment, their fear of Zhuo Fan deepened even further.
Zhuo Fan slowly walked towards Tuoba Lian'er, a sinister curve appearing at the corner of his lips. "What is your plan? Tell me in more detail, please."
Tuoba Lian'er swallowed hard, remaining silent. Chalahan was also covered in cold sweat, looking at Zhuo Fan with some fear, but he couldn't let his young miss suffer any grievances. Thinking this, he rushed toward Zhuo Fan, shouting, "You little punk!"
Zhuo Fan didn't even glance at him, lightly waving his hand. The large axe was instantly shattered by Zhuo Fan, falling to the ground, and his arm was also directly broken.
Tuoba Lian'er, observing everything from the side, trembled inwardly. With just a casual move, he was able to break Chalahan's arm.
This man is clearly a monster.
Not far away, Zhiqibiye had drawn his bow, fiercely aiming his arrow at Zhuo Fan, sweat already dripping down his forehead. Facing a difficult character like Zhuo Fan, this was the first time the Skywolf shooter had launched the golden wall of arrows to seal Zhuo Fan.
It was difficult to imagine that one person could shoot so many arrows, and those arrows were also 5th grade spirit weapons. Every arrow was aimed at Zhuo Fan's vital points. Slightly frowning, Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes and said, "This is the 8 wolf guards shooting the heavenly wolf technique." An arrow shattered through space, helping Chalahan to his feet. Tuoba Lian'er questioned Zhuo Fan. "You know Zhiqibiye?" Slowly nodding his head, Zhuo Fan flashed a hint of surprise, speaking,
"Not bad. No wonder you are the god archer that injured Dugjiu Zantian. Indeed, you have some capabilities. Don't think only you like to find information on others. Our people are also very professional at it. So we've already heard of this esteemed brother's technique from long ago. Even if his arrows are stronger, they can't beat my god's hand."
Her eyes narrowed slightly, and Tuoba Lian'er suddenly gave a weird smile, quickly pulling Chalahan back. "Ha, no wonder you're a tough kid. This is Zhiqibiye's newly practiced technique, the myriad arrows returning to the source. Ever since he perfected it, he hasn't used it in front of outsiders yet. Let's see how you block it." Zhuo Fan stared blankly at Tuoba Lian'er, somewhat confused. At that moment, the light arrows in the sky suddenly expanded, flying everywhere, circling in the sky, and then violently rushing toward Zhuo Fan, forming a circle around him. However, Zhuo Fan wasn't too interested in this, sighing softly and raising his right arm, shaking his head helplessly.
The legendary Breaking 9 Heavens arrow is actually a useless myriad arrows returning to the source. Boring.
Arrogantly curling his lips, he turned to look at Tuoba Lian'er, speaking, "Let's make a bet. If these arrows can hit me even once, I will offer the head on my neck. If not, I hope this lady will truthfully reveal what plan you have."
Hearing these words, Tuoba Lian'er gladly agreed. All right, deal. She didn't believe that so many arrows couldn't hit him even once.
It seemed like she was sure to win this bet. However, Zhuo Fan paid no attention, still standing there calmly, curling his lips as if he had already agreed. At that moment, Zhuo Fan's eyes suddenly focused, and his primordial spirit erupted. Then he probed towards the big tree in the distance, where someone was hiding. The very person who shot these hundreds of arrows. Damn it! Zhiqibiye also felt this invisible fluctuation heading his way, knowing the other party wanted to probe him, but he wasn't annoyed in the slightest. He didn't believe Zhuo Fan, surrounded by arrows, would have any time to bother with him a moment before being pierced by countless arrows. However, at this very moment, something unbelievable happened. Zhuo Fan slowly raised his right hand, like an unparalleled emperor. Just as the light arrows reached his chest, Zhuo Fan casually flicked his finger, and the light arrows immediately turned around and flew in a different direction. Zba, hiding to the side, saw the light arrows heading straight for him, and cried out in shock. Right after that, one booming explosion after another rang out, all the light arrows creating a dazzling light, then emitting miserable cries as they tumbled awkwardly from the tree. Zba could only curse under his breath a few times. On this side, Zhuo Fan looked into the distance, the glow in his pupils gradually fading, and he couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha ha, Tuko, you truly live up to your name as the Heavenly Wolf Archer. You're truly hitting every single shot. Not a single one of these hundreds of arrows failed. Impressive, impressive." Tuoba Lianxir and her father, Lahan, stared at Zhuo Fan in astonishment, completely stunned. They had just arrived and barely knew what was going on, yet he had caused such a massive commotion. It was truly heaven-defying. Zhuo Fan paid them no mind, chuckling softly, a wicked curve appearing on his lips as he looked at Tuoba Lianxir and said, "Young Miss Lianxir, I guess I've won this bet." "Admit defeat, young Miss Lianxir," Zhuo Fan said. "There are two kinds of people I hate most in my life, those who don't know their own limits, and those who don't keep their promises. Today you've already committed one taboo. I hope you won't commit another, or else I won't show any mercy."
Tuoba Lianxir was now trembling with rage. That brat had monopolized the form transformation nectar and heavenly materials and earthly treasures on Beast King Mountain that day, then even released her spirit beasts. And now, shamelessly, he was smugly claiming she broke her promise.
He was truly shameless to the extreme. But she couldn't betray Quenrong. She couldn't reveal their plan. Thinking of this, she bravely shouted, "Kill me!" His eyes narrowed slightly, and Zhuo Fan flashed a cruel smile, looking at her. "Ha ha, you think I wouldn't dare?" With that, a red glow appeared in Zhuo Yifan's hand, and dense killing intent exuded from him.
Suddenly, at this moment, a loud shout rang out. "Steward Zhuo, please show mercy." Turning his head, it was Zhuge Changfeng, riding a horse, hurrying over. He looked anxiously at Zhuo Yifan, cupped his fists, and said, "They are members of the Quenrong envoy. No matter how heinous their crimes, they absolutely cannot be dealt with arbitrarily." Zhuo Fan glanced at him, letting out a cold laugh. "It seems Prime Minister Zhuge knows what they've done, and you should also know they tried to assassinate me." Steward Zhuo, Zhuge Changfeng, said, "Their actions today are purely personal grudges. They have nothing to do with the grand scheme of things. If you kill them, you can pretty much predict how the overall situation will develop. That surely isn't the outcome Steward Zhuo desires." Zhuge Changfeng, with his unfathomable schemes, naturally knew Zhuo Fan wouldn't show mercy. It was better to entice him with benefits. He then solemnly said, "If Steward Zhuo is willing to let them go today, this old man dares to guarantee that they will certainly be useful to Steward Zhuo later on." "You are a smart person. Surely you don't need this old man to spell it out." Zhuo Fan intently glanced at him.
Zhuo Fan's eyelids twitched slightly as he pondered. Zhuge Changfeng's words to him simply presented two outcomes. One, whoever causes trouble takes the fall. But how could Zhuo Fan yield so easily? If he did, Tianyu would surely fall into great chaos, allowing Quenrong to exploit the weakness. The other outcome was if Quenrong attacked, the entire Tianyu would unite, regardless of whether the 8 great clans and 4 pillars advanced together. As for Zhuo Fan, the instigator, he wouldn't be pursued, and everyone would be sent to the battlefield, risking their lives. This way, the emperor would not only weaken the strength of the major powers and maintain stability, but also conveniently teach Quenrong a lesson, displaying Tianyu's prestige, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. By then, everyone present would be losers, with only the emperor emerging victorious. It could be said that when the snipe and clam fight, the fisherman profits. Zhuge Changfeng silently looked at Zhuo Fan.
He knew Zhuo Fan understood. Zhuge Changfeng smiled faintly and nodded. Talking to a smart person certainly saves a lot of trouble. Just then, Zhuo Fan scoffed and said, "Prime Minister,
then I'll hand them over to you. Consider this your debt to me, and you'll have to repay it well later." Zhuge Changfeng unconsciously frowned, but quickly shook his head and laughed. "All right, consider this old man owing you a whole favor. If there's ever anything you need, I'll definitely lend a hand." Hearing these words,
Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, a profound glint appearing in his eyes, then turned and left. A moment later, inside the Quanrong's official residence, Zhuge Changfeng gravely watched Tuoba Liufeng and Han Tima rush in, alarmed, as they saw the miserable state of Zhe Bie and his companion. They exclaimed in horror. Zhe Bie, the brave and skilled warrior of Quanrong, holding the second and third ranks among the 8 wolf guards. The two of them joined forces to attack, yet failed to inflict any damage on the opponent. Instead, they were easily crippled by him. Just how terrifying of an expert is this Zhuo Fan? If Zhuge Changfeng hadn't timely intervened, I'm afraid the consequences today would truly have been unpredictable.
Zhuge Changfeng coldly glanced at everyone, sighed, and shook his head. This old man told you long ago, don't casually provoke that brat. Tuoba Liufeng then quickly interjected. Please forgive us, Prime Minister Zhuge. It was my fault for not being able to restrain her. My younger sister hopes you will forgive her.
From now on, I will definitely strictly discipline her and ensure no more harm comes to the grand scheme of things.
Tuoba Liufeng hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed to apologize, then glared at Tuoba Lianier. Suddenly, at this moment, a disturbance rippled through the air. Hu Liankai slowly appeared, cupped his fists towards everyone, and finally addressed Zhuge Changfeng. Prime Minister, just as you predicted.
Zhuo Fan indeed had tails following him, but he's truly formidable. He vanished in a flash. It wasn't just those 2 tails. Even I couldn't keep up. Ha! After that, they probably went back to report, no longer following, we are certainly His Majesty's people, but this brat Zhuo Fan has a mind as devious and cunning as a tiger. For Tianyu to monitor him, I'm afraid it's extremely difficult. Any 2 tails who managed to do so must have just stumbled upon great luck.
Zhuge Changfeng let out a disdainful chuckle, looked at Hu Liankai, and nodded in praise. Hidden Mausoleum Guard Hu Liankai, you are quite intelligent, knowing to seek out this old man for help first. Not bad, not bad. Hu Liankai, despite being praised, didn't grow arrogant. He bowed humbly and said, Prime Minister, you flatter me. It's truly because Zhuo Fan is too monstrously powerful. I estimate that all of us would have been wiped out. We could only ask the Prime Minister to intervene. Tuoba Liufeng also nodded slightly and bowed. Respectfully bowing indeed, this time. If Prime Minister Zhuge hadn't stepped in for my younger sister and these subordinates, I'm afraid they all would have suffered under the cruel hand of that arrogant fellow. Zhuge Changfeng chuckled softly and shook his head. Don't flatter me too much. This time, even if this old man hadn't intervened, I estimate that with Zhuge Fan's schemes, he wouldn't have arbitrarily killed the Quanrong envoy members. Their eyebrows unconsciously furrowed, Tuoba Liufeng asked, a little confused. My younger sister said that person clearly displayed killing intent just now. Shaking his head dismissively, Zhuge Changfeng chuckled inwardly. The terrifying thing about that brat isn't just his brute force. He also possesses deep schemes. His seemingly bottomless, fierce demeanor from earlier was probably just to lure this old man out. At that moment, anyone who stepped forward to help you would essentially be declaring themselves to be the closest to you. Now, even His Majesty knows this old man is secretly speaking with you.
With unconscious alarm in his eyes, Tuoba Liufeng quickly asked, What should we do then? Zhuge Changfeng slowly waved his hand and said indifferently, No worries. The difference between a covert scheme and an overt scheme is that a covert scheme can never see the light of day, while an overt scheme doesn't have as many scruples. So what if they know? The situation will develop as it should. This old man can't stop it. But even so, it's better if it's not discovered. Slightly furrowing his brow in thought, Tuoba Liufeng let out a sigh, then looked at him in confusion and said, Prime Minister, since you already know Zhuo Fan's intentions, why did you still choose to intervene? A profound glint appeared in Zhuge Changfeng's eyes as he said, That's because I couldn't guarantee whether Zhuo Fan would actually make a move or not. It's not about fearing the 10,000, but fearing the 1 in 10,000. This old man has met countless people in his life, seen through them all, counting them one by one.
There are only 2 people I couldn't. He's one of them. Their eyebrows unconsciously furrowed, and everyone exclaimed in utter surprise. You must know that Zhuge Changfeng is Tianyu's foremost strategist, and Zhuo Fan, at his age, couldn't have been born that long ago.
Yet even he couldn't see through this matter. How could that be?
As if seeing through their thoughts, Zhuge Changfeng chuckled and shook his head. Perhaps before the 100 Clans contention, I could still somewhat see through him. But after that, I completely couldn't. Or rather, I fundamentally didn't want to look, because in that clan war he did something that surprised everyone. What was it?
Tuoba Lianhair's eyes lit up, and she asked, full of doubt.
He laughed, shook his head, and Zhuge Changfeng let out a sigh, saying profoundly, "Raging in anger for a beauty?" That was the first time this old man saw him lose his reason for a woman.
Recalling the events of that year, Zhuge Changfeng couldn't help but close his eyes and sigh with emotion. Finally, he let out a long sigh and said he knew it in his heart, but he still did it.
However, from that moment on, Divine Calculator could no longer predict him. Even I wouldn't dare to casually guess his intentions. His madness and the switching mechanism of his key points were beyond anyone's grasp. Now you know why I was willing to expose myself to save you guys, right? It's because I can hardly predict whether he was crazy or sober back then. Hearing this, everyone was immediately astonished. A person whose actions leave no fixed trace is the scariest.
Such a person is really hard to deal with. On the other side, Zhuo Fan entered a small tea house, where a figure in black robes had been sitting and waiting for a long time. Sensing that no one was following, Zhuo Fan swaggered over and sat opposite the man.
After he sat down, the man in black spoke up. "I never expected that there would come a day when you would invite me out." Chuckling softly, Zhuo Fan declined to comment and said, "We can be considered old friends. It's normal to go out for tea and chat after so many years." "Stop with that crap. You know very well that we're enemies, right?"
"There's no way we can coexist, and we don't have much of a relationship worth mentioning." The man in black raised his teacup, took a sip, and said coldly, raising an eyebrow involuntarily. Zhuo Fan smiled playfully and teased, "Getting loud, huh? Think you can take me now? Do you believe I'll rip your head off right here and now?"
"I don't." Slowly shaking his head, the man in black said decisively, "If you wanted to kill me, you could have done it at any time. I'm not your opponent anyway. But if you asked me out today, it shouldn't be as simple as just killing me, right?" Staring intently at the person opposite him, Zhuo Fan chuckled and nodded. "Turns out you've improved a lot over the years, not just in strength, but also in cunning and courage. You have the air of that old devil from back then. To put it bluntly, according to my informants,
your current position isn't low, and you're even juggling 2 boats. How am I supposed to threaten you?" Before Zhuo Fan could finish speaking, the man in black said coldly, "HMPH, useless. My 2 employers have tacitly agreed to my behavior. It can't be considered my weakness."
"I think you're misunderstanding. I don't want to threaten you or anything. I just want to discuss something with you. Are you interested?"
Staring at the man, Zhuo Fan said each word carefully. "Juggling 3 boats, stepping into my Luo family."
His body couldn't help but tremble, the man exclaimed in fear. "You're crazy. We're enemies. I'll never help you guys." Looking at him coldly, Zhuo Fan curled his lip in disdain.
"So old-fashioned, you're only at this level, what do you think?"
Smiling coldly, Zhuo Fan revealed a bit of his domineering aura and said, "Before the 100 families brought me to the capital, I met with Zhuge Changfeng, and we discussed the grand scheme of the world. He asked me and Lang Wucheng. Although both of us are schemers, we both have our own selfish motives. Why would I be willing to be a third-rate family steward in the Lukeo family?" I only answered him with one sentence. My ambition is much bigger than his, so in my eyes, no matter what Divine Calculator, or the Empire's #1 brilliant mind, I'm much stronger than them. As for you, you can't even compare to them. Your structure is too small." His body couldn't help but shake slightly. The man in black was startled, and remained silent for a long time. Zhuo Fan just looked at him like that, waiting quietly. But he didn't say a word for a long time. Zhuo Fan decided to get up and muttered, "Seems like you still haven't figured it out. Forget it. I don't have much time anyway. Think it over carefully." Just as Zhuo Fan stood up, the man hurriedly stopped him. "Today, the chaos of the Tianyu world has already begun. How can you guarantee victory? That the Luo family will definitely be the last one standing? Because I'm here, the Luo family will definitely have the last laugh,
Zhuo Fan said proudly.
That's why I'm letting you juggle 3 boats, so that no matter which side wins, you can get a share of the spoils.
After pondering for a moment, the man in black continued.
But if I want to step onto this big ship of Steward Zhuo's, how can I avoid sinking my other 2 boats? Zhuo Fan revealed a sinister smile and said,
You're not stupid.
Even if I told you to do it, you wouldn't. Everyone has their own selfish motives. If the Luo family isn't reliable, then you still have a boat to step on. The man in black pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. If it doesn't conflict with my current interests, then I can cooperate with you. That would be great. Actually, it's very simple. We don't need any deep cooperation with you. Just at a crucial moment you do this, and I'll consider you to have stepped onto my ship. A glint flashed in his eyes. Zhuo Fan leaned close to his ear and whispered. After hearing this, the man in black couldn't help but be startled, looking at Zhuo Fan in surprise, and said, Are you crazy? You're going to create your own Eye of the Storm? Do you think you're Jiyu Santong in the legends?
Shrugging indifferently, Zhuo Fan declined to comment. There's no other way. Everyone's pointing their spears at me now. To continue, if I don't go to hell, who will? Hearing this, the man glanced at him and said with admiration, Now I understand how you got to where you are today. You're ruthless to others, and even more ruthless to yourself.
Moreover, we've already roughly guessed what you want me to do. I can only say that Zhuo Fan is Zhuo Fan, capable of turning the world upside down. Haha, thanks for the compliment. Then let's give each other a high five. Happy cooperation.
A glint flashed in his eyes. Zhuo Yifan happily raised his hand and smiled.
The man in black looked at him for a moment, finally raised his hand and slapped it, after which the 2 turned and left,
disappearing into the dark night. On the other side, Leng Wuchang was sitting in a small, elegant pavilion, enjoying tea. Just then, a person suddenly appeared. Looking at the person who had arrived, Leng Wuchang took another sip of tea and said with a smile, Steward Zhuo has finally arrived. I wonder why you invited me here to discuss something. The person who came was Zhuo Fan. After leaving the small building, Zhuo Fan slipped away and came to this place. Zhuo Fan frowned and smiled playfully. Ha ha, mister. Leng is the world's unparalleled divine calculator. Can you guess it? Leng Wuchang suddenly shook his head, still enjoying his tea, and said,
Ha ha. I'll try to guess if others ask, but if it's Steward Zhuo, I wouldn't dare to guess recklessly. Just tell me straight. Not paying attention to his sarcasm, Zhuo Fan decided to get straight to the point. I invited you here this time. I only have one thing to ask. Go ahead. Leng Wuchang waved his hand casually and smiled, squinting at him.
Zhuo Fan gave an enigmatic smile and asked deeply, Mr.
Leng, when will you get what you want? Hearing this, Leng Wuchang's movements suddenly froze for a moment, his eyes widening in surprise. After pondering for a long time, Leng Wuchang said coldly,
Steward Zhuo, there's no need to be sarcastic. I was about to get it, but your appearance made my great efforts vanish into thin air. Hearing this, Zhuo Yifan chuckled and sighed.
How can you blame me? Even without me, wouldn't you still have the Zhuge Prime Minister? Even without the Zhuge Prime Minister, wouldn't the current emperor be just as good? Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Leng Wuchang didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore, and interrupted directly.
All right, what do you want to say?
Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan said solemnly,
Mr. Leng, I just want to say, what you haven't been able to get after decades of hard work in the Emperor Gate,
maybe you can easily get it in my Luo family. His eyes couldn't help but shrink. Leng Wuchang stared at Zhuo Fan and suddenly spoke up.
Steward Zhuo, are you even digging up the corners of Leng's wall? But you'll have to be disappointed.
Leng doesn't think you have any idea what Leng wants. Besides, the Luo family already has you. Wouldn't it be redundant for Leng to go, what if we're not in the Luo family? His eyes narrowed slightly. Zhuo Fan looked at Leng Wuchang and said, What did you say? How is that possible? Leng Wuchang couldn't help but exclaim in fear, but quickly reacted and laughed, shaking his head and leaving. If Steward Zhuo isn't in the Luo family, then that family is just a rabble of righteous soldiers. It's meaningless. Ha. If I've decided to leave, I'll arrange everything properly. I won't let things fall apart. Moreover, I have a plan that needs someone to complete. Zhuo Fan laughed arrogantly and looked at Leng Wuchang seriously.
Mr. Leng, Zhuge Prime Minister once told me, you and he are both assistants.
But you all have your own selfish motives. What Zhuge Prime Minister wants, we don't know. But we have some clues about what you want.
Remember when you said that if the three of us were together, the world would be invincible? At that time, I realized that although you're arrogant, you're even more eager to create unprecedented achievements. Now I'm giving you all of this. As soon as he finished talking, Zhuo Fan went over to Ling Wucheng and whispered a few things. After hearing him, Ling Wucheng was getting more and more scared, like totally stunned, and his eyes couldn't help but twitch. Ling Wucheng looked at him in shock and said, Butler Zhuo is so generous, you want to unify the entire continent? Zhuo Fan just gave a chill grin and was like, nah, never thought about it. I'm not some pure strategist. I still want to focus on cultivation and head towards immortality, you know? But this grand ambition isn't my thing, mister. Lang should be super interested, though. Lang Wucheng pondered for a sec, then nodded slightly, frowning. True, it would be an unprecedented achievement, but with the Emperor Gate situation,
isn't doing this kinda problematic? Why would I go to the Lubin family? 'Cause the Lubin family has some special stuff, and I'm the only one who can provide it. Zhuo Yifan grinned mysteriously. But I'm not forcing Mr. Lingxing to decide so fast. Just do one thing for me, and I'll consider you on my boat.
After that, you'll still be the Emperor Gate's head butler, so help out however you can.
If the Luo family ends up disappearing, you won't lose too much. Ling Wucheng's eyes darted around, and he finally nodded sharply.
Zhuo Fan got his agreement and burst out laughing, then leaned in close to his ear and whispered, Now, all the chess pieces are set, just waiting for him to escape his fate later, and his destiny will begin to turn the world upside down.
5 days later, on the Heavenly Martial Emperor's 100th birthday, the world was granted amnesty, and all the officials celebrated. A special envoy from the Yanrong region was granted an audience. The world was thriving, and the whole country celebrated together. At this time, Zhuo Fan was in the Chengping prince's mansion, fixing his clothes, with a wicked smile hanging on his lips. Today's birthday celebration is the beginning and the end of everything. With that, he stepped outside. The Luo family was already there waiting. As soon as he saw the gang leader, he couldn't help but laugh and sigh. Butler Zhuo, are you going on a date today?
Looking so dashing and suave, Luo Yunhai also smiled and nodded. Zhuo Fan brushed it off, a mysterious laugh on his face.
Since they gave me the title of the #1 butler in the world, I gotta give him some face at his birthday party, right? Chop Zhuo, don't you usually care about this superficial stuff?
Today the gang leader was stunned for a moment and asked back. Before he could finish, Zhuo Fan cut him off. Yinhai, no matter what happens later, you can't panic.
As the head of a family, this is the minimum composure you need. And the 4 little devils, do you remember what I reminded you of last night?
Being called out by him, the most of 4 devils were actually a little excited, happily laughing.
Butler Zhuo, don't worry, we can't say for sure about other stuff, but we're pros at this kind of thing, haha. Luo Yuncheng was puzzled. Is it a share? Confused, looking at them suspiciously, she asked, What's going on? Zhuo Fan, what kind of trick are you up to again? Zhuo Fan didn't answer her question, and just walked straight ahead. It's nothing, let's go.
The Luo family saw him leaving, and hurried to follow. Behind them, Luo Yuncheng originally wanted to sit with Zhuo Fan, but today he got on Yuncheng's carriage,
which made her pause for a moment. Luo Yunhai saw her suddenly stop, and called out in confusion, a hint of loss on his face. Yuncheng shook her head and said, Let's go. And Yuncheng saw Zhuo Fan coming, couldn't help but be startled. Her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head shyly. Zhuo Fan saw her expression, and teased,
Chenger, it seems like you don't like sitting next to me, huh?
Then you have to get used to it. We'll have a lot of days where we sit alone together in the future. What? Yuncheng exclaimed in confusion. But Zhuo Fan didn't answer her question. After saying that, he closed his eyes to rest, and Yuncheng's heart was like a deer running wild, suddenly filled with a little joy. A moment later, the Luo family's carriage finally arrived at the gate of the imperial city, where the 3 princes were already there to greet them. The carriage door opened, and Luo Yuncheng and Luo Yunhai stepped out together, causing everyone to be stunned. Just then, from the second carriage,
everyone saw an even more unexpected scene. It was Zhuo Fan. He reached out to help Yuncheng out of the carriage,
and even held her hand tightly. In the distance, seeing this, Pangzi couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Zhuo Fan, you're really a playboy. Seeing you flirting left and right every day, openly showing affection, how am I, a single dog, supposed to live? Zhuo Fan didn't deny it, just slowly waved his hand and laughed softly, telling the fatty, what was before was all fake, this time it's the real deal. Hearing these words, Yunchang couldn't believe it. Looking at him, her face turned even redder, her heart beating so fast that she couldn't control it. Luo Yunchang heard this. Her body couldn't help but tremble, also looking at him in disbelief. He actually admitted his feelings in front of everyone. The prince instead laughed loudly and said, "Then congratulations to Butler Zhuo, a holy maiden matched with a hero, truly a perfect match, haha." Zhuo Fan raised his head high, a smile on his face, calmly accepting it, while the person involved, Yunchang, was just embarrassed, lowering her head in a daze, unable to say a word.
Just as they were about to enter, a strange, yin and yang voice rang out.
"Oh, Butler Zhuo has a new joy, huh? Mudan, shut up, don't be rude."
The Tsinghua brothel owner angrily scolded, then looked at Zhuo Fan and apologized. "Haha, Butler Zhuo, so sorry, she's straightforward, don't blame her." Slowly shaking his head, Zhuo Fan held Yunchang's hand tightly, raised it in front of everyone, and chuckled, saying, "There, she's right, this old man did change to a new joy."
Ignoring the commotion outside the city gate, everyone finally entered together. There were already civil and military officials waiting, as well as people from the Yanrong region. Everyone was present and accounted for, and the emperor's birthday banquet officially began. At this time, the prince brought the two princes to the first position, cupped his hands towards everyone, and said with a smile, "Haha, today is my father's 100th birthday, a joyous day for the whole country. Everyone has come to celebrate, especially the Kuyunrong envoys from afar. Truly the emperor's grace shines everywhere. Heavenly Marshal, the Yanrong region are connected like branches." Tuoba Liufeng was not familiar with such etiquette, only nodded silently, without saying a word. At the same time, in the imperial study, the old emperor glanced at the black-clad man kneeling on the ground and asked, "Has everyone arrived?" "Reporting to your majesty, everyone has arrived. Please give your instructions." The black-clad man lowered his head and respectfully reported. Nodding slightly, the old emperor held a chess piece in his hand, his eyes sharp as he said, "Very good. Everyone who should come has come."
The end is finally here for this chess game. The Millennium Pearl secret order starts to unfold. Heavenly Marshal is ultimately set up by me. The chess piece in the emperor's hand suddenly turned. Heading towards the main hall, the eunuch next to him hurriedly followed. His Majesty has arrived.
A sharp voice rang out.
The old emperor, wearing a dragon robe, slowly entered the main hall and went straight to the dragon throne. Sitting down, he swept his eyes over everyone and raised his voice, saying, "Today is my birthday, a joyous day for the whole country. I hope everyone sitting here, especially the envoy from the distant Kuyunrong region, can have a good time and enjoy yourselves. Please sit down." "Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live our Emperor. Long live. Long, long live." Everyone bowed and saluted together, then settled down. At this time, the prince stood up again, took 2 steps forward to the emperor, bowed and smiled. "Father's 100th birthday. The whole country is rejoicing. Today, your son has prepared a gift, wishing father good fortune and health, and may the country be forever strong. Long live, long live, long, long live."
"The prince is wise and bright. I must take a look at this gift. It must be something unique, right? Haha." Stroking his beard slightly, the old emperor looked up and laughed loudly, directly waving his hand and saying calmly, "Bring it up." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 eunuchs respectfully held up a painting. In front of everyone, they saw inside a majestic landscape painting with flowing water. So vivid it was like a waterfall, and below the painting were 3 words, Dan Qing Shengs. As soon as the painting came out, Tuoba Liufeng was shocked and jumped up, exclaiming in disbelief, "This is Danxing Sheng's painting of the country and society, the #1 calligraphy and painting of Western continent, done in one sitting?" Nodding slightly, the prince smiled calmly.
That's right, Prince Tuoba has good eyes. This is indeed the rare and beautiful masterpiece handed down by that predecessor, the country and society. Looking at their expressions, Zhuo Fan secretly curled his lips, disdainfully. Just a painting. What's so amazing about it? Is it so shocking? But at this moment, the prince spoke up again to explain.
Everyone knows, whether it is our heavenly marshal or the Yanrong region, they are only small countries in this western continent. But 800 years ago, a unique person appeared in the western continent. Not only was his strength far superior to others of his time in the western continent, but he was also proficient in calligraphy and painting. One could say he was both civil and military. With his own strength, he continuously challenged the 10 major sects, becoming the undisputed #1 expert in the western continent. It is rumored that he once painted a one-of-a-kind masterpiece, which is this painting of the country and society. At that time, he saw this landscape as a dangerous birth. God Mountain, intoxicated with his art, made a vow. Whoever finds this painting later and brings it to him, he will surely fulfill that person's wish. Even helping them seize the country wouldn't be a problem. Tuoba Liu Feng definitely knew this legend, and if the rumors were true, this painting falling into Tianyu's hands today would indeed be a major disaster. He glanced at Han Taimo, his expression somewhat serious. They must snatch it back.
Just then, Zhuo Yifan unexpectedly spoke up. Then may I ask, Your Highness, where is this Dan Qing Sheng now? His face turned a bit ugly, and the crown prince sighed inwardly.
Why is it this killer star again?
However, he still maintained some composure, smiling and saying, Rumor has it that this senior has been missing for 800 years. His whereabouts are erratic, and no one knows his location. Disdainfully curling his lip, Zhuo Fan mocked. What use is a painting if you can't find the person? Hearing this, Tuoba Liu Feng suddenly woke up. That's right, the master has disappeared for 800 years. How can he suddenly pop out? This painting is still just a painting, after all. It doesn't pose much of a threat.
On the contrary, the crown prince was constantly enraged.
This guy actually ruined his plan in front of everyone. All the treasures he gave earlier were truly for nothing. At this moment, the emperor above the dragon throne suddenly spoke.
Crown Prince, you have a heart. The way of a ruler should still prioritize the hearts of the people. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. If you rely on crooked ways, even if you are stable for a while, the country will not last long. Although this painting doesn't have the effect of a massive army, it is a masterpiece, a unique treasure in the world. I will accept it. Men, reward him. Thank you for your reward, Father Emperor. Pleased by the emperor's approval, the crown prince immediately bowed happily, showing respect. Before the crown prince could step back, the second prince hurriedly stepped forward.
May this painting wish Father Emperor fortune as vast as the eastern sea and longevity comparable to the southern mountain.
Today I have specially prepared a gift to express my sincere feelings. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light suddenly appeared in his hand.
A large broadsword appeared, slamming down on the ground with a loud sound, shaking the entire hall. The second prince then turned to the old emperor and said, Reporting to Father Emperor, this is the Tam Thien Fa Van Kitch, a genuine 8th grade spirit weapon, a rare find. I had a hard time finding it, just to offer it to you. Why are you giving me this? The old emperor frowned imperceptibly, smiling bitterly. The second prince's mind suddenly went blank. He wanted to give the emperor this thing to protect himself. But the emperor saying that, is he intentionally protecting the second prince? Suppressing him? Thinking of this, he somewhat unwillingly said,
Reporting to Father Emperor, my 8th grade spirit weapon is much better than that painting of the elder brother. Helplessly sighing, the emperor declined to comment, saying,
All right, I'll accept it, and now I'll reward it back to you, hoping you can go to the battlefield to kill enemies and protect Tianyu. As he spoke, he casually waved his hand, and 2 bodyguards drew the broadsword, respectfully returning it to the second prince. Seeing this scene, the second prince couldn't help but panic, hurriedly speaking.
Wait, Father Emperor. Isn't this like not accepting my gift?
My 8th grade spirit weapon. Could it be that it's not as good as that tattered painting of the elder brother? The old emperor retracted his intent, weighed and considered it once, narrowing his eyes at it.
The old emperor said coldly,
Young Zalir, remember this for me. If I reward you, you must accept it, even if you don't want it. If I don't give it to you, it's useless, even if you forcefully demand it. Understand?" Coldly observing everything, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but sneer. It seems this old emperor isn't as gentle as he appears to be, huh?
Bestowing marriage to the two princes finally ended the emperor's birthday celebration. Yet the last person wasn't seen stepping forward. The old emperor looked towards Yuan Tong and spoke. "Tongjie, you usually run around.
You have extensive knowledge. You must have collected quite a few interesting things, right? I'm quite curious to see what birthday gift you've prepared for me."
Being called out, Yuan Tong couldn't help but tremble,
his forehead covered in sweat, awkwardly standing up and laughing. "Ha, Father Emperor, originally, this son had prepared a grand gift for you." With level, face, and reason, Z said focus on the main point. The emperor frowned imperceptibly, his expression slightly sinking, saying, Yuan Tong fearfully rubbed his hands, sweat pouring like rain, embarrassedly saying,
"But this son usually is taught by Father Emperor. The whole world belongs to Father Emperor. Then isn't everything Father Emperor's? Son gives people. Any gift is just using Father Emperor's stuff to give to Father Emperor only. Which world has the logic of using one's own things to give back to oneself?"
So the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The old emperor coldly stared at him, difficultly swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Yuan Tong scratching his head and forcing a smile. "So, Father Emperor, you understand, right?" The old emperor coldly harumphed, gloomily saying, "Understand me? Of course I understand me. As the monarch of a country, on my 100th birthday, the whole world offers tribute, but only my good son prepared absolutely nothing. No, Father Emperor, don't misunderstand. This son feels that no matter what gift I prepare, they would only be vulgar things. Difficult to express this son's heart of reverence and respect for Father Emperor. Therefore, this son specially studied dance from a famous master, celebrating your birthday for a whole month."
Wishing Father Emperor fortune and health.
Hurriedly snapping his fingers,
Yuan Tong went in front of the emperor, signaling for the musicians not far away to play music, and finally dancing a strange dance himself.
Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but feel a bit nauseous. The old emperor finally couldn't stand it anymore, angrily slamming the table and scolding loudly. "Stop dancing, Tongjie. Next time you come to see me, bring that master of yours with you. End of discussion. Guarantee I won't beat him to death."
"Thank you, Father Emperor."
The fatty, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly bowed in salute and returned to his seat, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. He could be considered to have fooled his way through.
The crown prince took a deep breath, burst out laughing, shook his head, and stood up once again, bowing towards the old emperor and saying, "Father Emperor, although third brother's dance wasn't pleasing to the eye, it was still his intention after all. Genuine filial piety. I hope Father Emperor will reward him with something that can be rewarded, right?" Coldly laughing, the old emperor indifferently said. The crown prince smiled once again, bowing in salute.
"Father Emperor, we three brothers are blood brothers. Today Father Emperor loves us, rewarding me and the second brother, but only the third brother isn't rewarded. Then it would be too cold to him. I still hope Father Emperor will take pity and let him have some reward to be filial, considerate encouragement. I'll say it one more time. Everyone in the world can be rewarded, only he cannot be rewarded." A light flashed in his eyes. The emperor said with a cold smile. As soon as the words came out, everyone's expressions became serious, and they distinguished the importance in their hearts. As a result, Zhuo Fan touched his nose, and Zhuge Changfeng and Leng Wuchang exchanged glances and understood a little in their hearts. Only the second prince looked down on him, curling his lip and laughing.
The crown prince's expression was already a bit ugly, and he requested again, saying, "Father Emperor, please reward the third brother. Shut up!" A loud shout.
The emperor's eyes already had a hint of gloom. The crown prince, "Remember, there are some things you can't decide. Forget it, big brother. I know I angered Father Emperor again today. It's right not to have a reward. Don't plead for me anymore."
Yuan Tong pouted and sighed, dissuading.
The second prince laughed at others' misfortune, laughing coldly, mocking. A hypocritical gentleman, a fat pig, Truly acting out a brotherly love scene? Humph. The crown prince fiercely bit his lip, looking at the cold light in the emperor's eyes, his hands clenched into fists. Why was the result like this? He was the crown prince. Where was he not as good as that fatty?
The only person who couldn't be rewarded in the world, besides the emperor, who else was there?
From the emperor's previous words, he was implying the transfer of the throne, but why was it him? But glancing at Yuan Tong, he only saw him smiling innocently. Looking back at himself, the crown prince was even more angry. Did this brat understand the meaning of his father emperor's previous words, or was he just pretending to be stupid?
Soon after, civil and military officials and the envoys from the Yuyun 16 prefectures all presented birthday gifts to the emperor. The emperor also gave rewards in return.
At this time the music rang again, and graceful figures followed each other into the hall, dancing elegantly. Everyone quietly enjoyed the beautiful scenery and joyful atmosphere. Suddenly, a figure broke out from the crowd, offering a longevity peach cake to the emperor with both hands. Congratulations to Father Emperor on his eternal peace. May Father Emperor have a healthy body, fortune as vast as the eastern sea, and longevity comparable to the southern mountain. The emperor couldn't help but be stunned, focusing on the woman in front of him. Realizing it was indeed Huang Yugi, he lifted the cake in his hand and laughed. Ha ha ha! Good Yongning, your gift is the best gift. What do you want to be rewarded with today? Her eyebrows furrowed. Yongning playfully acted spoiled. Father Emperor, you must reward Yongning well, that's for sure. It's just, what do I want to be rewarded with?
The old emperor laughed heartily, and Gang Chao looked at her, his face turning red involuntarily. Yongning stole a glance at Zhuo Fan, twisting the bracelet on her wrist, her hand fidgeting as she spoke. Father, didn't Father already know? Besides, this was also Mother's last wish before her passing. The emperor nodded knowingly and shouted towards the audience. Excellent, Yongning. Zhuo Fan, step forward and listen to the decree. Today I bestow marriage upon Princess Yongning and the #1 steward in the world, Zhuo Fan. The wedding shall take place immediately tomorrow. What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone exclaimed in shock. Yongning was secretly delighted in her heart,
but Zhuo Fan coldly observed everything and couldn't help but sneer to himself. As expected, it's finally here. Inside a secret chamber deep within the palace, heavily guarded by soldiers, a guard holding a command token slowly entered, his expression somewhat grave, as if he were about to face something terrifying. After descending countless steps, he finally arrived before a dark room, hesitating for a moment, before finally pushing the door open and entering. The person inside coldly spoke as soon as they heard the door open. What? Did that old fart have something he needs me to do again? Not waiting for the guard to speak, that person snorted coldly.
Looking for me to do something?
If that was the case, they wouldn't have locked me up in this sunless place for 300 years. If it weren't for the fact that this daddy has always kept his word, I would never put up with this crap from you guys. What? These medicinal herbs have been the same for 300 years, always so terrible. What is this stuff? No matter how you put it, this daddy is also a protector dragon guard in your mouths. Before he could finish speaking, the person immediately threw the medicinal herbs in his hand, creating a whistling sound. The medicinal herbs flew straight, passing the guard and hitting the wall hard, creating a huge explosion.
The guard's eyes widened upon seeing this scene, and he exclaimed in shock. After all, this dungeon is built with black obsidian.
Very sturdy, yet that person created a crack with just a light throw. He trembled in fear. If he said the wrong thing, he would surely lose his life today. Thinking of this, the guard trembled as he clasped his fist, bowed, and carefully said,
Great Master Jiyu Santong, please calm your anger. This time, this subordinate is acting on the Emperor's order to invite you to take action. This time, the guy is actually quite a handful. The person is none other than Jiyu Santong, the unbeatable rascal, who has been imprisoned by Huang Tu Tian for 300 years. Hearing the guard's words, Jiyu Santong snorted coldly. This daddy isn't going. This daddy made an agreement with the saintly man back then to only protect Huang Tu, and never agreed to do anything else for you guys. You guys do this kind of catching people stuff yourselves. The guard smiled bitterly in his heart
and bowed his head again, saying, "You jest, master. If His Majesty is personally requesting you to take action to capture someone, this person is obviously no ordinary expert. How could ordinary people deal with him? Besides, His Majesty promised that if you are willing to take action this time, your meals will be improved. Improved. How much?" Ji Yusantong frowned, seemingly interested, and pondered for a moment. The guard stretched out a hand and probed. "Usually 3rd grade medicinal herbs, 4th grade on major holidays. How about it, master?"
Ji Yusantong's expression quickly changed, and he said coldly,
"This is the improvement you are talking about." His body couldn't help but tremble. The guard shook his head again and said, "No, usually 4th grade, 5th grade on major holidays. No, 6th grade. It's settled. Let's go then."
Hearing these words, Ji Yusantong finally stood up and happily asked, "Right, who are you guys trying to catch this time? You guys never asked me to catch anyone before." "We are guards. We only know how to follow orders. We don't know His Majesty's thoughts." Haha. At that time, just listen to His Majesty's verbal decree to catch whoever, and catch that person. The guard lowered his head with difficulty, and did not tell Ji Yusantong the answer. Ji Yusantong didn't mind, and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "That's right. Anyway, whoever I catch, isn't it all the same?"
On the other hand, inside the main hall, as soon as the imperial decree for marriage was issued, everyone present was shocked. Luo Yunsheng exclaimed with difficulty, "Your Majesty?" Before she could finish speaking, the second prince stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Reporting to Father, this son has long admired Saintess Changer of the Sacrificial Hall. Please, Father, also grant us marriage." Everyone was shocked once again. What's going on here? Is the royal family all taking advantage of this day to request imperial decrees for marriage? Why is everyone asking the emperor for a marriage decree? But the old emperor was somewhat happy instead.
His eyes couldn't help but light up, and he secretly rejoiced in his heart. "What's happening today? Everyone is proactively delivering pillows to my door." He had originally wanted to snatch the Yun family from Lubao and take this opportunity to scheme against Zhuo Fan, so snatching the saintess over would be even better. Then, he went with the flow and happily nodded. "Oh, excellent! May good things come in pairs today. I decree that Huangger and girl Shuangger be joined in matrimony." As soon as his voice fell, the second prince kowtowed to thank him. Yun Shuang's body trembled involuntarily, feeling somewhat nervous, and intended to stand up, but before she could speak, Zhuo Fan tightly grasped her hand, signaling her to rest assured, and confidently said, "Rest assured, you are my person. That will not change." Hearing these words, Yun Shuang was slightly startled, lowered her head, her heart fluttering,
her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. But the second prince was now drenched in sweat, feeling somewhat nervous. Just now he requested his father to grant him marriage. Wasn't this snatching someone else's lover? It wouldn't matter if it was someone else, but this was Zhuo Fan, the #1 steward in the world.
Is he sure there will be no problems? Just thinking of this,
the second prince couldn't help but tremble a few times, secretly praying that nothing would happen. But at this moment, the person in question, Zhuo Fan, finally spoke, saying to the old emperor,
"Your Majesty, please withdraw your decree. This subordinate and girl Shuangger are deeply in love and have already been betrothed. It is not appropriate to bestow her marriage to another."
"Impossible." Before the old emperor could speak, young Ning beside him interrupted in disbelief. "Changer and I are good sisters, and we often visit your Changping manor. If anything were to happen between you two, there's no way this princess wouldn't notice." Looking at her stubborn appearance, Zhuo Fan sneered and said, "Of course you noticed, and in fact you noticed everything at the Luo family. Remember the day you celebrated my birthday? There was a girl on the bed who didn't show her face."
Yun Shuang's body trembled involuntarily, and she couldn't help but feel embarrassed as she thought of the scene that day, lowering her head and not daring to speak. However, Zhuo Fan didn't pay much attention, grabbed Yun Shuang's wrist and raised it high in front of everyone. "That's right, that girl was Shuangzhi. All the people of the Luo family can testify to this. After all, this old man was doing good deeds and they bumped into us. That's right, I was also present that day. We saw it." Luo Yunhai nodded in agreement, offering his testimony. Only after speaking did he realize his mistake. Turning his head to look at Luo Yunxiang, her expression was somewhat unsightly, sorrowful, and unwilling as she looked at him with a sigh. Realizing that he had misspoke, he immediately shut his mouth and said no more. But at this moment, the old emperor calmly sat on his dragon throne, casually speaking, "Are you done talking? The wedding will proceed as planned tomorrow."
They originally thought that with Zhuo Fan and Yunshuang being a done deal, the old emperor would give up. However, these words surprised them. The old emperor actually wanted to separate the loving couple for his daughter. Zhuo Fan, however, didn't care about his words. Raising an eyebrow and playfully smiling, "Your Majesty, no one can force Zhuo Fan to do something I don't want to do."
As soon as these words came out, the old emperor slammed the table in anger and shouted, "Insolent! I am the king of this nation, the supreme ruler. My words are imperial edicts, as weighty as 9 tripods.
Zhuo Fan, you're really bold, daring to go against my will."
Seeing his outburst of anger, Gi Changfeng and Leng Wuchang chuckled.
The old emperor finally started to make a move after holding back for so long. Yongning, seeing the situation was bad, quickly pleaded, "Father, please calm your anger."
In fact, Yongning has always been good friends with Changer. Even if they both serve the same husband later, it's not a big deal. As for second brother, he doesn't deserve Changer anyway. Please withdraw your decree and don't get angry at them. Yongning, you shut your mouth.
However, the old emperor ignored her and continued to scold angrily, "Humph, I haven't been tolerating Zhuo Fan for just a day or two. Injuring the honored guests of the envoy, destroying the important grounds of the royal palace, having no regard for royal power, and looking down on the law. Today, I issued a decree for marriage."
Yet he dares to resist the decree, which is a heinous crime, intolerable to heaven and earth. Hearing these words, Tuoba Lianger couldn't help but be stunned and suspiciously asked, "Zhuo Fan's crimes are so extreme, how could they keep him until now? Could it be they just discovered his demonic nature?"
Zhuo Fan coldly laughed, snorting, "It seems your Majesty has underestimated Zhuo Fan. There's no point in staying here any longer, let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and stood up. The Luo family members also followed his instructions and quickly stood up, preparing to leave.
But how could the old emperor give them that chance? He once again shouted loudly, "Humph! Zhuo Fan, you're being too arrogant. Daring to look down on me, wanting to leave won't be so easy." Raising an eyebrow provocatively, Zhuo Fan arrogantly said, "Within Tianyu, I really don't know who has the ability to stop me." "Zhuo Fan, you're too arrogant. There's always someone stronger than you."
Seeing the arrogance in his eyes, the old emperor gritted his teeth in anger, a murderous aura rising around him. Finally, he waved his hand and ordered, "Men, seize him!" As soon as his words fell, a figure rushed into the main hall from outside, but the speed was too fast, they couldn't see it clearly at all.
Only a childish but fierce voice came. "Old geezer with 6th grade medicinal herbs, remember that?" Before everyone could see what was happening, this person rushed towards Zhuo Fan and threw a punch. Seeing this, Zhuo Fan's eyes twitched slightly, and he quickly raised his hand to block. With a bang, the two fists collided, and the surroundings of the main hall were immediately enveloped in mist. The two also stepped back a few steps. At the same time, Luo Yunhai was a little nervous seeing this scene. Zhuo Fan was actually forced back, but when the dust settled, and they saw the person who had arrived, everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. The Dog Emperor actually invited this most brutal one from the 5 guardian dragon gods, the undefeated rascal, Ji-Yu Santong. It's him.
The person who arrived was Ji-Yu Santong,
whom the old emperor had just released from the secret chamber. At this time, Ji-Yu Santong, in order to upgrade his medicinal herbs, had an increasingly intent look in his eyes, slowly approaching the opposite side, and said with a weird smile,
"The old geezer never told me to catch someone before. Let me see who is so capable."
But as soon as he saw the person in front of him, Ji-Yu Santong's eyes widened in surprise, and before he could shout out, Zhuo Fan quickly rushed over,
pretending to throw a punch, but whispered in his ear,
"Fight a few moves. I'll pretend to lose, and follow you." Ji-Yu Santong didn't fight back after hearing these words, and quickly raised his hand to defend, dodging back. He didn't think much. and immediately followed Zhuo Fan's idea. Without saying a word, he rushed forward to attack again. Flicking his hand black, Zhuo Fan was knocked out.
In an instant, the two men's punches were unleashed at the same time, producing an invisible pressure that hit down, sweeping all around, causing everyone's aura to stagnate slightly. These two monsters fought each other, one move after another, and the people below were stunned and speechless. Tuoba Liufeng was even more horrified. It is said that his Xiongnu people are martial, and that the Xiongnu warriors are rare in the world, but compared to these two monsters they are too weak. If Tianyu is full of such monsters, what war would they launch? At this moment his face was a little solemn. I don't know if this war to capture Tianyu should continue. The old emperor, on the other hand, did not worry at all about the two fighting each other. Although Zhuo Fan and Jiyu Santong's strength seemed to be equal, Zhuo Fan only had one arm after all, and his own body technique could not exert its true power. Jiyu Santong is a natural monster. Over time, Zhuo Fan will definitely fall into a disadvantage. Thinking of this, he was certain that he would be able to capture Zhuo Fan alive, and calmly observed everything. On the other side of the battlefield, there was another loud bang.
Jiyu Santong punched the ground, creating a deep crack on the sandy ground.
Zhuo Yifan squinted his eyes and looked at Jiyu Santong, muttering helplessly, "This little brat is definitely doing it on purpose. It seems he really wants to fight."
At this moment, Jiyu Santong once again charged towards Zhuo Fan, laughing boisterously. "Haha, we're back again." Zhuo Fan couldn't help but narrow his eyes, shaking his head with a wry smile. "This kid wants another go, huh? Fine, I'm done playing games with him." His right pupil instantly flashed, and in the blink of an eye he vanished. Jiyu Santong slammed a fist into Qiuzhong, creating a pile of rubble, and looked around blankly. Where'd he go?
Zhuo Fan reappeared, already at Yun Shuang's side. Scooping her up into a bridal carry and soaring into the sky, he even yelled out, as if afraid no one would know he was defeated, "This little monster, I can't handle him. Farewell." Jiyu Santong's eyes lit up at this sight.
"That's the old man's signal to retreat," he chuckled, nodding, ready to bounce. The old emperor, seeing things go south, hurriedly shouted, ordering them to stop him. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 Shenzhou experts materialized, surrounding Zhuo Fan, glaring at him menacingly.
Zhuo Fan didn't panic. His right pupil flashed again, and he vanished once more.
The crowd gasped. "He's gone." Then, when he reappeared, a pair of massive, azure wings had unfurled on his back. Immediately after, a blur of blue suddenly hurtled towards everyone, and their eyes couldn't help but narrow. The Crown Prince shouted, "Crap, it's Azure Sea Mirage Wings! Everyone, get out of the way!" But it was too late. The blue blur instantly trapped the Shenzhou experts in layers of illusions. And then one by one, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Zhuo Fan laughed heartily, his wings expanding again, his speed suddenly skyrocketing, until he disappeared into the sky. Jiyu Santong feigned anger, stomping his foot towards Qiuzhong and yelling, "Useless trash! You ruined my family's grade 6 medicinal herbs. Wait till I catch up with that guy, then I'll settle the score with you." With that, he hastily chased after Zhuo Fan, putting on an angry face, but secretly cheering inside. "Finally! I'm gonna meet my honorary dad!" This meant more high-grade medicinal herbs to munch on. How could he not be happy? Watching the two disappear, everyone was filled with mixed emotions, shaking their heads in amazement. In the end, the old monster Jiyu Santong was still a cut above. Too bad Zhuo Fan is too cunning. Even Jiyu Santong can't catch him easily. The old emperor watched his plan fall apart and his magnificent palace be buried in rubble. Enraged, he pointed at the Luo family members and barked, "Guards! The Luo family of Chengping Prince's mansion hasn't been disciplined enough. Arrest them all! Yes, Your Majesty!" With a loud shout, the guards charged forward, seizing the Luo family.
But at that moment, eerie laughter suddenly echoed out, and 4 streams of black qi erupted from within the Luo family crowd.
The guards were stunned. What the hell are those? But before they could react, the 4 streams of black qi slashed down swiftly, and the guards died, one after another. The remaining guards screamed in terror, "Help!" But it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the squad of guards was wiped out. Then, the streams of black qi transformed into 4 figures.
Surrounding the Lubo family, the demonic book 4 fiends cackled ominously, sneering. Even if the Lubo family doesn't have Butler Zhuo, they still have the demonic path quartet. To beat a dog, you gotta look at its master. You're not qualified to mess with them. Luo Yunhai smiled wryly, sighing helplessly.
What's with these 4 ghosts' way of speaking? Beating a dog, you gotta look at its master, isn't appropriate for this situation, right? But now wasn't the time to quibble over words, so he remained silent. Suddenly, a sharp metallic sound rang out. Following that, a black figure slowly appeared behind the emperor, a cold voice cutting through the air. Under the emperor's feet, it's not up to you little bandits to act so insolently. With that, he shot towards the 4 fiends. As fast as lightning, closing in an instant, the 4 fiends struck down. Before they could react, Shugi was immediately hit by the shackles, tumbling to the ground.
Gi Xiangsa stared in disbelief at the person in front of him, questioning,
"How is this possible? Our figures have already turned into nothingness. How can you touch us?" The black figure snorted coldly, looking down upon them.
"You 4 little whelps, even if you were once protectors of the 3 sects of Tianyu, you're not qualified to be so lawless."
A hint of admiration flashed in his eyes as Zhang Feng stared intently at the figure, muttering. The 4th of the 4 pillars, commander of the Shadow Guards, the Ghost King from Hell, Du Jiyu Zantian, also showed a hint of shock, his eyelids twitching slightly. Although they were both of the 4 pillars, they had never met this mysterious Ghost King. Only now, meeting him face to face, did they realize just how terrifying he was.
Huangpu Tianyuan, on the other side, also showed a look of admiration.
First time seeing the Ghost King, didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. The faces of the Quanrong people were now extremely ugly, watching one expert after another appear, each one catching them off guard. This situation, where peerless experts appeared in Tianyu one after another, was not what they wanted. "Big bro, let's not take this." Gailingli was so angry that he stomped his foot, glaring at the Ghost King, his anger blazing. A fierce light also appeared in Gi Xiangsa's eyes, and he gritted his teeth and cursed loudly. "All right, today if we don't tear you into 100 pieces, we won't be called the demonic book 4 fiends anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic book 4 fiends transformed into black qi once more, hurtling towards the Ghost King. However, the Ghost King only sneered, looking down on them.
"You don't know your own limitations?" In an instant, 5 streams of black qi fought together, with the 4 streams of black qi trapping the other stream of black qi,
gnawing and colliding, creating loud explosions. But the sound of chains rang out from within. A moment later, the Ghost King still stood proudly, while the demonic book 4 fiends collapsed to the ground,
spitting out mouthfuls of fresh blood. "Big bro, this isn't good, let's go!" Giegan's face immediately fell, whining. Gi Xiangsa saw that the situation was a bit unfavorable. Although he was unwilling, he still transformed into black qi and left. "This is too difficult, we're leaving! There's still young Master Luo and the others." "Don't worry. We'll go find Butler Zhuo to save you." The Ghost King watched the 4 streams of black qi leave, sneering. "Are you worthy to be the demonic book 4 fiends, running away with your tails between your legs?
Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" The 4 streams of black qi immediately stopped, but they didn't turn around, only sneering in response. "We're elders of the Luko family now. You can have the title of the 4 fiends if you like." "Heh, there are more ghosts on our side this time. Next time we meet, we'll definitely tear you into 100 pieces." But just when they thought these 4 had left,
suddenly a stream of black qi turned back, transforming into Gi Xiangsa, who picked up a rock from the ground and threw it fiercely at the Ghost King.
Finally laughing mockingly, "Bye-bye, you 4 a-holes." The Ghost King was filled with rage, gnashing his teeth and yelling. Although he wanted to chase after them, he was worried about the Emperor's safety, and in the end he still held back, letting those 4 weirdos leave. As soon as the 4 fiends of the Devil Book left, the royal guards swarmed in again. Surrounding the Luo family, Luo Yunsheng was a bit nervous. "Crap, we're surrounded." Luo Yunhai, remembering Zhuo Fan's instructions, took a deep, calming breath and looked at everyone.
Speaking calmly, "Stay calm, there's nothing to be afraid of." As soon as he said that, everyone stared at him. who knew this young master of the Luo family was so impressive. He was so well trained that he could remain calm in such a situation. Not bad at all.
Du Jiyu Zantian's face was full of joy. Even though their positions were opposed, he was relieved that Luo Yunhai had such composure. Seeing that the situation was under control, the second prince immediately stepped forward, glaring fiercely at the Luo family and saying, "Father, the Luo family of the Prince Ping's manor disregards the rules and commits treasonous acts. Killing them is not enough to calm the people's anger. I beg Father to punish them severely." Hearing this, Yu Wentong immediately panicked and hurriedly pleaded, "Father, please see clearly."
Today's incident was all caused by the Luo family's steward, Zhuo Fan. It has nothing to do with anyone else. I beg Father not to implicate the innocent. That's right, Father. This has nothing to do with the young master and young miss of the Luo family. Please, be generous and let them go. Young Ning also quickly clasped her hands in supplication. The old emperor coldly watched everything but didn't answer. Instead, they looked at the crown prince, who was still silent. He asked in a dignified tone, "As a prince of the country, what do you think about this matter?" The crown prince, being called out, immediately sneered. "Father, have you ever really regarded me as a prince of the country?" But he didn't show it on the outside. The crown prince took a step forward, bowed, and said calmly, "Reporting to Father, in my opinion, although Zhuo Fan is the steward of the Luo family, he has always been deceiving those above and bullying those below, arrogant and tyrannical. The small Prince Ping's manor is hard to control. Therefore, it's a bit inappropriate to implicate the entire Luo family in today's matter." As soon as he said that, Yu Wentong and Yong Ning looked at him gratefully. The light in the old emperor's eyes also dimmed, but at this moment, the crown prince spoke again. "However, Zhuo Fan is only able to have the power he has today because the Luo family has been lax in their management and indulgent. Since they let him run wild, the Luo family must bear the responsibility. In my opinion, we should closely guard everyone in the Luo family and deal with them after Zhuo Fan is captured." It seemed to be exactly what the old emperor wanted. He revealed a faint smile and nodded, saying, "All right. Do as Huang Sher says. Take all the people of the Luo family into custody and guard them closely." Glancing at the old emperor, Zhuge Changfeng secretly sneered. Today's matter is clearly the emperor's scheme, but he had someone else say it, concealing his plot to frame others. And with this, one of the three pillars of power will be lost. Moreover, Zhuo Fan's rampage in the imperial city can be a big deal or a small deal. The small deal is just one person's actions. The big deal is expanding to the conflict between other forces. The old emperor probably wants to use this to disrupt the Tianyu situation and officially make a big move. Snorting coldly, Zhuge Changfeng stared at the old emperor, not expecting this guy to be even more impatient than him. But this time, he definitely won't lose. Similarly, the old emperor also glanced at Zhuge Changfeng, revealing a meaningful smile. This is just the beginning, just wait and see. Suddenly at this moment, Leng Wucheng hurriedly came before the emperor and said respectfully, bowing, "Your Majesty, can the people of the Luo family be handed over to the Emperor Lord Sect to guard?" As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Even Huangpu Tianyuan couldn't believe it and looked at him. The emperor frowned slightly, stared at Leng Wucheng somewhat doubtfully, and said calmly, "Sir Leng, why should I hand over the Luo family to your people to guard? Can you give me a reason?" Huangpu Tianyuan was puzzled and glanced at Leng Wucheng. In the current situation, holding on to this hot potato of the Luo family is just asking for trouble. What exactly is this diviner trying to do? Leng Wucheng lowered his head humbly and said, "Your Majesty, please see clearly. The Emperor Lord Sect has always been the leader of the 7 families for thousands of years, mediating disputes between the 7 great families. Below it is now the 8 great families. The Emperor Lord Sect absolutely does not dare to forget its responsibility. The Luku family has committed such a great crime, and in principle, the Emperor Lord Sect should share the burden with the ruler, assisting your Majesty in pursuing and capturing Zhuo Fan to warn the people and set an example for the 8 great families." Huangpu Tianyuan suddenly realized that this was clearly an excuse to seek authorization from the emperor. Although Zhuo Fan is a troublesome matter, it could be used to lead the 7 families without being bothered by the emperor, which is
truly beneficial without harm in the grand scheme of things. Looking at Leng Wuchang, this diviner's mind is indeed quick.
A glint flashed in his eyes, revealing a sinister smile, and he nodded in agreement. All right, since the Emperor Lord Sect is so willing, I will hand over full authority to my beloved minister to handle this matter. The Emperor Lord Sect must cooperate with Jiyu Santong to capture the rebel Zhuo Fan,
and the remaining 6 families must fully cooperate without any mistakes. At critical moments, you are allowed to use the Devil Subduing token, and Marshal Du Jiyu will assist you at any time.
Yes. Hearing the Emperor's decree, everyone stood up and saluted together. The people of the Yuming Valley and Yanfang City were overjoyed, while the people of the Huayu Tower, Qianlong Pavilion, and Sword Marquee Manor looked at each other solemnly, feeling bitter in their hearts,
and scanned everyone. The old emperor waved his hand and said coldly, "This birthday banquet ends here. I have lost all interest. Dismiss everyone." After everyone had left, Ghost King came to the old emperor's side, bowed, and said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Everything went smoothly. Who would have thought that the cunning and treacherous Zhuo Fan would fall into the trap so easily?
Smiling and nodding, the Emperor quickly showed a trace of doubt. Today was too smooth. It's almost too smooth, which makes me a bit uneasy. Originally, aside from Yongning's matter, I had prepared many methods to provoke that little brat, but I didn't expect him to take the bait so quickly. This makes me a bit hard to believe. Is he such an impulsive person? In this old man's opinion, what truly provoked his limits was not Princess Yongning, but the Saintess Yun Shuang. Your Majesty, do you remember? In the 100 Schools Contend once,
his only moment of losing composure was because of a woman. It is said that this girl, Yun Shuang, has a very similar temperament to that woman, so it's not impossible for him to go crazy for the Saintess again. After pondering for a moment, the Emperor nodded slightly. I hope that's the case, but if that's the case, then there are even more loopholes. Why did the second prince suddenly propose bestowing the Saintess in marriage to provoke him? And Zhuo Fan's appearance was too coincidental, wasn't it? The Ghost King thought he was suspicious and chuckled. The second prince is narrow-minded and bears grudges. Last time, Zhuo Fan destroyed his manor, so that's why he proposed this in front of everyone to provoke him,
aiming to use Your Majesty's authority to suppress him a notch. After all, when a son is bullied, the first thing he thinks of is naturally to find his father for support, isn't it? The old emperor was slightly startled, and finally nodded in agreement. After pondering for a long time, the old emperor burst out laughing.
But that's indeed something that the second can do, although this time he accidentally helped me with something. Pausing for a moment, the old emperor continued.
It's just that there's still one unexpected thing today. The Emperor Lord Sect actually took the initiative to volunteer to fight, getting involved with the tough straw of Zhuo Fan, which truly surprised me. Originally, I intended to let them devour each other and suffer mutual losses, but now they've volunteered, which is quite to my liking. Hearing these words,
the Ghost King also had some thoughts, but didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Indeed, Your Majesty, this can be understood. Leng Wuchang is not a fool. Zhuo Fan has suddenly become the center of the chaotic situation and is the target of everyone. Even if he doesn't understand the inside story, he will feel that this is unnatural. Rather than passively waiting to be attacked, it's better to take the initiative.
Didn't he also tell Your Majesty about the power to lead the 7 families just now?
This is super beneficial for expanding the strength of their emperor-worshipping sect. True that Leng Wuchang is definitely on the right track. The old emperor nodded slightly, then sneered.
But do they really think I'll let them get their way that easily?
We'll see if they expand faster, or if I wipe them out faster.
With that, the old emperor flashed a sinister grin, his eyes glinting with ruthlessness. Right now, everything was going exactly according to his plan. He felt like he had everything under control. Meanwhile, after leaving the imperial city, all the different forces immediately scattered.
At this moment, the emperor-worshipping sect was escorting the Luo family back to their base. Leng Wuchang glanced at Huangpu Tianyuan beside him and said in a low voice, "This time, the sect leader's opportunity is quite risky. We absolutely must complete it quickly. Otherwise, once the imperial family eliminates the other factions in the court, dealing with us will be a piece of cake." Huangpu Tianyuan nodded slightly, his expression a bit serious, and said,
"True.
Although we know the Emperor intends to watch us fight to the death,
if we don't seize this opportunity, we'll probably be devoured by the Emperor sooner or later. Right now is the only time the imperial family is completely preoccupied. Exactly, we can't threaten the imperial family because we're dealing with Zhuo Fan.
This opportunity is a once-in-a-millennium chance for both sides. No one will worry that the other side will suddenly stab them in the back. But it's also the most dangerous time. If we're slower than them in dealing with the 7 families, then the imperial family will quickly turn on us and catch us off guard. Huangpu Tianyuan narrowed his eyes in thought and nodded slightly. Leng Wucheng continued. Survival and the fate of the world hang in the balance. This rare, once-in-a-millennium opportunity is also a once-in-a-millennium calamity. We can't afford to be careless. This was so true.
Life and death are just a choice away. The line is so thin. As long as we seize the time, our chances of victory will be higher. After pondering for a long time, Huangpu Tianyuan finally spoke. Has Mr. Leng contacted that side yet? Are there any problems? Leng Wucheng nodded slightly and smiled, saying confidently, Don't worry. That little brat has already lost faith in his useless father. His heart is with us. If it comes to a crucial moment, he'll help us buy time.
The emperor-worshipping sect's millennium-long ambition is finally about to become reality.
Success or failure depends on this one move.
Huangpu Tianyuan frowned and said in a deep voice,
his eyes flashing with a cold light. Their intention has always been to control all 7 families, then resist the imperial family and unify Tianyu themselves. But, in the past, the imperial family has always had too many experts to contend with, so they've always failed.
This time, they finally have a chance.
They definitely won't miss it. At the same time, on the side of the Quanrong clan's group, Qi Changfeng had been pondering today's events the whole way. After thinking for a long time, he still didn't understand, and muttered, Today's events were clearly that Old Fox's plan, Zhuo Fan, was forced into a trap. But why did he act so hastily? Could it be that he's already fully prepared? Hearing this, Tuoba Liufeng laughed loudly and said,
Prime Minister, don't worry so much. The more chaotic Tianyu is, the better. That way, we, Quanrong, can reap the benefits. Ha! But he noticed that Ge Changfeng was still suspicious.
Why did the old emperor choose this time? When the Quanrong delegation arrived to make a move, suddenly a bold thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it, thinking he was probably overthinking things. In any case, the chaotic situation has already been set. The family should act according to the original plan. The old emperor wants to take advantage of the chaos to win, but don't the other families have the same intention? So to say, he may not be able to protect his empire for long. Chaos is ahead.
Who knows who will be the final victor? Variables will always appear. It's only a matter of time.
Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan was carrying Yun Cheng in his arms and didn't stop as he left the imperial city. He finally stopped at a small forest and put her down. Not long after, Jiyu Santong rushed over from afar, his fierce aura frightening people. Seeing this scene, Yun Yang snuggled into Zhuo Fan's chest.
But just as Jiyu Santong's fist was about to hit, he suddenly retracted his hand, jumped forward, and hugged Zhuo Fan, excitedly shouting, Dad, I missed you so much! With this sudden turn of events, Yun Cheng was pushed out of Zhuo Fan's arms, stunned and dumbfounded. Zhuo Fan glanced at her and smiled, explaining, Changer, you didn't know, did you? This is my adopted son. What?
Yun Cheng exclaimed in surprise. But just now, you two were. Before she could finish, Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow smugly. I was just going with the flow, putting on a show in front of everyone. I just didn't expect that today's performance between me and the Emperor
was an unintentional collaboration. The Emperor wants me to be the eye of this chaotic storm, and we also want to take the lead in opening up the situation. Our actions at the same time were just a coincidence. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been the Yongning marriage and the second prince's proposal. Everything happened at once.
What, you're saying all that was just a show? Yun Cheng still hadn't processed this and looked at him in disbelief. Zhuo Fan nodded and explained.
Actually, the Yongning marriage was clearly the Emperor provoking me. Even if I reluctantly accepted, he would have many other tricks to provoke me. In the end, he would force me to turn against him. As for the second prince proposing to you, that was me pushing it. It was actually an opportunity for me to turn against the Emperor.
Now that the chaos has begun, the families will also start acting. It may seem unfavorable to us, but it's actually the best situation for each family. You could say everything is well arranged.
Ah, I see. Yun Chang nodded in understanding, but remembering Zhuo Fan's words in the main hall today, Yun Chang still asked hopefully, "Then everything you did with me at the banquet, that was all fake too?" Before she could finish, Zhuo Fan coldly interrupted.
As soon as those words came out, a hint of sorrow appeared on Yun Chang's face, and she stammered, Yeah. Not even noticing his expression, Zhuo Fan chuckled softly and said calmly, "Of course, I have to make everyone feel like my outburst is justified, otherwise the other houses will definitely be suspicious. The next phase of the plan will be difficult to execute." Yun Chang couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in her heart. She had actually thought his words were genuine back then, but it turned out she was just being sentimental. In his eyes, she was just a pawn to further his agenda. Was he acting too well? Or was she just indulging in her own fantasies? But no one knew the sorrow in her heart. And no one paid attention to Ji U Santong. He had heard Zhuo Fan's plan, but he felt a little awkward thinking about his promise from back then.
He spoke up, "Old man, it looks like you're about to start a war with the royal family."
But I can understand his difficulty in speaking up. Zhuo Fan chuckled. "Don't worry, little Sanzi, you're my son. I won't make things difficult for you. I'll protect your royal family's foundation. I promise to help you keep the royal family. It's just that the emperor will be someone else." Hearing this, Ji Yu Santong suddenly realized and exclaimed excitedly, "That's right. As long as their family doesn't become extinct, even if the Tianyu dynasty changes emperors, I won't be considered to have broken my promise."
"Ha ha, old man, you're so clever. I didn't even think of that."
Ji Yu Santong, despite his invincible strength, was, as Zhu Changfeng had once said, just a child with a little bit of integrity. He had willingly stayed within the royal family for 300 years because of his promise, becoming the undefeated guardian of the royal family. But he had never thought of finding a way to break his promise. If it had been Zhuo Fan, that little monster with some brains, back then, I'm afraid the Tianyu dynasty wouldn't have lasted. Looking at him intently, Zhuo Fan suddenly asked with concern, "Little Sanzi, have you been suffering lately? You're malnourished again, you look too skinny." As he spoke, medicinal ingredients instantly appeared in his hand, and he held them out to him with a kind smile. "Now that you're here with your old man, you naturally have to nourish yourself well."
As soon as Ji Yu Santong saw the medicinal ingredients, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, old man."
Zhuo Fan smiled contentedly at his expression. In fact, every time Zhuo Fan saw Ji Yu Santong, he would take out genuine medicinal ingredients to treat him, and he even compared his treatment to that of the royal family, all with a purpose. He wanted to sow discord. Everyone could compare Ji Yu Santong's relationship with the royal family. Unknowingly, Zhuo Fan had made Ji Yu Santong's dislike for the royal family deeper, and his affection for him greater. Although Ji Yu Santong had eaten the royal family's medicinal ingredients for 300 years, they were, at most, first-grade and second-grade medicinal ingredients.
But Zhuo Fan's flowery words made him feel like the royal family was mistreating him, so
he didn't have any feelings for them at all. Swallowing the medicinal ingredients, Ji Yu Santong said happily, "Old man, I'll do the same for you in the future. As long as you protect their house, anyone can be the emperor." Of course, having achieved his goal, Zhuo Fan nodded contentedly and agreed with a slight smile.
Yun Chang, standing to the side, watched the two foster father and son happily discussing their plans, one sentence after another, and couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. She never expected that Ji Yu Santong was Zhuo Fan's adopted son. With these two monsters joining forces, who else in the Tianyu dynasty can stand against them? She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Her father's expectations seemed to be coming true. This steward Zhuo was truly about to defy fate and change everything. Just then, 4 streaks of black gas appeared from afar, eventually transforming into figures. It was the magic strategy 4 fiends. As soon as they landed on the ground, they said with a sinister smile, "Steward Zhuo, we've arrived." Xiongxia raised his head and said arrogantly, "Steward Zhuo, according to your instructions, the 4 of us successfully feigned defeat and sold off all of our annoying young masters and young ladies."
Ugh, can you not use the word sell? This is strategy. Zhuo Fan's face couldn't help but twitch as he sighed. Then he observed them for a while and said with a sneer,
Also, you guys didn't feign defeat. You actually lost.
Look at the blood on your mouths. You haven't even wiped it off yet.
The four fiends couldn't help but be stunned. Gi Xiangsha reached out and wiped his mouth, indeed seeing bloodstains, and exclaimed unwillingly, "Steward Zhuo, we could have actually won."
Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes dismissively and retorted, "Well, losing for real is better than feigning defeat. Those people will believe it even more. Now take Changzhi back to Fenglin City. Little Sanzi, let's go."
As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left with Ji Yu Santong.
Seeing this, Yun Chang exclaimed anxiously, "Where are you going? Aren't you coming back with us?"
"Why wouldn't I?
I'm going to pick up the Luo family's hostages. We'll return without ever turning back," Zhuo Fan said with a faint smile. Finally, as he instructed, the magic strategy four fiends took Yun Chang back to Fenglin City, while he took Ji Yu Santong to a forest not far away. Inside a small pavilion, Leng Wuchang was leisurely enjoying tea, with a faint smile on his face. Just then, a whistling sound rang out, and a figure suddenly appeared. Turning to look, it was undoubtedly Zhuo Fan. Seeing Leng Wuchang sitting there leisurely, Zhuo Fan said with an embarrassed smile, "Haha, I'm so sorry. I was being chased by Ji Yu Santong all the way, and I just managed to escape, so I'm late. I hope you'll forgive me, haha. Although Ji Yu Santong only has brute strength, escaping from his grasp isn't that easy. I'm afraid that in the entire Tianyu dynasty, only Steward Zhuo can do it. I admire you, I admire you." Leng Wuchang put down the teacup in his hand and said flatteringly. Zhuo Fan chuckled and nodded, then looked around, sighing in admiration. "The Emperor Gate is indeed the Emperor Gate. I wanted to say last time that it's not more than 10 miles away from the imperial capital, and there's such an elegant pavilion in Lonely Mountain that no outsiders know about. It's truly rare." This is of course the case. The imperial capital is a place of mixed dragons and fish, with the 9 schools of thought gathered here, and it is a place where intelligence flows. My Emperor Gate, which wants to dominate the world, naturally wants to build a secret intelligence station here that no one knows about. Furthermore, the royal family is at ease with this stronghold. Even the royal family's spies don't know about it, so we can be at ease.
Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, not wanting to waste any more time, and went straight to the point.
"Thank you very much for your help this time, Mr. Leng. You should have secured all the members of the Luo family. I don't know where they are." Speaking of this, Zhuo Fan pretended to look around, a hint of doubt appearing on his face. Why haven't I seen them come out yet?" A gleam flashed in Leng Wuchang's eyes, and he smiled again, shaking his head and saying, "Steward Zhuo, you found me earlier and asked me for help after you had an accident. I tried every means to bring all the hostages of the Luo family into the hands of the Emperor Gate. I was able to do everything. Wouldn't you consider me an enemy then?"
"Of course not."
Zhuo Fan nodded firmly. "I said at the time that as long as you helped me accomplish this one thing, it would be the same as getting on my ship." "But there's also the next sentence, isn't there?" Leng Wuchang chuckled, saying profoundly, "Leng only helps you with this one thing. After that, Leng is still the chief steward of the Emperor Gate, and everything is based on the interests of the Emperor Gate. So even though Steward Zhuo doesn't consider Leng an enemy, Leng has no choice but to consider Steward Zhuo as the greatest enemy at this time." Frowning slightly, Zhuo Fan glanced at him, and then chuckled, nodding. "That's right, but does Mr. Leng want to be like the royal family and use the Luo family to suppress me? How dare I?" Waving his hand slowly, Leng Wuchang chuckled. "I know Steward Zhuo's temperament very well. I was taught a lesson during the 100 Schools contest. With our current strength, if we anger a peerless expert like Steward Zhuo, it definitely wouldn't be a smart thing to do. If that's really the case, wouldn't that be exactly what the imperial family wants? A lose-lose situation, benefiting others for nothing? Would I, Laozi, be that stupid?"
"What are you implying?" Zhuo Fan said coldly, narrowing his eyes at him.
"The deal hasn't even been agreed upon yet," Leng Wuchang explained slowly. "Initially, Steward Zhuo asked us to snatch the Luo family's hostage. He probably thought it would be easier to snatch someone from the Emperor Wuyu's sect than to rescue them from the imperial family.
And the reality is just that.
Holding this hot potato, we dare not do anything and have to treat them like our ancestors, delivering them safely to Steward Zhuo. But, if the deal with Steward Zhuo is that easy, wouldn't we be wasting our effort? That would be too much of a loss? So we still hope Steward Zhuo will exchange something for them. Unconsciously frowning, Zhuo Fan stood up suspiciously and said calmly, "What is it? Choose yourself, even Zhuo Tao. Feelings, virginity, all are yours to take as you please, Steward Zhuo. Enough." Leng Wucheng rolled his eyes helplessly, declining to comment. "If we actually took it, you wouldn't even have those 3 things." Chuckling, Zhuo Fan's eyes suddenly sharpened as he scolded. "Who said I don't have it? At least virginity. I've been consistent for 10 years, always preserving my body." Leng Wucheng suddenly became serious and said sincerely, unable to help but laugh, "Steward Zhuo, please don't joke. We want something from you. As long as you hand it over, everyone in the Luo family will be safe and sound, and we will absolutely not break our promise. If you don't have it, I'm sorry, but we can't help you. The person you need, we don't know where they are. If we waste so much time here, when news of the imperial family's victory arrives, we will all be annihilated together. In the end, it will just be mutual destruction. What is so important? Do we have it?" His face turned serious, and Zhuo Fan frowned. Taking a deep breath, Leng Wucheng stared at him, pronouncing each word clearly. "Bodhi root." Zhuo Fan was stunned and exclaimed in fright. Seeing his surprise, Leng Wucheng interrupted. "Steward Zhuo should remember 8 years ago, when you made a big scene at the Huayu Tower, you conveniently snatched their 8th grade spiritual herb, the Bodhi root. Please hand that over to this old man, and I will immediately release the people." "But that thing isn't on me. How about I give you another 8th grade spiritual herb instead?" Zhuo Fan blinked, probing. Slowly shaking his head, Leng Wucheng said firmly, "No, we only want the Bodhi root. We don't care about other 8th grade spiritual herbs." Seeing his firm expression, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but be startled, looking at him strangely and asking suspiciously, "Is this Bodhi root that important?" Of course, Leng Wucheng nodded decisively, finally sighing and saying, "Now it has come to the final moment of competition between the major families. Laozi won't hide it from you anymore, Steward Zhuo. Do you know why we have always targeted the Huayu Tower? No, it's not because they are a group of women who only care about household matters and have the weakest strength, but because they hold a secret treasure passed down through generations. The Bodhi root. This is something we must have. Otherwise, if our Emperor Wuyu's sect wants to expand its power, the best option is to join hands with other families. Why bother fussing with a bunch of women and being branded with the bad name of bullying women, ridiculed by the world?" Glancing at him, feeling that he wasn't lying, Zhuo Fan smiled bitterly. "Mr. Leng, I'll be honest with you too. You want other things, no problem, but this Bodhi root is really not in my hands. At first, I snatched that thing as a smokescreen, to divert the attention of the Emperor Wuyu's sect and the Qinghua Yu Tower. In fact, that thing has long returned to its owner. Otherwise, how could we form an alliance? Who would ally with someone who stole their things?" Slightly startled, Leng Wucheng stroked his beard and sighed. As expected, Laozi has long guessed it, but now that Steward Zhuo has confirmed it, it can be regarded as verifying this guess. If that's the case, Laozi must still demand this Bodhi root from Steward Zhuo. Demand it from Laozi for what? "Go find the Huayu Tower," Zhuo Fan asked blankly, glaring at him, laughing mockingly. Shaking his head, Leng Wucheng sighed and said, "We have been targeting the Huayu Tower for so many years, they value the Bodhi root more than their own lives. Even if we get the entire Huayu Tower, we probably won't find the Bodhi root. But Steward Zhuo is different. You are their ally. If you go, you want me to go deceive them?" His eyes narrowed slightly. Zhuo Fan snorted coldly. "You said they are my allies. Wanting Laozi to do that kind of thing, the Luo family will immediately lose credibility, be abandoned by the other 3 houses, fall into isolation, and be surrounded and attacked by you. Mr. Leng's plan is really good, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, huh?" "Ha ha, Laozi didn't think that much. I simply want to get the Bodhi root," Leng Wucheng said smugly, stroking his beard. "Anyway, I've already stated the condition.
Whether you agree or not is your business.
Anyway, you are in my hands. You can come to exchange people whenever you want. This is much more comfortable than rescuing people from the imperial family. All right, think it over carefully. I'll take my leave first. When you get that thing, come find me. With that, Leng Wuchang flicked his sleeves and suddenly left. Zhuo Fan clenched his fist tightly, narrowing his eyes at the disappearing figure, and finally disappeared with a sway of his body. The place once again returned to the cold and quiet state outside the dense forest. Not far from Zhuo Yan, Zhuo Fan suddenly appeared. Jiyu Santong was waiting impatiently. As soon as he saw Zhuo Fan appear, he happily said, "Papa is back. Didn't you say you were bringing those people back? Why did only you come back? That old fox actually bargained with Laozi before releasing people."
Jiyu Santong cursed angrily. Zhuo Fan looked at Jiyu Santong and said, "Little brat, sniff around and see if there's a scent of the eldest miss around here. Are they here?" Jiyu Santong nodded slightly, sniffing, and shook his head helplessly. "Papa, there's no trace of them within 1,000 miles around here. That old bastard didn't intend to hand over the people directly to Laozi. Unexpectedly, he's so cautious that he didn't bring anyone close."
Zhuo Fan once again cursed angrily for a long time, then looked at Jiyu Santong, his eyes flashing with light, and decided, "All right, Laozi will go to the Huayu Tower now."
But Laozi remembers this debt. With a snort, Zhuo Fan immediately slipped away, flying off.
Seeing this, Jiyu Santong hurriedly followed. The two of them flew towards the Huayu Tower all the way, their main target being the Bodhi root in their hands. Poor women of the Huayu Tower, getting hit with trouble even while lying down. The sky was already dark at this time, the moonlight shining brightly above, and two figures immediately appeared on a large tree nearby. The two of them were staring at the Huayu Tower's location, not acting for a long time. Zhuo Fan felt a bit sentimental about this place. Last time he came here, he was a thief. This time, he's still a thief, and the target is still their treasured building-guarding artifact. If Yan Huaying hadn't said that he was a person deviated from fate, he would definitely think that heaven was teasing him this time. Seeing that he wasn't acting, Jiyu Santong helplessly shook his head and said, "Dad, isn't it just finding an 8th grade spirit herb? Can't I just blow it away with one punch, and we can find it ourselves? Why do we have to sneak around here in the middle of the night? This is really damaging to my magnificent image." Zhuo Fan chuckled and didn't comment.
If it were that easy to find, the emperor-worshipping sect would have torn this place down already. The women of Huayu Tower are a bunch of stubborn ones, and are especially careful. If they don't want to, even if you search for 8 lifetimes, you won't find what they've hidden.
Besides, I don't want to break ties with them yet.
With that, Zhuo Fan sighed and looked towards the brightly lit tower, a hint of worry in his eyes, as if he was recalling some old memories. Hearing his words, Jiyu Santong rolled his eyes and said meaningfully,
"You don't want to fall out with them, but you want to force them to reveal the location of their treasure?
How is that possible?" Zhuo Yifan smiled deeply. "Shh! Don't you know that this old man has gained new skills recently? Let me broaden your horizons a bit." With that, Zhuo Fan took a step into the air, and the azure dual shadow wings suddenly spread open. Then, the azure light and the moonlight blended together, shining brightly everywhere. At the same time, the disciples of the Huayu Tower suddenly saw a patch of 5-colored cloudlight and looked up, showing a bit of shock. Just then, Zhuo Fan spread his wings and kept flapping them vigorously, and streams of light immediately fell down.
The disciples instantly became dizzy and fainted to the ground.
Just like that, Zhuo Fan flew around in a circle, and the outer disciples of the Huayu Tower all fell to the ground unconscious. Chu Bijun was quietly cultivating inside her room when she suddenly heard a bang outside.
Frowning, she called out, "Xiao Yu, what happened?" There was no reply. Filled with suspicion, she went outside the door and glanced around. Everything was calm and peaceful.
Only the gatekeeping disciple was nowhere to be seen. Confused, she muttered, "What's going on? Where did that child run off to?" Just then, an exclamation and hurried footsteps came. "Elder, it's bad. The Bodhi root has been stolen."
Chu Bijun was a little startled, looking over only to see the Qinghua Tower Master leading a group of disciples running over anxiously. "What happened?" Chu Bijun asked worriedly. "What exactly happened?" The Bodhi root is hidden so well no one should know about it, so how could it be lost? Elder, it's true. The person was dressed in black, and he ran away with the Bodhi root in his hand. I'm guarding it, so I'll chase after him, the Qinghua Tower Master said anxiously.
Chu Bijun hurriedly waved her hand to calm her down, saying, Don't panic. Did you see clearly? Is it really the Bodhi root? Or is it just a ploy to find out where the Bodhi root is hidden, Elder? It's real. I saw it with my own eyes, and we've already been to the hiding place, and it's indeed been opened.
The Qinghua Tower Master was very anxious, not faking it at all. Chu Bijun nodded slightly to reassure her and said, Then what are we waiting for? Quickly take me to see. With that, she led the group of people running towards a certain place, only, behind them, there were always two figures following, namely, Zhuo Fan and Jiyu Santong.
In their eyes, there was only Chu Bijun running ahead, no one else. Jiyu Santong followed behind Chu Bijun and saw her turning back and forth, suspiciously looking at Zhuo Fan and asking, Dad, is that woman sleepwalking? Why is she mumbling, not seeing anything? We see a faint golden light still flashing in her right eye. Zhuo Fan coldly smiled and said, This is the third pupil in my divine eye. Illusion void.
She's now in my illusionary space.
It's all an illusion. But she doesn't realize it. Like this, she will follow the illusion and take us to the place where the Bodhi root is stored. When we get there and retrieve it, we'll knock her unconscious. No one will know we did it. In the end, this Bodhi root will appear at the emperor-worshipping sect, and they will naturally seek them out for revenge. This debt has nothing to do with us. We are still good friends, haha, old dad.
You are really insidious.
But your eyes are truly peerless. You've actually opened the third pupil after not seeing you for so long.
Hearing this, Jiyu Santong chuckled playfully.
Zhuo Fan also chuckled and pointed towards Chu Bijun, instructing, Little Santong, look at this old woman. She's not simple. Even while walking, she's still using the corner of her eye to observe the steps of the person in front. She's checking whether we're going to the designated location, afraid that someone is impersonating her tower master to trick her out of the secrets of their Huayu Tower. But unfortunately, in the illusion, everyone's words and actions come from her subconscious, so how can there be any loopholes? Therefore, no matter how careful she is, she will still be tricked.
Just like that, the three of them walked for a while and arrived at a clear pond. Chu Bijun formed a hand seal, and a charming voice rang out as she pointed at the pond and shouted, In an instant, the pond suddenly split in two, revealing a path, and at the same time, a cave appeared inside. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but be startled. He didn't expect that the Bodhi root was actually hidden underwater. If he hadn't used Illusion Void to bewilder this old woman today, who would have thought to find it here? The three of them slowly entered the cave, which was filled with traps and formations. However, with Chu Bijun leading the way, the three of them smoothly entered deep inside the cave, until they reached the very end. Inside there was a square platform with a small box on top. Chu Bijun picked up the small box and opened it. Inside was the Bodhi root, without a doubt. Their eyes lit up. Zhuo Fan and Jiyu Santong exchanged glances, revealing a look of joy. However, inside the illusion, Chu Bijun opened the box and examined it. Her eyes immediately lost their luster, and she fell to the ground in shock, muttering with a mournful expression, It's really gone. Zhuo Yifan sighed and raised his hand to knock her unconscious. But before he could act, Chu Bijun suddenly cried out, Qing Cheng, I'm sorry. Before you left, you told me to watch over the Huayu Tower, but even the treasure that protects the tower, I've lost it. As soon as these words came out, Zhuo Fan froze and stared in shock. Chu Qing Cheng, she's gone. Didn't they say she was in closed-door cultivation? When did she leave? Inside the illusion void, Chu Bijun was still heartbroken and lamented. Back then, to save that child, I went to sign an agreement with the sect leader of the Xuantian sect, but we don't know what he wanted. This time, the person who left will never return. As an old woman, I can't even fulfill your last wish. In an instant, Zhuo Faren's heart suddenly exploded, and he couldn't help but tremble in shock, now that he thought about it carefully. Back then, when she took out the soul-stabilizing pearl to save Xue Ningxiang, he should have known that the Huayu Tower couldn't have such a divine object. He could only blame himself for being immersed in the excitement of saving Xue Ningxiang that year, and not considering carefully where it came from. She was indebted to him,
and she must have reached an agreement with the sect leader of the Tianshuan sect in order to borrow it, just like he signed a contract to sell himself with Zhuo Yifan of the Devil Scripture sect. But he couldn't understand why she did that. Saving Shui Ningxiang was clearly his wish. It had nothing to do with Chu Qingcheng, so why did she have to sacrifice herself to exchange for Shui Ningxiang's life? But he was wrong. Chu Qingcheng did it only because she didn't want him to be immersed in sorrow. The person she wanted to save was him, and not anyone else. At this moment, his heart suddenly ached, and he remembered that graceful figure.
Clutching her tightly, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. His raised hand trembled in the air, frozen. He just couldn't bring himself to strike. Seeing this, Jiyu Santong looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "Old man, what's wrong?" After a long silence, Zhuo Fan took a deep breath
and finally shattered the illusion. Chu Bijun emerged, startled to see Zhuo Fan. Then, noticing the Bodhi root in his hand, she looked at him in horror and asked, "Why are you here? What's going on, Zhuo Fan? We're allies." Before she could finish, Zhuo Fan turned to leave, reminding the old hag, "The world's about to go to hell. Move the Huayu Tower people to the Luo family. I guarantee they'll be safe. As for the Bodhi root, I'm taking it."
With that, Zhuo Fan grabbed Jiyu Santong and vanished in an instant, leaving Chu Bijun sitting on the ground, stunned as she watched him disappear. Pulled away by Zhuo Fan, Jiyu Santong looked at him, confused. "Dad, why did you finally show yourself? Did you not want to deceive her anymore?" Zhuo Fan just sighed and flew away with Jiyu Santong. Inside a grand mansion, deep in the forest, guards stood watch. Suddenly, a white-haired figure appeared, exuding domineering aura. The two heavenly profound realm guards were shocked and bowed respectfully. "May we ask if you are Butler Zhuo?"
He didn't even glance at them. Zhuo Fan just swept his gaze over the magnificent pavilion and said, "Doesn't your Emperor Dragon Gate have many secret strongholds? So there's one here too? Where's Leng Wuchang? Take me to him."
Not long ago, Zhuo Fan had informed Leng Wuchang that he had obtained the Bodhi root and asked him to prepare for the exchange. As a result, Leng Wuchang seemed to have been prepared beforehand.
He gave Zhuo Fan a location near this mansion. Not far from Huayu City, Zhuo Fan arrived in a short time. Leng Wuchang was waiting. "Please, Butler Zhuo, follow me," said one of the guards. Hearing him, someone made a gesture of invitation. Then he led the way, and Zhuo Fan followed quietly, not saying a word, passing through the pavilions, and finally saw Leng Wuchang in the back garden. Seeing Zhuo Fan walking over coldly, Leng Wuchang cupped his fists and laughed loudly. "Ha ha! As expected of Butler Zhuo, the treasure of Huayu Tower, you got your hands on it so quickly." "Admirable, admirable! Come in, cut the crap!" Zhuo Fan snorted.
"You must have guessed it long ago, that's why you were following my tail? Otherwise, it would take me 2 months to get from the imperial capital to Huayu Tower."
I got there in less than a month.
Zhuo Fan waved his hand dismissively, pouted, walked straight in, and found a place to sit down.
Laughing, Leng Wuchang nodded honestly. "Ha! Not at all. Since Butler Zhuo set off, this old man has also been rushing here with all his might, because this old man firmly believes that with Butler Zhuo's methods, getting a Bodhi root is sure to be a piece of cake, so I dare not hesitate, lest I delay the transaction and make the Luo family worried for too long."
"Spare me the BS. I think you couldn't wait to get your hands on this Bodhi root,"
Zhuo Fan sneered, took out an exquisite wooden box, and caressed it. "Speaking of which, I still don't understand. Why is your Emperor Dragon Gate in such a hurry to get this thing? Isn't it just a healing ingredient?" A glint flashed in his eyes. Leng Wuchang looked at the wooden box, a look of desire appearing on his face, and said,
"Butler Zhuo, you don't need to worry about that. As long as you trade it to this old man will release the Luo family members. Our transaction will be done. And as for other things, you shouldn't ask." His eyes narrowed slightly. Zhuo Fan glanced at him, a cold smile on his lips, and said,
"You're right. It's just a normal transaction. Why should I care what you use it for?"
With that, he reached out and opened the box, revealing a row of emerald green roots, exuding a rich life force. Leng Wuchang was instantly agitated. "Men," Zhuo Fan said coldly, licking his dry lips. Leng Wuchang suppressed his excitement, and finally said with a smile, "Butler Zhuo,
Who in the world doesn't know your skills? If this old man hands over the people to you now, and you take them away, there's no guarantee. I'm afraid even this thing will be snatched back. By then, this old man will lose both the people and the treasure.
As soon as he finished, Zhuo Fan closed the wooden box and looked at Leng Wuchang. What does this mean, Mr. Leng? Could it be that you're not planning to release the people now that you have the item?
No. Don't misunderstand my meaning. This old man didn't say I wouldn't release them. I just can't hand them over here because Butler Zhuo is so dangerous that he can turn hostile even faster than flipping a book. I have to be careful.
Leng Wuchang waved his hands and smiled hurriedly, said truthfully.
In fact, the old man already sent someone to take the Luo family members near Fenglin City. As long as you hand over the thing to me, the old man pass on the jade slip, they will release the people immediately. Definitely not dare to embarrass them.
Gently tapping on the wooden box, Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes at him, maliciously guessing, if I give you the stuff, you'll just give me the runaround again. I wouldn't dare.
After meeting you at Beast King Mountain, I would never dare to provoke you again. To be honest, compared to Butler Zhuo, who is calculating and unpredictable, I am more afraid of Zhuo Fan, who is reckless and crazy about revenge. Moreover, that would not be beneficial to anyone.
Leng Wuchang hurriedly waved his hand, with some dread. After thinking for a long time, Zhuo Fan let out a breath,
and finally nodded, then threw the wooden box to Leng Wuchang, and said coldly, I hope Mr. Leng doesn't say one thing and do another.
Hastily hugging the wooden box, Leng Wuchang nodded repeatedly
and took out a jade slip. Butler Zhuo, rest assured, Leng always means what he says. As soon as he finished speaking, he sent a message. The jade slip was thrown into the air, turning into a streamer and flying away.
Seeing this scene, Zhuo Yifan nodded and stood up. Since the transaction is complete, Butler Zhuo will take his leave. I still have to go back and see if the young ladies are safe. If they are hurt in any way, even a little bit, Mr. Leng will meet in Suolong City.
As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed and disappeared in an instant. Leng Wuchang breathed a sigh of relief. Befriending the top fierce beast on the prestige list, the world is so big not everyone can do it. Just then, a dignified voice came from outside. Mr. Leng, the Bodhi root has arrived. Before he could finish speaking, Huang Futianyuan pushed the door open and entered.
Leng Wuchang knew who was coming, so he turned around, offered the wooden box with both hands, and said solemnly, Congratulations, sect leader, the item is in hand. Huang Futianyuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he opened the wooden box with excitement, saying,
Now this sect leader can cultivate the 9 dragons Vajra body. That's right, our sect is now weaker than the royal family in terms of strength, but stronger than the Lukyo family. But in terms of top experts, it does not reach the level like they do. The royal family has Ji U San Tong, and the Luo family has Zhuo Fan. Both are monsters who can fight 10,000 men. If you want to snatch this whole damn world, you gotta beat these 2 jokers. Otherwise, it's just asking for trouble down the line. But hey, sect leader mastering the 9 dragons Vajra body? That's like giving a tiger wings, man. Heaven's totally blessing the emperor-worshipping sect. I, Leng Wuchang, gave a respectful bow, looking all hyped up. Huang Pu Tianyuan was grinning ear to ear too. But then he got all furrowed brow and sighed. Shame though, this 9 dragons Vajra body needs all 9 dragon souls to work, you know? The power's awesome, especially when condensing the dragon souls to break through to the transformation stage. Gotta have that 9 dragons united thing. But guess what? One of those dragon souls is chillin' with Zhuo Fan. Talk about a major bummer. Leng, my man, why didn't you tell him to cough up the dragon soul when we were laying down the conditions? Hold your horses, Huang Pu. You know how that kid rolls. Don't go rushing in like a bull in a china shop. You want to get your butt kicked? Plus, those earth vein dragon souls are wild and crazy.
Even the Grand Prince only got 1 to submit. Sect leader was suffering big time with 8 dragon souls. Needed all the Bodhi root's life essence just to pull it off. No way his body could handle another one right now. We gotta wait till he's got the 9 dragons Vajra body nailed down. Leng Wuchang shook his head, playing the voice of reason. Then we can go snag it from Zhuo Fan. Huang Pu Tianyuan nodded. Patience, patience. Guess I'm stuck with 8 for now. But that 9th one, HMPH. Just you wait,
Zhuo Fan. I'm getting what's mine.
Little did they know, Zhuo Fan's blood infant was all ears outside, catching every word of their little chat, their whole plan. Yeah, he's got it memorized, Zhuo Fan snickered. 9 dragons Vajrabadi, huh? Sounds kinda scary, but hey, at least they'll leave me alone for a bit. Gotta finish that transformation first, right? He flashed a wicked grin. Perfect. Time to stir some shit up. Deep in the 10,000 Beast Mountains, a terrified shriek echoed out, sending birds scattering and squawking like crazy. A beast wreathed in flames, sprouted wings from its back, booked it, scared out its mind. And hot on its heels, a childish voice yelled, "Stop, or I'm gonna get nasty, ya hear?"
I said stop, sweat beading on its forehead. The beast wheezed, not slowing down one bit. Suddenly, a red flash zoomed from behind, slamming into it before it could even blink. Boom, down it went,
creating a massive crater. Dust billowed everywhere, sending nearby beasts running for the hills. When the dust finally settled, the poor beast lay sprawled on the ground, and a tiny figure floated down. None other than Zhiu Santong, of course. He glanced at the sorry creature, shaking his head. "Seriously, I was being nice, but no, you had to make me do this. Such a pain. I didn't even want to kill ya." With a few quick moves, he ripped the wings right off its back and stashed them in his ring. Zhiu Santong grinned. "With these freaky wings, that makes like, what, 78 pairs? Not bad, huh? Wonder how Dad's doing," he thought before kicking off and flying in a direction, zooming out of sight. Meanwhile, in another part of the woods, beasts were huddled together, eyes wide with terror, staring at something in the distance. Zhuo Fan sauntered over, Qing Yan flickering on his forehead, and growled, "All right, turn around, all of ya. Relax, I'll be gentle." The beasts, too scared to even squeak, glanced at each other, and slowly turned around. Zhuo Fan wasted no time. He ripped their wings right off, a smug grin spreading across his face. "One step closer to getting what I want." Zhuo Fan let the wingless beasts go, and they bolted like their tails were on fire, never looking back. Just then, Zhiu Santong swooped in from afar, landing in front of Zhuo Fan and chirping, "Dad, I got 78 pairs. How about you?" Zhuo Fan chuckled, raising an eyebrow. Around 230 pairs, give or take." Zhiu Santong's face fell. "That's so unfair, Dad. I gotta chase these freaks all over the place to get their wings. You just stroll up, and they're all, 'Take 'em, please.' At this rate, I can't even keep up on a freaking horse. I'm gonna lose for sure." Zhiu Santong stomped his foot, fuming. See, a few months back, he and Zhuo Fan had come to the 10,000 Beast Mountains, thinking they were hunting for herbs, but then he was told to go collect wings off of spirit beasts, and lost all motivation. So Zhuo Fan talked him into making a bet, and he agreed. Seeing the dejectedness, Zhuo Fan chuckled and offered, "All right, how about this? If you snatch 300 pairs before I get 1,000, you win." Really, his eyes lit up. "Deal. I'm out of here." But before he could turn and zoom off to find more wings, he paused, tilting his head. "Hey, Dad, what are you even gonna do with all those wings? You gonna start wearing a new pair every day or something?"
Zhuo Fan just shrugged mysteriously. "It's a secret. Now go do your thing. You'll find out tonight." Without an answer, Zhiu Santong shrugged it off, and the two went their separate ways. Yet he didn't even get a chance to leave, when suddenly a whirlwind kicked up, sending rocks flying, and dark clouds swarmed over the 10,000 Beast Mountains. At the same time, a 3-headed black monster bird appeared before them, flapping its wings like it was going to tear the world apart. Zhuo Fan squinted, recognizing the beast as a 9th-grade spirit beast. But what the hell was it doing here? This was 6th-grade territory. Zhiu Santong's eyes gleamed. "Dad, can we use its wings? Can we snatch its wings off?" Before he could even finish, Zhuo Fan freaked out. "Kid, no. That's a 9th-grade spirit beast. Those things can run wild in the holy domain. Even the two of us together wouldn't stand a chance." Narrowing his eyes at the sky, he was confused, not realizing such a beast even lived in the mortal realm. His plans were all screwed up.
Suddenly, Zhiu Santong piped up, "Hey, can't your azure flame suppress it or something?" Zhiu Santong's exclamation woke Zhuo Fan.
He still had his azure flame. Thinking this, azure flames flickered over his forehead, emitting a powerful force as it crashed into the three-headed monster. At the same time, cyan flames were appearing on top of the monster bird, flying towards the two, as it exclaimed,
"So you guys are here." Zhuo Fan couldn't resist and was shocked.
This beast actually has this mystical cyan flame. If that were the case, wouldn't that make him just bait?
The monster bird was getting even closer with its flapping wings, engulfing the both of them. Zhuo Fan swallowed hard, cold sweat beading on his forehead.
At this moment, the demonic bird spoke up again.
"Have you guys been hunting flying spirit beasts in the Wanxiao Mountains these past few days?" Zhuo Fan was sweating buckets, thinking to himself, "This level 9 spirit beast isn't playing around. Its intelligence is so high it can actually talk. This just makes it harder to deal with. With this level of intelligence, it won't just rely on brute force. It'll be even harder to escape."
Before Zhuo Fan could come up with a proper strategy, Ji Santong proudly admitted, "That's right, it was us. What do you want? No, bird brain, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. We only hunt for fun, not to kill, haha." Zhuo Fan hurriedly covered his mouth, forcing a smile. The demonic bird glanced at them. Finally, it nodded slightly, then looked at the azure flame on Zhuo Fan's head, quickly confirming, and said calmly, "No mistake, it's you. Come on up, my master wants to see you." As soon as those words were spoken, Zhuo Fan was shocked. A level 9 spirit beast with a master. And what could this master possibly want from them?
For a moment, Zhuo Fan was lost in confusion, but he quickly thought of something.
A glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes, and he looked up at the azure flame. The demonic bird seemed to understand, and nodded. Just then, Ji Santong, all cocky and arrogant, shouted, "HMPH! Just because you say your master wants to see me, I have to go? What kind of person do you think I am?" The demonic bird was very strange. Facing Ji Santong's rampant arrogance, it didn't get angry at all. Instead, it said respectfully and seriously, "I apologize, young master. My master has ordered that even if you don't want to go, we must bring you by force."
"Seeing the azure flame on your head, it was granted by my master."
"Used to counter the oppression of you and this young master?"
"Please don't force me to act, lest I accidentally injure you. Hey, bring it on. Since I was born, I've only used my fists. I've never been intimidated by anyone. Are you trying to scare me?" Ji Santong cracked his knuckles, ready to throw down.
But Zhuo Fan raised his hand to stop him, saying to the demonic bird, "All right, we'll go see your master. Lead the way. The journey is long. Please climb onto my back. I will take you both."
The demonic bird lowered itself slightly, indicating that they should get on. Zhuo Fan hesitated for a moment, then nodded and jumped on with Ji Santong. Ji Santong was a little dissatisfied, pouting.
"Old man, isn't this like us admitting defeat? It'll hurt my reputation as a young master. Haha, how is this admitting defeat? Didn't you hear him say he's inviting us? If we refuse a polite invitation, we'll get a forced one. Then, the treatment will be worlds apart. With such a gap in strength, don't humiliate yourself. Sometimes, taking a step back opens up a whole new world." Zhuo Fan couldn't help but chuckle, a glint of starlight in his eyes. "Besides, I also want to meet this mysterious expert. Some doubts are better cleared up by asking directly." With that, Zhuo Fan flicked his fingers, and a bright azure flame appeared in his eyes. He smirked deeply, whispering something into the demonic bird's ear, then suddenly dove into the 5-colored light not far away, instantly flashing through. Zhuo Fan and Ji Santong on the demonic bird's back seemed to teleport. The scene before them suddenly changed, and they arrived at a strange place. What's going on?
"Could it also have teleportation abilities like you, old man?"
Ji Santong stared blankly at the shifting landscape, slowly shaking his head in absolute shock. Zhuo Fan let out a long sigh. A flood dragon can soar 90,000 lies straight to the heavens, but it's still trapped by the sky-propping moonwings. That's a famous saying from the sacred domain, used to describe the terrifying power of the leader of the 5 great sacred beasts, the heaven-shaking Kunpeng. Just by spreading its wings, it can fly 9,000 miles. And this 3-headed demonic crow is also considered a branch of the Qin Tian Kunpeng. Although it's not as terrifying as the Kunpeng, spreading its wings can still cover several hundred miles. That wasn't teleportation just now. It was just flying 100 miles in an instant. Involuntarily taking a breath of cold air, Jiyu Sentong stared at the demonic bird, praising,
"So you're so strong."
Hearing this, the demonic bird seemed pleased and proud. Its face flushed, but it didn't show it, humbly saying, "Not at all. My little trickery wouldn't catch the young master's eye."
With that, the demonic bird instantly flew deeper into the 10,000 beast mountain range. Along the way, the spirit beasts that saw it all bowed their heads in greeting as it passed.
Perhaps it was because of the azure flame on the demonic bird's head. In a flash, the demonic bird had brought them deep inside, landing in a cave high in the mountains, surrounded by thunderclouds. As soon as they arrived, the demonic bird immediately let Zhuo Fan and Jiyu Santong down, signaling them to enter, and said respectfully, "My master is waiting inside. Please come in."
Zhuo Fan and Jiyu Santong exchanged a look, nodded slightly, and headed into the cave together. The two of them calmly stepped in, knowing not who they would face, but what use was worrying. They would take things as they come. Deep inside the cave, suddenly a raging blue flame blazed up, illuminating the entire cave. Green light flashed, and a throne appeared before the two, upon which sat a familiar figure. The person, in a blue robe, smirked slightly as he looked at Zhuo Yifan, saying indifferently, "Ha ha, little brat. We meet again. As expected, it's you." A glint of starlight flashed in his eyes, as if he had already guessed, and he smiled in response. Meanwhile, in Dragon City, inside a secret chamber, 9 golden dragon statues shimmered with golden light. Their mouths held golden chains pointing towards the center of the formation. "Is it really okay to use all those who serve us to open this sealed formation? Will nothing go wrong?" Leng Wuchang frowned, standing outside the formation, worried. With a cold laugh, Huangpu Tianyuan held a bluish-green root, flashing with madness, in his hand. "Ha ha. If those old fogies found out that we obtained the Bodhi root to train the 9 dragons Vajra body, they would definitely bring up the interests of the family and choose the weakest direct descendant to cultivate it. Then, this 9 dragons Vajra body would definitely become Huangpu Fenglei's property. My position as the family head would also be shaken. Now, I will make this a fait accompli first. Then, even if they find out, they can only listen to me. The strongest expert of the Emperor Gate and the sect leader will all belong to me alone. Ha ha, but, no buts. Leng Xuansheng, act quickly." Lao Wuchang was still a little worried, but Huangfu Tianyuan hurriedly interrupted, urging him on. Glancing at him, Lao Wuchang sighed softly. With no other choice, he formed hand seals and began channeling them into the formation. Immediately after, a burst resounded. The surrounding golden dragons tugged on their golden chains, and the formation gradually materialized, emitting a brilliant, dazzling light. The sound of dragon roars echoed from within. Huangfu Tianyuan's eyes flickered with excitement as he took a deep breath, filled with anticipation. Suddenly he rushed inside. Again, a tearing sound echoed. The light gateway closed, but Lao Wuchang, watching the other man remaining calm, remained worried. The seal was opened, and the 8 dragons were rampaging in all directions. Without the god-bestowing sect to suppress them, once the Earthvein dragon soul broke free from the seal, there would be big trouble. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life multiple times. Knowing this person was the one from the Myriad Beast Mountain back then who gave him Azure Flame," Zhuo Fan bowed in gratitude. The person glanced at him, then chuckled, "Heh, little brat. I only saved you once from a wolf trap back then. Where do you get multiple times from? Senior, you may not know, but ever since you bestowed Azure Flame upon me, this junior has been saved by the flame many times, as good as if Senior had taken action himself." Zhuo Fan bowed again, a rare hint of reverence appearing on his face. The person stared at Zhuo Fan, unable to discern the truth, but he didn't dwell on it, shaking his head and chuckling, "Don't mention it. I don't expect any repayment from you. By the way, is your Azure Flame still there? Let me take a look." His expression immediately turned serious as he narrowed his eyes at him. "What are you scheming in your heart?" However, given the current situation, resistance was futile. It was better to comply and act accordingly.
Immediately, he flicked his finger, and the azure-blue azure flame appeared. The person's eyes widened in shock upon seeing this, eventually bursting into laughter. Haha, so it's true. This azure flame has been completely refined. You're a lucky kid. Senior, how should I interpret that?
Zhuo Fan's body involuntarily stiffened as he cautiously probed. Chuckling softly, the person shook his head and sighed, not afraid to reveal the truth now. This azure flame was originally a congenital object, and it had a telepathic connection with me. Giving you the azure flame back then was equivalent to me having control over all your actions. A strong tremor shook him. A flicker of horror flashed across Zhuo Fan's face, his eyes darting around. This person actually wanted to monitor him, which meant he was being watched every moment. As if sensing his thoughts, the person chuckled silently, offering no comment, shaking his head and saying with a smile, "Little brat, don't be so cautious. What ulterior motives could I possibly have with you now?
I only paid attention to you because I was afraid something unexpected would happen to you, and I'd step in to save you. Don't doubt my good intentions so groundlessly." There was a hint of warning in the person's words. His heart involuntarily trembled, and he nodded slightly. This person was definitely a peerless expert from the holy domain, at least a saint or higher. Seeing his expression, the person continued, "It's just that I never expected that. Not long after, the azure flame in your body would lose contact with me. This could only happen for two reasons. One, you destroyed the azure flame, which, for you right now, would be harder than ascending to heaven. The other, you completely refined it and made it your own. However, that shouldn't be possible either. But to my surprise, upon seeing it today, it has indeed been refined. Kid, you've received no small blessing from the azure flame. I just wonder, which esteemed disciple are you?"
His body trembled slightly. Zhuo Fan remained silent, constantly pondering.
Before clarifying his true intentions, it was best to say as little as possible. If he knew about the blood infant, an old ancestor blood fiend, then he could try to deceive him. With that thought, Zhuo Fan hurriedly cupped his fist respectfully and said,
"Senior is insightful.
I am indeed from the holy domain, a direct descendant of old ancestor blood fiend."
But before he could finish speaking, the person coldly laughed and cursed.
Old ancestor blood fiend is just a saint, and his entire life was devoted to studying the blood infant Dabo. His accomplishments in other divine powers are few. 9 years ago, I saw your formation techniques were skillful and exquisitely executed, definitely guided by a high-level expert. Tell me, which of the ancient 10 emperors is your master?
His body couldn't help but tremble.
Zhuo Fan panicked inwardly. He hadn't expected this person's eyes to be so sharp. Just from the formation he laid 9 years ago, he could discern the general lineage of his master. Someone who both the ancient 10 emperors and old ancestor blood fiend were familiar with was definitely not some nobody. Being within the myriad beast azure lord, myriad beast, could it be? Just thinking about it, cold sweat dripped down Zhuo Fan's head. The person stared at him intently, and seeing him remain silent, he sneered, "Kid, I've lived a long life, and I've seen all kinds of people. Even if you don't want to say, I can guess 8 or 9 parts of it. Your formation and pill refinement techniques are rare in the world, and you're also proficient in the heretical path of refining blood infants. Someone proficient in everything among the ancient 10 emperors, possessing heaven-defying power, stealing the secrets of the world. The only old monster is that Zhu Yu."
His body trembled violently again. His heart filled with shock as he looked incredulously at the person. Finally, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but bow, lowering his head and praising from the bottom of his heart. "Senior's insight is unparalleled. I am truly in admiration. To be honest, I indeed possess the inheritance of the Zhu Yu Devil Emperor, but unfortunately, I have never met him. Haha. Meeting this old one is difficult. He might have long ago dedicated his body to Zhu Yu, turning into a true Zhu Yu wronged soul." Shaking his head with a bitter smile, the person sighed, saying, "Back then, among the 10 emperors, each had a unique divine power, like the heavenly emperor's dual pupils, the hegemon emperor's divine first. Only Zhu Yu was miscellaneous and unselective. The other 9 originally looked down on him, thinking he was like a rag picker, collecting 9 Yu. This fellow was indeed tough, studying all the world's secret techniques and putting them together. He was truly resourceful, becoming one of the 3 strongest emperors. In the end, he compiled all the secret techniques into a single book.
the Zhuo Yu's secret records, causing the world to fight over it.
Secret treasures are nothing to me.
I never expected that he would even get his hands on the blood infant refinement method of old ancestor blood fiend. You're truly a lucky kid to possess these secret treasures, equivalent to possessing all the secret techniques in the world. Apart from the 10 emperors' divine powers, all the world's sect powers are in your hands. It will be of no small benefit to your future enlightenment. It is truly the greatest blessing in your life. Zhuo Fan nodded incessantly, cold sweat still pouring down. He hadn't thought that with just a few words, this senior would recognize that he possessed the Zhuo Yu's secret records, which led to his death in the holy domain and being robbed. Zhuo Yu's secret records.
Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan pondered for a moment before finally gathering his courage and opening his mouth. Senior, from what you say, it seems you're an old acquaintance of the upper 3 realms and the ancient 10 emperors. May I know who you are? But the person didn't answer. Instead, he coldly asked, have you been through the Luolei Canyon? Did you obtain anything? Licking his dry lips, Zhuo Fan calmly nodded. He's gone, huh? Thinking back, that senior gave me the azure flame back then because he wanted me to pass through the violet lightning array at Luolei Gorge. But I wonder, does this senior want the violet lightning golden eye or this empty bright divine pupil? As soon as he finished talking, Zhuo Fan's right pupil suddenly flickered, and the faint golden light in his eye couldn't help but condense. That guy stared intently at Zhuo Fan, his lips curving into a grin, and he burst out laughing. Ha ha, awesome, so you're the one I was looking for. As long as you master the empty bright divine pupil, it won't be for nothing that I helped you out. This guy totally wants the strongest technique, the Heavenly Emperor's empty bright divine pupil. But does he want the technique or just his eyes? Is he going to try to gouge them out or what? Before he could spiral any further with the overthinking, the guy cackled again, plopping down on the throne and boomed. Kid, didn't you want to know who I am? Open your eyes wide and take a good look. As soon as he finished, flames blazed behind him, a blue fire turning into the giant, spectral image of a bird spreading its wings behind him. Zhuo Fan's eyes narrowed involuntarily, and he gasped. The top of the ancient 5 great sacred beasts, the Kuntian Kunpeng, the 5 great sacred beasts, were on par with the ancient 10 emperors, the ancestors of beasts, and the Kuntian Kunpeng was the head honcho of the bunch. The ancient Kuntian Kunpeng was a top-tier master. Even as the demon emperor back in the day, Zhuo Fan could only look up to him. Of course, this azure flame could suppress all beasts. Just look at Jiyu Santong shrinking and clinging to him. He couldn't help but shake his head. This was the terrifying aura of the ancient top sacred beast. Seeing that Zhuo Fan recognized him, the Kuntian Kunpeng chuckled, impressed. As expected of Zhuo Yu's successor. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You really lived up to my expectations. Next up, we can get to the next step. Zhuo Fan's body stiffened involuntarily. He has a next step? What the heck is he planning? Still, unable to figure it out and with no way to resist, Zhuo Fan bowed and said, Senior, if there's anything I can do, I definitely won't refuse. Kunpeng stared at him, and then laughed. Spare me the theatrics. Zhuo Yu was sly as hell, so you, as his successor, aren't exactly a pushover. I'm not buying any of your BS. Besides, I already said that you don't have to pledge your loyalty. As for the next step, take it as my request. Will you do it or not?
Of course, if you agree, there will definitely be benefits for you. Zhuo Fan bit his lip lightly, his heart sinking in an instant.
This Kunpeng talks so kindly and doesn't force anyone, but this is also the most brilliant way to control subordinates. He understands that if he doesn't sincerely do things, he will be the one who suffers, so it is better to give him some benefits to do things.
Moreover, the thing that is entrusted fairly is definitely very difficult and dangerous.
Can't nod easily. Before confirming the task, Kunpeng glanced at him and nodded. Good. Think it over before you act. You're resourceful. You've got a bit of Zhuo Yu's style back then. I'm much more at ease assigning this task to you, since you can think so carefully.
But before that, I have something else I want to ask. That is, whether I can give this child to me to teach. As he spoke, Kunpeng turned his gaze to Jiyu Santong behind Zhuo Fan, a kind light flashing in his eyes. But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Fan and Zhiyu Santong shouted together. What? Zhiyu Santong was even more frightened, cowering behind Zhuo Fan and not daring to speak.
Seeing this, Zhuo Fan was afraid that Kunpeng wanted to take Zhiyu Santong away, and quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Senior, this little one is my adopted son. What do you want him for?" Kunpeng frowned strangely, glanced at the two of them, and smiled softly. "Rare. You two became close as soon as you met, and you already have the title of father and son. This is very good. However, this kid is of the same race as me, so it will be more beneficial for him to be taught by me." As soon as these words came out, Zhuo Fan was immediately stagnant. Could it be that he wanted? Before he finished his thought, Kunpeng spoke again and said, "Then did you see Brother Qilin in Luolei Gorge? After being exposed to the tyrannical violet lightning for many years, he must be very haggard. This child can live in Luolei Gorge until now thanks to his father. Today you hand him over, and Rong Yi betrayed his adopted son. It should have been approved by Brother Qilin. Now that you know my identity, you should understand that my father and I are both sacred beast brothers, and it is most appropriate to give him to me." Nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhiyu Santong couldn't help but shouted loudly. "This young master grew up in Tianwu and only stayed in Luolei Gorge for 5 years, so how could he become the son of a unicorn?" "That's how it is." Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, and then told Kunpeng about Zhiyu Santong's story. After pondering for a while, Kunpeng stared at Zhiyu Santong and said calmly, "So that's how it is. 300 years ago, I suddenly heard a sound echoing through the world in the Wan Beast mountain range. If you listen closely, that's without a doubt the roar of Brother Qilin from back in the primordial era. We brothers had a bit of a history with the Celestial Emperor, and he used his void illumination divine pupil to imprison us in the 3 great forbidden lands, forcing us to endure the agony of the thunder-devoured body day after day. So many years have passed, and we've just been getting by like this. There has never been an anomaly like this before." Brother Kirin roared again, and there seemed to be horror in it. At first I didn't know what he meant, but now I guess he was worried that his child would die under the purple thunder, so he tried his best to throw this egg out of the barrier. And in that egg is you, Zhiyu Santong, so you are born without father or mother, unlike ordinary people. The force of the Chongmei god is the innate talent of the Kirin clan. Even among the 5 holy beasts, no one can beat the Kirin. Hearing this, it finally clicked for Zhuo Fan. The flaw in the otherwise perfect formation at Luo Luoxia Gorge had been created by the soaring Qilin. The Kunpeng looked at the trembling Zhiyu Santong and spoke softly. "When you all first entered the 10,000 Beast Mountains, besides sensing Chengyan's aura, this old man also caught the scent of a fully grown Qilin. Our noses are one of a kind, you see, which is why I had the 3-headed beast go and invite you here." Then he went to the side and stroked Zhiyu Santong's head. "Child, you have to call me. Uncle Kunpeng is right. The origin of Xiao Santong is not a problem, but I want to know after you come to Luolei Gorge, what exactly did you see from Brother Kirin, alive or dead?" The corners of his mouth drooped involuntarily. Zhuo Fan smiled bitterly, raised his right hand and sighed. "Only this is left." "What?" "This is Zhongtian Kirin. How could you put it on your body?" As soon as he saw Zhuo Fan's arm, shouted in surprise, could not believe, and cried out, "A part of the body of the holy beast. But it can really be transplanted on a human, though." Finally, the research of Zhuo Emperor was successful. This kid is really a genius. Zhu Fan looked at Kunpeng's actions with some confusion, and seeing that there was no longer any relic of his good brother, let's just feel the emotion of seeing things and thinking about people, but also sighed about the secret method of Zhuyu Devil Emperor. What is he doing? So, the sad part just now was just acting. His play is to win over Sai. He wanted to see what this person was going to do. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan pretended to comfort him. "Senior, don't be sad. Rudeness." Her face turned red involuntarily. Kunpeng then put down Zhuo Fan's arm and restored his sad face. "Senior, what do you want me to do?" With a smile in his heart, Zhuo Fan once again clasped his fists and bowed. Taking a deep breath,
Kunpeng looked up to the sky and sighed. The two of us, as the leaders of the 5 major successful beasts, are touched and miss the 3 brothers who were imprisoned in the barrier. But there is no way to save them. I feel very ashamed. Therefore, I want to ask you to take action and save the brothers who are imprisoned in Jedi.
I will never forget this great kindness. Senior, you are too polite. It's just that the senior's magical powers can't do it, and I'm just an ant.
How could this power save you seniors from the sea of suffering?
Zhao Cheng shook his head and sighed. But Kunpeng hastily waved his hand. Kid, don't underestimate yourself. Today, you possess the inherited divine powers of both the 9 Serenities Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Emperor. Your future achievements are not to be trifled with. Moreover, that barrier was caused by the Space Void Divine Eyes. You have someone with Space Void Divine Eyes power. It's fundamentally the same, and when the time comes, you should be able to undo the barrier.
But right now, this junior's cultivation is still lacking. If only the senior would impart some cultivation methods to me. The speed of cultivation would naturally be much faster than mine. And then, naturally, but before Zhao Cheng could finish speaking, Kunpeng hurriedly shook his head, denying it. Each road has its own twists and turns. Humans comprehend the Daoguo of heaven, becoming the venerated among all saints.
Spirit beasts are naturally gifted, just waiting to be unearthed. The two have their own strengths. The Daoguo traditions are not the same. We can't mix human cultivation methods.
You all, whether we're talking about sacred beasts or spirit beasts, can't learn it, he chuckled lightly. Seems like you're not after my cultivation methods. If there aren't conflicting interests, how can we build a stable alliance? Let's be straight.
At this moment, Jiyu Santong's eyes were glistening pitifully as he looked at Zhuo Yifan, finally opening his mouth.
Zhuo Yifan patted his head, smiling fondly. Silly kid. How could your old man not make a move, even if this old geezer says he won't force us? Even a fool understands that if you really dare to refuse, you probably won't even get out of this mountain range. If that's the case, and you encounter such a fat sheep, not taking the chance to shear him wouldn't be Zhao Cheng's style. In the end, Zhuo Yifan once again bowed slightly, smiling playfully. Senior, if you're gonna let me take on such a big mission, you've got to offer some support.
Right? Kunpeng's face couldn't help but twitch. How could he not understand what he was planning? He couldn't help but laugh loudly.
Let's just say, I'll let you see what grand gift I've prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, Kunpeng snapped his fingers, and instantly, tremors reverberated. Kunpeng glanced at the two of them, leisurely walking outside, signaling them to follow. As Kunpeng lifted his foot to step outside,
they saw that the outside was piled high with spirit beast wings, making their eyes widen in shock. Zhao Yifan and Jiyu Santong were both startled, looking at Kunpeng in disbelief. Kunpeng grinned, looking towards Zhao Yifan. I know you're collecting dual attribute spirit beasts. Here, there are 10,000 wings, all wings of rank 4, rank 5, and rank 6 spirit beasts. If you still think it's not enough, I can have them continue to present them.
His eyes couldn't help but narrow.
To be so cruel to his own kind, he really is a tyrant at heart.
Zhao Yifan hurriedly waved his hand, laughing. Senior is going to too much trouble. How could this junior need so many? I only plan to collect 1,000 pairs. Now that I have Senior's support and such thorough preparations, I'm truly grateful. Kishus. It's just that so many wings. My ring can't hold them all, please don't mind. But as soon as he finished speaking,
Kunpeng lightly waved his hand
and collected the spirit beast wings into a ring in his palm, then offered it to Zhao Yifan, laughing loudly. Here you go, don't be polite. Looking at the ring, radiating a shimmering light in Kunpeng's hand, and faintly emitting spiritual energy, he took a deep breath. It was a saint ring. This ring was only worthy of those in power in the Saint clan in the Saint domain. Even as a demon emperor before, he had never possessed one. Seeing his hesitant appearance, Kunpeng burst out laughing, nodding and smiling. I didn't expect you to recognize this ring. It seems sooner or later you will return to the Saint domain. I'm afraid someone will discover it then. At that time, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Haha, you really do think far ahead, but this is easy. With that, Kunpeng flicked his finger, and the Thunder Spirit ring in Zhao Yifan's hand suddenly flew out, falling into his hand. A clear light flashed in his hand, and the two rings instantly merged into one. Although it was still the Thunder Spirit ring, it was actually the body of a saint ring, with an extremely vast space. Zhuo Yifan looked at this scene, involuntarily frightened, secretly praising such miraculous refinement techniques.
Even Demon Emperor Yi Qingfeng hadn't reached this level.
This Kuntian Kunpeng, as the leader of the 5 great sacred beasts and a famous figure alongside the 10 emperors, his strength was truly unfathomable.
Suddenly, at this moment, Kunpeng's brows suddenly furrowed, revealing a look of shock, looking at the ring in disbelief. Then he waved his hand, but saw a purple light flash. The violet lightning cloud sparrow suddenly flew out.
Landing behind him, Zhuo Yifan looked at Kunpeng in fear. "Kid, did you tamper with the violet lightning on Lei Yuntian's body?" Kunpeng's eyes twitched slightly, looking at Zhuo Yifan, pointing at the sparrow, saying in shock, A little bit. When this junior entered Luo Lei Gorge, this sparrow hadn't hatched yet, so I had to take the top of its egg to absorb lightning. I didn't expect it to be born like this. Its intelligence seems to be much higher than ordinary spirit beasts, which is also considered its fortune." Zhuo Yifan pondered for a moment, reporting honestly, "What, is there a problem, senior? This is the first time I've encountered such a thing. The original Heavenly Emperor Purple Lightning is also an extraordinary object. It is the Hegemon Heavenly Lightning Emperor, one of the 5 great sacred beasts, which naturally has Hongmeng. Ordinary lightning spirit beasts will be reduced to ashes when they encounter it. Even the Chongtian Qilin would have a hard time resisting it. As for the Lei Yun sparrow's egg, although it has the ability to absorb lightning, it would be difficult to survive under the violet lightning. But now, the Lei Yun sparrow born in the violet lightning is clearly equivalent to the Thunder Emperor's inheritance. It's really too strange." Kunpeng kept shaking his head, the amazement in his eyes revealing a hint of doubt. Zhuo Yifan's thoughts slipped, and he seemed to have thought of the reason. Perhaps it was because he used the egg to absorb the violet lightning on one hand, and circulated the immortal demon grand transformation art on the other.
So the sparrow, which had not yet taken shape, was able to absorb the violet lightning for its own use. Thinking of this, Zhuo Yifan secretly pondered, "People's hearts are treacherous. This matter must be kept secret." Finally, Kunpeng shook his head, giving up on his thoughts, sighing, "What great luck! This blessing is not small. Kid, you really are a lucky star. Not only do you have a body of blessings, even the spirit beasts by your side also have this treasure. It can be considered a blessing upon a blessing, a bright future." "Senior is too kind. It's all due to luck." Zhuo Yifan bowed his head, smiling lightly. A flash of light appeared in Kunpeng's eyes, and he grinned again, saying indifferently, "Then I will add another blessing on top of that brocade." With that, he waved his hand, and sucked the sparrow too in front of him, until the little bird cried out in fright. Jiyu Santong couldn't help being startled when he saw this scene, and was about to step forward, when Zhuo Yifan shook his head to stop him. Immediately afterwards, Kunpeng raised his hand and reached towards the sparrow's forehead, and a beam of clear light immediately entered. The sparrow was momentarily stunned, flapping its wings in confusion, and finally bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, Holy Lord, for the blessing." "Sparrow, you spoke?" Jiyu Santong was startled, unable to believe it, and looked towards Zhuo Yifan. Zhuo Yifan was equally surprised, but what surprised him even more was that the sparrow was actually a female. He couldn't help but murmur, "But why is it a female?" That's right, as soon as Sparrow opened her mouth, it was a melodious, pleasant voice, clearly a female voice. Sparrow heard these words, and flapped her wings forcefully, looking towards the two of them. Zhuo Yifan asked blankly, "Father, older brother, I was originally a female, so what did you think I was?" Jiyu Santong's face turned red, and he laughed it off. Zhuo Yifan also hurriedly coughed, saying randomly, "Little brother, you heard that?" Sparrow couldn't help but snort, shouting loudly, "I'm a girl, ha! You can't even tell the gender of the spirit pet you're raising." Kunpeng couldn't help but laugh loudly, teasingly. Zhuo Yifan rolled his eyes, pouting, "I'm not breeding it. What's the point of distinguishing between male and female?" But he didn't show it on his face, and humbly smiled and said, That's right, Senior just said to open up her spiritual consciousness. Kunpeng chuckled softly, a profound light appearing in his eyes. Kid, there's one more point I want to tell you. You are standing on Treasure Mountain and do not know it. I am the leader of the 5 great sacred beasts, along with the heaven-shattering Thunder Emperor, naturally carrying primordial clear flames, the harmony of heaven and earth that can refine spirit into nothingness, eliminate the greedy and preserve affection, and harmonize yin and yang. Open the spiritual consciousness. But you, kid, possess my old man's chaotic azure flame. With 10 years of using that to temper your spirit, you should have already entered the transformation stage. So how are you still stuck at the heavenly profound realm? What a waste. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan was shocked and stared at Kunpeng. He hadn't told him about that. But back then, opening the divine consciousness field was from this azure flame. But why didn't he think to use the azure flame to temper his spirit back then? Duh. Total waste, right? Kunpeng looked at his expression, shook his head with a smile, and continued casually. Originally, I only wanted the azure flame to help Yuan Jin's primordial spirit search Luolei Gorge. I didn't expect it to let you temper your spirit to transformation stage. Many have used my azure flame to temper themselves, being able to manipulate it as they pleased, enjoying its benefits. Too bad you were smart but didn't get it, huh? Forget it, it's just wasting less than 10 years. You have a lot of cultivation time ahead of you. Don't be too regretful. Zhuo Fan's face couldn't help but twitch. Zhuo Fan was speechless, his mouth full of bitter regret. Right then, Kunpeng waved his hand and returned the ring to his palm. He sighed and took the ring. But the moment he saw the contents, his eyes flashed with shock. This is tens of billions of Saint Spirit Stones. Formations require Spirit Stones above level 2. Spirit Stones are level 6 Saint formations, and Saint Spirit Stones are indispensable for arranging Saint formations. But even in the Saint domain, Saint Spirit Stone veins are basically in the hands of the great saints, and the quantity is very small. Haha. That's right, you thought the big gift I said I was giving you was just a few pairs of spirit beast wings? Chuckling and shaking his head, Kunpeng's eyes were full of domineering aura as he said arrogantly, that Zhu Yu old devil's lineage must be rich in formation and pill-refining methods. Consider this me giving you a hand. I just hope you work wholeheartedly for me, and I'll be satisfied. Zhuo Fan frowned, excitedly looking at the treasures in his hand, and couldn't help but sigh at Kunpeng. As expected of the top saint beast in the ancient era, he could produce such extraordinary things with a wave of his hand. In addition to some rare heaven and earth spiritual treasures and weapon-forging materials, there were also more than 10 billion Saint Spirit Stones. He hit the jackpot this time. Seeing his expression, Kunpeng nodded in satisfaction. The saying goes, eat someone's food and have a soft mouth. Take someone's gift and have short hands. If he gives him such a generous gift, then he won't let him down, right? Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan cupped his fist towards Kunpeng solemnly and said, Senior, don't worry. This junior will definitely live up to your expectations and find the other 2 forbidden lands to rescue the other 2 seniors. That's good. Kunpeng smiled slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of joy. If you have something to do, go and do it quickly. Little Third is staying with me. I'll wholeheartedly teach him for 300 years. There's no good elder to guide him. This kid has developed a lot of Saint Beast divine abilities. It's really a pity. Finally, Kunpeng waved his hand, and the freak bird immediately flew down from the sky. Obviously wanting to take Zhuo Fan away, Zhuo Yifan nodded slightly, took Quer into the ring, only glanced at Jiyu Santong, patted him on the shoulder, sighing, jumped on the freak bird's back. Jiyu Santong was still reluctant, muttering towards Kunpeng, I want to see off Lao Cha. They pondered for a long time. Kunpeng nodded indifferently, as if tacitly agreeing. Jiyu Santong immediately jumped up happily and shouted, Lao Cha! Finally, he rushed to Zhuo Fan and went out with him. Kunpeng looked at the backs of the 2 people leaving, with a hint of depth in his eyes. Ha! I didn't expect to accidentally run into a thundering phoenix inheritance. Although this thing is still young and its foundation is not good, it may not be possible to become a beast. Let me think about it. Maybe the 5 great holy beasts will reunite soon. When that time comes, Kakai Heavenly Emperor, we will settle accounts with each other. With that,
Kunpeng suddenly laughed loudly and returned to the dark cave. On this side, the freak bird had taken Zhuo Fan 100 miles away and couldn't hear Kunpeng's crazy laughter at all. Approximately half an hour later, the two people returned to the place where they had captured the spirit beasts before.
Zhuo Fan grabbed Jiyu Santong's hand and jumped down, finally reluctant to spread his arms, and said,
"Come here, little third. Give me another hug."
Hearing this, Jiyu Santong's eyes showed a hint of reluctance, and he rushed into Zhuo Fan's arms. But at this moment, Zhuo Fan used a secret voice transmission to speak.
"Little third, just listen to what Lao Cha is about to say to you. Don't answer. Got it?" Jiyu Santong couldn't help but be stunned, looking at Zhuo Fan strangely, with a hint of doubt,
but still nodded slightly.
Zhuo Fan looked at him, and after a while, said seriously, "Listen carefully. Don't completely believe what Kunpeng just said to you. Be on guard. Although he is the head of the 5 great holy beasts, and you are the son of a holy beast by his side,
cultivation will definitely be easier, which is very beneficial. But this person's intentions were just now avoiding the important and seeking the light, as if they and the Heavenly Emperor were at odds without mentioning it. There must be something strange in it. You must be careful."
Jiyu Santong heard this. His eyes blinked slightly, and a trace of panic appeared on his face. Kunpeng is the head of the 5 ancient holy beasts. His strength is unfathomable. Even if he wants to do anything to him, he can only be like a fish on a chopping board, unable to resist at all, being butchered by him. As if understanding the worry in his heart, Zhuo Fan gave him a reassuring look and said indifferently, "You can just stay by his side during this period of time. He has things for me to do, so even if he has malicious intentions, they won't happen so quickly."
Moreover, from what he just said, I discovered that he has a fatal weakness, which is that he can't leave this myriad beast mountain range. Otherwise, with his power from 300 years ago,
knowing that the Qilin was in trouble, how could he not leave the mountain to find you? Also, speaking of Lei Jia in the 3 great forbidden lands, we have both experienced it. Although it is extremely dangerous, we still broke through with luck, and Kunpeng's strength can completely break the formation from the outside and go in to rescue his companions. Why hasn't he taken action for so many years?
It can only be said that he is only safe hiding in this myriad beast mountain range.
Once you head out, your life will be on the line. So, in the future, if anything or anywhere doesn't quite suit you, Zhao Sanzi, you absolutely have to bolt out of this myriad beasts mountain range. Hearing these words, Jiyu Santong's eyes rolled. He finally looked at Zhuo Fan, full of admiration. "Old man, you're still the best. We'll be careful." Zhuo Fan smiled slightly, gently patted his small head, and let out a sigh full of tenderness. The strange bird saw the two of them clinging on fondly, and noticing it was getting late, urged,
"Young master, we have to go back now." "Haha, that's still strange."
"Why does it call you young master? So you're the Qilin young master?" Zhuo Fan couldn't help but burst out laughing, teasing him. Jiyu Santong knew what Zhuo Fan meant, and echoed with a laugh, "Old man, I'm the young master of the myriad beasts mountain range, and you humans are the old masters. So if anyone bullies you later, just come find me here. Your son will definitely back you up."
"Good son, go on."
Zhuo Fan nodded slightly. Roaring with laughter, Jiyu Santong jumped onto the strange bird, gradually ascending into the air, but he kept looking back, his eyes full of reluctance as he looked at Zhuo Fan, choking out, "Old pa, even if nobody bullies you, remember to visit me often, okay?" But before Zhuo Fan could reply, the strange bird immediately flapped its wings, vanishing into thin air in an instant. Watching the small figure disappear in a blink,
Zhuo Fan could only sigh, his heart heavy, muttering, "Xiao Sanzi, you must be careful." Handing Jiyu Santong over to Kunpeng, he naturally wasn't at ease, but there was no other way. This is just how things have to be right now. With another sigh, Zhuo Fan calmed his mind, then soared into the sky, flying towards Fenglin City. 3 months later, Zhuo Fan finally returned to the entrance of Black Wind Mountain, sweeping his gaze across the 4 great formations. Zhuo Fan nodded in satisfaction. They were still intact. The Luo clan was still safe and sound. As he formed a hand seal, the great formation slowly dissipated, opening a path. Zhuo Fan slowly walked in, The Luo clan members inside heard the commotion and rushed out, only to see Zhuo Fan had returned. They couldn't help but be overjoyed for their big brother. Luo Yunhai saw him and burst out laughing. At first, when I saw you turn against the emperor, becoming a target for everyone's criticism,
I thought something big had happened. But after returning and seeing Sister Changer, they realized it was all part of your plan. Then our family head can finally rest easy.
Ha ha!
Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, only feeling relieved after seeing that the Luo clan members had returned safely. Lang Wucheng really didn't lie to him. He glanced towards Li Jingtian. Zhuo Fan said gravely, "Elder Li, have you finished what I asked you to do?" Hearing him mention this, Li Jingtian's expression became a bit solemn, and in the end he helplessly said,
"It'll probably be a long time before we can gather enough
forging materials, minerals, alchemy ingredients, and a large quantity of spirit stones. We were all preparing them, but our territory has limited mineral veins. And what's more, we've been wanted.
Those vassal families have also distanced themselves from us, and they've also followed your orders to dig a hidden cache within a 1,000-mile radius."
All right, having this pit is enough. I have everything else. With a cold chuckle, Zhuo Fan gave an eerie flick of his hand. A flash of light passed, and countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures appeared piled up like mountains on top of Blackwind Mountain.
Seeing this sight,
everyone's eyes widened in shock, but he ignored their reactions. Zhuo Fan waved his hand arrogantly, saying smugly, "All right, arrange this pile as I instructed before, and then we'll go conquer this world first." Deep in the quiet night, a bone-chilling wind blew.
Inside the imperial capital's palace, the emperor's imperial study was still lit up as usual. The person inside, at this moment, had a face covered in dark clouds, frowning, occasionally letting out sighs of lamentation, looking utterly distressed. "Sir Sima, tell me, why won't that old rascal Huangfu Tianyuan make a move? I've already given him power, given him absolute authority. Surely he understands that if he misses this village, there won't be another shop like it." The emperor slightly furrowed his brow, his fingers incessantly tapping on the table, making faint sounds, his eyes full of sharp glints, like two keen swords shooting out. Sima Hui pondered for a long while, finally speaking indifferently, "Your Majesty, that Lang Wucheng is no fool. Before, when he demanded the right to deal with the Luo clan from your Majesty, it was merely to expand his power legitimately. Now he hasn't made a move, because he's probably waiting to observe the situation in the imperial capital. That's right. If the imperial capital isn't in chaos, how would Emperor Gate dare to start a war? At the very least, he'll wait until he's finished his arrangements, able to simultaneously deal with Zhuo Fan and your Majesty's Zhang Feng, before daring to act." Fang Chubai pondered for a moment, then chimed in with a cold chuckle.
The emperor burst out laughing and angrily said, "These unpredictable old foxes really are something else, aren't they? None of them can be trusted. Zhu Chengfeng is like that. And Lang Wucheng is also like that. HMPH. Now the situation both within and outside the court is waiting to erupt, but everyone dares not make the first move, fearing that if one side strikes, the fishermen will profit. They must all erupt simultaneously to feel at ease. War will inevitably break out outside the court. But within the court, I and this old skinflint Zihuge are also locked in a dragon-tiger struggle. It's just that this old fellow is too cunning. I can't get a handle on him, given his position as Prime Minister. How can I just move against him without cause? Wouldn't that make me ridiculed by the world? But if there's no movement within the court, how can I make those outside the court feel at ease to make a move for me?" Sima Hui stroked his beard slightly, speaking calmly.
"Your Majesty, don't worry."
That Zhuge Changfeng, under the pretense of a birthday celebration, brought the Quanrong delegation into the capital. He must have colluded with those Quanrong slaves.
But now that your Majesty's birthday banquet is over, the Quanrong delegation's stay in Tianyu is short. Soon your Majesty can find a reason to send them back. It seems the longer this drags on, the more it benefits your Majesty. Yet at this very moment, the Emperor, sitting on his throne, suddenly coughed once, and finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Sima Hui and the two others saw this sight and cried out in alarm, "Your Majesty!" Slowly waving his hand, the Emperor suppressed his pain and said calmly, "It's nothing.
merely that my Millennium 5 Decay's Great Tribulation is approaching. As an emperor, my life is different from you cultivators, constantly handling state affairs. How could I have time to cultivate myself and prolong my lifespan? Haha, this is fate. Even I can't escape it.
Oh, right, Sir Sima, you said something wrong just now.
Now, I'm racing against time. I can't afford to wait. Your Majesty, please take care of your dragon body. Hearing these words, Sima Hui and the other two could only helplessly offer words of comfort, but in their hearts they ceaselessly lamented.
An emperor spends his entire life busy. Even knowing he won't live long, he still has to struggle with all his might to stay and secure the empire for future generations.
The common people mock him as incompetent. Yet they don't know he is truly the one and only eternal emperor, a man of immense talent and grand vision. Someone announced the decree.
Glancing lightly at everyone, the emperor's expression was indifferent as he spoke solemnly.
By decree, Imperial Dragon Guards Sima Hui, Fang Chubai, along with Ghost King and the commander of the Ghost Shadow Guards, are to proceed to Emperor Gate to supervise and assist the Emperor Gate's sect leader. Huangfu Tianyuan's ordered to nab Zhuo Fan and the rest of the Luo family crew. No dilly-dallying. Everyone was instantly shook by those words. Sima Hui, all worried, quickly cupped his fist and advised, Your Majesty, no way, the capital's already a mixed bag. If we leave, who's going to keep you safe? Please, Your Majesty, reconsider.
He furrowed his brow, feeling uneasy. The emperor chuckled softly, but his eyes were rock solid. It's fine, I'm giving them a chance to stir things up a bit. With a wave and a big laugh, the emperor just bounced, not saying another word. Everyone else, Feng Chubai and the gang, just looked at each other, sighing like they were stuck in a sitcom. Meanwhile, back at the Prime Minister's crib,
a beam of light suddenly appeared.
Hooligan Kai swaggered in from outside, bowing low the moment he stepped inside. Prime Minister, sir, we just got the intel. All the top dogs guarding the emperor have been dispatched to chase after Zhuo Fan, and our national master wants to know, can we make our move now?
Heh? What move? Before he even finished, Ge Chengfeng scoffed. This capital's huge. You haven't played around enough yet, huh? Keep chasing after wind and moon, enjoying the scenery. Isn't that way better? Seeing this, Hooligan Kai got a little antsy. Prime Minister, sir, us Xiongnu warriors aren't here for sightseeing, you know that. Of course I know. That's why I'm letting them chill for a bit, do what they gotta do. Don't fall for that old fox's luring the snake from the cave trick. Ge Chengfeng nodded lightly, fanning himself, all tense like. Hooligan Kai was kinda startled, totally confused. But I've already confirmed it. Those two Guardian Dragon Divine Guards and that Ghost King guy are definitely out of the capital. There's no mistake. The Emperor's really unprotected now. Ha! How naive, Ge Chengfeng snorted. The Guardian Dragon Divine Guards leaving the capital and the Emperor being unprotected are two different things. Don't be a dummy. That old geezer's definitely not simple. Ge Chengfeng waved him off, telling him to scram.
Hooligan Kai looked a bit unconvinced,
turning to leave, but he couldn't help muttering under his breath, Tian, you guys are just cowards, afraid to make a move, letting such a good opportunity go to waste. What did you say? He hadn't even finished when Ge Chengfeng gave him a stone-cold warning. Go tell your young master and national master to chill for a few days for me, got it?
If anything goes wrong, I don't care if you guys die, but if you mess up my big plan, I won't let you off easy. Hooligan Kai flinched, his body involuntarily trembling. Even though Ge Chengfeng was just a measly, heaven-profound realm dude, the prestige of a prime minister was still nothing to sneeze at. Hooligan Kai didn't dare to slack. Nodding instinctively, "Get out!" Ge Chengfeng barked again, a glint of deep thought flashing in his eyes. Hooligan Kai nodded once more, slowly fading away, leaving Ge Chengfeng alone, sighing non-stop.
That old fox is finally casting his net, but using himself as bait this time. Isn't it a bit too risky? Or does he have another ace up his sleeve besides the Guardian Dragon Divine Guards and the Ghost King? At the same time, in the second prince's brand new pad, the second prince was pacing back and forth in the main hall, his hands trembling with excitement. A moment later, a guy in black robes strolled in, occasionally lifting his head. It was none other than Yu Ming from Yu Ming Valley. Your Highness, you summoned me? Yu Ming bowed, his face cold as ice. The second prince rubbed his hands excitedly, rushing up to him. Mister? Yu Ming, You're just in time. I just got solid intel. The two guardian dragon divine guards by my royal father's side, and the Ghost King, leader of the Ghost Shadow Guard and the Four Pillars, are all out chasing after Zhuo Fan. My royal father's completely undefended right now. Yu Ming cursed under his breath, knowing this was obviously alluring the snake from the cave ploy. Only a moron would fall for it. But if he wasn't a moron, how could Yu Ming exploit him? Thinking this, Yu Ming pretended to be clueless. What do you mean by that? I don't understand. But you should understand the current situation.
The second prince looked anxious, stammering, and after a long pause, he finally said carefully, "The saintess once predicted that I don't have the face of an emperor." Silence followed. Yu Ming tried to reassure him. "Your Highness is worrying too much. His Majesty doesn't believe that kind of stuff anymore. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Yuan Xuanji determine Huangfu Qingtian's fate back then. And Huangfu Qingtian was supposed to have the face of an emperor, right? Didn't he still kick the bucket?" As soon as Yu Ming finished, the second prince clapped in agreement. "Exactly. That's why I invited Mr. Yu Ming to figure out the next step for me. Of course, it's to wait and see silently," Yu Ming said expressionlessly, a glint flashing in his eyes. Hearing this, the second prince looked disappointed again, continuing, "But, Mr. Yu Ming, the truth is that I feel like now is the—" Yu Ming cut him off with a light chuckle, muttering, "Your Highness, if you've already decided how to act, why bother asking me?" The second prince was taken aback, looking dejected. "Come on, mister. Yu Ming is the #1 strategist in my heart. Way better than Leng Wucheng and Gei Changfeng. Even Zhuo Fan can't outsmart them. Last time, when Mr. Yu Ming told me to propose to Yuan Shuang, she actually agreed. And that little bastard not only pushed him into a dead end, making him the enemy of the world, but also didn't drag me down. Mr. Yu Ming is truly a divine being. So this time, if Mr. Yu Ming says to lay low, then I'll lay low. Everything will be done according to your instructions." Hearing this, Yu Ming nodded in satisfaction. How could this idiot be so easily manipulated? Last time was just a show, using him as a puppet. He really thinks he's the center of it all. Someone as stupid as him isn't trustworthy. He should still play both sides, the Emperor's Gate and Zhuo Fan, and find an opportunity to sell that little punk out. He's gone. As he thought this, he adjusted his hat and cloak, turned and went away. "A child is easily taught, Sir Lang. What are you doing here?" Lock Dragon City. Inside the darkness, secret place, behind the Great Seal, a figure slowly came behind Leng Wucheng. "Stare and fix. He is the great offering from Emperor Gate." Huangfu Fenglei's heart tightened. Leng Wucheng did not look back. He just spoke. "I am doing what I should be doing. The thing that Sir Lang should be doing is grabbing the global view outside, but not guarding the area sealed. This dragon vein is also transferring the left offering." Huangfu Fenglei's eyes narrowed, and he spoke. "The news from the capital is that all of the Dragon Guard that are on the side of the Emperor had moved. There is nobody on his side. What's the next step?" "You should be thinking silently."
Leng Wucheng instantly replied. "See and silently watch the evolution, and without thinking, listening to the word." Huangfu Fenglei's eyebrows rose again, and he spoke. Leng just spoke without thinking much. "It is too late. The current situation seems like an opportunity. There is no situation that is more important than now.
The best decisions are to wait, and wait." Without paying any attention, Leng Wucheng was focused on the battle, and did not move at all. His eyes blinked. Huangfu Fenglei had doubts, as he understood with Leng Wucheng. Creating a decision like that did not feel like him. What is he waiting for? The suspicion in his heart deepened. Huangfu Fenglei narrowed his eyes, staring at the grand formation, then suddenly said, "How's that Mr. Leng doing lately? It's been ages since we've seen the sect leader."
"You two are like two peas in a pod, always together. Do you know where he is? What's he up to?" The sect leader has his own plans and doesn't need Grand Elder's concern. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists. Leng Wucheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm, and answered blandly, glancing at Leng Wucheng's subtle expressions, which only made him feel stranger and furrow his brows. He suddenly questioned, "Sir, you are the head of my Emperor Dragon sect, and now that the situation is urgent, can you just go missing? Don't you care about the interests of the entire clan? Or are you saying
Something happened to him. Mr. Leng, as the Grand Steward, you must tell me the truth. It is the duty of this old man as the Grand Elder, Huangfu Fenglei said sternly. Leng Wuchang took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, and kept silent. Huangfu Fenglei's face grew paler, and his aura intensified, as if warning Leng Wuchang that, if he didn't speak, he would act. Just at that moment, a heart-wrenching roar erupted from within the grand formation. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Fenglei shouted, "That's the sect leader's voice. Could it be the sect leader is inside this sealed formation? Leng Wuchang, what's going on? Why is the sect leader in the formation's cave?" Knowing he couldn't hide it any longer, Leng Wuchang sighed and revealed everything. Only now did Huangfu Fenglei understand that these two had obtained the Bodhi root and came here to cultivate the 9 dragons Vajrabodhi without consulting the family's elders. Thinking of this, Huangfu Fenglei's anger deepened. Damn it, don't you two, the family head and the Grand Steward, know the Emperor Dragon Sect's rules? Such a matter concerning the great interests of our Emperor Dragon Sect, how can you two make decisions so easily? Moreover, Huangfu Tianyuan's foundation isn't good. After decades, he still hasn't broken through even the divine illumination realm. How can he withstand the power of the 8 dragon souls? Letting him enter the inner seal to practice is basically sending him to his death. No, I must save him. Saying this, Huangfu Fenglei began forming seals, preparing to open the seal and rescue the person. But this action had a hidden motive. If the sect leader died, another could be recommended. But the earth soul could only be inherited by the strongest person in the family, himself. However, before he could act, Leng Wuchang hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Grand Elder, don't be impulsive. The sect leader's cultivation of the 9 dragons Vajrabodhi will surely cause the 8 dragons to riot. If you open the formation now, I fear the 8 dragons will escape and will end up losing everything. Hearing this, Huangfu Fenglei suddenly paused, thinking it over carefully. Leng Wuchang, seeing this scene, seemed to understand his thoughts, stepped forward and advised, if the sect leader can successfully cultivate, that's naturally good. But if he carelessly dies inside, although it's a pity, at least the 8 dragon souls will still be there. When that time comes, we can find someone else to cultivate them, and our loss won't be too great. Huangfu Fenglei lowered the hand seal in his hand, deep in thought. This was right. Once that old fogey kicks the bucket, only he would have the right to cultivate the 9 dragons Vajrabodhi. Don't be impatient and lose the moment, releasing the dragon souls to ruin future cultivation prospects. With that old fart's talent, there was no way he would patiently wait. Thinking this through, he sighed and nodded blandly. I can only hope the sect leader can turn danger into safety. May fortune protect him. To prevent the formation from weakening and the dragon souls from escaping, I will assign 10 elders to watch over the place. Then many thanks. The Grand Elder bowed respectfully to Leng Wuchang. Huangfu Fenglei turned his back to him, waved his hand, and quickly disappeared, a sneer involuntarily crossing his face. Leng Wuchang sighed, bringing up the rear last of all. He's a real bastard, ha. 3 months later, Fang Chubai and the others entered Dragon City, urging the Emperor Dragon Sect to deal with Zhuo Fan. Huangfu Fenglei couldn't sit still any longer, brought people straight to the secret chamber to see how the situation was, and as soon as he entered, he asked loudly, Mr. Leng, the Emperor, sent the Dragon Guardian Guard to our place to assist us in capturing Zhuo Fan. But, before Leng Wuchang could answer, he couldn't help but stare intently at the grand formation, voicing his intentions. How's the sect leader? Has he succeeded? Leng Wuchang glanced at him disdainfully, his words clearly meant to ask if the sect leader was dead yet. Just at that moment, the grand formation suddenly exploded, golden light spreading everywhere, and a figure emerged from within, and upon closer inspection, it was undoubtedly Huangfu Tianyuan. Huangfu Fenglei stared in astonishment at the person who broke through the formation. Could it be he succeeded? He's tamed those 8 dragon souls. Leng Wuchang, on the other hand, was extremely excited, running over and exclaiming enthusiastically, Sect leader! Congratulations, sect leader! Huangfu Tianyuan, having mastered the golden body, nodded weakly, revealing a happy smile. The surrounding elders looked on for a long time without reacting. Just then,
Someone, without knowing who, suddenly said in a deep voice, "The sect leader opened the sealed grand formation without the permission of the elders, violating the sect rules. I ask you, do you still have the qualifications to be the Emperor Dragon sect leader?" Looking up, he saw that it was a white-haired old man with a sly smile on his face, exuding a fierce aura.
None other than the second elder of the Emperor Dragon sect, Huangfu Fenglei, smiled coldly, watching everything, waiting for the show to begin.
Huangfu Tianyuan's face darkened, and he turned to look at the second elder, coldly laughing. "Second elder, what did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Please say it again."
The second elder glanced at him, disdainfully saying,
"This old man said you..."
But before he could finish speaking,
a shocking sound erupted, and a giant dragon appeared behind Huangfu Tianyuan, roaring incessantly, causing everyone's breath to stagnate. Even Huangfu Fenglei was no exception. His heart suddenly tightened, and his face was filled with panic. Before he could react, the second elder cried out miserably. Both of his ears shattered instantly, blood flowing out continuously. Unable to bear the pain, he screamed in horror, "Ah, my ears!"
Things took another sudden turn. Just as the second enshrined one let out a pained cry, he suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood and lost all signs of life in an instant. Everyone couldn't help but gasp sharply. They all stared at the scene in disbelief. Unbeknownst to them, Huangfu Tianyuan had transformed into a dragon head in that instant, biting off the second enshrined one's head, with fresh blood gushing out non-stop.
9 Dragon Diamond Body Dragon Head Transformation. Huangfu Fenglei cried out in horror, ignoring everyone else's reactions. Huangfu Tianyuan then coldly spoke up. "The rule of the Emperor Gate is that everything must heed the family head's commands. I hope all of you enshrined ones remember this point well from now on." After witnessing that, not a single person dared to defy him anymore. He had become the official family head, possessing both power and authority, and no one dared to disobey. The enshrined ones exchanged glances, then obediently bowed their heads and said in unison, "We shall obey the family head's command. We wouldn't dare to disobey."
At this moment, Leng Wucheng happily stepped forward, excitedly saying, "Congratulations, Gate Master, congratulations! Now we truly have the strength to wage war."
Nodding slightly, a glint of battle intent appeared in Huangfu Tianyuan's eyes. "Zhuo Fan, Jiyu Santong, let this old man fight you guys." He Leng Wucheng approached him and whispered, "Gate Master, the people sent by the Emperor have arrived." Huangfu Tianyuan nodded knowingly, having grasped the situation, and chuckled coldly aloud, "HMPH, HMPH, 2 Imperial Dragon Guards plus a Ghost Shadow Commander wanting to supervise this old man. How naive." Hearing these words, Huangfu Fenglei couldn't help but glare. After this old man's strength greatly advanced, he doesn't even care about the Imperial Dragon Guards anymore. If only that 9 Dragon Diamond Body was cultivated by this old man, how great would that be? What a shame it fell into the hands of this incompetent fool. Such a pity. Huangfu Tianyuan, unaware of his expression, was still discussing with Leng Wucheng.
But if they're using the excuse of supporting us, then it's not like we can't take advantage of them. Anyway, with this old man's current strength, we're not afraid of any schemes or tricks they might pull along the way, so we can reap the fisherman's profit.
Gatemaster's insight is profound. This subordinate has also been waiting for this very moment. With a peerless master like the Gatemaster to back us up, we can handle any sudden situation, and we won't be afraid of officially going to war with Zhuo Fan and the imperial family anymore. Leng Wucheng bowed slightly, his face excited, as if his long-held ambition had finally come true. Huangfu Tianyuan nodded slightly, confidently laughed aloud and said, "Let's go! Let this old man see these 3 Grand Masters." Ha ha! With that, he turned and headed towards the main hall. Seeing this, everyone also bowed slightly and followed.
In just a short while, Huangfu Tianyuan had entered the main hall amidst the crowd. Fang Shupai and the other 2 had already been waiting there.
The moment Huangfu Tianyuan stepped in, the 3 immediately sensed something was off, and their hearts lurched in alarm. This is the aura of a peak ethereal illumination realm. How did he manage to go from peak profound heaven realm to peak ethereal illumination realm in just 3 short months? This reeking bloody scent monster is even more of a monster than that monster Zhuo Fan. As they thought this, Their eyes, filled with dread for Huangfu Tianyuan, deepened even further. Huangfu Tianyuan swept his gaze over the three, and as if reading their minds, said,
"Today, you all have come by imperial decree to assist Emperor Gate in capturing evildoers. This old man is very grateful. So, let us discuss the strategy to conquer Zhuo Fan." Their eyelids twitched slightly. The three exchanged glances, and finally spoke in unison.
"Then, Gatemaster, what are your plans? Haha, this old man and Mr. Leng have already discussed this point." Huangfu Tianyuan turned his head towards Leng Wucheng, and both wore eerie smiles. Huangfu Tianyuan calmly said, "As the saying goes, shoot the man first, then shoot the horse. If we want to eliminate Zhuo Fan, we must first cut off his wings." I'm sure you three are well aware of the relationship between Zhuo Fan and these three families, Misty Rain Pavilion, Marquis Sword Manor, and Hidden Dragon Pavilion, aren't you?
Before we touch the Luo family, we must cut off Zhuo Fan's retreat and eliminate his allies. He wants to seize this opportunity to unify everything. That's Huangfu Tianyuan's true intention.
It's truly like Sima Zhao's ambition, known to all, yet it's also the nature of emperors. The three fell silent for a long time. Sima Hui nodded slightly and said indifferently, "Gatemaster Huangfu is correct." "Then, please, Gatemaster Huangfu, proceed with the arrangements." Huangfu Tianyuan couldn't help but frown. Their meaning is that the imperial family has already given permission, but speeding up our actions is the right move. Otherwise, if we wait for the emperor's affairs to be settled, we will definitely be in a passive position. Thinking of this, he unconsciously broke into a wide smile. "Then let's discuss the details." However, they didn't know that at the very moment they were discussing, strange vibrations continuously emanated from beneath their feet,
transmitting information outwards. And the direction this information was being sent to was precisely the Luo family's base in Fenglin City.
The moment Lei Yuting received the transmitted information,
she excitedly rushed to the main hall to look for Zhuo Fan, but still couldn't find a trace of him, only spotting Yan Fu. She asked him, "Where is Zhuo Fan? I have important intelligence." Yan Fu thought for a moment, then told her, "Captain Lei, head to the ice cavern. Zhuo Guang and Sha have been there these past few days. They're busy there." Lei Yuting nodded slightly and waved her hand, leaving. She hadn't walked more than a few steps when Yan Fu called out to her, "Captain Lei, what kind of urgent intelligence is it? The Emperor Gate has begun to act, but their target isn't us. It's the Misty Rain Pavilion."
"And those three families?" As soon as she finished speaking, Yan Fu couldn't help but exclaim loudly, quickly moving ahead of her,
"Is the intelligence reliable, Captain Lei? Then I'll go with you to see Zhuo."
Afterwards, the two headed together to a secret location. They saw a bustling crowd there, with Luo family guards and even Yun family disciples busy arranging spirit stones in every corner within the cavern.
Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan and Yun Shuang were standing at the front, directing. It was clear he intended to set up a formation. However, no one knew what kind of formation it was. Lei Yuting walked up from behind, staring intently at the backs of Zhuo Fan and Yun Shuang as they walked, and opened her mouth to tease. "Oh, Butler Zhuo, you sure know how to pick your companions, huh?" Working together, a man and a woman, they never get tired. Yun Shuang's face suddenly flushed red, and she lowered her head, not daring to speak. Zhuo Fan, however, didn't pay any attention to it. He frowned as he looked back at Miss Lei. "Why are you here? You should be out gathering intelligence, shouldn't you?" "Exactly. I came to find you because I gathered intelligence, didn't I?"
She couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Lei Yuting handed the jade slip to Zhuo Fan, then glanced ambiguously at the two and said,
"So, how's the progress between you, Butler, and this young lady from the sect, eh?"
"Don't talk nonsense.
Shuang'er is the Yun family's saintess. I called her here to coordinate people."
"There's nothing going on." Zhuo Fan sighed helplessly. He didn't pay attention to her, carefully examining the contents of the jade slip.
Lei Yuting saw Zhuo Fan's cold demeanor, found it unamusing, and felt even more annoyed. "Oh." A mischievous smile appeared at the corner of her lips. "Miss Shuang'er, as an elder sister, I have to warn you, Zhuo Fan is a very unreliable person. He has a whole bunch of confidants. Just a bunch of loose flings. Within 3 months of interacting with him, he usually causes young ladies to lose both their money
and their hearts. This elder sister right here was one of his victims back then. So as someone who's been there, done that, I advise you, guard against fire, guard against thieves, and guard against Zhuo Fan.
So, Miss Lei, you also have something going on with butlers. I thought only Miss Luo was innocently starry-eyed about him. Yun Shuang looked at her in surprise and asked. Lei Yuting's face flushed red, and she lifted her head to explain. What? How could that be? How could I possibly fancy him?
Yep, if you're not into it, don't go around spreading rumors using your been there, done that status.
Zhuo Fan chuckled softly to himself, feeling relieved. Ha ha, awesome. The Emperor Gate finally made a move, and they're targeting the 3 houses too. Great, just as I planned. Everyone heard this.
And while the Emperor Gate is making moves, shouldn't he be preparing countermeasures? Why is he so happy? At this moment, Yanfu said anxiously, Butler Zhuo, we don't know when the Emperor Gate will strike. We should support them. Support? What's there to support? Raising an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan flashed a profound look, jokingly saying, the Emperor Gate is going to take down these 3 houses? I couldn't ask for more. Otherwise, if I personally dealt with them later, it wouldn't look good, and it'd be hard to achieve the hearts and minds effect. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Looking at Zhuo Fan's reaction, subconsciously, Zhuo Fan chuckled. Don't be so naive. There are no eternal friends in the world of power struggles. Even if we defeat the Emperor Gate and other opposing forces and become the rulers of the world, those 3 houses might be allies at first, but over time, conflicts of interest will arise. They'll see us the way we see the Emperor Gate now, and sooner or later, they'll become enemies. Instead of that, why not take advantage of this opportunity to eat them, stabilize the world, ensure peace and prosperity? That's the real greater good, right?
Right, Miss Yun Chang of the Yun family. Haven't you always advocated for saving the world? Is my approach wrong? Yun Chang thought for a while, finally nodding for the sake of the big picture, but Yan Fu hurriedly stopped her, saying, Butler Zhuo, could it be that you're really going to abandon them?
Why would I abandon them? I want to unify. I don't want to kill them. We still have to talk about righteousness. With a smirk, Zhuo Fan thought for a moment, then said with a sinister smile, According to intelligence, the Emperor Gate will strike in 3 months. In 2 months, we'll pass this information to them. If they're unprepared, they definitely won't be able to keep their 1,000-year-old legacy, but they can escape. That way, they'll only be able to rely on us.
When you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. We can take advantage of the situation to unify them, and they'll even have to thank us. Wanting to repay our kindness and accept us like that, it also shows my old man's benevolence and righteousness, giving them a win-win situation.
How awesome is that? Lei Yuting, after hearing these words, grit her teeth and cursed inwardly.
Beast. Only a devil like Zhuo Fan could come up with such a heartless scheme, sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight, and then reaping the benefits. By then, he'll have both fame and fortune. He's truly slyer than a fox, ruining people's families and still wanting them to be grateful. How despicable. However, this is the greatest benefit for the Lu Dao family. It's just that Yan Fu's mouth felt bitter after hearing Zhuo Fan's plan, and he looked anxiously at Zhuo Fan, pleading. Turns out that everyone can be saved, but Hua Yulu can't find the elixir. At this point, Zhuo Yifan suddenly realized,
this kid is with Xiao Dan Dihen.
So anxiously hurried, now thinking of what Chu Bijun said that day, I couldn't help but feel a bit of melancholy on my face. Lei Yuting patted Yan Fu, and said with an admiring face, Good boy. I could tell you were a good man at first sight, and now you know how to think about that girl's safety, unlike someone who at least had a relationship with the palace master, but is still so cruel.
Planning against her. Having said that, he glanced at Zhuo Fan, disdainfully curling his lips. Zhuo Fan was silent for a long time, frowning tightly. Without saying a word, everyone stared at him intently, not moving. After a long while, he finally sighed, turning around and leaving. But before he left, he still passed on a message to everyone. Send a message to Hua Yulu. Tell them to come to the Luo family for refuge. As for the other 2 families,
still send the message after 2 months. Thank you, Butler Zhuo, Yan Fu. After hearing these words, his face filled with joy, and he nodded and left.
Lei Yunting stared blankly at Zhuo Fan's back as he left, helplessly smiled bitterly, looked at Yun Chang, and sincerely advised, Miss Changer, if you still don't have any feelings for him, then stop while you're ahead. There's already someone in his heart. With my understanding of him, his principles are very strong, and things that have been decided won't be easily changed. Losing his principles only happened twice. Once was for Miss Ninger in Beast King Mountain, and the other time is now. It's probably because the palace master of Huayu Lu has disappeared.
Having said that, Lei Yuting sighed. I can't handle you men. I've already given up. You should stop quickly too. Hearing these words, Yun Chang was slightly stunned for a moment, blankly. On the other hand, Zhuo Fan left Yun Chang and the others, wandering sadly between the mountains and forests, feeling a bit uneasy, not knowing what he was thinking about.
At this moment, suddenly a sound of air being torn apart sounded. A figure suddenly appeared. Quickly running to Zhuo Fan's place, it was Yan Song. Yan Song went to him in a panic, anxiously saying, "Butler Zhuo, I heard you told them to use 6th grade medicinal materials to refine 3rd grade pills."
Dan Yi nodded slightly.
Zhuo Fan calmly admitted, "That's right. Isn't this able to increase the success rate?" But, hearing these words, Yan Song became even more anxious, and said sadly,
"But, Butler Zhuo, is it too wasteful to only refine 3rd grade pills from 6th grade medicinal materials?"
Glancing at him, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but smile, and said sternly,
"Elder Yan, in half a year I have to see 10,000 3rd grade pills of Rongling pills. But in the past few years, the hundreds of alchemists you have cultivated have only become 3rd grade alchemists."
If you take the 3rd grade medicinal pills and refine them with a too high failure rate, using high-grade medicinal materials is only to improve the efficiency of alchemy. But that's too serious of a waste. As an alchemist, his heart ached, but Zhuo Fan snorted in contempt, arrogantly frowning and saying, "It's okay, we have money."
Yan Song smiled bitterly, helplessly.
Zhuo Fan had brought back quite a few treasures before. He was right in saying these words, but at this time, Zhuo Fan once again said, "That's right, Elder Yan. You go and tell Elder Lei to call people together, especially those pseudo-heavenly profound. We're preparing to advance on Underworld Valley." Having said that, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and a trace of cunning swept across the corners of his mouth.
Sounds of air being torn apart sounded one after another, and thousands of figures appeared in an instant, looking up intently at the bone buried inside the misty mist, carrying a coldness, radiating a sinister and eerie aura. And at this time a strong figure came from behind the mist, revealing the shape of Li Jingtian. Venerable Li Jingtian glanced at the great formation in front of him, then turned his head to look at Zhuo Fan, frowning and saying, "It seems that Underworld Valley is very careful, and has already opened a grade 5 formation, and it will take some effort to break this formation. Of course, at such a tense moment, which household wouldn't be on high alert? This was all within my calculations." Zhao Cheng nodded with a cold laugh, stepped forward, and cracked his knuckles. "But as for breaking the formation, it doesn't take much effort." As he spoke, his right pupil flashed with golden light, then vibrated incessantly, shooting through the dense fog, straight into the depths of Yanquan Valley. A moment later, rumbling sounds echoed, and the mist before them instantly dissipated. Li Jingtian, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be startled, playfully grinning, and praised Zhao Cheng.
As expected of Butler Zhao, this move is just too convenient for breaking formations. Naturally, formations usually rely on the surrounding space. Breaking its spatial barrier is equivalent to breaking the entire formation. That's where this move comes from. Nothing special, Zhao Cheng said nonchalantly. But Li Jingtian was even more impressed. What Zhao Cheng said sounded easy, but how many people could actually pull it off?
"All right, the grand formation is open. Let's charge."
Zhao Cheng's eyes narrowed, and he pointed forward, shouting. Upon hearing this, Li Jingtian took the lead and charged ahead, with the troops behind him quickly following suit, advancing straight into Yuquan Valley. In an instant, the sounds of slaughter echoed outside Yuquan Valley, as the surging crowd swarmed in, launching a crazed attack as if the place were deserted. In the blink of an eye, they had all stormed into the valley. The disciples on guard, who were leisurely admiring the round moon, didn't even have time to react, as those dark figures surged like a tide, instantly appearing beside them, relentlessly attacking, scaring them out of their wits.
They screamed in disarray.
Enemy attack! Enemy attack!
But it was too late.
Those shadowy figures had already swiftly launched their assault. The disciples of Yuquan Valley fell instantly, blood splattering everywhere. The Yuquan Valley disciples quickly disintegrated, scattering in all directions. Even those few disciples who resisted were quickly hacked down by those burly youths, losing their lives before their eyes.
These were the youths that Zhao Cheng had Pang Tongling train with the demonic tempering art. Their wills were relatively tough, and their actions were decisive and clean, showing no mercy whatsoever. Li Jingtian narrowed his eyes, looking at the group of youths, and couldn't help but praise. These youngsters will be the backbone of the family in the future. After all these years of Butler Zhao's training, we're finally seeing the results. Haha. Zhao Cheng, hearing this, offered no comment,
closing his eyes, savoring the sounds of fighting mixed with mournful screams. And a sinister curve appeared at the corner of his mouth as he muttered, "Wonderful." This is the war anthem of the Luo family's conquest outward. The hoofbeats of the Luo family can no longer be stopped in what he wants to do. Now it's finally happening. At the same time, deep within Yuquan Valley,
a disciple frantically ran, covered in wounds, and collapsed before a door.
The elders inside the room were shocked and cried out, "What's going on? Something's happened outside. We're under attack."
The disciple's eyes were filled with terror as he mustered his last bit of strength, then died completely.
A group of old men inside the room trembled in their hearts, filled with astonishment. At this moment, an elder angrily shouted, "How can this be? What's going on? Which blind force dares to attack our Yuquan Valley?" Another elder beside him asked suspiciously, "That's right, but why hasn't the grand formation outside the valley made any noise? Could it have been broken?"
A white-haired elder bit his teeth
and said with a slight tremor in his heart, "This is too fast. Just how terrifying is this person's strength?"
Just then, the leading elder glanced at everyone and reassured them, "Don't panic. Quickly use your divine senses with me to investigate."
With that, the four of them released their divine senses together, probing outwards.
In that instant, seeing the scene outside, the four of them couldn't help but gasp. They saw the bustling crowd outside, filled with incessant screams. Their disciples in the valley were constantly ambushed, caught off guard, and had no resistance whatsoever. Finally, the four of them spread their divine senses out further, seeing two figures, one of whom possessed the cultivation of a peak divine illumination realm cultivator. Seeing this scene, the elders were about to burst into tears. Glancing across Tian Yu, who could dispatch a peak divine illumination realm expert to attack them, not many forces could do that. But in another moment, seeing the man's eyes, an elder cried out in alarm, "Tian Gang," and Sun Yufei's Li Jingtian. If Li Jingtian has come, then the profound heaven expert beside him, the demon Zhao Cheng, hearing these words,
the remaining three were startled, their hearts sank, and their faces turned ashen. An elder with a sorrowful expression turned to the grand elder and said, "That's a monster. He can easily suppress two great experts, Li Jingtian and Huangpu Fenglei. We have no chance of victory against them." The grand elder, of course, knew this, though. But he didn't understand one thing. Zhao Cheng has finally made his move. But why did he choose to attack our Yuquan Valley first? At this moment, they had truly fallen into a dangerous situation, and there was only one way out: fight. Thinking of this, the grand elder glanced at another elder and said, "Old three, you're fast. Find an opportunity to sneak away first, and report the situation here to the sect leader, big brother." Old three was startled,
looking at him with a grief-stricken expression. But the grand elder just nodded slightly, coldly instructing, "We'll hold them off for you for a while." Too. On the other side, outside, Zhao Cheng had sensed the four divine senses heading over, and his expression was filled with doubt. At this time, those four divine senses have probably discovered us. Why haven't those four guys come out yet? Could it be that they're afraid of us and are cowering? He, Li Jingtian chuckled softly, saying. A moment later, three figures appeared with a gust of wind in an instant, ignoring the screams of the disciples in the distance. Approaching Zhao Cheng and squinting at the newcomers,
Zhao Cheng grinned slightly.
Oh, you've arrived. If you have the guts, then fight to the death with this old man. Seeing them, it's just like coming to give away their lives. Li Jingtian gave a soft hum and said disdainfully. The three grand elders glared angrily at the two of them. The grand elder gritted his teeth and shouted, Zhao Cheng, you're being too overbearing. However, Zhao Cheng paid no attention to their confusion. Aren't there supposed to be 4 of you? Where's the missing one? Hearing these words, the 3 grand elders panicked, afraid that Zhao Cheng would send people to pursue and intercept that old 3 from leaving to report the news. Teeth remained silent, but at this moment, Zhao Cheng spoke again. 3 people. Then, 3 people it is, anyway. 1 more won't make much difference, and 1 less won't make much difference. With that, a gourd suddenly appeared in his hand. He took out the blood silkworms from inside, and coldly said to the 3 of them, Eat them. From now on, you're my people. Under Zhao Cheng's threat, and the 3 men's strength also could not beat the 2 people, Zhao Cheng pondered for a while, and finally decided to yield, swallowing the blood silkworm into their mouths. The 3 grand elders endured a lot of pain, kneeling on the ground with difficulty, but the grand elder still gritted his teeth and endured, and firmly said to Zhao Cheng, Butler Zhao, although we have surrendered, we will not reveal the secrets of our Yukon Valley. Because we don't know much, we will tell you everything we know. Also, one of us has run away to report the news. He hasn't gone far yet. Why don't this old man call him back to join us? Butler Zhao doesn't need it. 1 less is fine. Zhao Cheng didn't care, and waved his hand at the surviving remnants. Hearing these words, the 3 grand elders understood that Zhao Cheng really didn't take them seriously. And before they could react, Zhao Cheng spoke again. The 3 of you, the fighting below hasn't finished yet. Go down and help out. The moment those words were spoken, the 3 of them were instantly terrified, staring at him in disbelief. This was asking them to prove their loyalty by personally killing their own disciples. Thinking of this, Grand Emissary was a bit hesitant. Looking towards Zhuo Fan, he carefully said, Butler Zhuo, heaven has the virtue of cherishing life. How about I personally step in and subdue the Yumingutak disciples, have them join our Luo family, saying kill them all. Zhuo Fan glanced at them,
his body radiating murderous intent, coldly saying, The status of you 3 star-ranked emissaries in the Luo family is entirely based on merits. Those without merits are useless. Bring their heads to Luo She, spare me the idle chatter. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 emissaries trembled in fear, quickly rushing downwards, joining the battle. The Umin-Gunek disciples, seeing the 3 of them, thought they had come to reinforce them, excitedly shouting, Brothers, the Grand Emissary is here, kill them all. But who would have thought that the 3 people they respected would turn on them and attack? In an instant, the battlefield echoed with miserable screams. Grand Emissary, what are you doing? Stop! 2nd Emissary, 3rd Emissary, Lin Jingtian, observing everything, suspiciously looked at Zhuo Fan and said, Butler Zhuo, we're currently lacking manpower. Why not agree with that old guy's suggestion and absorb them into the Lucasso family? Zhuo Fan revealed a profound smile, saying, We're about to start a war with the emperor-wielding sect. How can I allow so many uncertain factors to be by my side? If they suddenly turn against us, we don't have enough bloodworms to control them.
Besides, what the Lucabio family lacks the most are the elites that I trust. These 3 old fogies also intend to make up for their mistakes. If we let them bring their own forces in, it won't be easy to manage later on. Maybe they'll even take over the Lu Guo family. Hearing these words, Li Jingtian instantly understood. Butler Zhuo, you truly are Butler Zhuo. You're so far-sighted. Li Jingtian couldn't help but praise. Butler Zhuo thinks so far ahead. Li is truly in admiration. Zhuo Fan waved his hand, brushing off the compliment, and turned his gaze towards the battlefield, saying, All right, it's almost dawn. Let's go down. With that said, he lifted his foot and flew downwards. Li Jingtian, seeing this, closely followed behind. At this moment the valley was littered with corpses, blood flowing like rivers, a truly tragic scene, without even a trace of life. Scanning the scene, Li Jingtian calmly said, Butler Zhuo, you've killed them all. After pondering for a long time, Zhuo Fan calmly said, Send the order. Bring all the corpses back to the Luo family. It's time to get to the real business. The real business?
Isn't wiping out Guok the real business? Li Jingtian was startled, confusedly asking back. With a deep smile, Zhuo Fan contemptuously curled his lips.
Heh, if it was just to eliminate Guok, why would I bring so many people?
Heh, I alone am enough to flatten it. Then what do you want to do? Li Jingtian still couldn't guess his goal, tentatively probing. A glint flashed in his eyes, Zhuo Fan calmly saying, "Raid their ancestral graves." The moment these words were spoken, Li Jingtian instantly fell into shock, the corners of his mouth twitching violently, but looking at Zhuo Fan's expression, it was clear he was telling the truth. He muttered, "You have such a great feud with Guk. Why do you have to raid their ancestral graves?" Zhuo Fan laughed loudly, calmly saying, "Heh, old Lai is overthinking things. I didn't even care about Guk 9 years ago, let alone now. To be frank, I've killed the most people from their sect. If we're talking about grudges, they probably hate me the most, not the other way around."
"Then why are you?"
Li Jingtian was even more confused. Zhuo Fan indifferently shrugged, not explaining further, mysteriously smiling.
"Just tell them to do it. I have my own arrangements."
Although he didn't understand his intentions, Li Jingtian still bowed his head in compliance. Immediately afterwards, he carried Zhuo Fan's orders to be delivered. However, as soon as the order was relayed, the 3 emissaries shouted in horror, "What? Raid the graves?" Before they could voice their doubts, Li Jingtian fiercely glared at them, coldly smiling. "You 3 newcomers, listen clearly to me. In the Luo family, Butler Zhuo's orders are absolute. If you dare have any objections, directly chop off your heads and bring them over."
As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jingtian didn't even look at them, directly flying away.
The 3 men exchanged awkward glances, helplessly sighing.
One emissary said with difficulty, "What should we do?" The grand emissary bitterly smiled, helplessly shaking his head. "Under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. If Butler Zhuo wants us to betray our master and ancestors to gain his trust, then we'll betray our master and ancestors." With that said, he took out a shovel from who knows where, fiercely walking forward,
with the appearance of wanting to dig up all the graves of Guk. The remaining 2 people, seeing this scene, exclaimed in surprise, "Where did you get the shovel from?" Observing everything from above, Li Jingtian laughed loudly, disdainfully saying, "Butler Zhuo, these 3 old fogies, to gain your trust, really can do anything. Ha ha!" Zhuo Fan chuckled slightly, not commenting, calmly saying, "It's not surprising. Ancestral teachings are all about righteousness. But for demonic sects, strength is the most important, so things like betraying masters and ancestors happen most often. Even when accepting disciples, you have to be wary. These 3 old fogies are all experts from the demonic path. We're not afraid of them harboring any resentment about this. As long as you permanently suppress them, they'll definitely obediently listen. Butler Zhuo is truly insightful. Who else would dare to order them to raid their ancestors' graves in front of them? They're not afraid of them holding a grudge and capsizing the boat later."
"You truly understand the mindset of cultivators," Li Jingtian loudly praised.
Zhuo Fan chuckled softly, his eyes flashing, with an all-knowing expression. "Don't mention it. It's just the demonic path. Even righteous people, as long as there are enough benefits, can do anything dirty. It just has to be done in a roundabout way." Saying this, Zhuo Fan didn't say anything more, only revealing a strange smile, leaving Li Jingtian with a belly full of doubts.
Just at this moment, Li Jingtian suddenly stopped his eyes at a certain place where there were 2 people, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden. Taking a closer look, it was the group of Wei Tianxuan that the emperor had given him. Li Jingtian angrily cursed,
"Motherfucker. These guys were always hiding in the back during the great battle with Gushek, afraid of death, and now they're lazy when digging graves, pretending. Watch me not go and teach them a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around to go teach those people a lesson. But before he could take 2 steps, he was stopped by Zhuo Fan. "Ignore them. Anyway, their mission is already complete. Their mission."
Hearing these words, Li Jingtian asked back in surprise, his eyes slightly narrowing.
Zhuo Fan smiled. "Tell me, do you think I had to bring dozens of these useless fellows, when suddenly attacking Gusk this time, this is their mission, to report the news to the emperor?"
Zhuo Fan said profoundly, "Before the Luo family rose, The emperor had already placed them in the Luo family. I always had Elder Lei control them, to prevent the real information of the Luo family from being revealed. After so many years, they finally have their uses. It's to report our actions to the emperor now. What? Isn't the emperor targeting you now? If the emperor joins forces with the emperor-wielding sect and sets a trap here, maybe the entire army will die? Li Jingtian was slightly startled, so frightened that he cried out, his mouth sneering coldly. Zhuo Fan said calmly, "Elder Li, you said the emperor is targeting me, but that's only half true. In fact, he's not just targeting me, but everyone under heaven. The whole lonely and alone thing means everyone, save for himself, is his enemy. So whether they're in or out of the imperial court, guess who he wants to kill the most right now? Don't even hesitate," Li Jingtian said, a little flustered. "Of course, it's the one he allowed the seventh master to issue that demonic pursuit order against you." He chuckled. "Ha ha, I got ahead of myself. The one he really wants to kill most are all the pieces on this chessboard." Zhuo Fan smirked, saying profoundly, "If he just killed me to let the Imperial Gate unify, then the seventh master would become his biggest threat outside the court. And within the court, Zhuge Changfeng is eyeing the Imperial family, so he'd be facing an unprecedented crisis. That's absolutely not what he wants to see. That's why, after he learned I was making a move, he didn't just avoid trapping me, he secretly helped me instead." Li Jingtian's confusion deepened. "Helped you? Precisely," Zhuo Fan chuckled.
"Because I can't be wiped out that fast. Otherwise, the Imperial Gate would lose the one thing that can restrain them. According to intelligence, he sent the Imperial Dragon Guards to reinforce the Imperial Gate. It is a reinforcement, but it's just a disguised way to force me to start acting. He doesn't want to see us both squirming in this deadlock anymore. But once I act, the Imperial Gate, being a step stronger, will surely move faster than me.
At this point, he has to reinforce them.
So the Imperial Gate's actions are also tying his hands. Our strengths have to be equal before the fight truly begins. That way, both sides will suffer, and he can be the proverbial fisherman who reaps the spoils. That's why I had those guys deliver intelligence specifically to the Emperor. It was basically telling him, hey, I've started moving, and I'm even cleaning up the thorn in his eye, the one who slipped out from under his nose."
He'd be overjoyed. Of course, he'd tell Feng Chubai and the others to shift from reinforcing to tying them down, delaying the Imperial Gate's conquest of Hua Yu Lu. And while they're doing that, I also get the time to transport the corpses of those millennium-lost experts back and start refining my secret arts. That's the one thing he doesn't know. Because once my secret art is successfully refined, forget the Imperial Gate. Even if all the forces of Tianyu combine, they won't be able to stop me anymore. He chuckled, then paused. Zhuo Fan then let out a sinister chuckle. The Emperor calculates every single move on this grand chessboard, but the one thing he didn't account for was my, Zhuo Fan's, methods. And that, my friend, will be his greatest failure. Li Jingtian stared blankly at Zhuo Fan, listening until his head spun. He couldn't even begin to process this massive pile of information. Still, he eventually sighed in admiration, chuckling, "Steward Zhuo, though this old man doesn't quite understand it all, it sounds like you've already got victory firmly in your grasp. If so, then that's just fantastic. You guys are truly masters of schemes and mind games. If I were also a major power, one side would definitely be played to death by you guys." 10 days later, guided by 3 venerables from Underworld Valley, the youths Zhuo Fan had brought had almost completely dug up all the graves here, sifting through all the unearthed corpses. One of them looked at Li Jingtian and said coldly, "It's done. Transport these corpses back to the Xiang clan." Those cultivators didn't dare to be disrespectful, quickly bowing to accept the command and prepare to move out. But before they could even leave, Li Jingtian stopped them. "You guys, you don't need to go anymore. You have another mission."
"What mission?" The group was stunned, their faces filled with confusion.
Li Jingtian looked at them with a chilling smile, a cruel glint in his eyes.
"That mission is for you to become these very corpses?" "What?" Their eyes suddenly constricted in horror. The group shrieked in terror.
Li Jingtian snorted coldly.
"Profiteering from secret intel, disobeying orders. Did you really think your masters wouldn't know what you were up to?" The moment he finished, the group understood their betrayal had been discovered.
Terrified, They quickly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Elder Lei, spare us! This wasn't our idea. We were forced. Spare us, please. But before they could even finish, Lin Jingtian made his move. Bang! In an instant, the people before him exploded into a bloody, pulverized mess. Li Jingtian coldly gazed at the scattered gore, muttering, "So noisy." Despite such a horrific scene, the youths of the Luo clan showed not a trace of fear, calmly continuing their work. However, the three venerables from Underworld Valley were scared out of their wits, swallowing hard. Did all these Luo clan disciples come out of some Asura training ground? They don't have an ounce of emotion, they thought. Could this be the true strength and foundation of the Luo clan? At this moment, their gazes towards Zhuo Fan had shifted to pure reverence and fear. This man is truly no ordinary human. Suddenly, Li Jingtian coldly glanced at them and shouted, "You three newcomers, the three of you, take these corpses. Transport all of them back to the Luo clan. No delays on the road, and you'd better not pull any tricks. Otherwise," he didn't finish his sentence, but then added, "You know that bloodworm you guys ate earlier? Even if you're 1,000 miles away, it can claim your heads at any time." Understood? Yes, Elder Lei. Don't you worry. We absolutely wouldn't dare to harbor any hidden intentions. The three quickly bowed, accepting the command, no longer daring to have any personal thoughts. Li Jingtian nodded in satisfaction at the sight, then walked over to Zhuo Fan. "Steward Zhuo," he reported. "It's all sorted." Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, then pondered for a moment before finally handing Li Jingtian a silk scroll.
"Gather 1,000 agile people," he said indifferently. "Based on the red marks on this map, dig down 3 chi to retrieve the human pillars. At the same time, spread the news that we've annihilated Underworld Valley far and wide, so that all of Underworld Valley's affiliated forces will disband." Understood. Li Jingtian still seemed a bit confused, but he didn't dare to delay, nodding to accept the command. Very quickly, the 1,000-strong team gathered from all directions, then dispersed to the marked locations and began digging. Zhuo Fan and Li Jingtian also picked a direction and started searching. Just then, a youth in their team shouted, "Found it! It's right here!" When everyone looked over, they saw a person completely covered in mud dug out from under a large tree. The person looked rather peculiar, though, like a living person but with an unnatural aura. Eyes tightly closed, body completely withered. The more Li Jingtian looked, the stranger it seemed. He glanced at Zhuo Fan and asked in confusion, "Steward Zhuo, is this some kind of heavenly treasure or earthly marvel? Why has this old man never seen it before?"
Zhuo Fan shrugged indifferently, then calmly said, "It's just a flash scout." "What?" Li Jingtian shrieked in disbelief, instantly understanding the doubt that had been nagging at him. Zhuo Fan continued to explain, "What's more, it's a flash scout. One of our Luo clan's shadow guards, buried here for about 3 or 4 years now, wouldn't you say? Old Lai, you gotta know how brutal the Demon Slayer art is, right? For a martial artist like you, it's nothing, but if you let kids in their teens practice it, you know the success rate is scary low."
"So do you know where those failures end up?" "Don't tell me." Li Jingtian nodded quickly, stammered, and chuckled. Nodding, Zhuo Fan looked at the mud figure and said calmly, "That's right. They all become human pillars, becoming our family's ears, constantly gathering information for us." Instinctively taking a breath of cold air, Li Jingtian's eyes became even more doubtful. "So they're still alive?" Zhuo Fan smirked slightly, looked at him, frowned, and continued, "Failed Demon Slayer art cultivation either kills you or leaves your meridians completely broken, making you a cripple. But I know a secret art, the myriad breath art, which is a type of imprisonment. It's a divine technique that can directly increase the cultivation of the primordial spirit. But it also has weaknesses. It only cultivates the spirit, not the body. So the body gradually shrinks and hardens. Eventually, when the primordial spirit's aura merges with nature, even the body naturally merges and becomes a human pillar with only a human form. So don't look at him like a mud person or a wooden figure. The power of the primordial spirit inside is beyond the heaven-profound realm, and it emits a natural aura. Even experts in the God manifestation realm can't detect me. Let the failed children cultivate this myriad breath art to become human pillars. Then,
Miss Baole buries these children in areas near the 7 houses, even under their feet, when there is any intelligence.
They will use the power of the primordial spirit for specialized expertise. Each person transmits about 1,000 meters of contact.
In the end, the spies of the Shadow Guard can be hundreds of miles away, receiving information safely through special secret techniques. The obtained information is then transferred to me, so we can know the intentions of the emperor-worshipping sect to take the Flower Rain building early. They're getting ambushed, and even the Valley Master of the Underworld Valley is leading all the elders to concentrate on the emperor-worshipping sect. We caught them off guard.
Speaking of this, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but smirk, proudly saying, "In short, when it comes to the Luo family's intelligence system, although my Luo family started late, we are absolutely invincible in Tianyu." These words immediately shocked Li Jingtian. There is actually such a terrifying secret technique in the world, and it's being used by Zhuo Fan for intelligence gathering. He's right.
No one would have thought there was such a terrifying way to gather intelligence. Gods don't know, ghosts don't notice. Using the primordial spirit to transmit information. No one would believe this if it were said. And besides, the method is too cruel. No one in the world dares to use it, except for this weirdo steward. Thinking of this, Li Jingtian suddenly sighed, lamenting.
Who knows who created such a spirit-cultivating technique that damages virtue in this world? If you turn into that, what's the use of having more power? Isn't it better to be dead than alive, living in endless pain in the world?
That's right. Cultivating this technique is truly worse than death. And besides, the creator of this technique doesn't cultivate it himself. Nodding in agreement, Zhuo Fan smiled faintly and said, "This technique was created by an old devil back then, specializing in cultivating his disciples and then eating their primordial spirits to increase his own primordial spirit strength. Because the refined primordial spirit is similar to the natural aura, it's easy to refine them. That's why that old guy only took a year to break through from the heaven profound realm to the God manifestation realm, and then 3 years from the God manifestation realm to the void transformation realm. You could say it was rapid progress. It's like eating a ginseng fruit." Li Jingtian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. As if seeing through his thoughts, Zhuo Fan smiled and shook his head. "Old Li, don't think about these unorthodox methods anymore. There are no shortcuts in cultivation."
Although he cultivated quickly, the disciples whose primordial spirits he ate all carried deeply rooted resentment in the end.
Because the resentment in his body was too heavy, his body and soul disintegrated and died. If not for that, the Luprio family is hiding tens of thousands of human pillars. This old man would have started sucking already.
Smiling bitterly, helplessly.
He knew it. If it was such a good deal, and Zhuo Fan didn't take advantage, then there must be a problem inside. Zhuo Fan took Li Jingtian, using Underworld Valley as the center, and continued searching for human pillars, while spreading the news that Underworld Valley was destroyed by the Luo family and that their graves had been dug up. Whoa! Spreading such a shocking piece of news immediately caused a storm in Tianyu. On the other hand, inside the imperial capital's imperial city, after receiving the returned information, the emperor couldn't help but laugh loudly. Ha ha ha! This kid didn't let this old man down. After forcing him like that, he finally took action, and he cleaned it up so neatly. Underworld Valley was left with no survivors. Not to mention, he even dug up their ancestral graves.
Isn't this pulling hatred?
Ha. Your Majesty, this matter of digging up ancestral graves? That kid really went a bit too far. Even this old man can't stand it.
Du Jiyu Zantian nodded slightly below, saying somewhat angrily,
"Sometimes this old man feels like this kid is a real man. Other times, I feel he's really a bastard. HMPH. It's fine. Anyway. As long as he takes action, it doesn't matter what he likes to do, and the more ruthless he is, the better. Like that. He touches the imperial families. In fact, they don't give people much to grab onto afterward.
Saying that I'm not mindful of old servants or something, committing acts of heaven's wrath and popular resentment. What old ties are there to talk about?" The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. A profound light flashed across them. Du Jiyu Zantian's heart trembled slightly, nodding in understanding.
He knew that the emperor's arrangement was a bit sinister, but for the sake of Tianyu's overall situation, he could only act according to orders. Thinking this, he quickly bowed and looked at the emperor, asking seriously,
"Your Majesty, when will this old man take action?" "Not in a hurry, not in a hurry.
Let them make a fuss for a while first." Smiling lightly, the emperor pondered for a moment, then continued,
"But this attitude of mine must be seen by the people in the world first. Someone
issue an edict. The 8th imperial family, the Luo family,
sealing Lin City, killing people, digging up graves, heaven's wrath, and popular resentment. The world cannot tolerate it. I hereby announce to the world that the feudal lords should do their best to capture the rebels. Whoever obtains Zhuo Fan's head will be rewarded, and their family will be ennobled." Hao Yejin nodded, then went down to issue the edict. Duji, Yu Zantian's face couldn't help but twitch. He sighed in his heart. If Zhuo Fan's head was easy to get, why would it be so troublesome? Wouldn't he have been taken care of long ago?
But the effect of this edict is also to build a basic foundation for Deng Jun's expedition, and then launch war. It's said that they're besieging the Luo family, but what they really want to besiege is all the imperial family forces. At the same time, at the second prince's residence, he also received the news that Underworld Valley was destroyed and hurriedly went to Yu Ming's room, anxiously calling out, "Ambassador, it's bad!" "Mr. Yu Ming, second prince, don't worry. There's a solution for everything. Don't be too impulsive." Yu Ming waved his hand, his face calm. The second prince thought about it after listening, and then took a deep breath to calm himself down. Finally, he lowered his head and praised Mr. Yu Ming.
"Truly extraordinary demeanor, very steady. This little prince isn't convinced by those 2 words. This little prince is usually too impatient and can't calm down. In the future, I'll have to rely on you, sir, to remind me more. You're too kind, second prince."
Nodding slightly, Yu Ming smiled lightly and asked, "Right, what exactly happened, Your Highness the Second Prince, to make you so anxious?" At this time, the second prince remembered the news he had just received, and said casually,
It's nothing. It's just that the spies reported that the Underworld Valley was taken over by that Zhuo Fan."
"What?" As soon as these words came out, Yu Ming was so frightened that he spat out the tea in his mouth and shouted in horror, "You!" Yu Ming tried to maintain his composure, taking a deep breath and asking, "You, what did you just say? Where's the intelligence?" "Ah, it's here." The second prince smiled faintly and took out a thin piece of paper from his sleeve, handing it to Yu Ming. Receiving the piece of paper from the second prince's hand, Yu Ming trembled as he read the contents, becoming more and more unbelievable. Killing people, digging up graves, Zhuo Fan is really so heartless. Thinking of this, Yu Ming gritted his teeth angrily and muttered, "Zhuo Fan, this bastard, he's forcing me, mister. Yu Ming, what's wrong with you?" The second prince looked at him intently, asking with concern. Taking a deep breath, Yu Quan hurriedly calmed his emotions and bowed to the second prince, saying, "Your Highness the Second Prince, Yu Quan has some important matters to attend to and will have to leave for a few months during this time." With that, he hastily turned and left, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Looks like he really needs to prepare an escape route for himself this time. Only the second prince stood there, dumbfounded, unable to react, watching Yu Quan's back as he departed. At the same time, outside the Huayu Tower, near a small slope, many experts from various factions had gathered, along with several family heads from the 7 noble houses. A crisp cracking sound rang out as Yang Wanshan furiously crushed the jade slip in his hand, cursing loudly. "How dare he, Zhuo Fan? This old man will tear you limb from limb. Valley Master Yu?" "What happened?" Huangpu Tianyuan saw this and asked calmly.
Yu Wanshan took a deep breath and clasped his fist, saying, "Sect leader Huangpu, you are the leader of the 7 families and must stand up for justice for our Yuming Valley. I just received information that that traitor led Li Jingtian to attack our Yuming Valley. The 3 enshrined protectors went to stop them, but their lives are in danger. I beg sect leader Huangpu to lead your people to reinforce us." Hearing this news,
Huangpu Tianyuan was a little surprised. His eyes flickered, and he looked at Leng Wuchang, saying, We haven't even begun attacking the Huayu Tower yet, and he's already made a move on Yuming Valley. Mr. Leng, what do you think of this? After thinking for a long time, Leng Wucheng said in a deep voice,
Yuming Valley is our ally, and Valley Master Yu Wanshan is a close friend of the sect leader. We must of course help friends in need, even if it means certain death. Young Wanshan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he looked at Leng Wucheng with gratitude. Huangpu Tianyuan couldn't help but be stunned, a little confused as to why this Mr. Leng, who always meticulously planned everything, was suddenly filled with such righteousness. But just at this moment, Leng Wucheng said with difficulty,
But Zhuo Fan is cunning. If we act rashly, we might fall into his trap. This matter must be planned carefully, Valley Master Yu. Rest assured, we will avenge this great hatred for your entire valley. But we are already at the Huayu Tower, so let's take down the Huayu Tower first.
Hearing these words, Huangpu Tianyuan nodded repeatedly, echoing, That's right, the Huayu Tower and Zhuo Fan are on the same side. Let's take it down first to get some small revenge for Valley Master Yu. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yang Fangdian and Kuaihuo Forest looked at Yu Wanshan mockingly, sneering.
Yu Wanshan was furious in his heart. His face flushed red, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. Instead, he looked at Feng Chubai and shouted, Mr. Feng, you are here to assist us on His Majesty's orders. We are here to capture that Zhuo Fan, now that he is wreaking havoc in Yuming Valley. Don't you have anything to say, mister? Leng is right. You have to take things one step at a time, just like eating one bite at a time. You must first take down the Huayu Tower step by step. Only then can you surround and capture him in the places where he might hide in desperation. No matter how great his abilities are, he won't be able to escape. Valley Master Yu, don't worry.
Feng Chubai stroked his chin and said slowly. Leng Wucheng curled his lips in disdain. After all, cannon fodder is cannon fodder. They'll die sooner or later. Contending for supremacy is ultimately a matter for the strong. Zhuo Fan and the emperor-worshipping sect have nothing to do with them. In the conference room of the Huayu Tower headquarters, Chu Bijun sat in the main seat.
Looking at the people below with a grave expression, she sighed and said coldly, This is the 10th jade slip sent by the Luo family. Like the previous 9, they all warn us that we are facing a great calamity, and tell us to retreat to the Luo family for refuge. What do you all think? As soon as she finished speaking, Tower Mistress Murden scolded in dissatisfaction. Humph. That Zhuo Fan is an ungrateful bastard. Our Tower Mistress sacrificed so much for him, and in the end, he turned around and robbed our Huayu Tower of its treasured artifact. Can we still trust him when he sends jade slips? Who knows what kind of conspiracy he's up to?
Tower Mistress Qinghua thought for a moment and nodded slightly, but frowned tightly, muttering, Although this Zhuo Fan brat is cunning and can't be trusted easily, it's often said that it's better to believe it than not. It's good to be prepared. After pondering for a long time, Chu Bijun finally nodded slightly and said, Qingzir, you make sense. I have already activated the great defense array around us and prepared a comprehensive plan. As for these jade slip reports, we still need to consider them. But before she could finish speaking, a flustered voice came from outside. It's bad, it's bad. We're under attack. Chu Bijun was shocked and shouted, looking at the person who had arrived and asking, What's going on, Danjor? Explain clearly. Take a deep breath. Zhao Danjor quickly calmed her emotions and reported to everyone. Reporting, our Huayun Tower's outer defense array is under attack.
All the senior sisters have entered the defense array. Please give us your instructions. Old Ancestor, Master, and Shishu. What? They've really attacked? Everyone was frightened, shocked. All the tower mistresses present looked at each other, then looked at the jade slip, feeling a wave of regret. It turned out that the information Zhuo Fan had sent them was actually true, not some conspiracy of his. He was just kindly reminding them to prepare for a response. Unfortunately, because of his previous actions, they had lost faith in him, so they missed his warning this time, leading to this tragic situation.
Thinking of this, Luo Jiyu smiled bitterly with resignation. The tower mistresses looked at Chu Bijun in a panic and said, Old Ancestor, they've really attacked. What should we do?
Taking a deep breath, her expression somewhat grave, Chu Bijun gave the order in silence. Qingshrer, Go invite the 3 enshrined protectors to come out of seclusion. Mudan, send a jade slip to ask our allies for reinforcements. All other tower mistresses, follow me to see. I want to see which rats dare to be so bold as to provoke our Huayu tower. With that, Chu Bijun took the lead and went outside. Everyone followed her orders and split up to act. Soon after, Bijun led the tower mistresses outside the city. But a moment later, seeing the scene before them, everyone's eyes widened in shock.
This group of people was actually from Yuming Valley, Medicine King Hall, and Happy Forest. The 3 factions formations were now surrounding Huayu Tower, and even if they grew wings, they wouldn't be able to escape. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, Chu Bijun, who had lived a life of invincibility, felt fear for the first time.
Yu Wanshan stepped forward a few steps from the crowd and shouted, looking up at Chu Bijun, old ancestor. This time, our 3 factions are working together to take down Huayu Tower. You should just surrender quickly and avoid unnecessary casualties.
Biting her lip in anger, Chu Bijun narrowed her eyes and looked at Yu Wanshan, scolding. What do you mean? Have you forgotten the rules of the 7 noble houses of Tianyu prohibiting internal strife? Now that you are attacking our Huayu Tower like this, aren't you afraid of the imperial family's severe punishment if this reaches His Majesty's ears?
Hearing these words, Yu Wanshan laughed loudly, saying disdainfully, He, old woman, do you think our 3 families would dare to be so arrogant and reckless without a reason? Of course, it's because we have His Majesty's permission, so no one can protect you women anymore.
Haha, what?
Impossible! Chu Bijun was startled and shouted in disbelief. What wrong has our Huayu Tower done to be treated like this by His Majesty, to allow you to attack us? You're really pretending to be ignorant. Everyone in the world knows about the close relationship between your Huayu Tower and that damned Zhuo Fan. Now that he has wreaked havoc in the imperial court and become a wanted criminal of the empire,
you guys colluded with him.
Of course we have to arrest you. Couldn't even figure that out, huh? Sighs helplessly. What he said actually makes sense. It really was success because of Zhuo Fan, and failure also because of Zhuo Fan. The 1,000-year foundation of Huayu Tower is just destroyed like that. Thinking about it now, I really don't know if allying with Zhuo Fan was right or wrong in the first place. But now right or wrong doesn't matter anymore. Things have come to this. What is there left for them to regret?
Thinking of this, Chu Bijun suddenly raised her aura and shouted coldly,
If you are determined to destroy Huayu Tower, then come. This old woman, Chu Bijun, is here, who dares to fight. Ha! I've long heard of the old Iron Lady's exceptional strength. Let this old man fight you. Yu Wanshan also laughed fearlessly. A loud shout followed. Yu Ming mysterious stage martial skill. Ghost-face seal. In an instant, a great wind swept across, filled with wandering souls.
Chu Bijun was immediately swept into the gray storm as she rushed forward, accompanied by sharp screams, waves of resentment rushing towards her, biting and tearing. Yun Wanshan smiled triumphantly at this sight, confident in his victory. But right at this moment, a sound came out. The resentment within the storm froze instantly, covered by layers of bone ice. Following that, loud explosions rang out. The bone ice shattered, and the wandering souls instantly dissipated and disappeared into the air. Chu Bijun immediately broke free from within. Yun Wanshan didn't even have time to react before being struck by a palm, and was instantly blown away, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yun Wanshan was shocked, raised his head, and gritted his teeth as he looked at Chu Bijun, saying,
Mysterious stage martial skill, harmony, Rain 6 heavenly dark ice palm. To actually be able to cultivate it to the point of freezing my ghost face seal. As expected of the old Iron Lady, I'm impressed. Not impressed? Steadying her body, Chu Bijun chuckled as she looked at the opposite side, speaking calmly. Valley Master Yun's ghost face seal is also very strange, making it really difficult for this old woman to deal with. If this old woman's cultivation wasn't higher than Valley Master Yu's, I'm afraid it would be difficult to be your opponent today, Yu.
Wanshan breathed heavily with difficulty, his face pale and haggard. Just then, Yan Bonggong stepped forward from behind, looked at Chu Bijun, and chuckled. Ha, old lady, you're still in good health, even a heavenly profound expert like Valley Master. You can't beat you. Then let this old man learn from you. Hearing these words, Perini Tower Master couldn't help but shout loudly, You guys, Yan Bonggong, you're shameless.
Taking advantage of the fact that the old lady just finished a great battle to challenge her, you're fishing in troubled waters. But Yanba Gong didn't care at all, and chuckled. Little girl, you're wrong. We were originally 3 families who came together. We're not single-handedly fighting you, so how can you say we're fishing in troubled waters? Now that this old man is willing to challenge the old lady, and I'm not launching a group attack, you guys are actually getting the advantage. Chu Bijun secretly snorted coldly, wanting to kill her. Attacking her mind first, huh?
But now she needs to buy time and reduce casualties, so she can only risk it. Thinking this, her aura rose again. Chu Bijun looked at Yanba Gong with awe-inspiring majesty and shouted, Yanba Gong, make your move, chuckling.
Yanba Gong didn't say a word and rushed up, gathering his origin energy in his palm,
shouting loudly, 7 colored cloud gauze palm. In an instant, 7 rays of colorful light fiercely struck. Years ago, Chu Bijun was plotted against and assassinated by Yan Song, and was hit by the 7-colored cloud gauze palm, forcing her into closed-door cultivation for several years. She knew the destructive power of it, and didn't dare to be careless, immediately forming seals with both hands.
Bone ice protector. Layers of bone ice appeared around her, protecting her inside. But the corrosive power of that bone poison was too strong, and in an instant it was about to break through the bone ice. As a result, in just a moment, Chu Bijun suddenly accelerated and rushed out. Inside the poisonous smoke, she instantly rushed in front of Yanba Gong.
Yanba Gong was slightly startled, his heart tightened. He didn't want to follow in Yongwan Shan's footsteps. However, seeing that Chu Bijun's palm had already rushed in front of him, he wasn't worried at all, and instead revealed a sinister smile.
Suddenly at this moment, rushing out from within the mist, a figure instantly blocked in front of Yanba Gong. Chu Bijun cried out in fright. The person who came didn't answer, but decisively struck down with a palm. The 2 palms immediately collided,
exploding in an instant. Chu Bijun's protective bone ice shattered, blowing her away. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Chu Bijun raised her head and looked at the opposite side, gritting her teeth as she said,
Mysterious stage martial skill of Kuai Huo Forest, Hibernation Cloud Force, Lin Ru Feng.
That's right, it's me, Lin Ru Feng chuckled, speaking arrogantly.
Seeing Ru Feng laughed loudly, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes.
Hibernation Cloud Force can transform the speed of my Kuai Huo Forest's footwork into multiple hidden forces that strike into the enemy's body. The deeper your cultivation, the more energy there is. Even if you have bone ice to protect you, you can't stop it. I happen to have cultivated 2 layers of hidden force. Haha, old lady. The Huayu Tower mistresses hurriedly went to support Chu Bijun.
Peony Tower Master couldn't help but grit her teeth. Despicable bastards, shameless, secretly ambushing us. The eye-nosed as a master command under the seat does not come out seriously, Yanba Gong laughed, calmly saying, Not right, not right. I said it before, this time it's a joint action by 3 families, so even a group attack is normal. Moreover, just now only 2 of us cooperated. It's not a bunch of people ganging up. What's wrong with that? The Huayu Tower people were furious upon hearing these words, but couldn't refute them at all. Chu Bijun tried to breathe. Her eyes focused, pondered for a long time, finally glanced at the tower mistresses, and shouted, Help me retreat quickly! Everyone was stunned, not having time to react. Lin Ru Feng regained his senses, laughed coldly, and rushed forward. Want to run? Not so easy. Everyone listen up. Now they're a flock of dragons without a head. Let's go up together and finish them off. Kill!
He roared. Everyone from the Lin Ru Feng side surged forward like a tidal wave, rushing fiercely. Seeing this scene, the Huayu Tower mistresses couldn't help but panic, quickly blocking in front of Chu Bijun, firmly saying, Go quickly, old mistress, we'll hold them off. But just at that moment, Yanba Gong had already lunged towards them, cutting off their retreat, hurriedly rushing to intercept. But the Huayu Tower mistresses simply couldn't withstand a family head like Yanba Gong. They had only just charged forward when they were killed by his venomous hands. Seeing this scene, Chu Bijun's body trembled slightly. She sighed softly, glancing at everyone, and spoke, Listen up. It seems this old one will have a hard time escaping this calamity today. You are the future of Huayu Tower. You all run, Ching-er. Take my place as tower mistress. I'll hold these 2 old geezers back. Old mistress, no. As these words came out, grief flashed in everyone's eyes.
Chu Bijun brushed off their hands, shouting, "Useless wenches! Retreat immediately and wait for reinforcements. We still have a chance to rebuild. Old mistress, old mistress." Everyone couldn't help but shed tears, sobbing, letting out a sigh. Chu Bijun's expression was a little grave. Could Huayu Tower withstand today? She didn't know. She could only try her best to preserve descendants for the sect. Resolutely stepping forward, Chu Bijun couldn't help but tell everyone,
"Girls, take care from now on. Huayu Tower depends on you. Ha, Chu Bijun, take care of yourself first." At that moment, two imposing figures fiercely rushed over, instantly appearing before her, shouting loudly. Chu Bijun's eyes narrowed, a resolute glint appearing on her face. "Yan Bai Gong, Lin Rufeng,
as long as this old one has a breath left, I absolutely won't let you step into Huayu Tower."
As soon as the words left her mouth, Chu Bijun once again formed hand seals, striking towards Yan Ba Gong and Lin Rufeng.
But on the opposite side, the two weren't afraid at all. Though her reputation as the Iron Lady was still there, she was injured, and posed no threat to them at all. As a result, a loud bang resounded. The two simultaneously struck a palm towards Chu Bijun. The powerful attack shattered the ice bones, but the speed didn't decrease at all, continuing to strike towards Chu Bijun, instantly sending her flying outwards,
spewing out a mouthful of blood, landing heavily on the ground. "Old mistress!" The Huayu Tower members turned their heads, crying out in alarm. Lin Rufeng advanced towards Chu Bijun, striking down towards Chu Bijun's head. "I, your grandpa, will take the Iron Lady's head." But just at that moment, a wave of invisible energy shot straight towards Lin Rufeng. Seeing this scene, Lin Rufeng hastily retreated, a look of horror flashing across his face. Soul-killing attack, a divine illumination realm expert. Immediately afterwards, three figures suddenly appeared before everyone, blocking in front of Chu Bijun, glancing at the group behind them, and commanding, "Someone, take the Grand Elder back for treatment." The Huayu Tower members looked at the three who had just arrived, their faces showing a glimmer of hope. They hurriedly ran over to support Chu Bijun, helping her leave. "You guys have some nerve, daring to act presumptuously at my Huayu Tower." The three enshrined elders glanced at the crowd. Yan Ba Gong angrily cursed. Lin Rufeng, after a moment of shock, quickly adjusted his mood, looking at the three and laughing loudly. "Heh! Big talk! A bunch of women! If the royal family hadn't protected you this year, do you think you could have survived until now? So what if you're divine illumination realm experts? Which family doesn't have them? Moreover, the one leading this time is the prestigious Emperor God's sect." As soon as Lin Rufeng finished speaking, a burst of triumphant laughter suddenly erupted from behind. "Ha, that's right. We're the ones leading this siege on Huayu Tower." As soon as the words came out, under the shocked gazes of the three, a figure with a powerful aura appeared, with golden light surrounding his body. The three enshrined elders saw this person, their eyes narrowing, and they took a cold breath, their expressions grave as they said, "Emperor God's sect's grand enshrinement, Huangfu Fengle," helplessly smiling wryly. The grand enshrinement sighed, looking at the other two, saying, "Sisters, it seems we're about to achieve greatness today, so what? Live together, die together, fulfilling our sisterly bond of all these years." However, the other two didn't care, laughing loudly. A moment later, the three glanced at Huangfu Fengle, their faces full of fighting spirit, not showing the slightest intention of retreating. Huangfu Fengle saw this scene, nodding slightly, a hint of respect appearing in his eyes. "I've long heard that the women of Huayu Tower are all unyielding people, not weaker than men. Meeting you today, I see the rumors are true, far stronger than those men who only crave fame and wealth. Today, this old one will give you 3 moves to show my respect. After 3 moves, don't blame this old one for showing no mercy. Make your move. Since you've said so, then we'll respectfully accept." Hearing these words, the 3 didn't act strong, glancing at each other and acting simultaneously. In an instant, the sound of a phoenix cry immediately rang out. Rolling primordial energy quickly surged all around. The 3 gradually released bursts of white bones, and at the same time, the phantom of an ice phoenix instantly appeared, growing larger and larger, continuously flapping its wings, creating bursts of tremors. Subconsciously narrowing his eyes, Huangfu Fengle secretly nodded,
Combined martial skill.
Unexpectedly, the three of you are so in sync. 3 as one, mind united. Truly rare. You flatter us. Let's talk about that later. Take this move from us first. Crying out coldly. You take the lead. The three bit their lips and shouted. Finally, the three coordinated together, striking forward.
Suddenly, the phantom of the Ice Phoenix was like a wild horse with broken reins, brightly carrying killing intent, striking towards Huangfu Fenglei. Everything along the way was frozen. Even the air was frozen solid. Everyone, Yan Bangong, seeing this scene, immediately retreated in fright. Only Huangfu Fenglei still stood calmly, disdainfully sneering, HMPH. This move, for ordinary Divine Illumination Realm experts, might be a threat, but for this old one, it's useless. Finishing his words, he reached out to block, gently crushing the ice bones, finally laughing coldly.
HMPH, first move. However, at this moment, a sudden turn of events appeared. Although the Ice Phoenix had shattered, a powerful cold air suddenly erupted from its body like a tidal wave, slamming towards Huangfu Fenglei.
He didn't even have time to react before he was enveloped by the cold air. Waiting for the cold air to go Quan, Huangfu Fenglei was frozen solid by the ice, unable to move a muscle. Great Imperial Guardian. The Yan brothers shouted in terror at the sight. Even an unparalleled expert like Huangfu Fenglei was dealt with so quickly by these three women.
Not running earlier was basically a death wish. But they were still reeling from the shock. A loud bang suddenly erupted from that side, and the ice encasing him instantly shattered. Huangfu Fenglei stepped out unscathed.
As expected of the great Imperial Guardian, the Yan brothers yelled excitedly. Raising his head and squinting at the opposite side, Huangfu Fenglei chuckled coldly. I didn't expect such a hidden force within that move. Haha, interesting. But it's useless against this old man. Just then, he noticed the chill was suddenly slowing his movements before he could figure out a countermeasure.
A gust of wind suddenly blew, and the three women appeared before him. The lead woman stared at him maliciously and sneered, Huangfu Fenglei, of course we know that level of skill alone wouldn't hurt you, so we had another trick up our sleeves. As soon as she finished speaking, the three women formed hand seals, shouting in unison, Mystic-grade martial skill, Heavenly Light Finger, accompanied by the chant, sword-like finger strikes materialized and hurtled towards Huangfu Fenglei.
Seeing this, Huangfu Fenglei didn't dare to underestimate them and hurriedly defended.
But the earlier chill had slowed his movements by half a beat, and the finger strikes pierced into his acupoints. Immediately afterwards, with each sound of snowflakes freezing, Huangfu Fenglei felt a chill invade his body, instantly stagnating his original force, and panic welled up in his heart. The three Huayu Tower Imperial Guardians couldn't help but burst into laughter, the lead woman sneering, Huangfu Fenglei!
Huangfu Fenglei roared.
You thought our combined martial skill from earlier was just a smokescreen. Teaming up, getting close. You totally miscalculated. Starry eyes, huge mistake. Ha ha. Huangfu Fenglei's eyelids twitched slightly as he looked at the three in disbelief. Seeing his expression, the lead woman smiled again. Don't look at us like that. You've already fallen for our trap. You don't have the strength to resist anymore, she said. That massive amount of cold chi from the Ice Phoenix didn't just freeze you. It also allowed the chill to seep into your body, combining with the original force in your meridians. That's how our three heavenly ice fingers could work in perfect harmony, freezing your actions so quickly, haha, even if you're an unparalleled expert, with that chill inside you, even if you break our attack, you'll have a hard time using even half your strength.
Huangfu Fenglei, you're capsized, his body unable to move, growing stiffer by the second. Huangfu Fenglei wasn't panicked. He looked at the three women and said coldly, You three stinky broads, don't underestimate this old man too much. You think this is enough to do anything to me. He suddenly glared.
Huangfu Fenglei roared. His whole body shone with golden light, followed by the roar of a dragon. 9 golden dragons burst forth from within him, instantly shattering the ice and sending the three women flying,
spitting out mouthfuls of blood, freed from the control of the ice. Huangfu Fenglei stood there imposingly, scanning the three women kneeling on the ground, and said disdainfully, Our Imperial Gate's Emperor's extreme dominance art is the strongest cultivation technique. No one in this world can beat this old man. This is the second move.
A hint of determination flashed in the lead woman's eyes. She looked at the other two and smiled resolutely. Sisters, have you thought it through? The other two women smiled faintly and said together, Do we even need to ask? Isn't that the only move we have left?
All right, then let's use it.
The lead woman nodded. She then said to Huang Fu Fenglei, Huang Fu Fenglei, you must keep your word. We can't retaliate for this third move.
And of course, you can't retaliate either. Make your move.
With a cold laugh, Huang Fu Fenglei curled his lip disdainfully, arrogantly speaking as he slowly stepped back. The lead woman calmly said, We have nothing left to offer, only our last drop of blood for the family. As soon as she finished speaking, the three grabbed hands and flew into the air, rushing towards Huang Fu Fenglei, their whole bodies radiating power. Huang Fu Fenglei watched everything with cold eyes, not quite understanding. What martial skill could these three possibly have left, he wondered. As the three women got closer, he unleashed his palm strikes at the same time, but striking Huang Fu Fenglei's body had no effect.
Huang Fu Fenglei looked at them calmly and asked suspiciously, Is this your third move? Such a normal palm strike, it can't even hurt a hair on this old man's head? You've wasted your last chance, huh? Thank you, Mr. Huang Fu, for giving us three girls 3 chances, but this palm strike only counts as half a strike.
A strange smile flickered across the corner of her mouth. The lead woman raised her hand to form a seal, and the other two women followed suit. Huang Fu Fenglei looked at the three of them strangely, waiting to see what they would do, but the more he looked, the more uneasy he became. Until the familiar hand seal appeared on the three's foreheads, he cried out in horror, This is the self-detonation seal! You guys! That's right, this is our third move, sacrificing ourselves for righteousness.
Bursting into laughter, the lead woman and the other two women exchanged glances and smiled calmly. Huang Fu Fenglei was scared out of his wits at this moment and hurriedly circulated all his original force, unleashing it. The golden light suppressed the three women, but it was too late. They had completed the hand seal at the last possible moment. A loud explosion immediately rang out. 3 columns of fire and windstorm erupted, creating a massive shockwave. When the flames dissipated, everyone looked up and couldn't help but gasp, only to see that the surrounding area had been flattened by the raging fire, the trees had been burned to ashes, and the place where Li Jingtian had been standing had been turned into a large crater. Everyone looked around in fear, searching for the great Imperial Guardian. Could it be? Just then, a figure fell from the deep crater. A loud crash echoed everywhere, and everyone turned their heads to look. The person was Huang Fu Fenglei. However, at this moment, his face was charred black, his body was badly damaged, and he was constantly spitting out blood. Lin Rufeng saw that he was still alive, and immediately flattered him. Great Imperial Guardian, you're really amazing. To be able to survive the self-detonation of those 3 broads, you're the only one in Tianyu who could do it.
But Huang Fu Fenglei completely ignored him, frowned and muttered in confusion. Why would they do that? Lin Rufeng pondered for a long time, knowing that he was referring to the 3 Imperial Guardians of Huayu Tower, and said jokingly, Do we even need to ask? They couldn't beat you, so of course they chose to die together. But they definitely didn't expect that even if they died, you would still be perfectly fine. They basically died for nothing, stupid.
Hearing this, Huang Fu Fenglei demurred, sighing and saying, Cultivators often cultivate to the divine illumination realm. Cultivation isn't easy. They cherish their lives a lot. If they're not pushed to the brink, they definitely wouldn't choose death easily. The 3 of them are all divine illumination experts. With the Huayu Tower's grand formation behind them, even if they wanted to run, I couldn't hold them back. Hearing this, Lin Rufeng paused for a moment, speculating. Maybe they're just stubborn, haha, not just stubborn, you could say they're fierce. Smiling wryly, Luodong Huang Fu Fenglei stabilized his body with difficulty and sighed. Huayu Tower, a place ruled by women, has been able to survive in Tianyu for thousands of years, and there's definitely a reason for it. With that, Huang Fu Fenglei immediately turned around to leave. Seeing this, Lin Rufeng was slightly startled and stopped him, saying, Great Elder, are we not attacking anymore? Bullshit. Of course we're attacking, but that's your business. I'm going back to heal now. But remember, the women of Huayu Tower are not to be trifled with. Don't be soft-hearted. Huang Fu Fenglei glared at him fiercely and roared. Still heading forward, Yan Bagong nodded slightly, glanced at Lin Rufeng,
and thought to himself, with so many grand formations inside Huayu City, how are they going to attack? If there aren't any divine illumination realm experts helping out, how long will it take them to break through? Lin Rufeng looked at Yan Bagong with a sullen face and asked, Brother Yan, what about the grand formations in this Huayu City? Helpless, Yan Bagong sighed and said, Don't ask. It's a headache.
With that, they immediately arranged for people to guard in front of Huayu City, to prevent the people of Huayu Tower from breaking out of the encirclement. Inside the headquarters of Huayu Tower, everyone gathered in the main hall, looking sadly at Chu Bijun, who was lying weakly on the bed, her face pale and unsightly. After a while, Chu Bijun finally slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing this, the Peony Tower Master was overjoyed and exclaimed, Tao Ji Yu, quickly look! Lao Lao is awake. Tao Duonyang hurriedly stepped forward to take Chu Bijun's pulse, and finally nodded slightly. Lao Lao's internal injuries have stabilized, but what? Before she could finish speaking, the Peony Tower Master hurriedly asked, frowning unconsciously. Tao Duonyang sighed and lamented. It's just that I can't detoxify the extreme poison of the seven-colored cloud gauze palm with my abilities. Looking at the whole world, only the detoxification pill of the medicine pill hall can cure it. Then what do we do? The Peony Tower Master kept anxiously blocking, saying, Now the people of the medicine pill hall are outside the city. Are you telling us to go out and grab them and force them to give us the antidote? But as soon as the words came out, everyone smiled bitterly, helplessly. The medicine pill hall and the Netherworld Valley are besieging them right now. How could they be willing to hand over the antidote? Going out now is just going to die. Qinghua Tower Master smiled calmly and said, Peony, don't worry. This extreme poison of the seven-colored cloud gauze palm used to only have the antidote pill of the medicine pill hall. But now there are two houses, don't forget. In the 100-pill gathering back then, Zhuo Fan personally broke the secret formula of it. Lao Lao, Tao Gu, and our sisters were all rescued thanks to him. Now, the #1 alchemist of the medicine pill hall, the poison hand medicine king back then, is in the Luo family. He's our ally. There's no need to be afraid that there won't be an antidote. Hearing this, Tao Duonyang also nodded in agreement, saying, That's right. As long as we can contact the Luo family and ask him to prepare the antidote, Lao Lao's injuries won't be a problem. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt hopeful. As long as they could get to the Luo family, they would definitely be saved. However, the Peony Tower Master didn't think so, and didn't believe it. She spoke to retort, But that little bastard stole our tower's treasure. Can we still trust him? If the treasure has been stolen, it's good if we can get it back. If we can't get it back. Before she could finish speaking, Chu Bijun said weakly, People have to move on, and Huayu Tower must be maintained, so we can't be too fussy. Right now, we really need such an ally. If we're dead and the tower is destroyed, what's the use of getting back the treasure? As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts trembled, and they thought secretly, what Chu Bijun said was true to their current situation. Whether the family can be preserved is a question, not to mention the treasure of the town tower. As long as the family doesn't fall, everything else is unimportant, the Peony Tower Master said somewhat unwillingly. So, your intention is that we rely on the Luo family this time? Knowing what she meant, Chu Bijun smiled softly and nodded calmly. That's right. Zhuo Fan once promised our family head back then.
When he was in decline, we helped him. Now that he's become an overlord, one side must naturally be our backer. After all, we've put in so much, it would be a waste not to rely on him. Peony, your temperament is impetuous, and your straightforward personality is a good thing, but it's not suitable for the position of the Master Towerhead. The Master Towerhead is the head of Huayu Tower, and must know the times, be flexible at the right time, and plan for the distant future. This so-called face will only make us more tired.
The Peony Tower Master blushed unconsciously,
nodded slightly, understanding her own temperament, and remained silent. Just then, Chu Bijun remembered the shock just now, glanced at everyone, and asked suspiciously, That's right, what was the big commotion just now? Suddenly, a figure rushed in front of everyone, with an unsightly face. Reporting, Ambassador, it's bad.
3. Consecrates. What happened to the 3 consecrates? Chu Bijun suddenly became nervous and uneasy. And the woman hurriedly asked, unable to hold back her tears, and said sadly, "The three consecrates sacrificed themselves to deal with the great consecrate of the emperor-wielding sect, Huangfu Fenglei." She couldn't help but touch her eyes again. Bijun trembled slightly. Her chest felt painful, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The people beside Daonyang saw this and hurriedly supported her, exclaiming nervously, "Lao Lao." Chu Bijun waved her hand and cried sadly, "This is my fault," implicating the three consecrates in their deaths. If I could have taken Lubiao family's warning seriously, moved earlier, and arranged a retreat, why would I have let the three consecrates fight to this point for Huayu Tower? Sighing, Chu Bijun said painfully, "The three consecrates sacrificed themselves for Huayu Tower. All is my fault. That Huangfu Fenglei, how is he? What is the situation outside?" The woman hurriedly bowed and reported. Reporting to Lao Lao, Huangfu Fenglei was seriously injured and returned to heal, and his figure was not seen. Outside Yan Bagong, they started attacking the formation.
The sisters are resisting outside, and they can hold on for a moment, so there's no problem for the time being.
The great consecrate of the emperor-wielding sect has appeared, but hasn't the emperor-wielding sect appeared?
Chu Bijun pondered for a moment, and finally asked suspiciously. Reporting to Lao Lao, "No," the woman affirmed. Could it be that the emperor-wielding sect didn't participate in the war at all? With her eyes slightly narrowed, Bijun thought for a while and immediately ordered, "Pass down the order to the tower masters. All participate in the war, only defend and not attack, and persevere in defending Huayu Tower, waiting for the allies to come to support us." After everyone heard this, they all clasped their fists and shouted loudly. On the other hand, Yan Bagong, Lin Rufeng, and Yu Wanshan were attacking the formation outside.
This attack lasted for 3 months, although they said that the three families had joined forces. However, Huayu Tower has grand formations protecting it like copper walls and iron walls.
They are basically wasting their energy. Yan Bagong's face was unsightly, and he looked at the electronics constantly breaking through the formations in front of the city gate, and cursed angrily through clenched teeth.
It's been 3 months of attacking, and only 26 formations have been broken in total. If we continue to attack like this, when will it end? If I had known this, I should have brought the consecrates in my family.
Lin Rufeng was also angry, and cursed.
What are the emperor-wielding sect and the Dragon Guard doing? They are the ones who told us to attack Huayu Tower, but when we attacked, they hid behind us,
letting us risk our lives in front. I really don't understand what's so scary about this Huayu Tower. If we joined forces, wouldn't we have taken it down long ago?
Yu Wanshan calmly and slowly waved his hand, advising, "Didn't Master Leng already say, surround the key points and strike the reinforcements? We're besieging the Huayu Tower here, and they're stopping reinforcements from arriving behind us. I heard the folks from the Qianlong Pavilion and Sword Marquee Manor have been pushed back several times these past few days. Those guys are nothing. The Emperor Gate only needs to use half its power to deal with them." Lin Ruping snorted disdainfully and curled his lips. "So, why do we still need people to strike the reinforcements from behind?" However, Yu Wanshan, upon hearing these words, slowly shook his head and said calmly, "Sect leader Lin is wrong about that. Those guys are indeed easy to handle."
But what if the one coming is Zhuo Fan from the Luo family? Lost in thought, Lin Rufeng shivered slightly, remaining silent for a long time. Back at Datian Feng Wang, they had witnessed Zhuo Fan's power. Even those fiercely evil elders could only be rivaled by the Emperor Gate. As Lin Rufeng considered this, he seemed to understand, and waved his hand with a sigh. "Continue the siege." Yu Wanshan chuckled to himself, then confidently stated,
"Rest assured, this city won't hold for long. In 2 more days, the 3 divine offerings from my valley will arrive."
The two, like Bangong, smirked upon hearing this, curling their lips in silent disagreement. Ling Rufeng laughed mockingly. "That's right, the sect leader's nest has been raided. Of course you no longer need godly illumination experts to protect it. You truly have no home to worry about. Unlike us, who hesitate to use our own godly illumination experts, haha."
These words struck a nerve with Yu Ming Valley,
but he couldn't retort, only gritting his teeth and cursing those 2 bastards inwardly. He wished Zhuo Fan would raid their nest too. On the other side, within the Emperor Gate's encampment, in a small room, Leng Wuchang sat deep in thought at a table. Huangpu Tianyuan approached and calmly asked, Mr. Leng, how are the recent ambushes going?
It's been over 3 months besieging the Huayu Tower, but it's all been small fry. So boring. I wonder when the big fish will bite, Mr. Leng. What do you think the big fish is thinking right now? After a long silence, Leng Wucheng stood up, bowed, and sighed. Reporting to the sect leader, things may be slightly different from our original plan.
Oh, how so? You're doubtful? Huangpu Tianyuan countered. Taking a deep breath, Leng Wucheng was unusually calm, as he calmly stated, "Our initial plan was to besiege the outpost to lure Zhuo Fan, the big fish. It's fake that we're attacking Huayu Tower. The real plan is to get Zhuo Fan here, and use the 9-dragon Vajra body that the sect leader has cultivated to catch him off guard."
However, a sense of unease inexplicably arose in his heart.
Huangpu Tianyuan hurriedly said. Shaking his head helplessly, Leng Wucheng sighed and said, "Judging by the current situation, it seems we have fallen into a trap." Then he was startled in shock.
Huangpu Tianyuan shouted, "What? A trap? Using someone else's knife to kill?" A glimmer of incomprehension flashed in his eyes. Leng Wucheng's expression became serious as he explained, "Perhaps we misjudged Zhuo Fan's goal from the start. He sees deeper than we thought. We originally thought he needed to protect his allies to secure his own power. But the fact that Huayu Tower has been besieged for so long and no one from the Luo family has appeared can only mean he's abandoned Huayu Tower, or he wants us to help him eliminate it." "What?" Huangpu Tianyuan couldn't help but tremble, staring at him in disbelief.
"He wants us to destroy Huayu Tower? How does that benefit him?" "Hehehe, of course there are benefits." A cold glint appeared in his eyes as Leng Wucheng smirked and coldly said,
"It's easiest to take what has no roots, and people without roots are easily won over.
If Huayu Tower still exists, even if he wins, Huayu Tower will still be Huayu Tower. Allies will remain allies. But if Huayu Tower disappears, then he can turn the people into his own. The ultimate goal is to unify the world. How many people know this plan? Even this old man only realized something was wrong and figured it out."
Zhuo Fan's mind is unfathomable. Yes, truly terrifying.
If I'm not mistaken, he might even hope we help him destroy the Hidden Dragon Pavilion and the Sword Marquise Manor. At that time, he'll gather the people of the 3 houses around him, and those 3 houses will have to thank him. This heart-winning scheme is truly a central strategy. This man is the most dangerous ally in the world. Saying this, Leng Wucheng couldn't help but click his tongue and sigh. Zhuo Fan's treacherous plan was too insidious. If it were him, he might not dare to be so ruthless.
After hearing Leng Wucheng's explanation, Huangpu Tianyuan couldn't help but feel a shock, and his remaining eyes sighed. The Hidden Dragon Pavilion protected the people of the Luo family early on, and Zhuo Fan once had feelings for Chu Qingcheng of Huayu Tower. With such relationships, he can still abandon these 2 houses so decisively. It is precisely because of this that Zhuo Fan is even more terrifying. But with a sigh, Leng Wucheng shook his head helplessly. A hero of a generation, his eyes only see the big picture.
How could he be bound by past affection? Huangpu Tianyuan nodded slightly, his expression somewhat serious. But he quickly felt that something was wrong, and asked doubtfully, "But how did he know we were taking action against the Huayu Tower? Haha, sect leader, don't you remember?
We originally planned to use lightning speed, attacking the 3 houses in 3 ways. In the end, who suggested that we act according to our own plan, concentrate our forces to attack 1 house, and besiege to force reinforcements?" Leng Wucheng smiled slightly, a cunning glint in his eyes.
Huangpu Tianyuan pondered for a while before finally reacting, "It's Feng Chubai. That's right, it's him." Leng Wucheng raised an eyebrow and confidently said, "Originally, when Feng Chubai suggested this plan, this old man didn't notice anything wrong. But now that I think about it, it's clearly the imperial family's plan to ride the tide."
Huangpu Tianyuan looked at him in disbelief and
asked doubtfully, "Didn't the emperor want to use us to get rid of Zhuo Fan? How did he end up wearing the same pants as him? Could it be that when the 2 of them fell out in front of the court, they were just acting? Was the goal to deal with our Emperor Gate?"
"Not necessarily. Sect leader doesn't need to think too much."
At that time, the Emperor and Zhuo Fan did make the relationship worse. The Emperor also intended to eliminate Zhuo Fan, but he also wanted to eliminate the Emperor Gate along the way. Seeing his doubtful eyes, Leng Wucheng smiled lightly. "Haha, Actually, in my opinion, the story is like this.
The Emperor protected the Dragon Guards and urged us to take action.
After we wanted to attack Huayu Tower, he plotted to pass the news to Zhuo Fan.
That kid Zhuo Fan is also smart here.
He knows that passively waiting for a beating will cause his allies to be wiped out, so he took the initiative to attack and destroy Yuming Valley.
And the imperial family saw that he was so understanding.
They protected the Dragon Guards and proposed a strategy of besieging the stronghold and attacking reinforcements, not to lure Zhuo Fan, but to give him time to attack the Medicine Palace. The imperial family, the biggest characteristic of the imperial family, doesn't want to destroy any of us, but wants both sides of us to be injured. Leng Wuchang said this plan, but what he could not have imagined was that Zhuo Fan had long been able to rely on his secret methods to know the news of the Emperor Gate. In this plan, the one who always has the initiative is Zhuo Fan.
Had absolutely nothing to do with the royal family. Taking a deep breath, Huangfu Tianyuan nodded and cursed. Damn Emperor! Still plotting even now. This old man might have fallen for that star's scheme if Zhuo Fan hadn't been there. What the hell am I even doing here attacking? Men! Everyone follow me to conquer the Flower Rain Tower, then level the Hidden Dragon Pavilion and the Sword Marquee Manor, hitting Zhuo Fan before he can react, and finally capturing the Emperor's head. Sect leader, no way! Just as he gave the order, Leng Wuchang hurriedly waved his hand to stop him. This is the Emperor's intention. We can only obey it.
We cannot disobey. Otherwise, originally sitting on the mountain watching the tigers fight, the Emperor would not help either side, and it is very likely that he would see Zhuo Fan weakened, secretly stabbing Zhuo Fan in the back, which would be very detrimental to us. Hearing this, Huangfu Tianyuan snorted coldly in disdain and said, "So what if he does? This old man has the 9 dragons Vajra body, and is already invincible. That's precisely why I'm being so cautious."
Before he could finish speaking, Leng Wuchang quickly interrupted. Your secret technique is the key to dealing with Zhuo Fan. If we reveal it too early and alert him, then with his cunning, I'm afraid we'll have a hard time succeeding. Besides, sect leader, don't you want to take in this rootless duckweed? His eyes couldn't help but light up. Huangfu Tianyuan glanced at Leng Wuchang, a strange smile appearing. Mr. Leng, are you saying, yes, Zhuo Fan's design is very insidious, but also very good, isn't it? We can't follow it, or use this plan to gain popularity. A wicked smile appeared on his face. Leng Wuchang calmly said, he wants us to help him destroy the Flower Rain Tower. We can help him. But isn't he also helping us destroy the Underworld Valley? Now Yuanshen has become rootless duckweed, and can only belong to the emperor-worshipping sect. Next we have the Medicine King Hall and the Joyful Union Forest. In the end, these people are all talented generals who will help the sect leader conquer lands and expand territory. If we don't try to subdue them,
isn't it a pity? His eyelids twitched slightly. Huangfu Tianyuan thought for a moment, turned to look at Leng Wuchang, and said with a strange laugh, "Ha ha, Mr. Leng, do you think we should thank Zhuo Fan for providing us with such a good plan? Otherwise we wouldn't know there was such a great way to unite the 7 families without them resenting us. Ha ha, logically we should. Then let him have a complete body to thank him for his plan." Leng Wuchang nodded in response with a faint smile. Huangfu Tianyuan frowned, thought about it, and finally smiled broadly. As a result, Huangfu Tianyuan had his men continue to block the reinforcements from the 3 families of the Medicine Management Hall from besieging the Flower Rain Tower. However, after a few days, the strong attack on the Flower Rain Tower was still firmly defended, but the casualties were heavy. If this continues, I'm afraid they won't be able to resist for long.
Just when everyone was desperate, a jade slip suddenly flew over and fell into Chu Bijun's hands. Looking at it, her face lit up with joy and she exclaimed, "The Hidden Dragon Pavilion has sent a letter. Great!
Ming Yu has sent a letter. We're saved." Everyone heard this, looked over, and a glimmer of hope flashed in their eyes. However, the moment she read the contents, Chu Bijun's face froze, and the jade slip fell to the ground and shattered in an instant. Everyone saw this scene and asked in surprise, "What's wrong, old one?" Her face sank, and Chu Bijun sighed and said,
Pavilion Master Long said that the emperor-worshipping sect was indeed involved in this operation, but they didn't go with the Underworld Valley. But we're blocking the reinforcements from behind,
Pavilion Master Long said that they had tried their best, but suffered heavy losses and had to retreat, telling us to fend for ourselves. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately cried out in fear, and the crowd instantly slumped.
Without reinforcements, even if they defended this place to the death for a few months, they would become useless sooner or later.
Then the Flower Rain Tower cannot be kept. After pondering for a long time, Zhuo Bijun suddenly became serious, and finally shouted firmly,
"All tower masters, listen to my orders. Tonight, divide into 5 teams and break through the encirclement of Flower Rain City.
We don't need it anymore. Finally, gather in Flying Cloud City 1,000 miles away." Old one. Everyone looked at her in disbelief. How could the 1,000-year foundation of the Flower Rain Tower be abandoned so easily? However, Zhuo Bijun didn't think so much, narrowed her eyes slightly and considered, not allowing anyone to say much.
Instead of sitting here and waiting for death, it's better to escape this dangerous situation early.
Now we still have dozens of formations, which are difficult to break for a while, so they won't expect us to take such a risky action. Breaking through the encirclement is the only chance of success. If it takes 2 more months, they will likely strengthen their defenses. Everyone listened and thought for a while, then nodded. This was their only way to survive. Let's gamble! Finally, the Tower Masters clasped their fists and nodded towards Zhuo Bijun.
We respectfully obey your orders, Old One.
At night, the bright moon hung in the sky. Outside Flower Rain City, there were always disciples from the 3 families on guard, constantly urging each other to stay awake and prevent those women from running away in the night. At this moment, a whistling sound rang out, and a Tower Master took her disciples, using the night as cover, and went out in an instant. The city was like an eagle attacking. Everyone acted quickly, and the guards were killed by the Flower Rain Tower people before they could react. The disciples of the Flower Rain Tower, 5 people in a team, silently took the lives of the enemy in the alleys without any loopholes, and still maintained caution even so. But at this moment, a guard quickly launched a signal firework into the air at the moment of falling. In an instant, it bloomed in the sky. The Flower Rain Tower people saw this scene and shouted in panic, "Not good, we've been exposed."
The leading Tower Master looked back, was startled, and finally ordered everyone, "Sisters, no need to hide anymore. All of you follow me in charge.
Make a big noise, charge!" As soon as she finished speaking, the disciples in the dark rushed out, like a tide heading towards the barracks of the 3 families. Yuan Shan heard the roaring sound and ordered his disciples to prepare to meet the enemy. When he looked back, he only saw nearly 1,000 people, and he burst out laughing, looking down on them with disdain. He curled his lips and said dismissively, "I say, those women are attacking the barracks, and they don't even bring more people at night, not even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. Ha." Nodding slightly, Yan Bagong also contemptuously said, "That's right, the team is only led by a regular Tower Master. If you want to attack the barracks, you have to give up people, otherwise, don't send such a small team, it's useless." That old woman, Zhuo Bijun, has always been known for her intelligence. When did she become so sloppy? A light flashed in Yuan Shan's eyes, and he said as if unintentionally, "You can't say that. What if they have other intentions?"
In this old man's opinion, capture that Tower Master alive and ask about the situation. Maybe this is a great merit. When the 2, Yan Bagong, heard this, their hearts trembled slightly. They glanced at each other and secretly nodded. What Yuan Shan said also made sense. In case there is really an intention, and he doesn't attack the Flower Rain Tower, he will definitely offend the emperor-worshipping sect. Thinking of this, the 2 immediately rushed out, wanting to capture the Tower Master with their own hands. With his speed, Lin Ruping quickly arrived in front of the Tower Master and kicked her away, and her face turned pale and she was seriously injured. Seeing this scene, Lin Ruping smiled and looked at Yan Bagong and said complacently, Looks like this merit is mine, old thing." Yan Bagong chuckled coldly, unwilling to be outdone, and said, "HMPH, running faster than a rabbit, and the opponent is just a soft persimmon ripe for the picking, so whether that counts as a big or small achievement is debatable." Lin Rufeng didn't even bother to pay attention. He grabbed the woman's hair and grinned. "Big or small, it's still a merit. Ha, little brat. What's the meaning of attacking the camp in the middle of the night, huh?" The pavilion master glanced at him,
not uttering a single word, her face arrogant and unwavering. At the same time, the disciples who came with her were quickly annihilated or captured, with no way to escape. Seeing her stubbornness, Lin Rufeng, enraged, cursed, HMPH, "Little brat, you're holding it in, huh? Let's see if I can break your arms." Haha, don't get angry, clan head.
If this one were a normal pavilion master, forcing a confession would never work.
Yan Bagong chuckled, taking out a bottle of pills.
But once she gets to me, old thing, I have 120 ways to handle her. After swallowing this pill, it'll feel like 10,000 ants are gnawing at you, making you wish you were dead.
How about letting me give it a try? Lin Rufeng glared disdainfully at this seemingly immortal old guy who always tried to steal his credit. But there was nothing he could do. He had to push the woman toward Yan Bagong, grumbling unwillingly.
Fine, I'll see how powerful your 120 agonies pill is.
You'll see soon enough. He chuckled softly.
Yan Bagong removed her veil, forced her mouth open, and shoved the pill down her throat.
Suddenly, the woman's whole body trembled.
She instantly collapsed to the ground
and convulsed in pain, her forehead covered in cold sweat. Still, she fiercely bit her lip, not saying a word. Painful, isn't it? Sour and itchy, numb and agonizing. Yan Bagong's lips curled into a sinister smile as he whispered into her ear.
With such torment, no one can endure it for more than an hour.
If you speak up sooner, I'll give you the antidote, and you can be free. Why be so stubborn? Speak. What was the meaning of your coming here this time? But the woman still stubbornly bit her lip. Her body writhed in pain, but she remained silent. Yan Bagong wasn't impatient. Full of confidence, he said calmly, "Then you just wait. You can open your mouth when you can't take it anymore. It won't be too late. I can wait." Ha. Yan Bagong seemed to have victory in his grasp, and laughed loudly.
Yuan Shan next to him smiled faintly,
a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Time passed swiftly, and the moon had begun to rise high.
The pavilion master had endured all kinds of pain and torment, and couldn't bear it any longer.
She cried and begged, "Quickly, give me the antidote. I'll talk. I'll say anything."
Hearing this, Yan Bagong slowly walked over, coldly looking down at her. "Haha, speak. Why did you people come to the camp? I don't believe a word you said. What are your real plans? Tell the truth."
But at this moment, the woman looked up at the sky, and a hint of relief appeared in her eyes. She laughed loudly. "Ha, it's too late. You're too late." "What exactly is it, speak?" Yan Bagong frowned, a hint of unease rising in his heart. He roared, and the woman glanced at them disdainfully, sneering, "When this old woman led the team, I didn't even think about making it back alive. Actually, our mission is very simple. One is to kill a few guards, and two, after being discovered, to pretend to attack and stall for time. Old hag Luo Fen Chang has already led people to break through the encirclement. Ha, a feint to the east while attacking the west. A golden cicada shedding its shell. She couldn't help but tremble."
Hearing this, Yan Bagong bit his lip fiercely. "That damned old hag is playing this trick on me. I never expected that someone who preaches morals like an old lady would actually sacrifice the pavilion master to protect herself. HMPH Iron Lady, you've really opened my eyes." Yan Bagong gnashed his teeth in hatred.
The woman just sneered at him.
Lin Rufeng looked gloomy, pondering how to report to the Emperor God's sect. On the other hand, Yuan Shen still stood calmly, a mysterious smile on his face, as if everything was within his calculations. He glanced at Yan Bagong and Lin Rufeng. Yuan Shan snorted coldly. "You two useless things can stay here and fret." On the other hand, just as the pavilion master had said, they were feinting to the east while attacking the west. Luo Fenchang had already led people out of Huayu City
and had already traveled 1,000 miles. Luo Fenchang's group was beside a small forest, resting by a stream. Everyone looked exhausted, and Luo Fenchang, suffering from a deadly poison, was even weaker. "Old hag, please drink some water."
A disciple brought a water skin to Luo Fenchang's side, saying obediently. Luo Fenchang took it, patted her little head,
nodded slightly, then sighed towards the other side. "Usually, after we broke through the encirclement from 5 directions last night, I heard the sisters of Quinhoa making noise. I'm afraid they were discovered."
The two Quinhoa sisters, in order for us to break through the encirclement safely, attracted the attention of all the enemies.
Now their lives are likely hanging by a thread. I'm sorry for them." Hearing this, the Peony Pavilion Master quickly comforted, "Old hag, don't say that. We Pavilion Masters are all willing to sacrifice ourselves. For Hua Yu Pavilion, she doesn't blame you." Luo Fenchang kept shaking her head, and tears kept falling.
Suddenly, a whooshing sound rang out, and the Thane Hoa Pavilion Master landed from the sky.
He said solemnly to Luo Fenchang, "Old hag, the road ahead is blocked, and now they are searching back towards us." "What?" Her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Luo Fenchang said in disbelief, "Could it be that they had prepared for our breakout plan in advance? Who are the opponents? Who is leading the team?" After pondering for a long time,
Ben Hoa Pavilion Master respectfully said, "Reporting to you, old hag. The other side is led by a young man, but beside him are the Great Elder and the Fifth Elder of the Yuming Valley."
Luo Fenchang was shocked when she heard this. They guessed that we would abandon Hua Yu Pavilion, and even guessed that we would break through the encirclement when there were still 10 protective formations?
Impossible!
Of course, after Yongyi died, they shouldn't have such foresight.
Then she closed her eyes fiercely. In a daze, her hand fell weakly to the ground. Her body trembled slightly, completely desperate.
"We've lost. We've really lost. I didn't expect that I, who was wise for a time, would make the wrong decisions again and again in the end, losing Hua Yu Pavilion's 1,000-year foundation. If she had chosen to trust Zhuo Yifan and led everyone to rely on the Lucio family that day, perhaps Hua Yu Pavilion would not have fallen to this point." Everyone looked at her sadly and sighed helplessly, bowing their heads.
"Someone's coming." Just then, from a small mountain in the distance came the sound of footsteps.
Everyone was startled instantly, not daring to say a word, fiercely glaring in that direction, a sense of urgency rising in their hearts. On the other side, the Yoming Valley team had disbanded the search party, heading towards Chubijun. Leading the way were the Great Elder and Fifth Elder of Yoming Valley, but between the two, there was also a youth. This person was Yu Quan. Glancing at the Yuming Great Elder, he praised, "Yu Quan, you've been improving lately."
Who knew someone would actually guess correctly? That old granny actually started breaking out while we were still 10 formations away. Seriously.
The city's defensive formation. Such a risky move. If you hadn't predicted this, how could we have successfully ambushed those folks from Hua Yu Lu?
Getting the credit, the Fifth Elder hastily nodded and smiled. "Ha ha, that's right. Yu Quan really is getting more like the old Seventh."
"I don't want to become my Shifu. I just want to surpass him."
Slowly shaking his head, Yu Quan calmly declined to comment, saying, "Right. Did Great Elder catch that old woman?" After pondering for a moment, the Great Elder softly shook his head. "Of the Hua Yu Lu members who broke through the encirclement, we only caught 4 teams. We didn't see the shadow of that old hag." "Everyone, wait here for a bit. I'll go check it out first." Yu Quan lightly nodded, waving his hand to stop everyone, unconsciously furrowing his brow. The Fifth Elder curiously looked at him, asking, "Hey Yu Quan, why is danger always near hidden places like this, and now you want to go scout ahead? Don't tell me you want to steal our credit." Smiling and shaking his head, Yu Quan casually said, "Fifth Elder thinks too much. I, Yu Quan, am just a strategist. The opponents are a team of thousands. How could I catch them on my own? I'm not after your credit. I just want to check the tracks there to see if anyone escaped, and then know which direction they fled. If we all go together, we might ruin the tracks." "Old Fifth, you're measuring a gentleman's heart with a petty man's yardstick." As soon as Yung Quan finished speaking, the Great Elder immediately fiercely glared at the Fifth Elder, opening his mouth to lecture. "Yu Quan already has the initial credit in this matter. Does he need to compete with us too? Stop saying stupid jokes. Yu Quan, don't mind him." The Fifth Elder scratched his head and awkwardly laughed. Yu Quan indifferently nodded, not paying it much mind. Immediately leaped onto a tall tree nearby, sweeping his eyes around for observation. He actually saw Chubijun's group hiding behind the old trees not far away. His eyes couldn't help but slightly tremble. He remained silent and unmoving, while Chubijun below also felt his gaze sweep over them, her heart suddenly tightening as she faced everyone, firmly saying, "We've been discovered, so let's fight to the death." Everyone softly nodded, preparing to rush out. Because of this,
At this moment, Yu Quan high above signaled for them to be silent. Don't move. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned, but they still stood still in place. On the high branch, Yu Quan turned to face everyone. Great Elder loudly said, "The Hua Yu Lu people were stationed here. They probably went in that direction. You guys go chase after them. You should be able to intercept them."
Yu Quan randomly pointed in one direction. The Great Elder was immediately overjoyed and ordered, "Ha ha, Old Fifth, move out." With that, the group quickly left. Only Yu Quan hesitated there, turning around and flying towards the group.
Chu Bijun said, "Everyone from Hua Yu Lu, right now the east and west are being watched. Only the south and north were just searched, so no one will be there anymore. You can choose a direction to go, but I advise you to go south. That place has high mountains and dense forests, making it easy to hide and beneficial for you." After saying that, he turned to leave. But Chu Bijun hurriedly stopped him, suspiciously asking, "Wait, why are you saving us?"
Yu Quan scornfully smiled.
"Saving you, haha, you guys think too much. I'm not so far gone that I'd betray my family for a bunch of dogs whose home is ruined. But you guys can definitely help me deliver a message to Zhuo Fan," he added. "This time, Zhuo Fan owes me another favor." As soon as he finished speaking, Young Quan quickly left,
chasing after the Jin Ji Yu group, leaving only Chu Bijun's group stunned, suspiciously standing there. Yun Quan left on his way, then non-stop sighed with estimation. "Truly, it's unknown who will be able to be my master in the end." His way of doing things resembled what Zhuo Fan had once suggested. Keep a foot on 3 boats, so no matter which side wins, he won't be affected. Zhuo Fan wiping out Yuming Valley was the same as chopping off the foundation of his family, forcing him to abandon his faith in the family. Right now, he's no longer taking the family into consideration, but wants to find a way out for himself. Only, at this moment, he also doesn't know. In the world's great chaos, who will be the true person to hold power? On this side, Chu Bijun's group, guided by Yong Quan, went straight south without encountering any obstacles. Not long after, they encountered another team waiting there. Old Lao, Steward Zhuo, told us to wait here for a long time. Chu Yanhai heard the sound, then turned his head toward them, cupping his fist. Looking up, Chu Bijun saw that the people who came were friends. Then she finally heaved a sigh of relief, cupping her fists to Chu Yanhai and lowering her head, saying, "So it was the 2 elders. To be able to see you in such a dangerous moment is truly too good. Our 2 houses are allies. Of course we must aid each other." Chu Yanhai cupped his fists and said, but very soon he frowned and suspiciously asked, "But this one has something that feels strange. The information said the Emperor Gate wanted to take action with you all. Our team clearly delivered a message to you all long ago, so why were you all so passive?" His chi unintentionally stagnated. Chu Bijun and the various floor masters glanced at each other, then showed a bit of shame, not knowing how to say it well. Could it be said that they originally didn't believe it, so they slowly didn't make a decision? Unintentionally coughing a few times, Chu Bijun embarrassedly lowered her head and casually gave an explanation that didn't hide anything. "Recently, this old one has been practicing closed-door cultivation. The information you all delivered was taken by my underlings.
Their field of view is shallow, not knowing what's important, thinking that the Emperor Gate wouldn't dare to disregard and do big things under the heavens like this, so they didn't take it seriously. When this old one came out of closed-door cultivation and found out, the troops were already at the city, and it was already too late."
So it was like that. Chu Yanhai and Shui Qingjian both nodded, then softly smiled. Actually, Zhuo Fan had already seen through the reason inside. The 2 people also knew it clearly, but it shouldn't be said in order to avoid damaging the harmonious relationship. At this moment, the puny floormaster suddenly loudly shouted at Chu Yanhai,
"Hua Yu Lu being surrounded already gave off letters requesting help a long time ago, so why have you all come here now? Are you all waiting for us to be completely destroyed before appearing or not? Is there any allied sentiments, little girl? If our team didn't have any allied sentiments, we fundamentally wouldn't have appeared here." Chu Yanhai heard these words. Then his expression turned gloomy and angrily snorted.
Chu Bijun saw that he was angry, not daring to offend him, so she hurriedly lowered her head and accepted her faults. "Elder Chichue, please calm down. Peony's nature is like this. Please don't take it to heart. Then, she turned toward the peony floormaster and reprimanded. Peony, Elder Chiwainam, came 1,000 miles to provide aid. It was for good intentions, so why can you speak evil of them like this? Still not going to quickly accept your fault. However, the peony floormaster was unwilling, stubborn, and snorted a noise. HMPH. Accept what fault? If they truly had the sincerity to save us, why did they only bring so few people? Even Zhuo Fan hasn't arrived. Clearly, he has no intention of saving us, she sneered. Zhuo Yifan curled his lip in disdain, glared at her, and angrily scolded. Ignorant little brat, do you think you can fathom how much our steward Zhuo's schemes and plans? Can you, a bunch of ignorant people, see through it? You should know that the moment Steward Zhuo received that jade scroll for help, he had already figured you out. It must be because of the Bodhi root incident last time that you harbor unfounded suspicions towards him, hence your disbelief in our intelligence. I, Steward Zhuo, originally instructed this old man not to expose this matter, lest the two houses lose face.
But since you've said it this far, girl, I can't help but mention it.
HMPH. So what if he did? Could it be that he stole Why You Lose treasure, used to guard the building? What reason do I have to lie to you? Peony Master also angrily retorted, not caring who was in front of her. She had no reservations whatsoever. Wamudan, Peony is fuming, seeing that she is still stubborn and doesn't listen properly. Her anger is too great. At this moment, Zhuo Yifan exploded with anger, staring fiercely at Peony Master. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Little girl, if not for the special relationship you have with our steward, based on you alone, today, this old man would have no choice but to kill you. Seeing the incoming murderous intent, Peony Master immediately retreated in fear. Even Chubijun's aura stagnated, not daring to move, afraid he would really make a move.
They had clearly seen how ferocious Elder Luko was during the grand ceremony that day. Only a stubborn and headstrong person like Peony Master would be unafraid of death and provoke him. Truly, not seeing the coffin, no tears will fall. Seeing that the situation was unstable and fearing damage to the harmony, Shui Qingjian hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. Ha, we're all family. Why the need to draw swords on each other, wouldn't you agree? Knowing that she was giving her a way out, Chubijun hurriedly smiled and said, Yes, Elder Shu is absolutely right. This old woman has been negligent in disciplining her, allowing this girl to be so presumptuous. It's all this old woman's fault. Please, calm your anger, Zhuo Yifan snorted coldly. Still holding his head high, arrogantly unyielding, Shui Qingjian chuckled and quickly persuaded. Old fogey, she's already apologized to you. You should at least show some acknowledgement by frowning less. But Zhuo Yifan instead raised his head even higher. Shui Qingjian could no longer stand it, grabbed him, and angrily scolded, Have you eaten a bear's gall? You won't even listen to your old lady. I told you to show some acknowledgement. Aren't you listening?
Unconsciously, people become arrogant.
Quickly step back. Zhuo Yifan looked at Shui Qingjian, his face full of grievances, then coughed towards Chubijun and waved his hand dismissively. This old man isn't that petty. Chubijun was a little stunned by this scene. It turned out that this fierce-looking ninth elder had a wife who kept him in line. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle secretly. Shui Qingjian stepped forward, took 2 steps, and once again said to Chubijun, Don't mind him. This old man's temper is just like that. Quick to come and quick to go, nothing to worry about. As for the Bodhi root, Steward Zhuo probably ordered us not to mention it, so we dare not speak of it. After you arrive, Luo family should ask him yourselves. Dare not. Dare not. Chubijun repeatedly shook her head. Finally relaxing in her heart, Shui Qingjian glanced at her and continued. Also, after receiving your plea for help, Steward Zhuo decided to split into 2 groups. We came here to reinforce you, while he led people to attack the Medicine Pill Pavilion. Medicine Pill Pavilion? What's he doing there? Frowning involuntarily, Peony Master asked in confusion. Chubijun glared at her. Peony Master immediately shrank her neck and kept her mouth shut. Chubijun was a little confused. What's he doing at the Medicine Pill Pavilion, could it be? But before she could figure it out, Zhuo Yifan had already snorted disdainfully and curled his lips. That's why I say you people are narrow-minded. Steward Zhuo is a mastermind.
Knowing that you were surrounded, he also guessed that the opponent would ambush the reinforcements, like how Sword Marquise Manor and Hidden Dragon Pavilion were miserably ambushed before. Did you really think Steward Zhuo would bring the Luo family? Such obvious schemes. To be honest, Steward Zhuo foresaw the enemy's plan and went to the Medicine Pill Pavilion's lair. This is the besieged way to rescue Zhao's strategy. I'm afraid the battle report from the Medicine Pill Pavilion will soon arrive here, so that Wang family and them will also immediately go to rescue the Medicine Pill Pavilion. Wouldn't the danger you're trapped in be resolved? At that time, even if only a few remnants are left, we can take these disciples and work together with you from the inside and outside to solve it. They just didn't expect you to lose the first level so quickly. Hearing these words, the people of Huayulu were immediately stunned, and a trace of bitterness rose in their hearts. Indeed, they broke through the encirclement too early. They should have trusted Zhuo Fan, believed that he would come, and waited a few more days for his arrival. In this way, when the reinforcements arrived, Huayulu could also be preserved. Seeing this scene, Shui Qingjian couldn't help but smile and sigh. This Huayulu is really about to be ruined by Steward Zhuo and the Emperor Dragon Pavilion. This time, Yu Yu led the people to capture all the remnants of Huayulu who had fled. It can be said that they made the first contribution. This old man toasts Yu Yu a cup. In a spacious courtyard, the Emperor Dragon Pavilion held a banquet to celebrate. Huang Pu Tianyuan sat on the seat of the main hall, while the three family heads of the three families and the Dragon Protector sat on both sides of the banquet. Huang Pu Tianyuan's face was flushed, as if he controlled the world, and he laughed loudly. Towards the Yu Dark Valley. Congratulations, Yu Wanshan. Yu Wangshan did not dare to be negligent, stood up and humbly said, "Sect leader overpraises me. This is my duty, not worth mentioning." Yan Po Gong and Lin Rufeng heard these words and glanced at each other unconsciously, secretly scolding this bastard for showing off. They risked their lives earlier. But this little kid ran behind the house? This cheapo is really treacherous and cunning. And seemingly seeing the eyes of the two people directed at him, Young Wanshan raised his eyebrows triumphantly. At this time, Leng Wuchang suddenly asked in confusion, "That's right, Valley Master Yu. This time you were able to capture the people of Huayulu alive. This move is really amazing. I just don't know how you knew that they would break through the encirclement at this time." Yu Wangshan hurriedly lowered his head and bowed, reporting, "Mr. Leng, to be honest, the reason why we were able to win this victory is not because of my command ability. I really had a capable assistant to help me to get this merit." As he said, he pointed to Yu Ming standing beside him and smiled. "Let me introduce. This is the newly appointed strategist of our Yu Dark Valley." Yu Ming is the close disciple of Yu Kui Chi. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but become solemn and looked over. Yang Kui, seeing that he was among the three most important stars of Tianyu back then, it is a pity that he was killed by Zhuo Fan. Being able to be his disciple is really not bad. Leng Wucheng glanced at Yu Ming for a long time, a strange light flashing in his eyes. He nodded and said indifferently, "No wonder the valley's actions have been so well organized recently. It turns out that there is a new strategist to help. Haha, truly a hero emerges in youth." "That's right, mister. Yu Ming, how did you predict that those people in Huayulu would break through the encirclement and escape?" Yu Ming said humbly, "I don't know, but I think that the Madame of Huayulu is a person with a stubborn personality. The title of Iron Lady is not a false name. She will definitely not easily succumb. Sooner or later, there will be such a day, so I arranged it in advance. It's just that I didn't expect her to be so bold and wanted to break through the encirclement before reaching the end of the road. It can be considered a blessing in misfortune that most of the disciples can be captured alive today." Speaking of this, he suddenly shook his head, sighed helplessly, and apologized. "But it is a bit of a pity that the Madame and the Lu Master escaped." His face couldn't help but twitch fiercely. Yan Bagong and Lin Rufeng exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and angrily cursed. "This brat is exactly like that Yu Wanshan, just showing off." Leng Wuchang, observing everything, chuckled and said, "Mr. Yu Ming is too modest. In this battle you deserve the credit. How can you be blamed?" "Haha." Huang Fu Tianyuan also nodded in agreement. "Yu Ming, you've got the spirit. With someone like you supporting Yuming Valley,
The future is bright.
Sect leader overpraises me, Yu Ming nodded humbly. Yu Wanshan grinned widely, proudly looking at Yu Ming. Yan Bagong, seeing this scene, sneered disdainfully, curling his lip to mock. A family that can't even protect its own nest, what future is there to speak of?
What did you say? As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Wanshan's face turned angry, fiercely glaring at him, but he wasn't afraid at all, refusing to back down in anger, persistently dismissing his opinion with contempt.
Just at that moment, a small sound rang out, and the hall master of the medicine refining hall suddenly appeared at the main hall. Then he leaned close to Yan Bagong's ear and whispered something. As soon as Yan Bagong heard it, his expression immediately turned serious, and he quickly knelt down before Huangfu Tianyuan, pleading,
Sect leader, please save my medicine refining hall. What exactly happened? The medicine refining hall master should stand up straight and speak clearly, his face serious. Huangfu Tianyuan waved his hand and asked, trying to maintain his composure. Yan Bagong hurriedly said, That beast, Zhuo Fan, is brazenly attacking my medicine refining hall. Our 1,000-year industry in the hall will be destroyed immediately. Please, sect leader, send reinforcements quickly. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone exclaimed in shock. Yu Wanshan gloated over his misfortune, curling his lip and snickering. This is truly retribution.
Damn it! Yan Bagong's eyes turned red with anger, glaring at him, but now wasn't the time to argue with him, and he tearfully turned to Huangfu Tianyuan, saying, Sect leader Huangfu, please hurry and send reinforcements. The entire medicine refining hall will be eternally grateful. Gently stroking his chin,
Huangfu Tianyuan didn't say anything. Glancing at Lang Wucheng, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Lang Wucheng sighed and said, That Zhuo Fan is insidious and cunning. If we casually go to rescue them, I'm afraid we'll fall into his trap of waiting for the exhausted. So in my opinion, it's better to use the strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. We attack the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. After he knows, he will definitely rush back to reinforce. Wouldn't that be a perfect way to relieve the siege of the medicine refining hall? Hearing these words, Yan Bagong froze in despair, collapsing to the ground without any other options. With Zhuo Fan and the Luko family elder's current strength, even if he returned, he wouldn't be able to defend it. He could only rely on the Emperor Gate. But now they were prioritizing the overall situation and brushing him off, and he could only swallow his anger and not resist. Only Yu Ming, looking at everyone, couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
This is clearly a conspiracy. Indeed, both Emperor Gate and the Luo family have a Grand Master-level strategist, truly manipulating everything. All the families are just cannon fodder, whether allies or enemies. They will eventually be devoured by these two, Zhuo Fan, the Valley Masters, Lang Wucheng, and even the current emperor.
They are the true masters. On the other side, after more than 2 months of travel,
Shui Qingjian and the others finally escorted the remaining people of the Flower Rain Tower back to Flower Rain City, where Zhuo Fan, having received the news, had been waiting for a long time. Grandma, long time no see. Zhuo Fan greeted politely. Zhuo Fan walked up to Chu Bijun from afar, slightly bowing and saying, As soon as Chu Bijun saw him, she hurriedly bowed in return, saying, I wouldn't dare. Our Flower Rain Tower is in trouble, and we're troubling you. To have Butler Zhuo personally welcome us is truly embarrassing for me.
What are you saying, Grandma? We're allies, so of course we must help when one side is in trouble. It's just that I made a move to betray you a few days ago, so I can't blame you all for doubting me. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath, a look of distress on his face, and shook his head helplessly, saying, Forget it, it's all my fault, otherwise you wouldn't have believed I was in such a predicament. Chu Bijun, seeing his pained expression, felt even more guilty in her heart. This was clearly because she had suspected him without any basis, so she had wronged a good person, leading to the predicament of the Flower Rain Tower. However, Tower Master Peony didn't think so, and loudly questioned, Then tell me, why did you steal my tower's treasure? Hua Mudan glared fiercely at her. Zhuo Fan didn't give an opinion, waving his hand and saying indifferently, It was indeed my fault for stealing the treasure of an ally at that time. I don't want to explain anything, it's just that I didn't want to see everyone so disheartened. What do you mean by not wanting to explain? Butler Zhuo. But what you did at that time wasn't wrong at all.
Just at this moment, Shui Qingjian seemed a little unwilling, saying, At that time, the Emperor Gate used the lives of our young master and young lady to force Butler Zhuo to do this. Could he not have done it? If it were you, if Grandma encountered this kind of thing, what would you do?
Shui Qingjian, Elder, you've crossed the line,
Zhuo Fan coldly scolded with a stern face,
and Shui Qingjian didn't dare to speak anymore. Only at this moment did the people of the Flower Rain Tower understand that they had suspected a good person, taking a petty person's measure of a gentleman's heart. Chu Bijun was even more angry, fiercely gritting her teeth and cursing. So everything was stirred up by that bastard of the Emperor Gate. The Emperor Gate is truly vicious. Leng Wuchang is truly insidious.
Zhuo Fan slowly waved his hand and sighed, saying,
Grandma, don't say that. You can't be anything but vicious and despicable when dealing with enemies. This time it was me who betrayed our alliance and couldn't care about our past relationship, so consider it me who deserves your blame. If you have any complaints, you can all come to me. One person does, one person bears, and I will absolutely not refuse. Hearing these words, Chu Bijun hurriedly waved her hand, saying, No, Butler Zhuo, I'm not an unreasonable person. As Elder Shu said just now, anyone would have done the same if they encountered this kind of thing, even me. How could I have the right to complain, Butler Zhuo? The Emperor Gate is despicable and shameless, deliberately sowing discord in our alliance. Leng Wuchang calculated carefully, this must be his trick. The Emperor Gate has countless talented people, but they didn't do it themselves, forcing you to take action, clearly to sow discord among us. It's just that I still fell for their trick, suspecting your Lubo family, leading to today's disaster. It's truly my fault. Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan sneered secretly. A mission like stealing the tower's treasure could only be undertaken by him.
However, if Chu Bijun had already confirmed that this was the trick of the Emperor Gate, then Leng Wuchang could take the blame. Thinking of this, he raised his eyebrows triumphantly, and finally, towards Chu Bijun, he pretended to be excited and anxiously said, Old Tower Master, now that we know the other party's trick, then we must be sincere and united, and absolutely not suspect each other anymore. Chu Bijun calmly nodded, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes, and said,
Very true. After all, the Flower Rain Tower is already at a disadvantage, so from now on, we will follow Butler Zhuo's lead, and we must avenge this and revitalize the Flower Rain Tower. Zhuo Fan solemnly nodded and said indifferently, I'm honored by Grandma's favor. Zhuo Fan will definitely not disappoint everyone's expectations. By the way, it seems that some people have been struck by the 7-colored cloud luo palm of the medicine refining hall.
How about you quickly head into the city and get some rest? I'll have someone prepare an antidote for you. We've troubled Steward Zhuo once more. Then Chu Biquan led the palace master of Floral Rain Pavilion towards the city. Only after they had vanished from sight did Shui Qingjian feel a bit strange and confused,
asking, Steward Zhuo, all your excuses were just flawless,
truly seamless. Back then, I wanted to tell the old pavilion master that, after seeing them, we could just tell them what they needed.
But you kept it hidden until now,
forcing me to listen to that peony grumble the whole way. With a slight smile, Zhuo Fan glanced at the group, sighing as he said, Elder Shu, don't you understand the difference between giving something away and them having to earn it? Don't fret, Shui Qingjian, a bit confused, blurted out.
Zhuo Fan let out a hearty laugh, a mysterious glint in his eyes. Things that are just handed to people often aren't truly appreciated. That's why I didn't tell them from the start. Even if they knew it was flawless, they wouldn't fully trust it. Only information they've put effort into, worked hard to obtain, is easily believed. Floral Rain Pavilion is in trouble now, and my bringing charcoal in snowy weather this time means they'll naturally be grateful, and their trust will influence the trust of the other two families towards me.
Furthermore, if they can laugh off their previous misunderstandings, they'll trust me even more. Like this, the three families will soon rally around us. All right, Elder Shu, from what I see, Emperor Gate is about to take down Hidden Dragon Pavilion and Sword Marquise Mansion, so send them a message to quickly abandon their posts and gather at my Luo family. They have no foundation. In the end, they can only rely on us. Understood. Steward Zhuo, Shui Qingjian, cupped her fist in salute and took her leave. But she hadn't gone far before turning back to him, asking suspiciously, Steward Zhuo, What's with you this year? Why are you dragging this out so much? You're a devil. You're making these three families fall apart, yet you're also making them tear up with gratitude for you.
It's not me who's making them fall apart, but the grand trend of the world.
Slowly shaking his head, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but chuckle softly. The storms are coming, and the only thing I can do is keep them outside the door.
That's all, Elder Shu. Very soon you'll understand that my plan for these three families is actually their good fortune. If it were anyone else, they'd only have one path: destruction.
Hearing this, Shui Qingjian secretly rolled her eyes in disdain. Seriously, is there some kind of logic in this world where you wreck someone's 1,000-year legacy and then claim it's for their own good? This steward sure makes being a villain sound noble, huh? But Zhuo Fan didn't explain further to her, continuing, "Oh right, how's the rescuing the elders situation going on your end?" Nodding slightly, Shui Qingjian quickly replied, "Rest assured, steward. As per your instructions, I'm in charge of providing support and ensuring everything is properly arranged for everyone. At Floral Rain Pavilion, that old geezer is staying there to wait for Emperor Gate. The moment they leave, they'll immediately start excavating the tombs of Floral Rain Pavilion's past masters and bring their bodies back to you." Excellent. Zhuo Fan nodded with satisfaction and turned to fly towards Blackwind Mountain, but his voice echoed once more. "Elder Leah, take Elder Yan to the Medicine Formula Hall. When Elder Zhu returns, you go with him to get the Happy Forest." Understood. Shui Qingjian nodded and bowed, accepting the order. Soon, Zhuo Fan was once again at the Armory Cave. Dismiss the Luo and Yun family members. They've seen enough. He only saw that this place had been dug up, with rows of earth pits appearing,
arranged in a yin-yang taiji formation, each pit covered in spirit stones, and inside each were two bodies.
But these bodies were dried up, their faces withered like old tree trunks, resembling human figures yet devoid of any aura, their eyes fixed on everything around. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Finally, this armory cave is complete. That big pit from before was too eye-catching. He slowly bent down and touched the head of one of the pillar figures.
Zhuo Fan lifted his gaze and said aloud, "Roughly 10 years ago, I had Commander Pang Yan begin cultivating you all, training you in cultivation. But you all failed, becoming cripples from then on. Then I had Miss Lei teach you the myriad breath art. After she learned the consequences of this cultivation technique, she told me I was too cruel then. But I felt that letting you remain cripples for life was truly the cruelest thing. So I told her, even if you become like this, living a life worse than death, I would still have a way to settle you. Now the time has come. You won't become the strongest, but given your aptitude, you will reach the peak. Throughout your lives, you will surely make this entire nation remember you, no longer as cripples, but as terrifying warriors." Just then, a ripple of fluctuation emanated from within the body of one of the pillar figures. Zhuo Fan formed a hand seal, immediately sensing their intentions, and couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle.
"You mean, can you move? Ha, don't worry. Not only will you be able to move, but you'll become the Imperial Guards of your dreams, the strongest protectors, and the Lupio family will be proud of you."
Waves of fluctuations continuously spread out again. Zhuo Fan sensed the joy emanating from them, couldn't help but laugh out loud, shook his head, and pondered for a moment. A sinister glint flashed in Zhuo Fan's eyes, his hand seals fluctuating as he roared, "Heaven and earth array gate, open! Cloud-topped Mount Wu, pouring rain! The war has begun! From this day forth, refine the souls of the 9 continents, steed hooves, trample rivers and mountains in battle." No sooner had the war god's words fallen than waves of vibrations, like the collapse of heaven and earth, resounded. The entire sky instantly darkened. Lightning flashed all around, and Blackwind Mountain surged with rolling Q, transforming into continuous gusts of windstorms that enveloped everything.
The entire Wind Forest city was also lifted up along with it. Zhuo Fan smirked slightly, saying maliciously, "Old Emperor, I'm afraid your dragon throne won't be very stable anymore."
Haha. A few months later, Hidden Dragon Pavilion and Sword Marquise Mansion were attacked, one after another.
Following Zhuo Fan's prior warnings and information, Floral Rain Pavilion and the other two families didn't suffer too significant losses, and Zhuo Fan also obtained tens of thousands of strong cultivators' corpses. The battle puppets he refined had also reached the level of a tens of thousands strong army, yet all these allies were completely unaware, still following his instructions as before, directing all their resentment towards Emperor Gate.
By this point, the 7 noble houses were basically annihilated. Thus, the 2 poles had formed. In the main hall, everyone was gathered now, all of them family patriarchs. Zhuo Fan and Luo Yunhai, representing the Luo family, sat in the main upper-lower positions, while to their left and right were people from the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, Floral Rain Pavilion, and Sword Marquise Mansion, all gazing at everyone. Zhuo Fan spoke aloud.
Next, it's time for the 2 great factions to officially clash and vie for dominance over the world. Currently, the imperial family is in chaos, beset by internal and external enemies, with no time to worry about themselves.
I mean, even if the Emperor Gate is acting all high and mighty, doing whatever they want, now the battle lines are drawn, and it's either them or us. War's inevitable, so let's not avoid it. Our family's been swallowing our pride for a millennium, and now they're straight up attacking us. Seriously, Zhuo Fan wasn't even finished when Longzhu snorted, fuming. We used to prioritize the bigger picture, maybe not daring to risk it all against them. But now we got bro, Yu Shi Zhen, and with the Lutao family's strength we can totally throw down today. Today we're taking on the ringleaders and fighting to the death. Since they're not giving us a way out anyway, yeah, let's fight them to the death. A fight to the finish.
As soon as Longzhu finished speaking, everyone chimed in, roaring in agreement,
a determined glint in their eyes.
Zhuo Fan's lips curled into a wicked grin, which was exactly what he wanted.
Then he waved his hand for everyone to quiet down before saying, "Everyone, relax." The Lubuo family's motto is all about benevolence and righteousness.
You've all lent a hand to the Lubuo family in our time of need, and will never forget your great kindness. Now that you're in trouble, the Lubuo family will naturally stand up for you and demand justice. We, old man Jia Zhanshu, will fight them to the death.
We'll fight them to the death. Everyone erupted into cheers again, some even exclaiming loudly,
"That's the Luo family's sense of honor. That's benevolence and righteousness. No wonder they're from a family of scholars." Luo Yunhai, standing on the side, couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Where's the benevolence and righteousness coming from? If it weren't for Zhuo Fan bringing them benefits, they wouldn't bother standing up. In this dog-eat-dog world,
only talking about benevolence and righteousness would be like the Lubo family before. Wiped out to the dregs, not thinking about this anymore, he suddenly stood up and announced to everyone,
"Now, in the name of the Luo family's patriarch, I'm issuing a declaration of war to punish the Emperor Gate and get justice for everyone."
Well said.
The Luo family's patriarch speaks well.
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone cheered with enthusiasm again. At the same time, the Emperor Gate also drew up a declaration of war to send to the Lugeo family. They received the letter of agreement, and everyone immediately dispersed. Just as Yu Quan was about to leave, Leng Wuchang appeared in front of him, smiling. "Esteemed family heads, please, take your time." "Mr. Yu Quan, I heard you're close to the second prince, and he trusts you a lot."
Yu Quan nodded. "Good, then please return to the second prince's side first. Although we've reached a consensus with the other sects that Old Fox is not trustworthy. To be safe, we still have to prepare a backup plan, because we're about to start a war with the Luko family, and this old man definitely doesn't want the Imperial family to benefit from our struggle." His eyes narrowed, and Young Quan knew what he was thinking, smirking lightly and speaking calmly.
"Ha ha, you and Zhuo Fan think so alike." Startled, Leng Wuchang glanced at him, then suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha, so that's how it is. It seems he also gave you a ticket out of here, haha." Just like that, 2 declarations of war instantly caused a national sensation. The Emperor Gate proclaimed that they would exterminate the traitors and rebels like Zhuo Fan and restore peace to Tianyu.
Zhuo Fan, on the other hand, declared that the Emperor Gate was shielding the corrupt and committing heinous crimes, bearing a heavy responsibility, and needing a righteous army to join the fight. The imperial family, however, was unusually silent. "This is the old emperor's brilliance," Huangfu Tianyuan cursed resentfully, his face flushed with anger. "That old geezer is playing deaf and dumb, letting this old man deal with Zhuo Fan. But even now, he won't give me a legitimate title. How ridiculous. Leng Wuchang waved his hand and said with a smile,
Sect leader, please calm down. Didn't we expect this long ago? The imperial family wants to reap the benefits. How could they give us the title of righteous army? If not, our recruitment of soldiers and horses would only make our power even greater. Right? Furthermore, it would be even more difficult for him to find an excuse to deal with us. I'm afraid he's currently scheming how to swallow us, and Zhuo Fan
he can dream on. This old man will make sure his backyard is on fire before he even has a chance to act, Huang Fu Tianyuan said angrily. Slapping the table, Leng Wuchang smiled, a glint of intelligence in his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan was leisurely and self-satisfied, quietly waiting for the war to begin. He had long foreseen the current situation and the emperor's response, which was why he was able to issue the declaration of war, since no one would expose the other side of the imperial plan. In the imperial city, the emperor sat on the dragon throne, his eyes half closed, a sinister glint flashing within. Lone General, it's time to act. Please give the order, Your Majesty. Duguk Zantian bowed slightly, cupping his fist respectfully, and said solemnly, taking a deep breath. The emperor pondered for a moment, then said calmly, Lone General Dugux, you personally lead 1,000,000 soldiers, using the pretext of eliminating rebels. Wait for the battle, but at that time, what should be done, you understand, right? This humble servant understands. Dugux Zantian sighed helplessly. He was burdened with an imperial decree, and had no choice but to go, but he had no way to refuse. He was sorry to Luo Fenghai. Thinking of this, he accepted the order, and suddenly thought of something, turning to the emperor and saying, Your Majesty, with this old servant leaving, the imperial city will be even more unstable. This old servant fears. But before he could finish speaking, the emperor slowly waved his hand. It's okay, there's no need to worry about this. I have my own plans, General. Just go with peace of mind. This action is the key moment to decide the future, and there must be no mistakes to ensure peace in Tianyu. Yes. Hearing these words, Duguk Zantian did not doubt, hurriedly accepted the order, and turned to leave. Narrowing his eyes, watching his back, the emperor sighed softly, muttering to himself, 2 generals. Don't blame me for being cold-hearted. It's all for the sake of this world. At the same time, in the Prime Minister's mansion, Zhuge Chengfeng was thinking about the current situation. His eyebrows furrowed tightly, and he remained silent for a long time. Just then, a sound of rushing wind rang out, and Hulian Chai appeared, revealing a hint of excitement. Prime Minister! Now that even Duguk Zantian has left the emperor's side, there is really no one to defend him. This is the best time for us to act. Wait a minute. Without even glancing at him, Zhuge Chengfeng kept his eyebrows furrowed, not knowing what he was thinking about. Seeing this, Hulian Chai immediately urged him anxiously, If we don't act now, once the emperor pacifies the internal and external turmoil, we will have no chance at all. Moreover, Yi Jun has been urging us to leave these past few days. We can't wait any longer. Zhuge Chengfeng was still lost in chaotic thoughts, remaining silent without speaking. After a long time of pondering, he only carefully shook his head and said indifferently, Wait a little longer, still waiting, Prime Minister. What are you worried about? Hulian Chai seemed a little angry. Xuanzhong, they sent so many experts here, they didn't come here for sightseeing. After going around, they still haven't accomplished anything, and you're still making them wait. However, they all had to listen to Zhuge Chengfeng. He had no choice but to leave, leaving Zhuge Chengfeng standing there silently, still deep in thought. As soon as Hulian Chai left, Mo Yang came to his side. Looking at the sadness in his eyes, he bowed and asked, Why is the Prime Minister worried? People have always said that the imperial family has 5 dragon-guarding gods, but now we only know of 3. Who the heck are those 2? Zhao Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at Mo Yang. But the old guy seemed to know what he was worried about, pondering. Your Excellency, you're still hesitant to make a move. Turns out you're worried about the other 2 dragon guards. Nodding slightly, Zhao Cheng said calmly, Knowing yourself and your enemy, you'll win every battle, especially when it comes to the dragon guards. If we can't understand those 2, perhaps any reckless move could lead to disaster. Hearing this, the 2 nodded in agreement. But soon the black-haired old man frowned and said, But Prime Minister, I have a bold guess. I don't know if it's correct or not. It's just for reference. Logically speaking, with your power and the age of the 2 of us, our knowledge is vast, rare in the world. We know so many secrets in Tianyu.
But there's no intel whatsoever on these two dragon guards. So, could it be they don't even exist? Just a bluffing tactic by the royal family to consolidate their power? Taking a deep breath, Zhao Cheng's eyes flickered as he pondered, muttering,
"Never thought that old fox would do something like that. If that's the case, it would be a pity not to strike now, but if it's not, then it's a trap, and we'll be in trouble if we fall for it."
His two-faced tactics have put this old man in a dilemma. After thinking for a long time, Zhao Cheng sighed. Finally, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He turned around and said loudly, "Send the order down. Start preparing." At the same time, the second prince, after hearing the news, paced back and forth anxiously, with some excitement mixed with unease.
Suddenly, a figure appeared, and upon closer inspection, it was Yu Quan. Seeing the newcomer, the second prince excitedly ran over and said, "Mr. Yu Quan, you're finally back." The current situation. Before he could finish speaking, Yu Quan waved his hand and laughed.
"Your Highness the second prince, your time has come." Hearing this, the second prince's eyes lit up, becoming more and more excited. His plan could finally be implemented. How could he not be excited? That night, inside the second prince's mansion, the second prince and young Quan stood silently in the main hall, waiting for news. Below them were the generals, sitting and waiting, and the leader was the city guard commander.
Because the emperor had entrusted the responsibility of defending the city to the second prince, the city guards from top to bottom had all listened to him, and had long become his force. Still not here yet.
The second prince looked around anxiously, while Yu Quan beside him stood calmly, silent, but constantly sneering in his heart. The second prince's temperament was unstable, always impatient and hurried. He didn't know how the old emperor, such a master of scheming, could have such a stupid son as the second prince. Just then, a shout came from outside, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. The second prince hurriedly asked, "What's the situation?" "Reporting to your Highness the second prince, the Dugu army, with an unbroken string of victories, is now 10,000 miles away from the capital. Even Dugu Zantian and the Heavenly Marshal Four Tigers, it will probably take them several more days to return."
"Really?" Raising his eyebrows triumphantly, the second prince excitedly said, "Old man, it seems the Dugu army has really left. There's no one left beside Father Emperor who can be used. Tomorrow morning, when the officials go to court, I'll be the new emperor. No one can change that."
"Yes, Your Majesty, long live the emperor, long live, long live."
The city guard commander, knowing which way the wind was blowing, bowed and saluted. Hearing this, the second prince laughed again, his face arrogant, as if he had already ascended the throne. "This prince has 30,000 city guards. After this prince occupies the imperial city, I want to see who dares to say I don't have the temperament of an emperor."
Wang furiously gnawed on his lip. The second prince took the lead and walked out, saying,
"Commander Lang, hear my order. Immediately lead 30,000 troops to attack the imperial city and force the emperor to abdicate. The rest of you, act separately. Control the chief ministers and some influential forces in the city. I don't want anyone causing trouble. We will seize the imperial city tonight. His Majesty is mighty."
Everyone immediately followed, constantly shouting flattery after him. Only Yu Quan stood there calmly, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneering smile. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot first. "Your Highness the second prince, you can only be used by others in this life, but that's fine too.
I've done everything Zhuo Yifan and Leng Wuchang told me to do. Letting Dugu Zantian return to the capital to protect the emperor, their two families can relax and decide the outcome. Ha ha," he chuckled softly, disappearing into the night without a trace. In just a short while,
chaos erupted in the imperial capital. Teams of soldiers moved on the main streets. At the same time, Zhao Cheng and a number of important court officials gathered at the Prime Minister's mansion to exchange plans. Suddenly, they heard a commotion outside, so they sent someone to check. Soon after, the person returned and reported, saying, "The Prime Minister's mansion is surrounded by a troop of soldiers." As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. One official suddenly slammed the table angrily. "That ingrate, he's really rebelled. He even dares to surround the Prime Minister's mansion. I want to see which battalion and team they are, Minister Zhang. Stay calm." But Zhao Cheng waved his hand, smiled faintly, and said, "Let them make a fuss. But Prime Minister, I am the Minister of War, yet I'm surrounded by a bunch of soldiers. This is really too embarrassing, that official said angrily, a little unwilling. Zhao Qing laughed loudly again. Ha, what's so humiliating about this? Anyway, those soldiers aren't yours. Our troops are still waiting outside the city. Don't worry, let these fools go and explore the situation first.
Then we'll decide whether or not to take action. The Minister of War was stunned, seeming to understand his meaning, and couldn't help but laugh and sit down peacefully. On the other hand, inside the imperial city, the emperor was still sitting in his room, approving memorials. Suddenly, a cry of fear came, and a eunuch ran in from outside, kneeling before him and reporting an alarm. Your Majesty, big trouble. What's all the panic for? Speak slowly. Slowly raising his head, the emperor still spoke calmly and indifferently, taking a deep breath to calm himself down. The eunuch hurriedly said, Rebellion, Your Majesty, someone is rebelling. They are now attacking the imperial city. We're about to lose. His eyes couldn't help but shrink. The emperor waved his sleeves and quickly walked outside. But before he could take a few steps, the imperial guard hurriedly spoke up to stop him, pleading, It's dangerous outside, please. Your Majesty, quickly escape through the secret passage. Absurd. I am the ruler of a country. The entire world belongs to me. There's no reason to run away. With a cold snort, the emperor still remained expressionless, walking outside against the tide, wanting to see who dared to be so reckless. By the time he stepped out of the door,
Immediately, they saw flames reaching the sky, and incessant screams.
They rushed towards them quickly, accompanied by layers of people surging like a tide.
The emperor could only see that his own city guard was the group rebelling, and furthermore they were inflicting countless casualties on the imperial guards, his expression turning grim. The emperor narrowed his eyes and shouted, Lao you brought the city guard to barge into the imperial city without permission. What is the meaning of this? As expected of father. How do you know it was me who brought them, and not the city guard commander staging a rebellion himself?
A burst of arrogant laughter rang out, and the second prince slowly stepped in front of the emperor, sneering. The emperor scoffed, curling his lip. The city guard commander, he's not reckless. To act as the leading bird himself, he's not that stupid. Seeing the second prince slightly bite his lip in anger, it was clear the emperor's words implied he was reckless and impulsive. Not even as good as a city guard commander. He couldn't contain his anger and spoke. Father, I know in your heart you only have big brother. You've always looked down on me, but now I want to show you my abilities.
HMPH. As I see it, you truly are brainless. If I were to hand the throne to you, I fear that the Yuan family's empire would be ruined by you in less than a year. The emperor couldn't help but chuckle, looking at him with contempt. Hearing this, the second prince became even angrier, gritting his teeth and saying, You still want to look down on me? Then look down on me? Anyway, the winner is king, the loser is a bandit. You are surrounded now. The entire imperial city is under my control. I advise you to issue an edict passing the throne to me. That way, this son can provide for you and care for you, allowing you to enjoy family bliss. What? Would I dare kill you? Kill my own father?
Scoffing lightly, the emperor still looked at him with disdain. Not a trace of fear on his face. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He bit his lip fiercely and said, Father, if you don't issue the edict today, don't blame this son for being unfilial.
Then he turned to look at the people beside him and immediately ordered, Men, force His Majesty to issue an edict of abdication. Anyone who dares to interfere, kill without mercy.
The city guards roared in unison, rushing towards the emperor with fierce momentum. But the emperor was not afraid at all, just standing there quietly. However, the imperial guards beside him were frightened, covered in sweat, and hurriedly retreated to protect him. Seeing this, the second prince immediately glanced at the expert beside him. The expert understood, and quickly kicked off the ground, attacking the emperor. Seeing this, an imperial guard rushed out to block his palm. The two palms collided. The expert turned back to the second prince, but the imperial guard was lightly injured, frowning in pain. Just then, a woman's shout rang out, Second brother! Turning to look, it was Princess Yongning, who had appeared from nowhere, standing in front of the emperor, looking at the second prince, and scolding loudly. "As a prince, how can you do such a rebellious thing today, committing these rebellious acts, bringing troops into the city? Won't you stop immediately and beg father for forgiveness?" "Shut your mouth, Yongning, this is not your business." His eyelids twitched. The second prince completely ignored Yongning, looking fiercely at the emperor and speaking, "Father." Xilin and Zhuo Fan caused a ruckus in the imperial city. "The Shenzhou experts beside you have already been severely injured, and now there are only these remnants of defeated soldiers left. You have no chance of winning. This son doesn't want to do something that will result in killing my father
and incur the wrath of gods and men. Please reconsider and pass on the throne. Don't make things difficult for me, HMPH. Scoffing softly, the emperor stared at him, curling his lip in disdain and mocking. Lao Er, historically, emperors either inherit the throne legitimately or seize the empire with their own hands.
If you truly want to ascend the throne and become emperor, then seize it from my hands yourself.
Only, Lao Er, do you really have that ability?
His eyes fierce, the second prince bit his lip tightly, both hands clenched into fists, looking at the emperor and shouting,
"If that's the case, then what else can I say? Today, this throne, I must seize it. Don't blame me for turning my back, being heartless, and disregarding our father-son relationship." But the emperor just stood there coldly looking at him, silent. Seeing this,
felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Father, he simply doesn't have me in his heart. He became even more enraged and shouted,
"Don't leave a single person alive here. I'll figure out how to forge the imperial edict myself." The city guards immediately nodded, following the order to rush forward like a tide again, constantly slashing and killing. Seeing this, Yongning spoke anxiously, "Father, be careful." But at this moment, the emperor remained as before, his face calm and unmoving as a mountain, waiting until the enemies were close before shouting, "Where are the shadow guards?" As soon as he finished speaking, streams of ki spread out from the rooftops, surrounding everyone rushing forward. In an instant, the Shenzhou experts beside the second prince were covered in injuries, but they didn't inflict any damage on the shadow guards. Seeing this, someone shouted in fright, "What kind of ghosts are these?" But no one answered his question. The shadow guards continued to rush forward, constantly eliminating the people of the city guard.
In an instant, the situation reversed. His eyelids twitched slightly. The second prince felt unwilling in his heart, bit his lip fiercely, and looked at the old man.
The emperor said, "I thought the shadow guards were just an intelligence organization. I didn't expect them to be so powerful, father. Is this your last trump card?"
The emperor looked at him coldly. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes, and he shook his head gently. "Lao Er, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy will ensure victory in every battle.
To launch a military revolt without even knowing my trump cards is truly too shallow. After so many years, you still can't change this habit?" The second prince clenched his fist fiercely, his heart still full of unwillingness. Perhaps he was too eager for the throne and wanted his father's recognition. Unfortunately, right now, he has nothing. "Second prince, the shadow guards are too powerful. We can't hold them back for long." "Retreat!" A Shenzhou expert appeared in front of him, a trace of fresh blood still remaining at the corner of his lips, looking at him and advising. Hearing this, the second prince still stared at the emperor, then looked at the shadow guards on the other side and pondered for a moment, finally shouting an order to retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, the second prince left with his protecting expert. Only, while retreating, he still looked back at the emperor on the other side with a hint of sorrow. The emperor saw it but didn't move, a hint of sigh appearing in his eyes. At this moment, an imperial guard, seeing that they wanted to escape, quickly ordered to pursue. Helplessly sighing, he said, "Forget it. Let him go."
The imperial guards were a bit startled when they heard that, glancing at the emperor before finally nodding.
Resigned to their fate, the emperor might be the supreme one, but he's also a father, and they say even a fierce tiger doesn't eat its cubs, right? Even though the second prince did something utterly treasonous today, the emperor is still willing to give him a way out. That's fatherly love at its finest. But, others probably won't miss this chance. Just as the second prince was retreating, a bunch of soldiers suddenly appeared in the imperial city, forming a battle formation. Looking closer, they were staring intently at the second prince.
Gritting his teeth, he said, "Crown Prince, third brother, you guys ambushed me here?"
This second brother dared to commit such an act of treason, going against the natural order. The crown prince stepped forward, loudly questioning him. The third prince, Yu Wentong, also rushed over, asking anxiously, "Second brother, how are father and Yongning? You wouldn't be so cold-blooded as to hurt them, would you?"
"Third brother, they say blockheads are just like you, and that's you to a T," they sneered. "Can't you see I'm already a defeated general, a lone dog? What can I do?" The second prince curled his lip, dismissively saying, "Heh, big brother, you're putting on an act. You were probably waiting for me to make my move for ages."
"Waiting for me to commit regicide so you could take over? Then you can use this as an excuse to punish me and smoothly climb onto the big throne." What a praying mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "Now I know why father made you the crown prince. Good strategy." Not even bothering to answer him, the crown prince just looked at him coldly, remaining silent for a while before finally speaking quietly. "Second brother, you're overthinking it. This prince is only worried about father's safety." "Oh really? Well, rest assured, the old geezer is doing great. He's fit as a fiddle and can still kill enemies himself, not to mention he's super strong. If you want to become emperor, you'll have to wait a few more decades." The second prince cackled madly, mocking the crown prince. Hearing this, the crown prince couldn't help but let his face darken, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. This second brother really has the brains of a waste. The third prince breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the emperor was all right. He looked at the crown prince happily and said, "That's great, big brother. Father and Yongning are both okay. Looks like we made it in time." "Yeah, that's right. We'll protect father." The crown prince nodded non-committally, his face unreadable, and then glared at the second prince, shouting, "Second brother! Today you committed an act of rebellion, a heinous crime. Aren't you going to surrender and follow this prince to father to beg for forgiveness?" A slight smirk on his lips, the second prince curled his lip dismissively and retorted,
"Crown Prince, you want to capture me? I'm afraid you're not qualified. Even though I've failed this time, it won't be a problem to break through the encirclement with these city guards." "Oh, really?" Raising an eyebrow, the crown prince revealed a scornful smile. Sweeping his gaze over everyone, he said, "Generals and soldiers, city guards, have you forgotten who you're soldiers of? Today you're committing treason, but you're registered in the military. You can run away, but you can't hide from the consequences. Facing you will be the death penalty, extending to 9 generations of your family." As soon as these words were spoken, the city guards' bodies shook. Their will to fight vanished instantly, replaced by confusion. Seeing this, the crown prince raised his voice again. "You are all loyal soldiers who serve the country.
Your battle achievements are well known.
You absolutely shouldn't end up in such a situation.
This prince knows that this rebellion has nothing to do with you all. As long as you don't rebel, this prince guarantees in the name of the crown prince that you will still be city guards and your positions will remain unchanged, crown prince."
But before the crown prince could finish speaking, the second prince roared in anger, his eyes bloodshot, as he charged towards the crown prince with his sword, sneering coldly. The crown prince wasn't flustered at all. Suddenly a dabbio appeared in his hand, using origin power to counterattack. The 2 spirit weapons clashed, causing an explosion. The second prince was instantly knocked back. Unable to hold it in, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The crown prince sneered, his eyes calmly and triumphantly sweeping over the second prince, followed by a disdainful smile. He then looked at the city guards and said, "For cultivators, it's just a struggle for cultivation resources, spirit stones, elixirs.
That's all it boils down to. Today he's a defeated general. What can he possibly provide you with? Why not abandon the darkness and join my faction? This prince promises to treat you with the respect and courtesy reserved for honored guests."
Or do you want to fight to the death with my idiot brother?
You should know that committing treason is a grave crime. Even Shenzhou experts can't easily escape retribution. Otherwise, you'll be hunted down by the entire empire. If you think you all have the ability of Jiyu Santong back in the day, enough to withstand the whole empire, I have nothing to say. And so, A noisy night passed.
The next morning, the city guards and the dark undercurrents in the imperial capital finally calmed down. Raji Changfeng and the other important ministers had spent the entire night in the prime minister's mansion, waiting for news. Suddenly, a jade slip flew over and appeared in Raji Changfeng's hand. After reading it, he couldn't help but let out a knowing chuckle.
The vice minister of the Ministry of War looked up and asked worriedly, "Prime Minister, what's going on?" Smiling and shaking his head, Raji Changfeng dismissively said,
"As expected, he lost because he wasn't ruthless enough. The second prince is still far behind His Majesty. I didn't expect the emperor to not kill his unfilial son. So a fierce tiger doesn't eat its cubs after all."
But after this second prince's ruckus, I finally understand the true intention of His Majesty that day. He's been setting up an empty fort strategy all along. Hearing these words, the Vice Minister of War's eyes lit up, probing, "So does that mean we can?"
Coldly laughing,
Raji Changfeng spoke with unshakable wisdom and confidence. "It seems that the old fox is going all in. All his strategies are used to deal with the two external factions in power, while he maintains a stable position in the court, deceiving us. But he probably never dreamed that his scheme would be disrupted by his beloved son. Such a great opportunity. If we hesitate to act now, wouldn't we be wasting this God-given chance?"
"Vice Minister, our people can move within a week. Take over the whole city."
"Your humble servant receives the order." The Vice Minister of War cupped his fist and bowed, receiving the order before leaving. The remaining important ministers all revealed excited expressions. Times were changing, and the dynasty was finally entering a new phase.
The second prince's rebellion in the imperial capital quickly reached Dugu Zantian. Upon receiving this news, Dugu Zantian was anxious and wanted to return to the capital to protect the emperor. But before he could even pack up, someone arrived with an imperial decree outside Dugu's camp.
Dugu Zantian immediately went to welcome and receive the decree. A Shenzhou realm expert outside the military camp, upon seeing him, hurriedly proclaimed the decree. "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. Dugu, the old marshal, is ordered to eliminate the rebels, fulfill your duty, and press forward with resolve. Do not return without victory." After pondering for a moment, Dugu Zantian reached out to accept the imperial decree, and at the same time shouted loudly,
"Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace.
May my emperor live 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 times, 10,000 years." After a long while, he looked towards the person, his expression somewhat solemn. "Tell me, is His Majesty all right?" The person gently nodded, smiling as he said,
"Old Marshal Dugu, rest assured, everything is safe and sound." The second prince's rebellion was quickly suppressed. Hearing this, Dugu Zantian breathed a sigh of relief, but was still slightly worried as he probed. "But as such, the guards around His Majesty have been exposed. I fear." Knowing his worries, the person couldn't help but solemnly cup his fist in respect and said, "Old Marshal Dugu, your loyalty to the emperor and your love for the country are commendable. To tell you the truth, the guards around His Majesty are indeed not in an optimistic situation, but you have also seen His Majesty's decree. You absolutely cannot return. His Majesty is truly burning his boats. In order to restore peace to Tianwu,
he's willing to put even his own safety aside." Helplessly sighing and shaking his head, Dugu Zantian lamented. The person also had a solemn expression, gently nodding silently. After a long while, the two finally broke the silence. The person left, leaving Dugu Zantian with a heavy heart and pondering thoughts. On his journey, he could slow down a little. If something truly happened in the imperial capital, he could still make it back in time to save the emperor.
At the same time, deep within a bottomless canyon,
Luo Sha and the emperor-wielding sect had been waiting, ready for a throwdown. They were perched on opposite mountain peaks, glaring at each other with pure animosity. Both sides had originally sent out war declarations, wanting to take the other out. But neither dared to just waltz into enemy territory, fearing traps. But time was of the essence, and they both needed a quick win. So, they'd met at Eagle Sorrow Gorge, under the glaring spotlight, ready to duke it out for dominance. At this moment, on the Luo family side, there was Zhuo Fan and the elders, with divine illumination stage cultivation.
Plus, the top dogs from the Flower Rain House, Hidden Dragon Pavilion, and Sword Marquise Manor. The emperor-wielding sect also had their own big shots and allies from their 3 affiliated houses. Chubi Jun, getting super impatient, blurted out, "Steward Zhuo, we've been playing the staring game for over 10 days now. When are we going to throw the first punch?"
But Zhuo Fan was cool as a cucumber, just chilling in his chair with his eyes closed. He waved his hand dismissively. "Not yet. Just wait a little longer. Still waiting. At this rate, we'll turn into stone statues waiting for our lovers to return," Peony Overseer grumbled, letting her frustration known. Zhuo Fan still didn't give a damn, just swaying lazily in his chair. At the same time, on the emperor-wielding sect side, Yuan Shan was also getting antsy, urgently asking sect leader Huang Fu, "How much longer do we have to wait?" Huang Fu Tianyuan, hearing this, casually waved his hand, remaining still. Wait, just then, a whooshing sound. 2 jade slips flew toward each side. Zhuo Fan snatched his out of the air, diving into the message with his divine sense. Over there, Lang Wucheng was also checking out his jade slip, deep in thought. Soon enough, Zhuo Fan burst out laughing, excitedly shouting, "It's time! What is it?"
Chubi Jun asked, puzzled. Grinning like a maniac, Zhuo Fan jumped up and yelled, "Let's go with this old man! We're going to war!" Everyone was taken aback, exchanging confused glances, but without any objections. They immediately followed behind him. Poof! In a flash, the 2 sides reached a deep ravine and stood face to face. Filled with animosity, Huang Fu Tianyuan glared in the direction of Zhuo Fan and shouted, "Ha ha! Finally! The day has come. I can finally wipe you out."
"Zhuo Fan, it's time for you to pay for my son's life," Zhuo Fan just scoffed. "Ha ha! We'll see if you've got the skills for that, but..." Lang Wucheng casually waved his hand and chuckled. "Sect leader, the reserve forces are tied up, so why waste time on trash talk? I think we should just end this as soon as possible."
The ultimate winner will, of course, have the power to continue the fight for domination, while the losers will just be stepping stones for the winner. No resentment.
No regrets. What a refreshing take. Zhuo Fan tilted his head back and laughed loudly. "I didn't expect Mr. Lang to be such a magnanimous person." Then there's nothing more to say. How much grievance we had in the past doesn't matter. The key is, after this battle, who can continue to stand in the world? Narrowing his eyes slightly, Huang Fu Tianyuan laughed. "Ha ha, very true. The grievances of the world are just a fight for power. The big fish eats the small fish. If you can stand on top of the world, why would you care about these small grievances?"
Zhuo Fan, you can be considered a hero of the moment. Today this old man feels so honored to fight with you for the world. Sect leader Huang Fu, next we should. With a slight narrowing in his eyes, Zhuo Fan smiled coldly. Staring at him, Huang Fu Tianyuan similarly revealed a weird smile.
Then the 2 of them shouted almost in unison, "Charge!" Along with the shout, the 2 sides immediately roared and rushed up like a tide rushing in. In an instant, the bottom of Eagle Sorrow Gorge was packed with people, also echoing with intense battle cries.
At this time, Li Jingtian suddenly moved forward, looking at the great guardian of the emperor-wielding sect. With a strong malice, "Huang Fu Fenglei, we haven't decided the winner from the battle in the capital last time. Dare you fight again?" Huang Fu Fenglei's underling snorted coldly with disdain, immediately bursting out from his body, fiercely looking toward Li Jingtian.
As soon as the words fell, the 2 rushed over, their eyes filled with fighting spirit, and quickly joined together. Without saying a word, the 2 launched a powerful force to attack each other. A violent collision followed, turning the surrounding 100 meters into a patch of powder. At this moment I saw Huang Fu Fenglei. His whole body was blooming with golden light, and the heads of the dragons also appeared, awe-inspiring and stern. It was the power of the 9th level of the Huangji Overlord Body Resolution. On Li Jingtian's side, however, was a body surrounded by black mist, wrapped in a phantom of a black dragon. With a strong killing intent, it was the demonic friction art. Huang Fu Tianyuan looked up at everything, frowning unconsciously, and sighed. Now I understand why Old Lai is leaning on the Luko family. I didn't expect the Luko family to really have such a profound martial skill. Now seeing him sparring with the Great Guardian, I can really feel the power of this martial skill. If Old Lai was still in the Emperor-wielding sect back then, I couldn't rely on the Huangji Overlord Body Resolution fully. Even if I practiced for 100 years, he would still be difficult to resist the great guardian. But now, Lang Wuchang stroked his beard and chuckled. Old Lai is not stupid. Looking at the way he obeys Zhuo Fan, he must have gained a lot of benefits from Zhuo Fan. Today, looking at him joining the Luo family, it's really not a loss for him. Unconsciously frowning, Huangfu Tianyuan once again looked at Zhuo Fan, sighing.
Zhuo Fan is really a strange person among strange people.
7 years ago, not caring about him was the biggest mistake of this old man's life.
If I had eliminated him before then, how could there be so much trouble today?
Feeling his gaze, Zhuo Fan remembered, frowned, and gave a smug smile, which was a provocative gesture. Huangfu Tianyuan gritted his teeth, angrily coldly said, HMPH. Zhuo Fan, don't be too proud. You haven't seen this old man's 9-dragon Vajra body yet. At this moment, in the sky, the two were both body-refining experts, and the fighting method was extremely similar. All were hard to hard, but only in a moment. The two had fought more than a dozen moves, still not a win. Li Jingtian gasped. Looking at Huangfu Fenglei, excitedly said, in the past 2 years your strength has regressed, your fists are too weak, you're slacking off, aren't you, haha. His face stiffened unconsciously. Huangfu Fenglei became angry, and shouted, Nonsense! This old man is showing mercy to you. It seems that I really have to let you taste something you've never tasted.
However, he wasn't really sure in his heart. He had already given it his all just now, but he still couldn't defeat Li Jingtian. He bit his lip fiercely. Did he really have to risk his life? With that said, the two sides once again rushed towards each other, their hands clenched tightly, throwing a punch. But the result was still the same. Both of them took a punch from the other, neither giving way, and stabilized their bodies. Li Jingtian bit his lips slightly. Today he had to personally defeat Huangfu Fenglei no matter what. He had to reclaim the grudges of the past few years today. Thinking of this, a firm light flashed in Li Jingtian's eyes, and he roared ferociously, Huangfu Fenglei, take this. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jingtian's entire body suddenly exploded, and the black dragon aura around him instantly turned into a phantom, rushing towards Huangfu Fenglei. Seeing this scene, Huangfu Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This is a primordial spirit attack. If the primordial spirit is injured, he will definitely be defeated miserably. As a result, he gritted his teeth and cursed. Huangfu Fenglei suddenly formed a seal, then bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. A shockwave erupted, and golden light descended, covering his figure, and at the same time, a golden giant dragon completely surrounded him without a gap. His eyes couldn't help but shrink, and Zhuo Fan couldn't help but exclaim in fear, Earth 10th layer! This is stepping into the realm of Mortal Kombat skills. The Earth rank, Huangfu Tianyuan, also stared blankly at this scene. He never expected that the Huangji Overlord body art could be cultivated to this point. Lang Wuchang sighed. The Grand Tutor is indeed extraordinary. His talent in this generation is no less than the eldest son. If it weren't for the dragon soul protecting the master, his talent might not even be as good as the Grand Tutor's. Huangfu Tianyuan glanced at him and nodded in agreement. Huangfu Fenglei actually cultivated the legendary 12th layer. In the past 1,000 years, Huangfu Fenglei, inside the golden light, continued to laugh triumphantly. Ha ha! Li Jingtian, did you see that? This is the strongest realm of the Huangji Overlord body art, spirit, and martial arts combined. No matter if you're practicing martial skills or primordial spirit attacks, you will definitely not be able to break through my old man's Huangwei heavenly descent barrier. With a smirk, Li Jingtian didn't have the slightest fear, but rather a hint of excitement. The black aura around his body that had just been extinguished suddenly formed again, and this time it was even more terrifying. 2 fingers suddenly formed a single finger, pointing straight at the sky, a sinister smile blooming as he looked towards Huangfu Fenglei. Qingyu Yanhai, who was below, was a little scared when he saw this, and exclaimed, Steward Zhuo, could that be? Zhuo Fan's face was solemn as he said. Combining with martial skills, Xue Qingjian was startled when she heard this, and looked at him in disbelief.
Combining with martial skills? How is that possible? He's just one person, how can he combine? Involuntarily frowning, Zhuo Fan sighed and calmly explained.
Maybe others can't, but old Lai can.
Wang Yi Yin and Destruction Godfinger are both martial skills aimed at the primordial spirit. To fuse them, One must reach synchronization of mind and origin, but Old Lai can use both of these martial skills.
Of course, it's no problem to fuse synchronization of mind and origin into one. But speaking of this, Zhuo Fan frowned even deeper, looking at Li Jingtian in the sky, and said somewhat incomprehensibly, "Because Old Lai can reverse the origin force of the two martial skills, I'm afraid his meridians have already broken almost completely. Although he's succeeded now, it's just the last flicker of a dying candle, Old Lai. Why do you have to be like this?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yanhai and his wife's expressions changed drastically, looking towards Li Jingtian. Sure enough, his face was getting worse and worse, and his aura was exploding, but he couldn't hold on for too long. But at this moment, Xi Tiansheng, holding his sword, came forward from behind, raised his head, and looked towards the sky, a sinister smile blooming on his face as he said, "You wouldn't understand. If you can't personally overcome your opponent, you'll probably have regrets for the rest of your life." So this battle is equivalent to his last battle. This is the obsession of a martial arts fanatic. And also his glory. I really don't understand. In my eyes, victory is everything. To defeat an opponent, even if it means exchanging one's life for theirs, is truly an unwise move. Shaking his head slightly, an unclear light flashed in his eyes, and finally he looked at everyone and smiled. "Are you all ready? It's our turn to take action." Everyone nodded in unison, their eyes full of fighting spirit. And at this very moment, Li Jingtian in the sky had gathered his origin force in his two fingers, forming a fierce single finger and looking towards Huangfu Fenglei, shouting, "Huangfu Fenglei, take my move, regretless finger." Accompanied by the shout, a burst of space-piercing sound erupted, emitting an invisible ripple from his two fingers that instantly caught up with the image of the giant dragon in front and shot away. At this very moment, the phantom of the giant dragon suddenly trembled, raised its head to the sky and roared, its body growing larger accordingly, and its powerful aura became even more terrifying. His eyes couldn't help but shrink, and Huangfu Fenglei, under the pillar of light, couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. He didn't expect that Li Jingtian actually had such a trump card. In an instant, cold sweat appeared on Huangfu Fenglei's forehead, his face revealing a solemn expression, and at this moment, the phantom of the giant dragon finally slammed fiercely into the pillar of light surrounding Huangfu Fenglei. A deafening sound rang out. The pillar of light shook violently, and cracks appeared silently. Finally, with a loud bang, it completely shattered the pillar of light, turning into golden light and dissipating into the void, without stopping in the slightest. The black dragon aimed straight at Huangfu Fenglei and shot towards him. Another loud explosion rang out. Huangfu Fenglei felt like his head was about to explode, and his heart was aching. Waves of thunder struck him, making his head ache and want to split open. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, falling from the sky like a kite with a broken string. At this very moment he finally realized that he had completely lost. Feeling that he still had a sliver of consciousness, he hurriedly lifted his feet and flew towards the Emperor Gate. However, Li Jingtian didn't give him that chance, maintaining his body, laughing loudly as he chased after him. "Ha, Grand Tutor, today we will end our grudges in this life." He gathered his origin force with both hands again, and black aura instantly appeared around his body. Without saying a word, Li Jingtian rushed towards Huangfu Fenglei and struck down. Huangfu Fenglei saw this black aura,
and a surge of fear rose in his heart, so he turned around and ran away. Li Jingtian grinned coldly and shouted,
"Cowardly turtle, where are you running?" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rushed over. But at this moment, Huangfu Tianyuan couldn't bear to watch any longer and flew up, responding to the Grand Tutor. Hearing the call, Huangfu Fenglei happily turned his head, excitedly exclaiming, "Sect leader." However, before Huangfu Tianyuan could rush to the two of them, Zhuo Fan quickly appeared, blocking him. He squinted his eyes and looked at Huangfu Tianyuan, smirking slightly as he said, "Old Lai is my man. I unconditionally support whatever he wants to do. With me here, don't even think about getting past." "That's not necessarily true," Huangfu Tianyuan sneered. Then without saying a word, the form of his hand changed,
and he struck toward Zhuo Fan, his eyes slightly focused. Zhuo Fan couldn't be more familiar with this move, not daring to be negligent. His left hand instantly turned into an electric dragon claw, blocking him. It was as if two sharp swords collided, emitting a violent, ear-splitting clash. Under this strike, the two of them retreated at the same time. Glancing at each other, Zhuo Fan seemed to have expected this, revealing a smile.
9 dragons, 9 Vajra body. You really cultivated it. It's just an earth-rank martial skill. Is this all the power it has in legends?
Huangfu Tianyuan laughed triumphantly.
Haha, that's right, Zhuo Fan. You should thank your Bodhi ancestor for sending it here. But even so, this old man won't hold back. You will definitely die in my hands today. Zhuo Fan disagreed, laughing, a sinister light flashing across the corner of his mouth. Sect leader, save me. Seeing that Li Jingtian had quickly struck in front of him, Huangfu Fenglei shouted in fear. Huangfu Tianyuan turned back at the shout, but Zhuo Fan gloomily blocked him in front.
Unable to leave his side for the moment, Leng Wuchang sensed that the situation was not good and immediately shouted towards the family heads of the 3 Yuming Valley families. Attack together. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of Yuanshan immediately rushed up.
But Zhuo Fan's side was not idle either. Chu Yanhai and his wife took the lead, leading the elders of the Lu Sao family and the family heads of the 3 Mingyu families to block them. The situation was clear. With only Chu Yanhai and his wife having the strength of the Illumination Realm, the people of the Emperor Gate clearly fell into a disadvantage. Leng Wuchang shook his head slightly and sighed helplessly. No matter who wins or loses today, the Grand Tutor is no longer able to be saved. At this moment, Li Jingtian had already rushed in front of Huangfu Fenglei.
His entire body's qi had reached its limit. Seeing this, Huangfu Fenglei's face instantly turned pale, as if seeing all reinforcements blocked, driven into a corner. He then roared loudly, golden light erupting from his entire body, bellowing, "Bullying people too much. Li Jingtian, today I, your old man, will fight you to the death." Heh, just what I wanted. Li Jingtian threw his head back and roared, transforming into a black dragon, immediately rushing towards Huangfu Fenglei.
In an instant, black energy and golden light converged, causing continuous tremors. While everyone was still in a deadlock, they heard the earth-shattering sound and looked over at the same time.
When the dark clouds dispersed, 2 figures, covered in blood, gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. Li Jingtian's entire body was crimson, his veins were almost ruptured, and his bones were continuously breaking, but his eyes revealed a trace of excitement. On the other side, Huangfu Fenglei's face was pale, his eyes were dull, his life force was completely weakened, and he squinted at the opposite side, his face stiff as he said, "Li Jingtian, what grudges do I have with you that you must push me to my death?" He took a deep breath and pressed his hand against his aching chest. Li Jingtian revealed a joyful smile, murmuring, "Huangfu Fenglei, do you still remember 80 years ago, when I joined the Emperor Dragon sect? At that time, I couldn't last 3 moves in your hands, defeated right from the start, and you told me that my aptitude wasn't bad, that I had the qualifications to stand by your side. You were so powerful back then, that you suppressed me.
I saw you as a god general for my entire life, but 30 years later,
when I cultivated the first level of the Sovereign Tyrant body art, you didn't give me the complete technique anymore, saying I wasn't worthy. Even the direct disciples of the Emperor Dragon sect, with mediocre aptitude, could receive the complete technique.
So, from that moment on, I swore that one day I would definitely defeat you. Now I've done it.
Ha ha! Li Jingtian opened his mouth and laughed loudly. Huangfu Fenglei's face turned pale, then he cried and laughed, gnashing his teeth. To tell you the truth, I didn't expect such a small matter to be remembered until today. Perhaps it's a small matter to you, but to this old man, it's an unforgettable matter for life. My path of cultivation has no end, and I will absolutely not allow anyone to humiliate me. His eyelids trembling slightly, Li Jingtian endured the pain, gritted his teeth, shouted loudly, and took a deep breath.
Finally, Huangfu Fenglei chuckled and sighed. Wrong, I was wrong.
As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes closed tightly, his face gradually relaxed, as if he had died, falling to the ground without any resentment. I've won.
Seeing Huangfu Fenglei deprived of his life force and falling to the ground, Li Jingtian muttered contentedly, but he was also like a kite with a broken string, weakly falling from the stage. Seeing this scene, everyone shouted anxiously, "Elder Ling!" Just at this moment, Zhao Tiancheng rushed over from the other side, supporting the weakened Li Jingtian, and whispered in Zhuo Fan's ear, reassuring him. "Zhuo Fan, Elder Li is fine. He's just heavily injured and passed out."
Then, Zhao Tiancheng hugged Li Jingtian and flew towards their camp. Hearing his words, Zhuo Fan felt much more at ease, finally sneering and speaking indifferently towards Huangfu Tianyuan.
The battle between Elder Li and Huangfu Fenglei has ended.
As the great generals, the most respected by both sides, the victory and defeat can be considered decided. But this result makes one feel a little sad, Huangfu Tianyuan asked.
What's there to be sad about?
The winner is king, the loser is bandit, strength is supreme. The Grand Tutor died because his strength wasn't strong enough. I don't feel sad. What's there for you to be sad about? Huangfu Tianyuan remained calm in the face of Huangfu Fenglei's death. Speaking coldly, Zhuo Fan sighed deeply. I'm not sad for your Grand Tutor, it's just that Elder Lima's story makes me feel extremely moved.
This is truly a sad story of a person bragging decades ago and getting slapped in the face decades later.
It seems that the saying, bragging will get you struck by lightning, is truly very reasonable. Retribution is well deserved. The royal family needs to be careful. Isn't this the style of the prodigal son?
Sneering, Huangfu Tianyuan said evilly, nodding slightly. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but pick his nose, speaking casually. That's right, having learned from Elder Lix's lesson, I've decided that from now on, I'll not only kill those who brag to me, but I won't let go of those who I brag to either.
Sect leader Huangfu, I have bragged before. What about you? Involuntarily frowning, Huangfu Tianyuan chuckled, provoking.
Of course, can you kill me?
Staring into his eyes, Zhuo Fan remained non-committal, not speaking. Very quickly his eyes narrowed, radiating intense killing intent, and with a shake of his body, he arrived in front of Huangfu Tianyuan, raising his left arm, revealing a crimson glow, and punching down. His eyes couldn't help but contract.
Huangfu Tianyuan didn't even have time to react to what was happening. That punch had already fiercely landed, instantly sending him flying.
Huangfu Tianyuan flew out like an arrow, crashing into the mountain range behind, creating a loud explosion. Seeing this scene, Leng Wucheng was frightened, shouting anxiously, "Sect leader!" But by the time the dust settled, Huangfu Tianyuan was still standing upright. Looking towards Zhuo Fan, he revealed a triumphant smile. "Ha ha, Zhuo Fan, this is the strength of your punch. It's only this much." Involuntarily frowning as he looked back, Zhuo Fan seemed to have anticipated this,
and nodded calmly, smiling. The nine-dragon Vajra body is indeed well deserved of its reputation. The next battle, the Battle of Kings, begins. Just then, a dragon's roar came from the pile of rubble, transforming into a golden light, soaring straight into the sky. His eyelids trembled slightly. Zhuo Fan watched quietly, but didn't speak. But a trace of vigilance arose in his heart. A loud bang erupted. The mountain range that had just been struck collapsed, and at this moment, suddenly exploded. Rocks and soil flying everywhere. A black shadow suddenly rushed out, making ferocious laughter, appearing before everyone's eyes.
The eyes of the crowd couldn't help but contract when they saw Huangfu Tianyuan at this time, transformed into a tyrant dragon. All four limbs were sharp claws, his body was hard, and his eyes squinted slightly as he looked towards Zhuo Fan. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan murmured, "The complete transformation of the nine-dragon golden body. The indestructible Vajra body." Hearing these words, Huangfu Tianyuan threw his head back and laughed loudly. "Haha, that's right. This is the ultimate transformation of the nine-dragon Vajra body. I used 4 dragon souls to transform into earth dragon claws, 1 dragon soul to transform into an earth dragon body, 1 dragon soul to transform into an earth dragon shield, and 1 dragon soul to transform into an earth dragon tail. Zhuo Fan, you are probably finished. Your powerful fist is only 1 earth dragon claw. How can you compare to my indestructible Vajra body at this moment? Today you are dead for sure." Zhuo Fan's face inadvertently became solemn. Zhuo Fan was a little surprised. Huangfu Tianyuan's speed was so fast, almost equivalent to his 7 transformations of the shifting image, and also had one to use as a final trump card. After thinking about this, Zhuo Fan suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Earth Dragon Soul!" Just at this moment, a dragon's roar rang out. Golden light suddenly appeared around Zhuo Fan's arm, and in the next moment, it suddenly transformed into claws and limbs,
just like Huangfu Tianyuan's, while the crimson glow on his right arm bloomed, each radiating a powerful aura. His right hand was the Kirillin arm, and his left hand was the lightning dragon claw. His eyelids trembled slightly. Huangfu Tianyuan sneered, his eyes full of contempt. I said long ago you only have the earth dragon claw. I am the indestructible Vajrabody. You are not my opponent. Furthermore, return the 9th dragon soul to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Huangfu Tianyuan rushed towards Zhuo Fan again. Not daring to be negligent, Zhuo Fan quickly raised the earth dragon claw and struck towards him. Like two sharp swords colliding, the two earth dragon claws clashed, their eyes fiercely confronting each other. At that place contending for a long time, licking his lips and chuckling, Huangfu Tianyuan revealed an evil smile, raising the lightning dragon claw again. Locking down Zhuo Fan's left arm, his heart involuntarily trembled. Zhuo Fan had understood his intention. This was clearly wanting to fight him head-on. But this old geezer's whole body was hard, just like Jiyu Santong, without a single flaw anywhere. Trying to overpower Zhuo Fan head-on wouldn't do any good, but Huangfu Tianyuan was dead set on fighting him that way. With a cold laugh, Huangfu Tianyuan locked down one of Zhuo Fan's arms and ruthlessly struck down with a claw. Zhuo Fan met it with a loud bang, raising his right arm to block the earth dragon claw. Gritting his teeth, he stared defiantly at Huangfu Tianyuan and chuckled. Huangfu Tianyuan, he grinned maliciously, your right arm can actually match the earth dragon claw. I wonder how you trained it. After I take your life, we'll take that arm too. Zhuo Fan didn't respond, but coldly sneered. Sect leader Huangfu, you're really naive. Just like your two sons, neither the emperor nor Jiyu Santong could take my life. What makes you think you stand a chance? Huangfu Tianyuan chuckled, then roared. Good, good, good! In that case, your head is even more worth taking. As soon as he finished speaking, he immobilized Zhuo Fan's Kirillin arm. Zhuo Fan frowned at the sight, wanting to pull his arm back, but Huangfu Tianyuan's grip was too tight, like being clamped in an iron vise, impossible to budge. Seeing his struggle, Huangfu Tianyuan burst into laughter. Ha ha! Looks like Steward Zhuo can't do anything now. I attacked you from above earlier, and you managed to dodge by ducking. Now I'm attacking from below. Let's see how you escape. As soon as he finished speaking, Huangfu Tianyuan suddenly spat out some blood, lunging at Zhuo Fan. The foul, fishy wind rushed in, along with sharp fangs, bringing a sense of danger to Zhuo Fan. The Luo family members tensed up at the sight. With Zhuo Fan locked down by Huangfu Tianyuan, a bite like that would undoubtedly mean death. But, just at that moment, Zhuo Fan's figure suddenly flickered and vanished. Escaping Huangfu Tianyuan's grasp, Zhuo Fan floated in midair, a distance away from Huangfu Tianyuan, his eyes looking down with a dangerous glint. Seeing his prey vanish from his grasp, Huangfu Tianyuan sneered, Heh, I almost forgot you still had that trick up your sleeve. However, even if you can move faster, can you be faster than me? As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his foot and flew off. In an instant, he appeared in front of Zhuo Fan, lunging with another bite, while behind him, a dragon tail lashed out violently. The dragon tail's impact sent a surge of pain through Zhuo Fan's chest, making him even more alarmed. At this moment, Zhuo Fan was truly in a bind, surrounded by danger. However, despite the situation, Zhuo Fan didn't show a trace of fear. Both eyes flashed with a faint golden light, and he vanished quickly, escaping Huangfu Tianyuan's claws. When he reappeared, he was once again far away from Huangfu Tianyuan. But in an instant, he reappeared beside him, striking down with a claw. Alarmed, Zhuo Fan used his spatial shift again to disappear, constantly muttering to himself, I didn't expect him to be able to keep up with the speed of instant transmission. It seems my space god eyes aren't refined enough yet. And so, Zhuo Fan continued to use instant transmission to disappear, while Huangfu Tianyuan chased closely behind, relentlessly biting. Huangfu Tianyuan laughed wildly, looking down on Zhuo Fan, and said, Is this the fastest you can go? Glancing at him, Zhuo Fan spread a pair of strange blue wings behind him, the azure sea phantom wings. In an instant, streams of blue light emanated from the wings. Huangfu Tianyuan, who had just caught up, was immediately caught inside, suddenly feeling a dizzy spell. Good opportunity, Zhuo Fan smirked,
abruptly turning around. Taking advantage of the opening created by his brief hesitation, his right arm glowed red, and he struck down with a punch. With a loud bang, Huangpu Tianyuan was sent flying by the fierce punch. Zhuo Fan's eyes lit up, and the corners of his lips curved up, but before he could smile, his eyes immediately froze. Huangpu Tianyuan was sent flying by his punch, but he only spun in a circle, without a scratch. "Ha ha, Zhuo Fan, is that your full-powered attack that you worked so hard to land on me?" "It's no different than a mosquito bite," Huangpu Tianyuan laughed arrogantly, squinting at him. Zhuo Fan's expression turned somewhat grave, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He clicked his tongue and sighed. TCH. At that moment, in the distance from the battlefield, Fang Chubai's trio glanced at the fight, their expressions a bit unsightly. The Ghost King narrowed his eyes, sighing with some emotion. "I didn't expect Huangpu Tianyuan to have actually cultivated the 9 dragons Vajra body. Even a monster like Zhuo Fan has been pushed back by him. It seems like the Emperor Gate will win this battle," Sima Hui sighed helplessly. "If only we had helped the Luo family earlier, it would be even more difficult to deal with him later." Fang Chubai thought for a moment, and said indifferently, "Today, I'm afraid only that monster Jiyu Santong can put up a fight against the 9 dragons Vajra body, but that kid has been chasing after Zhuo Fan since the beginning, and who knows where he's gone. Maybe Zhuo Fan has already eliminated him." The Ghost King snorted lightly, coldly saying, "Although that kid is strong, his mind is still immature. Facing a scheme like Zhuo Fan's, it's not impossible for him to be tricked to death." Sima Hui smiled wryly and sighed. "Without Jiyu Santong, how can we deal with Huangpu Tianyuan? His Majesty's plan seems to be deviating from its course." The Ghost King nodded slightly, pondered for a while, then shook his head and muttered, "That's not necessarily true. We still have 2 people." "Who?" Sima Hui asked, startled. After thinking for a long time, the Ghost King's eyes flashed with anger, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Maybe you don't know, but among the 5 great dragon guardian gods beside His Majesty, there are really still 2 experts in the imperial capital. Those 2 were originally meant to restrain Jiyu Santong, but now I'm afraid they'll have to deal with the 9 dragons Vajra body. It's understandable that you younger ones wouldn't know. Those 2 can be considered old friends of mine, and they have a very deep history in the dragon guardian gods. Otherwise, with the capital in such turmoil, do you really think His Majesty would risk it? Wouldn't he keep someone back for support?" Hearing this, the 2 were slightly startled, feeling much more at ease. It seemed they understood, so everything was in His Majesty's hands. They'd been his trusted aides for years, yet they were completely unaware of his full strength. It seems this emperor doesn't even trust those closest to him. At this moment, within the battlefield, Zhao Fan and Huangfu Tianyuan had been fighting for so long without a clear victor, and they stood facing each other. Huangfu Tianyuan looked at Zhao Fan and laughed triumphantly. "He he he!" Still stubbornly resisting to the end. "Don't bother. Your fists can't hurt this old man. I am invincible. Even if you keep fighting, you'll definitely lose eventually." "Zhao Fan, your defeat is sealed. There's no way out," Zhao Fan sneered, non-committal, his right hand still glowing red, and said coldly, "Not necessarily. If your fist can't hurt you, then I'll stomp you to death." "Stomp me?" Huangfu Tianyuan glanced at him and sneered. "If your punch couldn't do anything to this old man, what good are your legs?" As soon as he finished speaking, Huangfu Tianyuan struck at Zhao Fan with a claw. Quickly dodging his attack, Zhao Fan laughed loudly, his face showing cold intent as he shouted at Huangfu Tianyuan, "I'll stomp you to death. Ancient elephant soaring heaven, kill an arm." A loud sound erupted like a mountain descending from the sky, showing the red light of the true Qilin, instantly arriving before Huangfu Tianyuan, immediately suppressing him, creating a deafening explosion. Huangfu Tianyuan desperately resisted, but it was useless. In an instant he was stomped into the ground, creating a massive explosion, dust spreading everywhere, turning the area where the 2 fought into a pile of rubble. When everything calmed down and the dust gradually settled, everyone couldn't help but gasp. All they saw now was that Zhao Fan's arm had turned into a giant pillar reaching the sky, emitting a terrifying red light, like a heavenly pillar in a palace, standing silently there. Similarly, the 3 Ghost Kings on this side were also stunned. They couldn't believe Zhuo Fan was hiding such a perverted ultimate move. For a moment, the Hua Yulu side was filled with hope that they could win. On the other hand, the Yu Yushan side looked gloomy and ugly. Even Huangfu Tianyuan couldn't defeat Zhuo Fan.
They will surely fall into dead end.
Finally, Zhuo Fan felt it was about time, so he retracted his fiery red arm, returning to his killing arm, and looked down.
But at this time, a familiar figure crawled out from under the rubble, with cracks appearing.